Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all part. Chapter 94. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada left in extreme embarrassment. Before leaving, he did not forget to look at Moyu more, as if he wanted to engrave his appearance in his memory. However, Moyu didn't take him to heart. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada is nothing more than a clown. Its greatest wish is to replace the Spirit King and become the master of this world. However, he who doesn't know the essence of the world at all, this wish is more or less overwhelmed. Such a thing, as long as it is a person with a slightly normal mind, will not think about it. At the beginning of the creation of the world, the Spirit King was used as a wedge to stabilize the state of each world. But now, although he is immortal, he is also permanently sealed in the Spirit King Palace. This kind of existence, there are still people who want to replace him. For a moment, Kuritama didn't even know how to evaluate Tsuneyashiro Tokinada. You can say that he has lofty ideals, but he doesn't understand the nature of the world at all. If you say that he is meticulous in thinking, this is already wrong from the starting point. If so, can there be any good results? What's more, Moyu doesn't look down on such a guy at all. Killing his own family and killing his own wife. And relying on his status as a nobleman, he severely injured and mocked Tosen Caname, who came to seek justice. From the beginning to the end, it was a complete scumbag. Now, they are putting their thoughts on the declining Sheba family. Unfortunately, the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. After promising Sheba Ishin to help him take care of the Sheba family, he will not let the Sheba family be annexed by the Narde family. This involves the principle of being a human being. Moyu looked in the direction where he was leaving, his gaze was slightly cold. B. The 10th Division Team Building. Moyu took Nilu and walked on the street of the team building. The soldiers greeted their new captain with extremely respectful eyes. They originally had a little doubt about Moyu's appointment. But after learning about his terrifying record, he immediately put away his thoughts that he shouldn't have. What are you kidding? Almost hacked to death a captain before taking office, such a sturdy existence, can their level be questioned? Kukaki Moyu. The high-pitched voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. All the soldiers collectively turned their gazes to the direction where the voice came from. I saw a lady with orange hair walking towards Moyu with strides. Seeing the anger on his face, everyone subconsciously turned their eyes away. The vice-captain of the 10th squad, Matsumoto Rangiku, a figure at the head of the big sister, is the top player in the team, no matter how you look at it. Matsumoto Rangiku walked up to Moyu angrily. Moyu. You must know something about the captain's disappearance. Moyu felt the pressure coming to his face, but he could only spread his hands, with a helpless look on his face. As for Sheba Ishin's situation, he can't casually disclose it. Sheba Ishin without the power of Shinigami is not even comparable to a figure of the official level. If too many people know its situation, danger will follow. Sorry, Chrysanthemum. Moyu sighed softly, I understand how you feel. But the situation of Captain Ishin, I don't know. According to the information provided by the Technical Development Bureau, the Minos Grande he encountered was even stronger than the Vasto Lord you encountered in this world. Hearing this, Matsumoto Rangiku lowered his eyes, and a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Although Sheba Ishin is not very reliable most of the time, it is undeniable that he is still a very competent captain. His disappearance made Matsumoto Rangiku feel the same as after the soul burial practice. It was covered with a thick layer of haze. Scatter, Rangiku. Moyu persuaded, actually, you don't have to be too disappointed. The Technology Development Bureau characterized it as a disappearance, not a death. That means Ishin still has a chance of surviving. He turned around and walked towards the captain's team building. Maybe it is to recuperate the injury in a safe place in this world. After the words fell, Matsumoto Rangiku raised his eyes, and there seemed to be light in his eyes again. She looked at Moyu's back and was about to say thank you. Instead, he saw a small head lying on Moyu's shoulder, grinning and waving at him. For a moment, Matsumoto Ranjaku's eyes widened. Wait, wait! And Moyu's figure has already gone away. Matsumoto Ranjaku ignored the shock in his heart, and hurriedly chased him in the direction he was going away. Damn it, the courage of this pervert is too outrageous. Bringing that kind of existence to the Soul Society. Because he has been in this world for a while, he also has a certain understanding of Nilu who is beside Moyu. But Matsumoto Ranjaku, who has always been straightforward, didn't take it to heart. After all, Nilu is absolutely harmless to humans and animals from the outside. Captain's quarters. Moyu looked at his own room, feeling very satisfied in his heart. The European-style architectural style is completely different from Kukaki's house, which seems a bit new. Just as he walked out of the room, he was about to visit other rooms. Crash! Boom! There was a dull collision sound, and Moyu's eyes went dark. Moyu only felt that he had fallen into a soft place. At the same time, it is accompanied by a strong, but somewhat fresh and elegant fragrance. Just like the team flower of the Juban team, the taste of narcissus is average. Well! The call came to his ears, making Moyu raise his head subconsciously. The four eyes are facing each other. The scene became very quiet for a while. Moyu was stunned, thinking it was an attack from a stranger. But what I didn't expect was that it was actually the benefit of the familiar. He lowered his eyes and subconsciously looked at the mountain in front of him. Majestic and majestic. Matsumoto Ranjaku also recovered from his trance, saw the scene in front of him, and immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Sexy brat, have you seen enough yet?" Moyu hurriedly got up and coughed twice to cover up the awkward atmosphere. "Ranjaku, what do you want from Captain Ben?" When Matsumoto Ranjaku was about to speak, he discovered that due to the movement just now, soldiers gradually gathered around him. She gritted her silver teeth, stood up, grabbed Moyu's hand, and walked straight into the room. "Go in and talk." And this scene happened to be seen by some soldiers. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with expressions of disbelief and grief. Big sister head actually. I heard that the vice-captain has known Captain Moyu for a long time, and they won't. All kinds of weird and outrageous speculations gradually spread across the board. In the room, Matsumoto Ranjaku and Moyu sat at both ends of the purple-black tea table, staring at each other. A long time. Matsumoto Ranjaku finally couldn't help breaking the silence. "Take her to the Soul Society, don't you?" Hearing this, Moyu understood why she looked so nervous. "Did you say Nilu?" When she heard her name, Nilu leaned on Moyu's shoulder, showing her head and smiling happily. "Soul Society is so much better than Hueco Mundo. I can see the people I care about every day, without worrying about danger or disputes outside." Nilu leaned on Moyu's shoulder, and sniffed the smell greedily. "Nilu likes this place very much." Moyu spread his hands and explained. "Although Nilu is Arankar, she is not dangerous." "Well, if you are not in danger, there's no way to bring her to the Soul Society." Matsumoto Ranjaku sighed and said helplessly, "If someone else finds out." Moyu shook his head and said, "Can you feel Nilu's Reiatsu? Or, can you determine her identity?" Hearing this, Matsumoto Ranjaku looked slightly startled, and immediately released Reiatsu perception. Immediately, she widened her eyes again and murmured, "How can that be?" The corners of Moyu's mouth raised slightly, and he said with a light smile, "All right, don't worry so much. Even if it is discovered, I still have countermeasures." In this regard, although Matsumoto Ranjaku is somewhat helpless, he can only let him do what he wants. After all, she is the vice-captain and Moyu is the captain. "Oh, right." Moyu seemed to suddenly remember something, thinking, "It just so happens that you are here, so let's deal with the documents. I have more pressing matters to deal with." Without waiting for his refusal, Moyu launched Shunpo directly and disappeared into the captain's team building. Matsumoto Ranjaku sat at the tea table with a dazed look. Big sister asked me to take care of this kid, and then he sold me. By the way, you must have performed this proficient operation more than once, right? And when she saw the papers piled up on the desk. Kukaki Moyu. Matsumoto Ranjaku's voice echoed in the 10th team's team building, and it came from a long distance. Since then, the Japanese team has been spreading the news that their captain is a scumbag. Abandoned from beginning to end, abandoning wives and sons, the scum of scum. Unaware that he had been misunderstood by the team members, Moyu quietly went to West Rukonga after leaving the 10th squad. West 3rd District, North Section. Here is the residence of the Sheba family. In fact, a long time ago, the Sheba family was rejected by other families because of the family concept. Then with the decline of the family power, they were constantly oppressed. If it weren't for the appearance of Sheba Ishin, I'm afraid the Sheba family would have been annexed by other nobles long ago. But even so, the Sheba family moved out of Noble Street, where the nobility gathered, and came to the 3rd West District. This is done to protect the family property. At this moment, Sheba's home already has a feeling of going up and down. Obviously, the disappearance of Sheba Ishin has brought unimaginable blows to them. Although old friends from the past came to condolences, everyone in Sheba's family still felt sad about this. After all, they are family members who have been together for many years. Kong-hee, don't be too sad. In the courtyard, a handsome young man dressed in a black Sheba suit comforted him. Uncle just disappeared. Lord, he is currently recovering somewhere in this world, and he will return to the Soul Society when he recovers. He is Sheba Cayen, a direct member of the Sheba family. After Sheba Ishin disappeared, he became the current head of the Sheba family. Really? Really? The girl in front of him raised her eyes somewhat disappointed. Asked with a faint hope. Sheba Kyuzuru, also a direct member, but not a Shinigami. Definitely. Sheba Cayen's voice is also somewhat heavy. Even though he said so, he knew it better than anyone else. Niujian Zhao, this is just an excuse to comfort myself. Until now, Siridi has not given specific information, and many things have been explained. Sheba Ishin, most likely died in battle. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside. Sheba Cayen went to answer the door. However, the person who appeared in front of him made him startled. The familiar star-leading pliers and silver and white floral gauze-like decoration are particularly eye-catching. The black hair is bound in the star-drawing box, the silver and white floral yarn is hanging down, and the handsome appearance is set off by the decoration, making it even more dusty and elegant. Kukaki Moyu. Sheba Cayen obviously recognized the person in front of him. But he quickly realized his gaffe, bowed his head and said respectfully, Captain Moyu. Seeing this, Moyu waved his hand, indicating that it doesn't need to be like this. Sheba Cayen, you don't have to be so polite. He passed out towards the courtyard. Although the scenery is good, it does not match the original identity of Sheba's house. I don't know why Captain Moyu is here. Sheba Cayen is not clear about Moyu's attitude, so he is naturally guarded between words. It's naturally for Sheba Ishin's business. Moyu rubbed his chin and said seriously, inheriting the will of the Juban team is naturally equivalent to inheriting some of Sheba Ishin's wishes. What's more, Sheba Ishin talked about you many times while drinking. For helping Sheba's family, he naturally wanted to find a suitable reason. Now that you have promised other people's affairs, you must complete them. Moyu's idea is very simple, you can be unreasonable, but you must have a bottom line. Chapter 95. Aiming at the current situation of Sheba's family, Moyu's momentum helped him come up with a variety of ways to get out of the predicament. First, merge into a larger family, such as the Kukaki family. He spoke righteously, not paying any attention to the stunned expressions of the two brothers and sisters in front of him. Of course, I know that you will definitely not agree, so I have prepared other methods for the follow-up. Second, your own strength. Hearing this, Sheba Kyuzuru couldn't help but said. Of course we know this, but strengthening ourselves cannot be achieved overnight. If it can be done, the Sheba family will not be. Her expression sank. Things are far from as simple as imagined. The improvement of Shinigami's strength is not something that can be done casually. If there is no talent, it will be difficult to save it after spending decades or even hundreds of years. Sheba Cayen is already considered a genius in Shinigami. When he joined the Spiritual Art Academy, his spiritual power test had already reached the 6th level, and it took him a year to graduate from the Spiritual Art Academy. After joining the 13th Division, he was promoted to vice-captain in 5 years and mastered Shikai. However, in the next 100 years, he did not make any progress in his understanding of Bankai. Sarah, since I said. With a confident smile on Moyu's face, he said, then there must be a way. If it is someone else, it may be quite difficult. But I have a unique secret method here. To help this guy, he hid a lot of wool from Urahara Kisuke. Looking at the things piled up in front of him, the corner of Sheba Cayen's mouth twitched slightly. No matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't understand, where did Moyu get these things out with his empty hands? Is there something wrong with his clothes? This is a recovery medicine, which can be used to recover from injuries. Moyu picked up a small bottle and introduced, however, you can only take 1 bottle per hour. If there is too much, it will cause a great burden on the body and Reiatsu. Reiatsu condensate can allow you to condense and compress your own Reiatsu in a short period of time, so that you can burst out with stronger combat power. It's a pity that after using it, it will cause soreness all over the body and it will not recover within 3 days. Looking at Moyu's introduction, for some reason, Sheba Cayen felt an ominous feeling in his heart. The danger seems to have come to his side. If I remember correctly, you have mastered Shikai by now, right? Moyu raised his head suddenly and looked at Sheba Cayen. Sheba Cayen was stunned, and nodded immediately. That's right. Moyu exchanged fists and palms, and immediately pointed to a white unknown humanoid prop. This is the God Body, a prop developed by Urahara Kisuke, the former captain of the 12th Division. Can help Shinigami copy Bankai and bring it to life. As long as you defeat the materialized Bankai, you can master Bankai in the shortest time. After listening to his previous introduction, Sheba Cayen didn't feel too happy. He carefully looked at the Zwanshen body in front of him, and Tiangu asked sincerely. Captain Moyu, this thing should have side effects too. Hearing this, Moyu grinned and said. Cayen, I didn't expect you to be so smart. The materialized Zanpakutō is not inferior to you in strength, even stronger. Fighting with it is in danger of death. Shinigami's Bankai is actually very simple. After proficiency in Sword Zen, you can enter the Zanpakutō space and continuously deepen your communication with it. With the improvement of the tacit understanding between each other, the power will be further liberated. When the time comes, Bankai will naturally be mastered. The Zwanshen body adopted an extremely violent method, forcibly bringing the waste Zanpakutō body into reality. As long as you can defeat it, you can master your own Bankai. Of course, for this Moyu has used the trance body in the present Urahara shop. It's a pity, let alone the materialized Zanpakutō. After he pierced it with Lanyan, not even a single hair was summoned. This also made Urahara Kisuke suspect that there was a problem with his own invention, and then made him immerse himself in the research about the God-turning, CDDI, body again. After many tests, it was determined that it was Moyu Zanpakutō's problem. The answer given by Urahara Kisuke is that the power of Lanyan is too great, so that the Zwanshen body can't materialize it at all. Even a leak of its power is enough to lead to the collapse of Zwanshen's body. Therefore, this stuff has nothing to do with Moyu. In this regard, Jade can only accept the reality. After listening to Moyu's words, Sheba Cayen lowered his head and looked a little dignified. He is not afraid of death. In fact, as early as becoming a Shinigami, death has been ignored. But now, he is the only pillar of Sheba's family. If he encounters misfortune in his practice, Sheba's family will also collapse completely. However, if one does not choose to cultivate, then waiting for the fate of Sheba's family is also miserable. The choice is yours. Moyu seemed to see Sheba Cayen's concern, and said, I'm just a person who provides solutions. Upon hearing his voice, Sheba Cayen suddenly raised his head and exhaled softly. I understand, Captain Yu. Instead of dying while being eaten away, it is better to choose to give it a go. If you want to protect the things you care about, you can only make yourself stronger. Hearing this, Moyu nodded in satisfaction. Sheba Cayen's thinking is the right thinking. If you don't give it a go now, Finayun cannot be changed. He remembered very clearly that Sheba Cayen's final fate was also extremely miserable, being swallowed by Su, his power was also used by him, and finally became the nourishment of Aranillo. Very well, since a decision has been made. The corners of Moyu's mouth raised, revealing an extremely dangerous smile, then, let's start our special training. Sheba Cayen was at a loss, puzzled and said. Special training? What special training? Li Fuxian. Sheba Cayen lay down on the ground in a state of embarrassment, staring blankly at the sky. A long time. A tear fell from the corner of his eye. The ominous premonition came true. He never thought that the special training that Moyu said would be so outrageous. Actual combat is the best special training. His vowed words still linger in his ears. The original Sheba Cayen was also full of confidence and full of gratitude for Kuroyu. But after a week of special training, he now only feels that the boy not far away is like a devil in a nightmare. A battle that is not in one dimension at all. No matter how hard Sheba Cayen tried, how desperately, he was greeted with only a fiasco. Even if he couldn't even touch Moyu's clothes kakuzu, he was thrown to the ground by the whip leg. But if it's just a series of failures, he can still accept it. But if the time of digestion failure is completely erased, it is enough to make people collapse. After taking the recovery medicine for 1 hour, for 3 days in a row, it ran out. Sheba Cayen thought it would give him a break. But the emerald green light on Moyu's fingertips made him despair again. The level of Kaide, the third officer of the first 4 divisions, is far beyond Sheba Cayen's comprehension. Why can this kind of injury that is on the verge of death be healed instantly? Are you the captain of the 10th division or the 4th division? Another few days of torture and Kaide's treatment completely broke Sheba Cayen's psychological defense. He never imagined that practice would be such a devastating thing. Looking at Sheba Cayen lying on the ground with blank eyes, Yu shook her head in disappointment. I thought that with Sheba Cayen's psychological strength, he could last for a while. But he still thinks too highly of this guy. It's only been 7 days, and it's completely dead. Cayen, you can grow up. In this case, when will Bankai be able to save Sheba's family? Moyu looked at the nearest system prompt, and couldn't help but feel even more disappointed. Your Kaide is in a good mood because of the success of healing others, the efficiency of practice has improved, and the Kaide is comprehending the meaning. Right now, his Kaide is enough to regenerate broken limbs, and even heal more serious injuries. It's a pity that Sheba Cayen has already stopped, and it is difficult to improve Kaide's practice efficiency by a little bit. Cayen, I've had enough rest. Moyu crouched aside, looked at the imageless Sheba Cayen with empty eyes, and urged. Our practice will end in 3 days. If you don't hurry up, you really have no chance. Sheba Cayen, who was still like a dead fish, turned over immediately after hearing this, and looked at Moyu. 3 days. Captain Moyu, you are. Moyu glanced at him lightly, and said calmly. Could it be, haven't you noticed the changes in yourself? Hearing this, Sheba Cayen subconsciously looked at his hands. The surging power flows in the blood, and the powerful Reiatsu is condensed on the knot. Now he is at least 30% stronger than before. The threat of death is the most effective means of discovering potential. Moyu explained, during these 7 days, you experienced 303 death crises. If this doesn't improve, then it proves that you are nothing but a mediocrity. Okay, don't waste your time. 3 days later, no matter what, the final breakthrough will begin. Sheba Cayen was full of fighting spirit, and there seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. Yes, Captain Moyu. 3 days later. On the north side of Lifa Mountain. Moyu squinted his eyes and looked at an unknown creature fighting Sheba Cayen. Under the head of the huge octopus, the tentacles are swaying, but under the neck is the body of a human being. Every now and then, endless waves are set off to attack Sheba Cayen. The honor of Zanpakutō after materialization really makes people's san value go crazy. Moyu rubbed his chin and shivered, as if he remembered something bad. The battle was once very difficult. But this kind of thing can only rely on oneself. Even Moyu can only watch from the sidelines. Sheba Cayen clenched his hands tightly, his expression extremely anxious. She watched the battle with worry on her face, wishing she could join in and help her brother fight. Captain Moyu, brother, he must be able to win, right? Now, all she can ask is, like only Moyu. Well, it's hard to say. Moyu told the truth, although Cayen has become a lot stronger, his Zanpakutō is also very strong. Right now, we are at a disadvantage. The materialized Nijibana, like Mr. K, has shown absolute power in controlling water. However, the amount of water released by Sheba Cayen has instead become the opponent's means of attack. So much so that he is now completely at a disadvantage. Fortunately, his combat awareness has been raised to a very good level during these 10 days, and Kid was assisted in time to barely stabilize the combat situation. The fighting lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Finally, with Sheba Cayen's unremitting efforts, he stabbed into Nijibana's chest. The battle was won. There was an extremely ugly smile on the face of Nijibana, who looked like Mr. K, as if he recognized the existence of Sheba Cayen. Immediately, it turned into light and directly merged into his body. Reiatsu, on started the climb. As if facing the vast sea. The vastness. Sheba Cayen. Siritii, an underground prison. The 8th floor, the great infernal hell. The darkness, like an abyss, continued to extend downwards. A figure walked slowly among them. Strangely, there was no sound of footsteps. There seems to be some kind of special power shrouded in his body, so that he cannot be discovered by the people guarding the great hell. After walking for an unknown amount of time, it finally stopped. In front of the prison made of murderous stones, a figure approached. And the faint light on it also makes its face appear. Among them, the dark green hair is particularly prominent. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada looked at the quiet figure among them, the corners of his mouth raised, a smile like a lion majesty emerged, and he said softly. It's been a long time, Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri. Chapter 96. Clatter. In the prison, the sound of the chains colliding is particularly loud, and it can be heard for a long distance in the open environment. Kuratsuka Mayuri raised his head and looked out of the prison calmly. Ha, it's actually you. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada approached the prison, his originally feminine voice became somewhat dull. Captain Nai, I came here with the help of the authority of the nobles and some special permissions and abilities. He didn't reveal all his secrets. Obviously, there are certain fears and reservations about Kuratsuka Mayuri in prison. I don't know if you are interested in leaving the infinite hell. There was a hint of bewitching in his voice, which touched people's hearts. Hearing this, Kuratsuka Mayuri did not show an ecstatic expression as Tsuneyashiro Tokinada expected. His expression became more and more calm, like a calm lake with no waves. It must have cost you a lot to find this here, right? Kurotsuka Mayuri's voice became extremely hoarse, as if sand and stone were sharpening each other. Let me think. Come here to find me, it must be because I am useful to you, and based on your understanding of me, you will definitely not let me do something against my personal wishes. It seems that it should be related to what happened recently. The yellow pupils contracted, and Kurotsuka Mayuri suddenly approached the prison railing, pressing his face against it. Is it related to Kukaki Moyu? Tsuneyashiro Tokinada's pupils dilated, never expecting that Kurotsuka Mayuri would directly guess the purpose of his trip. Hey, it looks good. Kurotsuka Mayuri's laughter is particularly weird, and her eyes seem to be able to see through people's hearts. The strength of the Tsuneyashiro family is not enough for you to bring down that guy. So, you used your authority to come to the infernal hell. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada gradually calmed down. He realized that his thoughts were being led away by the other party. Kurotsuka Mayuri used to be the prisoner of the maggot nest, so the danger can be imagined. He thought he was sinister enough, but compared with the guy in front of him, there seemed to be a certain gap. A trace of uncontrollable madness flashed in the seemingly calm yellow eyes. So, would you like to work with me? Tsuneyashiro Tokinada interrupted the other party's narration and spoke directly. Cooperation. Kurotsuka Mayuri pressed her slender nails against her temples, making a scratching sound. Well, it seems possible. If you are well prepared, maybe you can try to understand that dangerous creature. Hearing this, the corners of Tsuneyashiro Tokinada's mouth raised, revealing a signature lion majesty-like smile. Happy cooperation. In the great infernal hell, the light of Kid lit up. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada imprinted his prepared Kid mantra on the prison. Immediately, Kid's light, like a light curtain, flickered on the railing. A wide passage appeared in front of Kurotsuka Mayuri. When he was about it, he didn't seal it up considering how dangerous it was. Kurotsuka Mayuri slowly walked out of the light curtain, the smile on his pale face became more and more crazy. Ha 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 ha! It's ironic. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada did not respond to his words, but urged. Hurry up and leave. The prison is open, but it will arouse the vigilance of the guards. With arms hanging down, Kurotsuka Mayuri took a deep look towards the darkness of the infernal hell behind him. In the fundus of the eye, is full of jealous meaning. Let's go. After the two left, the great infernal hell once again fell into endless silence. Rukonga, the northern section of West 3rd District. Sheba Home Station. You mean you haven't fully mastered Bankai? Moyu looked suspiciously at Sheba Cayen, who was covered in bandages in front of him. In the previous battle with Zanpakutō, the materialized Zanpakutō like Mr. K, in addition to gaining the ability of Bankai, he also has a whole body of injuries. Weirdly, Moyu used Kite on it. But the recovery speed is extremely slow. It made him suspect that it had something to do with Sheba Cayen's Bankai. Well, Nejibana's potential is strong. Sheba Cayen couldn't hide the excitement on his face, although because of his injuries, he frequently bared his teeth and looked a little ferocious. My current Reiatsu is not enough to support its long-term Bankai. This time, I really want to thank Captain Moyu. As he spoke, he bent down deeply regardless of his injuries. It's just a matter of raising your hands. Although this trip was entirely due to agreeing to Sheba Ishin's request, Kuroya didn't mind that Sheba Ishin remembered his kindness. The people of the Sheba family value kindness. If it were someone else, Moyu might not be so kind. You can't spend all your time trying to help a white-eyed wolf, right? If Captain Moyu is useful in the future. Sheba Cayen stood up straight and said very seriously, through fire or water, I will do whatever I can. Well, me too. Seeing this, Sheba Konghe also raised his head and chest, expressing his heart. There is no need to say more about these words. Moyu waved his hand and pointed to the outside of the courtyard. Although Sheba's family has already moved to Rukonga, But some gluttonous hyenas will not give up this opportunity now. Sensing the messy Reiatsu outside, Sheba Cayen clenched his fists subconsciously, blood red oozing from the bandages. We've all regressed to the point where... Moyu looked calm, and said indifferently, one's own strength is the real strength. Blindly giving in will lead to more greed. Such a simple truth, don't you understand? Sheba Cayen was a little silent. After a long time, he raised his face, and his firm eyes emerged. I understand. After the words fell, he walked towards the outside of the courtyard, his steps were slow but firm. Brother. A worried expression appeared on Sheba Konghe's face. But she didn't stop the other party, because she was very clear in her heart. If the Sheba family can't stand up this time, they will live in the shadows forever, and they will never be able to restore their lost dignity. Outside the courtyard, all kinds of aristocratic costumes make this place colorful. Sheba Cayen, how about our previous proposal? Merging the Sheba family into our family will protect the safety of your people. Hand over the authority of the four great nobles. Come on, only in this way can unnecessary conflicts be avoided. The declining Sheba family cannot protect these things. Although these nobles looked greedy, they still kept quite calm. For the Shebas, these guys are determined to win. The authority of the four great nobles is enough to drive them crazy. But considering the other party's previous status, these people still maintain a little reason. Everyone, I regret to tell you. Prior to this, Sheba Cayen had also considered handing over the authority of the four major nobles to ensure the safety of his family. But now the situation has changed drastically. He has enough power to guard the honor of the Sheba family. Everything in Sheba's house will not be handed over. Please leave here now, you are not welcome here. Hearing this, several noble Shinigami's eyes widened. It was hard to believe that it was the words that came from Sheba Cayen's mouth. Haven't you figured out the situation by now? Our visit is just a respect to the former Sheba family. If you don't accept our kindness, then don't worry about us being merciless. Hand over the authority of the four great nobles, this is not something you can grasp. Obviously, everyone is not willing to give up. As an aristocrat, as long as he can obtain the authority of the four great aristocrats, it is enough to ascend to the sky in one step and become the most powerful existence in the Soul Society. It's a pity that these guys don't know the history of the four great nobles. The so-called authority is actually the most useless thing in Sheba's family. If that's the case, then I don't have to worry about any sympathy. As the voice fell, Reiatsu, the aqua-blue materialization, galloped out of Sheba High. Boom! Like a tsunami, the wild Reiatsu swept across the sky in an instant, covering the entire sky of Sheba's house. The appalling oppression rushed down, crushing everyone present. Asking for flowers. The power of despair is displayed in front of the nobles. They suddenly widened their eyes, their eyeballs protruded, their faces were flushed, and their expressions looked extremely ferocious. Despair shrouded the hearts of everyone. After learning Bankai, Sheba Cayen's Reiatsu's strength will be at least 10 times stronger. The tide surged and completely overwhelmed these guys. A powerful force acts on their bodies, making their bones creak. Seeing that under the oppression of Reiatsu with all his strength, these guys have already entered a state of near death. Sheba Cayen took back his Reiatsu. Whoa, whoa! Everyone breathed heavily, opening and closing their mouths like dehydrated fish. They fell to their knees, looking hopelessly at the calm Sheba Cayen. Hey, he has already reached such a strength. How is it possible? How did the Sheba family of the two captains choose to retreat from the Siritii? Such a scary Reiatsu. Fear sprouted in many people's eyes, and they didn't have the guts to calculate the existence of the captain. There is an insurmountable gap between them. Everyone, can I leave Sheba's house now? Even at this point, Sheba Cayen still didn't speak ill of these guys. But what he thinks in his heart is unknown. After all, the Sheba family has come to such a level, and these nobles are indispensable behind the scenes. Under the coercion of Sheba Cayen, a group of guys left Sheba's house. In Setsuna, where Sheba Cayen Reiatsu charged, almost all captains had their sights set in the direction of Nishi-Rukanga. 6th Division Team Building. Byakuya Kuchiki stood in front of the window, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Moyu just went to Rukanga not long ago, nothing will happen again. Dabai, who seems cold and unkind, has a different look when it comes to family affection. 5th Team Building. Eizen, who was sitting in front of the table and writing, felt the wave of Reiatsu of Rukanga, and moved his hand. As one of the bands, he looked up to the sky with a calm expression. Special Reiatsu. Is the new chess piece entering the game? Eizen lowered his eyes and looked at the work in his hand. A simple word "testy" vividly appears on the paper. The 8th Division Team Building. Kurako Shunsui put down the wine glass in his hand, showing a helpless expression. Yet, I'm starting to get busy again. It took me a while to rest, I just finished dealing with that guy Kuratsuka Mayuri. After the voice fell, the person had already disappeared in the room. King. The 10th Division Team Building. Moyu sat upright on the seat in the captain's team building, staring at the person in front of him very seriously. Nilu lay on his shoulder, carefully aiming at him. Anger was burning in Tien's room. Kukaki Moyu. Saying the name almost word for word, Matsumoto Ranjaku put his hands on the table and stared at Kukaki Moyu, who didn't care. 14 days. Half a month. I helped you handle the official business for half a month. She opened her eyelids, pointed at the bloodshot eyes, and said sadly. Do you know how terrifying it is for a woman to not be able to sleep for more than 10 consecutive days? Because of this, I had dark circles under my eyes, bloodshot eyes, and my skin was no longer fair. Considering that he can't beat the pervert in front of him, Matsumoto Ranjaku is going to take a softer way to make him realize his mistake. Unfortunately, the calm Moyu obviously didn't listen to her words. Furious, Matsumoto Ranjaku straightened his upper body, approached Moyu, and pressed his hands on his shoulders. Haven't waited for him to speak yet. Report, Captain. Yes. A female Shinigami soldier stood at the door, her eyes were dull, and she looked towards the team building with a flushed face. The vice-captain is pressing on the captain's body, his face is close, his rosy cheeks. What did I see? Will it be silenced? XI. Chapter 97. Ahem. Matsumoto Ranjaku stood up from Moyu and coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. What's matter? Although his voice was steady and his expression was calm, Moyu, who was sitting beside him, could still clearly see his reddish neck. Obviously, this exaggerated Yuja is not as calm as she appears on the surface. The other party replied a little dazedly. Technology, Development Bureau got Siridi's related Reiatsu response. You need to go to cooperate and confirm. Obviously, the opponent still hasn't recovered from the explosion-like scene just now. I see. Moyu said calmly, you go down first. The Shinigami team member who received his order directly launched Shunpo and disappeared at the door. Its speed was so fast that Matsumoto Ranjaku even suspected that he might not be able to catch up with her. Ranjaku, do you want to go and have a look together? Moyu looked calm, as if he didn't take what happened just now to his heart. Realizing this, Matsumoto Ranjaku's eyes flickered with disappointment, but he quickly returned to normal. Who wants to be with you, a pervert? I'm going to catch up on sleep while I'm done with my official duties, catch up on sleep. Moyu nodded, I understand. As he said that, he put his hand on Matsumoto Ranjaku's drooping waves, rubbed it gently, and said with a smile. Have a good rest. Matsumoto Ranjaku was stunned by the gentle voice, unable to react for a while. When he came to his senses, Moyu had already taken Nilu towards the outside of the team building. Looking at his receding figure, Matsumoto 203 Rangico looked complicated for a moment. Do you care? Technology Development Agency. Because considering the invention of some dangerous props and the conduct of experimental research, it may cause a certain degree of damage to the outside world. Its location is in the most remote area of Siraidai. Moyu entered the scope of the Technology Development Bureau, and immediately felt a completely different atmosphere from Siraidai. All kinds of modern building facilities, seemingly high-end scientific instruments, and various research members in a hurry. That's right, all kinds. Moyu suddenly found that there seemed to be few normal members of the Technology Development Bureau. Generally speaking, the members are all members of the 12th Division. Maybe it was the influence of Kuratsuka Mayuri, so that none of these guys looked normal. Some have toad heads, some have protruding eyes on their faces, and some have extra arms, with strange shapes. Looking around, Moyu couldn't find a few normal guys. Ah, Captain Moyu! A sound like a duck squawking came from one side. You are finally here. What appeared in front of Moyu was a guy with an extremely strange appearance. A round head, almost protruding eyes, undistinguished nostrils, and a ridiculously large mouth. The neat arrangement of the teeth is even more weird. In terms of appearance alone, this guy has surpassed the human form, and his green skin is even more conspicuous. However, it was precisely because of the strange appearance of the other party that Moyu actually knew this guy. Bulbuluz, a member of the 12th Division, the person in charge of the Communication Technology Research Section and the Lingbo Measurement Section of the Technology Development Bureau. The scientific researchers who are serious and honest have extremely high standards in all aspects of technology. There is an abnormal Reiatsu fluctuation from the north of Siraidai, which has a certain impact on the space. The specific location is within the range of 6,940 meters north of the Technology Development Bureau. Bulbuluz looked hastily and said, "Originally these things shouldn't bother you, but Captain Nai." Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened suddenly, and he covered his mouth with his narrow palm. Because Bulbuluz suddenly remembered that the reason why the 12th squad does not have a captain now has something to do with this one in front of him. Although as a scientific researcher, I don't pay much attention to those battles. But they knew something about the near killing of Kuratsuka Mayuri. Of course, he wouldn't be so stupid as to say such a thing. It does not matter. Moyu didn't take this to heart, and said, "Can the cause of the abnormal Reiatsu fluctuations be identified?" Bulbuluz was taken aback, and immediately said loudly, "Please come with me." Following behind them, after passing through several corridors, they came to a bright room. An electronic screen tens of meters wide is inlaid on the wall, and complex patterns flicker constantly on it. This is what the Reiatsu survey of the Siraidai area shows. Bulbuluz pointed to the spot of light on it, and said, "The abnormal Reiatsu fluctuation is here. We tried 30 observations and solutions, but we still couldn't get rid of it. Even the 3 team members in charge of the battle went to investigate, and lost contact because of this." Moyu stared at the constantly flickering dots of light on the screen. After a long time, he finally gave up this meaningless behavior. Industry specializing in surgery. It's okay to let him kill people, but for research or something, it's better to avoid it. The Juban team is responsible for the internal security of Siraidai, responding to emergencies and issuing emergency information. Moyu is the captain of the 10th squad, and such things are just within his duties. I understand. He nodded slightly, indicating that he understood the general situation. If this is the case, then I will go to the scene to investigate. After finishing the words, he saw Bulbul fiddled with the instrument in front of him. Please be sure to bring this. I saw him holding a ring-shaped thing in both hands and handing it to Moyu. This is Lingzi real-time monitoring device. Bulbuluz said excitedly, as long as a small amount of spirit seeds are poured in, the nearby images can be monitored and transmitted to the Technology Development Bureau. This thing is convenient for us to observe the real-time picture, so that we can make reasonable responses in time when we encounter corresponding situations in the future. Moyu took the special-shaped ring and put it on his left index finger. The next moment, the picture in the room appeared on the huge screen in front of him. Well, it seems to be a very practical object. Moyu looked sideways and said, "In that case, I'll go first." Bulbulus bowed his waist and said respectfully, "Trouble Captain Moyu. The responsibility lies." Moyu threw down a sentence, and the person disappeared in the Technology Development Bureau. As a captain, some necessary things are not to be done. However, he was somewhat surprised by the emergence of this special situation. At this point in time, it was a bit too coincidental. When Moyu arrived at the location mentioned by Bulbulus, he found that it was an extremely empty field. And he was also the first to notice the abnormal fluctuation of the nearby spirit particles. Kid interference, spirit subtechnology interference, enchantment interference. He frowned slightly, and Reiatsu's perception was released. But at this moment, violent Reiatsu fluctuations radiated from the boulder not far in front, covering the entire field in an instant. This is... Moyu realized that something seemed wrong, but he wasn't too worried. Among the current Siritii, few can withstand his chopping. The majestic Reiatsu formed a materialized light curtain, which swept over the position of Moyu between Setsuna, covering a farther direction. Nilu, who was lying on Moyu's shoulder, twitched her little nose lightly, saying, "Nilu smells nasty. It seems to be that strange guy's." Hearing this, Moyu's heart moved. Nilu can describe it as strange, only that guy. "Mr. Moyu, oh no, you should call Captain Moyu." A strange sound resounded in the open space ahead. The air fluctuated violently like a lake that was thrown into stones. Immediately, a familiar figure appeared in front of Moyu. Large white feathers, black and white two-color mask, special golden decorations inlaid around the face, and golden teeth neatly arranged in the mouth. The demeanor is crazy, just like a lunatic. Kuratsuka Mayuri. Moyu was a little surprised by this person's appearance. "Aren't you imprisoned in the great infernal hell?" Hearing this, Kuratsuka Mayuri spread out his hands, showing a smug smile, and said, "How can a place like that trap me?" But at this time, in another direction, there was the same air fluctuation, and a figure slowly walked out of it. Dark green hair, classic aristocratic decorations, and a gloomy face. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada. The appearance of another acquaintance made the atmosphere in the field gradually anxious. So it's the aristocratic power of the Tsuneyashiro family. When Moyu saw Tsuneyashiro Tokinada, he understood why. Some of the special powers of the four great nobles are enough to allow them to go to the Infernal Lord. It is not difficult to release a Kuratsuka Mayuri who is not strictly imprisoned with some special means. And these two are obviously here to seek revenge. Seeking revenge. Kuratsuka Mayuri tapped his temples hard with his fingers, making a thumping sound. "You underestimate my will too much, Captain Yu. What grudge can compare to your Reiatsu and soul? You are the most special existence I have ever seen. I swear, I must get you." In the end, his expression became extremely crazy and ferocious. Like an irrational lunatic. After hearing these words, Moyu shuddered even more. What kind of tiger-wolf word is this? I'm not interested in you, you'd better stay away from me. By the way, Kuratsuka Mayuri, didn't you get cut enough last time? Moyu looked calm and didn't take the two of them seriously. At their level, it is as difficult as reaching the sky if they want to defeat themselves. Since the trap has been set, it proves that we have enough confidence. Kuratsuka Mayuri grinned, don't you feel the weakening of your own Reiatsu? Abnormal Reiatsu fluctuations, but I prepared a special gift for you. Hearing this, Moyu's heart spirit moved, and he noticed the abnormality of the spirit particles in the surrounding air. similar to the spirit particle structure of the special drug used by Kurotsuka Mayuri in the last captain's assessment. However, in terms of toxicity, it may be even worse. It's a pity that after Moyu's Reiatsu evolved, this thing has no effect on him at all. If it wasn't for Kurotsuka Mayuri's reminder, he didn't even notice the abnormality around him. If that's the only preparation, then we're going to say goodbye. Moyu slowly draws out the knife at his waist. Soul sword, blue and white wind breaths from the bottom of its feet and circles up, hovering between the blades. The wind scattered around, and the slender lanyard appeared in Moyu's hands. No, it should be farewell. Now that you have had the opportunity and didn't grasp it well, you should pay the corresponding price for your actions. Bankai. Golden Zodiac kills Jizo. Kurotsuka Mayuri exclaimed, pulling out a somewhat damaged Zanpakutō from his waist. The mighty Reiatsu surged on -0.5. Boom! The violent roar echoed over the wilderness. The figure of the golden killing Jizo also appeared in front of Heiya again. Unlike the last time we met, this time the big guy seemed to have undergone some strange changes. The ferocious sharp claws are scattered on both sides of the body, and the original golden body has also turned into a more metallic grey. When Setsuna appeared, he spat out a large amount of poisonous mist, covering Moyu. However, it has not yet approached, and the hurricane rising from the ground will blow it farther away. While repairing and transforming his own Bankai, Moyu looked at everything in front of him indifferently, and commented, "The attack method is still the same as before. It looks like we're really saying goodbye." And at this moment, Tsuneyashiro Tokinada, who was standing next to Kurotsuka Mayuri, showed a sinister smile. "Kukaki Moyu, I actually want to thank you now. If it wasn't for your fight with Kurotsuka Mayuri, I wouldn't have known your Zanpakutō was so powerful. However, it's mine now." As he spoke, Tsuneyashiro Tokinada pulled out the Zanpakutō from his waist. Shikai. Drinking from all over the world, entrenched in Tianya, everything is there, overwriting and cutting, gorgeous mirrors. His Reiatsu was growing at a frightening speed, and Tsuneyashiro Tokinada's pale face became even more pervasive. However, his smile is even more crazy. The next moment, the dark green Reiatsu turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the violent wind howls over the wilderness. Chapter 98. Reiatsu's rays faded. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada was holding a Zanpakutō entwined with the bluish-white wind breath in his hand, and the gust of wind burst out at every turn, tearing the earth apart. The wind howled, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and over the wilderness, dark clouds weighed heavily. Darkness has become the main color of this area. Among the roaring dark clouds, thunder moved and flashed in the sky. Underneath, the ferocious golden Kasadagarba showed its ferocious nature, raging under the sky. Wu 1. Kukaki Moyu, is this the power of your Zanpakutō? Tsuneyashiro Tokinada's eyes widened, feeling the abundant power in his body, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. It's really fascinating to have such a level of power. If I had such power sooner. The greed in his expression has already expressed all the remaining words in his heart. However, Moyu looked at the scene in front of him, and his expression didn't change much. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada had fooled everyone, but not him. He once said to the outside world that his Zanpakutō is called Nine Heavens Mirror Valley, after which Shikai can form a mirror-like ability to bounce back all the enemy's attacks. However, this is not the case. Nine Heavens Mirror Valley is nothing more than its incomplete Shikai form, just like Ayasukawa Yumishika's Zanpakutō Vine Peacock of Team 11. When Zanpakutō's real name is not told, only incomplete liberation can be performed, and the ability will change to varying degrees. And Zanpakutō of Tsuneyashiro Tokinada's real name is Yen Luo Jingdian. Its ability is that it can imitate the abilities of any Zanpakutō. Although it has restrictions on Reiatsu, its power is not as good as the original version, and the effect may be slightly worse. And every time this ability is used, the team emblem reduces the soul of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada, weakening its strength and lifespan. However, as long as the ultimate goal can be achieved, everything is worth it. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada was immersed in the power of Jean 23 Pakuto in his hand, and his expression became more and more obsessed. The power in it was completely beyond his imagination. Even a light wave is enough to cause amazing damage. In the wilderness, the wind howled, and Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada opened his arms, feeling the power of his control over the wind breath. Wherever the mind moves, what the wind breathes. I seem to be the god who controls the wind, and I can destroy everything in front of me at will. So, is this the root of your strength? Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada opened his eyes, his expression was calm, as if he had returned to normal. Enough talking nonsense. The weird voice interrupted Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada's self-fantasy. Kuratsuka Mayuri looked at the guy beside him disdainfully, and said, "The anomalous Reiatsu device only lasts for 2 hours. If during this time, we cannot keep Kukaki alive. When the time comes, it's time to face the Shinigami of the entire Seireitei." His words also made Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada completely awake. In that case, looking at Moyu with disdain, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada seems to be a little out of balance after having more strength. "Meet your destiny, Kukaki Yu." Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada waved the Zanpakuto in his hand, chopping it down. In an instant, the wind howled and the clouds swept across, creating a scene of doomsday. The violent wind breath condensed into a hurricane that tore the sky, the ground made an overwhelmed sound, and hideous cracks spread, and large swaths of mud and stones were blown away, and there was no one intact within a kilometer distance. And this was just a casual blow by Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada. Looking at the scene in front of him, he looked at his hands in disbelief. Too strong. With such power, I will definitely be able to. However, before he could finish his words, the hurricane was approaching Moyu, and it seemed that it might tear him apart at any moment. However, what happened next made Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada completely plunged into doubts about his life. Boom! The wind blows away, and everything returns to nothingness. And what Moyu did was just waved his palm lightly. Wind, that's not how it's used. Moyu's indifferent gaze pierced Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada's heart like a sharp arrow. His eyes were dull, his expression was dull, and his mouth opened and closed without even closing it in time. The strength Moyu saw completely exceeded Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada's expectations. He originally thought that after he obtained such a powerful force, he would be able to successfully stand on the pinnacle of the world and complete his final plan. However, reality hit him hard. Idiot! Kuratsuka Mayuri responded quickly, "There is a problem with Zanpakuto of Kukaki Kuroyu. Copy the golden killing Jizo." Hearing this, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada glanced at Zanpakuto in his hand rather unwillingly, and a look of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Lan Yin's power made him intoxicated. But right now, the victory of the battle is more important. Eat him! Kuratsuka Mayuri stopped talking nonsense with Moyu, waved the handle of the knife in his hand, and manipulated the golden killing ground to fly in the air. Woo! The disturbing roar sounded again, and Kuratsuka Mayuri seemed to strengthen it. Just this roar shattered the clouds in the sky. The huge body is particularly flexible in the air, and Sifu is not at all sluggish. Next moment, the golden killing Jizo rushed to Moyu, and a large amount of poisonous mist spewed out from his mouth, completely covering his sight in an instant. Before Moyu could react, ferocious sharp claws came out of the poisonous mist and went straight to where Moyu was. Shunpo! Bang! The ground collapsed directly, forming a huge deep pit nearly 100 meters long. The golden Jizo raised his baby-like head, his grey eyes searched for Moyu's direction. The poisonous fog raged and spread. Idiot, he's behind you! Kuratsuka Mayuri cursed frantically, and directly took over the body of the golden Shijizo with his own power. Moyu stepped in the air, looked at the golden Jizo who twisted his body in front of him, and raised the Zanpakutō in his hand. Next moment, woo! The appearance of another golden Jizo disrupted Moyu's attacking rhythm. The exact same body and ferocious appearance perfectly interpret the aesthetics of Kurotsuka Mayuri. Frantic and terrifying. It's 1 against 2 now. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada's face was pale, as if he had been dead for many days. Duplicating Zanpakutō again in a short period of time obviously put an extremely heavy load on his soul. If you don't hurry up and end the battle, I'm afraid that without Moyu's hands, this guy will die under the side effects of his own Zanpakutō. The poisonous mist penetrated, and the monster roared. Moyu stood on the ground, looking up at the 2 golden Jizo. Nilu, come down here and wait for me first. Nilu never questioned what Moyu said. She obediently stayed away from the fighting area, watching Moyu's back quietly. Nilu never had any doubts about her strength. No matter what kind of enemy it is, it will never be Moyu's opponent. The purple poisonous mist gradually merged and intensified, developing towards the black direction. There was a sound of corrosion in the air, and drops of viscous black liquid dripped into the Thunder Garden. Pat! Scoff! The moment the black liquid touched the ground, it penetrated directly, making a tooth-piercing sound. Seeing this scene, Moyu immediately made up his mind. Absolutely don't let this thing touch yourself a little bit, not at all. Under the manipulation of Kurotsuka Mayuri and Tsuneyashiro Tokinada, 2 golden skunks rushed towards Moyu ferociously. The ferocious sharp claws waved in the air, making the sound of tearing the air. The black poisonous mist spread and eroded everything, and the abnormal smell in the air made people feel dizzy. Apparently, Kurotsuka Mayuri had already fully modified his Bankai before the plan went ahead. Tokinada Tsuneyashiro. Moyu said slowly, just to take advantage of this, let me tell you. The correct use of wind. Blast wind, there is also a way back. The voice fell, and the wind above the field stopped suddenly. As if the pause button had been pressed, everything had stopped. The clouds in the sky, the flying dust, and even the ever-spreading black poisonous mist. Shadows hang over the hearts of Kurotsuka Mayuri and Tsuneyashiro Tokinada. Everything in front of me is absolutely abnormal. Lanyan pointed upwards, and the wind came up again. And this trend cannot be stopped. The wind swayed and turned into a hurricane that swept across the sky, soaring up to the sky. As if the scene of annihilation is common, everything is dimmed. The absolute gap in power almost completely collapsed Tsuneyashiro Tokinada. He couldn't imagine that the same Zanpakutō could be so different from each other. The sky and the earth are separated, and the cloud and mud are different. In the ears, all sounds are completely erased. All that was left was the whistling wind. Mi Zhan Lai Lan. Call. Dozens of kilometer-high hurricanes swept away, tearing apart the damaged world under the sky. Facing this scene of annihilation, the hundreds of meters-long golden Jizo appeared weak and weak, like a fragile insect. Kurotsuka Mayuri gritted his teeth, full of resignation. At this moment, he finally realized the gap between him and Moyu again. However, Kurotsuka Mayuri, who was fully prepared, was unwilling to accept such an end. There must be a chance for change. Kurotsuka Mayuri looked crazy, thinking of all useful ways in his mind. Suddenly, he noticed the petite figure in the distance. Nilu staring at Moyu silently. Kurotsuka Mayuri's eyes sparkled, and he murmured. Perhaps, the way to break the game is here. In the wilderness, the hurricane cut through the sky and swept across, directly devouring the golden Kasadagarba. Countless wind blades appeared in it, and the sound of the flesh being torn was especially small in the strong wind. Instantly 010. The golden Jizo who fell into the strong wind completely turned into countless tiny spirit particles and dissipated in Kongchen. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada had a desperate expression, and a large amount of blood spewed out of his mouth. The destruction of Zanpakutō dealt an unimaginable blow to it. The already fragile soul is heading towards the end of extinction. When Moyu was about to give him the final blow, Kurotsuka Mayuri's strange voice suddenly sounded from behind. Kukaki Moyu, stop what you're doing. If you want this little guy to die here. His words successfully attracted Moyu's attention. Not far behind, Kurotsuka Mayuri does not know where. He took out the sickle from inside and placed it on top of Nilu's head, showing a sinister smile. Good plan. Moyu's calm expression made Kurotsuka Mayuri's hard head cast a layer of haze. Stop pretending there. He roared crazily, you guys care about the people around you the most. I order you with this little guy's life, disarm Shikai, give up. Before Kurotsuka Mayuri finished speaking, he heard a childish voice coming from under the sickle. Nilu hates this kind of feeling. Being regarded as Moyu's weakness by others, using Nilu to blackmail Moyu. Nilu's expression was flat, as if she was telling something that couldn't be simpler. However, the oppressive atmosphere around made Kurotsuka Mayuri's breath a little short. Green Reiatsu burst out from under the scythe. Under Kurotsuka Mayuri's unbelievable gaze, it instantly turned into a beam of dazzling light, heading straight to the end of the sky. In just a split second, Nilu's Reiatsu climbed to an incomprehensible level. As if, in another dimension, a tall figure emerged from the green beam of light. After Reiatsu's light dissipated, a sister Yu who vaguely resembled Nilu walked out of it. Green waist-length hair, a slim and plump figure, and a broken double-horn skull mask on his forehead. With the sound of the wind, the number 3 emerged from under the turquoise coat. The power of Vasto Lord-class Arankar finally appeared in the world again. This Reiatsu. Kurotsuka Mayuri's eyes widened, his pupils constricted, and it was hard to believe what was happening before his eyes. The situation where the chances of victory were at hand was completely reversed. Vasto Lord-class Arankar Minos Grande. The dry voice echoed in the wilderness. Full of despair. Chapter 99. The voice of despair echoed in the open field. I thought Moyu's strength was terrifying enough. But it never occurred to him that he was actually accompanied by a Vasto Lord-class Arankar Minos Grande. In terms of strength, the normal Vasto Lord-level Minos Grande is already comparable to the captain, or even slightly surpassed. As for its Arankar, its strength is even more unimaginable. Even Kurotsuka Mayuri, who is in good condition, is not an opponent like Nilu in the front. Not to mention that Kurotsuka Mayuri is seriously injured right now. After Bankai was cut off again, he suffered a certain degree of trauma both in body and soul. So, why do you think I brought Nilu with me? Moyu's indifferent voice gave Kurotsuka Mayuri another stab. After completely devouring Neutra's Reiatsu, Nilu was not able to recover completely. But then, Moyu took him to hunt Minos Grande from time to time to recover from his injuries. In addition, he even tried to feed his own Reiatsu to Nilu after compression. In a way, ultimate Reiatsu is much better than Minos Grande's Reiatsu. And Nilu also regained her own power after devouring Moyu's Reiatsu many times. The current Nilu is actually a Vasto Lord Arankar at the true peak level. The kind that doesn't add a little water. Kurotsuka Mayuri, do you know the biggest difference between yourself and Urahara Kisuke? Moyu lowered his eyes slightly and said calmly. Hearing the name Urahara Kisuke, Kurotsuka Mayuri, who was already in despair, raised his head again and stared at Moyu. The difference is that Urahara Kisuke has sufficient means to deal with any unexpected situation. But you are different. You are good at creating more impossible things with limited information. Moyu's words made Kurotsuka Mayuri completely quiet. But, it is this limited information that put you in a desperate situation. Moyu's eyes were like sharp knives, piercing into Kurotsuka Mayuri's heart. When the reality is beyond your ability, the impossible really becomes impossible. Just accept it. After the words fell, Nilu opened her mouth, and Reiatsu poured out, and the ground centered on it sank more than 10 meters immediately. Reddish Reiatsu condensed in its mouth. Next moment, A berserk light red beam burst out in front of him, tore the broken ground apart again, and swirled towards Kurotsuka Mayuri to devour him. Wang Su's flash! Kurotsuka Mayuri's eyes were gloomy, as if he had become the mad scientist again. Death is definitely not my destination. He didn't even have the idea of dodging, waiting for the arrival of Nilusiro. Kurotsuka Mayuri is very clear that at this moment, he seems to have no means of resistance. The light red light completely enveloped Kurotsuka Mayuri. The powerful force is breaking down his body and even his soul. Just a Setsuna effort. Kurotsuka Mayuri completely turned into a spirit child and disappeared in place, leaving only a canyon-like ravine that spread far away. In Moyu's Reiatsu perception, the breath of Kurotsuka Mayuri completely disappeared. Including the soul, it failed to leave any traces. As for whether he died, Moyu couldn't guarantee it either. In case this guy learns from Orochimaru from the ninja village next door, or Voldemort from the magic school, there is still a high probability of surviving in this world. But what Moyu can be sure of is that even if Kurotsuka Mayuri is still alive, it will probably take dozens or even hundreds of years to come out to be a demon again. The obliteration of the soul cannot be restored simply. At this moment, the abnormal Reiatsu fluctuations hanging over the sky gradually dissipated. Among them, the Reiatsu caused by the battle also radiates toward the outside world. The next moment, in Seiridai, burst out several powerful Reiatsu. In the distance, Tsuneyashiro Tokinada was stunned for a moment, and then let out a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. Kukaki Moyu, it's over. Although I lost this time, you can't kill me anymore. The aftermath of their battle seemed to be noticed by the other captains. From Tsuneyashiro Tokinada's point of view, Moyu could no longer continue to attack him. What awaits him is nothing more than a trial in the 46 chambers. Can't kill you. Moyu stretched out his finger, and the lightning danced on it. Sorry, when you appeared in front of me, your luck was already doomed. Had no 63 fiery lightning howl. After Setsuna's voice fell, the golden thunder light poured out, and the terrifying current shuttled through the air, turning into a ferocious beam of light. Bang! A huge beam of light pierced through Tsuneyashiro Tokinada's body in an instant, and the terrifying high temperature directly burned his Reiatsu to death. When the captains came here, what they saw was nothing but a touch of anxiety scattered on the ground. Everyone looked at everything in front of them in a daze, and didn't know what to say for a while. Under the ravages of the strong wind, there was not a piece of intact land in the wilderness that was nearly 100 miles away. The remaining poisonous mist made the field even more riddled with holes. Has Hueco Mundo attacked Seiridai yet? Kurako Shunsui, dressed in pink flamboyant Hayori, stood beside Moyu, holding a dog's tail grass in his mouth, staring blankly at everything in front of him, and murmured. Ahem, it might have something to do with her. Jaishur Yukatake stood beside Nilu, looking at her warily. When he came here and sensed Nilu's Reiatsu, he was always on guard against Nilu. Vasto Lord class Arankar Minos Grande. In terms of danger, it has far surpassed some captains. No matter what happens, the old man thinks that this Minos Grande should be brought under control first. A muffled voice came from under the barrel-like mask. Komamura Seijin already placed his thick palm on the Zanpakutō at his waist. The 7th Division was the closest to here, but he was the last one to arrive. Power players, in terms of Shunpo's accomplishments, are obviously not as good as other captains. There should be the answer you want, in it. Moyu took off the ring-shaped spiritual real-time monitoring device on his hand, and said calmly. Technology Development Agency. Due to the kid barrier, the Lingzi real-time monitoring device was not able to broadcast the screen to the Technology Development Bureau in real time. But it has a certain storage capacity, which saves all the previous battle scenes from Moyu's perspective. Looking at the picture on the screen, the atmosphere in the room became more and more depressing. The auras of several captains were rising in it, so that a researcher like Bulbuluz even developed symptoms such as dyspnea. Especially after Bulbuluz learned that the abnormal Reiatsu fluctuation area was a trap set by Kurotsuka Mayuri. His green skin immediately turned pale. If it weren't for being oppressed by the momentum, Bulbul State might have started to kneel down and beg for mercy by now. As for Kurotsuka Mayuri's plans, he is completely unaware. It's all just doing your job. Fortunately, Moyu didn't bother with him, but let this guy pick up a community. Yet. After the screen was played, Kurako Shunsui scratched his head and said helplessly. It seems that Tsuneyashiro Tokinada violated the rules of the Soul Society. First secretly released Kurotsuka Mayuri in the Great Hell, and then worked with Kurotsuka Mayuri to design our Captain Moyu. As for these guys... He suddenly lowered his body and looked at the trembling Bulbuluz with a gloomy expression. Bulbuluz, who was stared at by him, trembled even more frequently, as if some kind of electric toy turned on to the maximum power. He who does not know is not guilty. You just did what you were supposed to do. Kurako Shunsui suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry, old man Shan won't convict you." As soon as these words came out, Bulbuluz finally stopped trembling, his body went limp, and he hit the ground with his A lot, thank you, the leader of the Beijing band. Although he knew that the guy in front of him was uneasy and kind, but Yu Zhou still said gratefully. The problem of fighting in the field is solved. Jaishur Yukatake made a cough sound, cough, what should I do with this little guy? Nilu, who had turned into a child again, was held by Moyu. Suddenly being watched by all the captains, she became a little nervous. Don't worry. Moyu gently rubbed her hair, comforting, leave it to me. For the arrival of this day, he has actually been mentally prepared for a long time. It's just that they didn't expect that the current situation would come so soon. Regarding Nilu's existence, the captains present were also unable to say anything. Because until now, their understanding of Nilu still exists above the power that killed Kurotsuka Mayuri. Few of the captains present dared to say that they could beat Nilu steadily. That flash of Wangsu alone was enough to make them fearful. At this moment, there was a sudden fluctuation on the screen in front of the room. After a flash of snowflakes, a majestic face appeared on it. Old Man Shan. Captain. Master Captain. Yamamoto Yuanlianaga closed his eyes slightly, scanning everything in the room. I already know what happened. Although separated by the screen, everyone could still feel a trace of suppressed anger from his voice. It's been a long time since something like this happened in Siritai. Yamamoto Yuanlianaga held a cane in his hand, and his momentum became a little more vigorous. Emergency captain meeting, here. Boom. As his crutches hit the ground heavily, snowflakes lit up on the screen again, and the picture completely disappeared. The convening of the emergency captain meeting did not exceed their expectations. After all, the situation this time is a bit too serious. The head of the Tsuneyashiro family, one of the four nobles, joined forces with the former captain of the 12th Division and the current prisoner of Infernal Hell, Kurotsuka Mayuri, to assassinate the captain of the division, Kakishikai. It may also involve some final plans regarding the Tsuneyashiro family. Things are getting bigger and bigger. A-team house. Captain's chamber. Yamamoto Motoyanagi sat upright at the front, holding a cane, his eyes no longer closed slightly, but staring at the captain standing in front of him with majesty. The process of the matter, I think you are already very clear. But for the cause, Captain Moyu, please explain. Why Tsuneyashiro Tokinada and Kurotsuka Mayuri shot at you, I need an explanation. Even though the anger was already burning in his heart, Yamamoto Genryanaga still kept. Hold a calm posture. The present him is no longer the sword ghost of thousands of years ago. Moyu's expression remained unchanged, his eyes swept across the meeting hall, and he said slowly, Good Zhao. It originated from a certain visit to Kukaki's house by Tsuneyashiro Tokinada. Regarding the disappearance of Sheba Ishin, the Sheba family suddenly became weak. Tokinada Tsunayoshi wants to unite the strength of the Kukaki family and thoroughly digest the aristocratic power of the Sheba family. Speaking of this, Moyu paused slightly and changed the subject. Sheba Cayen learned Bankai, which changed the situation of Sheba's family. And this should be the original intention of Tsuneyashiro Tokinada's action. In addition, there is also a certain relationship with Kurotsuka Mayuri. As for the deeper reasons, I didn't think about it anymore. In fact, when it comes to this here, other things are not important. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada tried to annex Sheba's house, released the sinners in hell without authorization, and shot Moyu, which is already a serious crime. Even if he is the head of the Tsuneyashiro family, he cannot avoid his crimes. Even the infernal hell can no longer hold him. Even if Moyu didn't kill him, what awaits Tsuneyashiro Tokinada will be torture. Of course, the premise is that this guy has no follow-up means. But considering his careful thinking, Moyu decided to solve it on the spot to avoid future troubles. After Moyu finished speaking, the chamber fell into a long-lost silence. Even Kurako Shunsui, who was the most outrageous, chose to keep his mouth shut. This time is definitely not the time to speak. For Yamamoto Genryanagi, he still has an instinctive fear. A long time. Yamamoto Uenlianaga said slowly. The old man understands. However, for that vasto lord-class Arankar. Do you have a suitable reason? Chapter 100. Compared to the dead Tsuneyashiro Tokinada and Kurotsuka Mayuri, the existence of Nilu is obviously more touching. Vasto lord-level Arankar Minos Grande, even if placed among the captains, is still a very strong existence. Moyu thought about this word for a while, then raised the corners of his mouth, and said. A short time ago, there was chaos in the world, and I was worried that the human soul could not bear it, so I went to Hueco Mundo to find out the reason. In the forest of Minos Grande, I encountered the existence of Nilu. At that time, she was just a harmless Ajicha's Arankar. Moyu didn't hide much about Nilu, but directly skipped about her original life experience and Urahara Kisuk's help. He's not the type to sell out his teammates at will. The current Urahara Kisuk is still a wanted criminal of the Soul Society. If his whereabouts are revealed, at least 3 captains will go to the present world to arrest him. And this is only the superficial danger. Behind the scenes, Eizensuk is always watching. Everyone listened carefully, nodding thoughtfully from time to time. That's the way it is. Moyu is neither humble nor overbearing, and there is not even the slightest ups and downs in his mood. Nilu is my family, I will use my strength to protect her, that's all. Compared to the concept of the Tsuneyashiro family, I am more willing to accept the concept of the Sheba family. Hearing this, many captains fell into deep thought. Do you even have a heart? Kurako Shunsui murmured. As a drinking buddy of Sheba Ishin, he still has some understanding of the philosophy of the Sheba family. It is not a secret among the nobles that the Sheba family believes that the concept of modesty also has a heart. And precisely because of the existence of this concept, they are often rejected to varying degrees. Strictly speaking, the philosophy of the Sheba family should be to respect the living area. In fact, 1 or 2 can be seen from their names. Sheba Cayen, Ganju, and Kyuzuru of the main family have explained the concept of respecting life. But as a member of Branch House, all that is left is Xian, Hu, and Yang. Moyu is also aware of this point, so when explaining the reasons, he specifically clarified the existence of Sheba's family at 213 points. After his voice fell, there was only silence in the chamber. Most of the captains kept their eyes downcast, waiting for Yamamoto Motoyanagi to speak. The old man understands. The old and energetic voice broke the silent atmosphere in the room. Yamamoto Motoyanagi sat with a cane in his hand and looked at Moyu majestically. Although things happen for a reason, the reason is divided into cups. But his voice suddenly increased a few points, and the temperature in the room seemed to rise a few degrees because of this, and the air was filled with a burning smell. Bringing Su into Seireitei is a violation of the rules of the Soul Society. Yamamoto Genryonaga's eyes were like the scorching sun, shocking people's hearts, and stared in the direction of Moyu. In this regard, even if you are a direct descendant of the Kukaki family, you still cannot. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Moyu. Captain Yamamoto, I need to exercise a right. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake stared at Moyu with wide-eyed expressions. How many years have no one dared to interrupt the teacher? Is Captain Moyu crazy? This kid Moyu is really strong enough, he dares to interrupt old man Shan's words at will. However, something even more unexpected happened to the two of them. Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai did not get angry, but waited for Moyu's next words. On that day, I returned to the Soul Society in this world. In view of the merits of eradicating Minos Grande in this world, Captain Yamamoto promised me a reward. This reward, I want to cash in now. Moyu looked calm, as if he was just talking about a very ordinary thing. Speaking of which, almost everyone already understood what Moyu was thinking. Use this reward to let Nilu stay in Seireitei, or avoid her crimes. Have you considered? Yamamoto Genryonaga's eyes were burning, and the air seemed to be scorched by it. Well, this is the reward I want most. Moyu stared at him, showing no intention of giving in at all. Even if you can't do it in a dry fight, you must not be weak in momentum. Be in a fighting state all the time, only then will others be in awe of you. For details, please refer to Zaraki Kenpachi, who is about to fall asleep. Until now, everything that happened in the chamber was not enough to interest him. In his opinion, instead of listening to such nonsense here, it would be more enjoyable to find a captain to fight. Shout, boring. Zaraki Kenpachi gave them a disdainful glance and continued to fall into a semi-comatose state. At this point in time, he should have taken a nap in the team. This matter is subject to discussion. Yamamoto Genryonaga's aura gradually diminished, and he turned back into that low, harmless old man. In view of Kukaki Moyu's status, he and the Vasto Lord Minos Grande are temporarily detained in the prison at Kukaki's home. 11. After the old man discusses with other decision-makers, we will make a decision. Although this is what he said, as long as he is not a fool, he has already seen the attitude of Yamamoto Motoyanagi. Kukaki's house is Moyu's place. Could it be that with Byakuya Kuchiki's Brahkan character, he would put his own brother in prison? This kind of thing can be understood by the blind. Secondly, the existence of Moyu is extremely important to the whole Seireitei. An early graduate of the Spiritual Arts Academy, the existence of Arankar Minos Grande, the Shinigami member who was promoted to the captain the fastest, and a member of the direct line of the Mortal Arts Academy. This time, the head of the Tsuneya Shiro family and Kuratsuka Mayuri were completely wiped out. His series of achievements have already explained his value. Everyone is very clear that Yamamoto won't let such an existence go easily. As for the Tsuneya Shiro family, and the follow-up of the previous events, the first team will set up an exclusive team to investigate the Tsuneya Shiro family. After Yamamoto Yuanlianaga made a round of inspections, he fixed his gaze on a certain captain wearing a pink Haori bag. Captain of the Beijing band, you are in charge of this matter. These words do not mean any discussion at all, they are directly informing the order. Kurako Shunsui replied weakly with an old face. Hi, I see. As a disciple of Yamamoto Motoyanagi, he is very clear that in certain matters, he must not go against his ideas. Of course, because of this identity, Kurako Shunsui is also one of Yamamoto's most trusted people. Above, do you captains have any objections? Yamamoto Yuanlianaga said the last sentence. If no one answers, it means the end of the meeting. In this case, hurry up and solve the trouble. He stood up, and the crutches hit the ground, making a dull sound. The meeting is over. 6th Division Team Building. Sitting cross-legged on the tatami, Moyu and Byakuya Kuchiki stared at each other. Nell knelt down beside Moyu obediently, and at the same time stared at Byakuya Kuchiki with wide eyes, as if she wanted to overwhelm him with her aura. It's a pity that her appearance doesn't have any lethality at all. A long time. Call. Byakuya Kuchiki let out a long sigh, with a hint of helplessness in his brows and eyes. Are Moyu, Tsuneyashiro Tokinada and Kuratsuka Mayuri really dead? He didn't blame Moyu. On the contrary, what cares more is the situation of Tsuneyashiro Tokinada and Kuratsuka Mayuri. Well, from the perspective of a single soul, there is no possibility of survival at all. Moyu affirmed, as for whether there are other means to revive myself, I can't predict it. However, with the level of these two people, even if they are resurrected 100 times, they will still be cut off. The gap in hard power made Moyu not take them seriously. The Kukaki family intervened in the investigation of the Tsuneyashiro family. Byakuya Kuchiki had a cold face, as if he was just talking about a trivial matter. There are some places in Tsuneyashiro's house that the first team members cannot set foot in. But members of the Kukaki family, who are also members of the four great nobles, can. Hearing this, Moyu was slightly taken aback, as if meeting his elder brother for the first time. Looking at him with extremely strange eyes. You seem to. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Byakuya Kuchiki. The majesty of the Kukaki family cannot be violated, even if the opponent is the head of the Tsuneyashiro family. Death cannot offset the sins he committed. As a Kukaki who maintains and enforces the rules of the Soul Society, it is natural to respond. Facing this duplicity, elder brother, you decided not to demolish him this time. Although this guy looks cold, like an iceberg. But under its appearance, there is a heart that attaches great importance to family affection. The reason why he practiced so hard was to safeguard the existence of family honor and kinship. Moyu was attacked, which obviously angered Byakuya Kuchiki. The execution of the chief culprit could not reduce the anger in his heart. Therefore, he took the Tsuneyashiro family as the target of venting. Since you have this behavior, you have to pay the price for your behavior. Thinking of this, Moyu couldn't help but mourn in silence for the Tsuneyashiro family. With the professionalism of the members of the Kukaki family, no matter how deep you hide, they can dig it out for you. As for what Tsuneyashiro Tokinada did, no one knew better than him. Study the corpses and even souls of Shinigami, Quincy, and Su, in an attempt to create a Soul King to replace the current Soul King. So that he can grasp the authority of the Spirit King and become the supreme in the world. It is a pity that such a great plan has not yet been launched, and it has been completely aborted. At that time, Siridi will definitely deal with what the Tsuneyashiro family has done when they find out. It is unknown whether he can keep the title of nobility. However, these are secondary. Byakuya Kuchiki's voice is no longer as cold as before. Next, the captain may see you alone, and the sentence will be pronounced on. He took a deep look at Nell, and continued. You brought her back to the Soul Society for punishment. Hearing this, the corners of Moyu's mouth raised slightly, and a confident smile appeared on his face. You don't have to worry about this matter. The captain will not punish me. Byakuya Kuchiki was surprised and a little puzzled. Bringing fakes into the Soul Society has violated the regulations. With the personality of the captain, how could he let you go so easily? Moyu tapped on the table, making a rhythmic sound, with a more confident expression. If you still judge the captain with the eyes of thousands of years ago, maybe I have been put on Skyaku by this time. But time changes everything about a person. The sword ghost is long gone, and Captain Yamamoto's personality has also changed. After the words fell, Byakuya Kuchiki had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Rewards will be honored, and punishments will be imposed. As for whether the two will cancel out, I don't know. Moyu's understanding of Yamamoto Uenlianagi is limited to this. If Yamamoto Uenlianagi hadn't asked the reason, he couldn't guarantee that he would be fine this time. But even if something goes wrong, Moyu can guarantee his own safety. Unless Yamamoto Genryanagi and Eizen are fully fired, otherwise, few people can leave him if he wants to leave. After Reiatsu's breakthrough, Moyu has great confidence in his own strength. What's more, the Zhanchuanzugui who are fighting for their spirits are still constantly practicing. One day, Moyu will stand on the zenith. A team house. Familiar scenes, monotonous characters, simple plot. It seems that the scene in front of me has been seen before. Moyu picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Well, much better than the tea at the Urahara store. The situation of Tsuneya Shiro's family has been investigated. Come out. Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai looked calm, eyes slightly closed, and said in a low voice. A large number of corpses were found in it. In addition to Shinigami and Su, there were also Quincy divisions. Moyu put down the teacup in his hand, his expression remained calm. The findings did not surprise him. Seeing this, Yamamoto Yuan Lianaga took a deep look at him and said. Kukaki Moyu, you seem to know a lot of things. Chapter 101. Ahem. Moyu covered it up with a cough, probably the background of the Kukaki family. With that said, it's okay to fool other people. But it's still a bit too difficult to fool the captain of Godai 13 who has lived for an unknown amount of time. He is also very clear about the history of the nobles. He knows a lot about the background of the nobility. Well, this actually has something to do with my own guess. Moyu put it another way. From Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada's conversation with Kuratsuka Mayuri, I know that these two guys seem to have known each other for a long time. Combining with Kurosuke Mayuri's experience of being imprisoned in the nest of maggots, it is natural to be able to infer some things. The plan of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada may be more terrifying than others expected. After the words fell, Yamamoto Yuan Lianaga lowered his eyes, as if he was in deep thought. A long time. He picked up the teacup on the table and sipped the hot tea in it. Yes, you guessed right. However, I will not ask you about the specific investigation. But there is a result, you should be very interested. Moyu was surprised and puzzled. What result? The Tsuneya Shiro family has not been deprived of their aristocratic authority. Someone from the 40th to 6th rooms has spoken. Yamamoto Yuan Lianaga had a calm expression, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. However, this result made Moyu frown deeply. According to his understanding of the 46 chambers, he learned that there were a total of 40 sages and 6 judges in it. Most of the members are the elders of the major nobles, but there are also very few Rukanga who are highly respected. Of course, such cases are extremely rare. Among the 6 judges, naturally there is Yuan Ni, who has 4 nobles. It's just that the Sheba family may not be involved because of the concept. And this is naturally one of the reasons for its decline. Although the 46 rooms have no force, they are superior to Godai 13 in power and are the highest judicial organ of the Soul Society. In this regard, Moyu has not been able to figure it out. What is the need for such a corrupt system to exist? Sometimes, he actually agrees with Eizen's idea more. Only the existence above the zenith can become the new king of the world. The hidden power of the Tsuneya Shiro family made this matter fail to develop as Moyu expected. Moyu didn't care about that. Tsuneya Shiro's family is nothing more than Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada, a black race. For the rest, there is nothing to care about. The matter of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada and Kuratsuka Mayuri is credited to you. Speaking of this, Yamamoto Motoyanagi gave Moyu a deep look. Slay 2 Arankar Minos Grande in this world, and provide the Soul Society with information about Espada and the Forest of Minos Grande. It's just been a few years since you became a Shinigami, and your contribution even exceeds that of some captains. Originally sending you to the present world was the result of discussions between the old man and Kukaki Yinling. The original intention was just to let you practice, and now it seems that the experience has achieved unimaginable achievements. Hearing this, Moyu showed a bit of helplessness on his face. The intention of Kukaki Silver Bell is good, but who let Byakuya Kuchiki choose a place called Karakura Town? Karakura Town is full of disasters, not just talk. The city that was almost sacrificed to heaven has left a very strong stroke in the history of Soul Society. Furthermore, you have passed the captain's assessment not long ago and have been successfully promoted to the captain of the 10th squad. Because of emotion and reason, this old man shouldn't punish you. When Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai said this, he paused for a moment, and then said seriously. But, rules are rules after all. That vasto Lord class Aaron Carminos Grande will bring unnecessary hidden dangers to the Soul Society. Speaking of this, here, Moyu has been somewhat unable to grasp the thoughts in this old guy's mind. Should it be said that people are old and mature? To some extent, no matter how stupid Yamamoto Yuan Lianagi is, after going through the honing of time, his wisdom is not inferior to those so-called wise men. So, all things considered, the old man helped you figure out a solution. Before Moyu could respond, Yamamoto Yuan Lianagi waved his hand. Outside the house, a figure hurried in and put the items in his hands on the table. Silver white hair and a strict mustache have already explained his identity. First Team Vice Captain, Boudoir Kojiro. My lord, the documents you want are already here. Chur Sasakaibe said respectfully. I'm sorry, Kojiro. Yamamoto Yuan Lianagi nodded and pushed the document to Moyu. This is. When Moyu saw the document, he was a little surprised. The epaulet of the 4th Chief Officer of the 10th Division, and the appointment document. The above information is all the information about Nilu. As for the arrangement of Yamamoto Genryanagi, it was really beyond Moyu's expectation. It's a reward, but it's also a punishment. Yamamoto Yuan Lianagi continued, if there is any problem with her under your jurisdiction, the person who will be responsible for the first time will be you. At that time, it won't be so easy to escape. As for the matter about her, Captain Sifeng has vouched for it with his own reputation. Hearing this, Moyu was a little silent. No matter how much he thought about it, he didn't expect that there was Sifeng's guarantee. For that tsundere guy, Moyu had noticed her quietly changing mind a long time ago. As for when it started, probably a long time ago. The silent devotion may be even more memorable. I understand. Moyu nodded with a complicated expression, indicating that he was clear. However, these are not the purpose of my coming to you. What Yamamoto said made Moyu even more puzzled. Is there anything more important than dealing with Nilu's identity? Seemingly seeing Moyu's doubts, Yamamoto Yuan Lianagi's complexion sank, and he said in a low voice. Have you ever heard about the Captain Hollow incident 100 years ago? Moyu's heart spirit moved, and he naturally understood what he was talking about. Former 3rd Division Captain Torabashi RJR, former 5th Division Captain Hirako Shinji, former 7th Division Captain Love Akawa, former 9th Division Captain Maguru Makensei, and various vice captains. Infected by the power of Su, it became a strange existence. Moyu said in a deep voice, and this also involves the former 12th Division Captain Urahara Kisuke, the Chief Kid and others. That's right. Yamamoto Genryanagi nodded, his gaze became more majestic. This time the Siraidi's power has been weakened to ultimate. Since then, customer drug incidents have occurred frequently. The atmosphere of Siraidi is getting weirder. These words changed Moyu's perception of Yamamoto again. Originally, he thought that the other party was extremely corrupt and stubborn to some extent, and his thinking was relatively old. But now it seems that Yamamoto Motoyanagi has already noticed the changes in Siraidi. Yamamoto Yuan Lianagi closed his eyes slightly, as if in deep thought. It's as if there is a black hand manipulating all of this. The Hueco Mundo War, the chaos in the world, the Minos Grande battle, the plans of the Tsuneyashiro family. Hearing this, Moyu became more and more silent. Although some things have something to do with that black hand, you can't blame everyone for everything. Is Eizen shameless? So, this old man needs more trustworthy people. With a change in tone, Yamamoto Motoyanagi seemed to have transformed from a wise old man to the strongest Shinigami who commanded Godai 13. A mere leak of aura is enough to make ordinary Shinigami shudder. A person who has a bond and cares. As soon as these words came out, Kuroyu immediately understood what Yamamoto Motoyanagi was thinking. After being aware of Siraidi's abnormal atmosphere, Yamamoto Lianagi was also prepared to deal with it. The first step is to have more trustworthy people. The arrangement of Nilu's identity is not only a compliment, but also a kind of restraint. So far, Yamamoto Liuzai can choose to trust Moyu in certain things. The captain's trust really makes people feel a little bit. Moyu wiped the cold sweat off his brow. He never imagined that Yamamoto Liuzai would value him so much. Rest assured. Yamamoto Motoyanagi looked at Moyu and said slowly. The old man's expectation of you stems more from your own talent. Your strength, in the future, may be able to surpass this old man. Asking for flowers. Moyu sighed, life is not easy. What kind of expectation is this? He really wanted to say the last sentence, you really think highly of me. However, due to the previous praise, this sentence cannot be said anyway. Thank you for your compliment. Moyu nodded, Kide neither humble nor overbearing. The reason why the old man told you his guess. Yamamoto Lianagi said slowly, I just don't want to see the hopes of the Soul Society fall into a certain misfortune. Your existence has attracted the attention of the Black Hand. Coming out of the first team, Moyu's mood is still a bit complicated. Whether it's the handling of Nilu, or the heart-wrenching conversation with Yamamoto Motoyanagi afterwards. For the captain of Godai 13, the strongest Shinigami in Jinglingting for thousands of years. His senses are extremely complex. Yamamoto Lianagi's thoughts are very pure. Guard the Soul Society. It is also this idea that makes it into a desperate situation many times. And Moyu believes that if one day his own existence threatens Lingting or Soul Society, what was waiting for him was definitely the remnant sword burning with the fire of destroying the world. Just when Moyu left the team building of the first team, a Reiatsu shuttled across the sky, turned into a net and scattered in various positions of Siraidii. Bakut 77. The sky is so empty. Its function is that the user searches for multiple counterparty locations through Reiatsu, and establishes a secret communication channel after capture for communication. 0. Although people other than the target can perceive the vibration of Reiatsu, they cannot eavesdrop on its content. But this time the sky is quite empty, obviously covering a wider area, covering almost the entire Siraidii. To all members of the nobles who hear the voice, captains and vice-captains, this is Chur Sasakib, vice-captain of the 1st Division. Chur Sasakib's voice echoed in everyone's ears. While hearing this voice, everyone. But the work at hand was suspended. Some time ago, due to personal enmity, the head of the Tsuneyashiro family and the former captain of the 12th Division, Kuratsuka Mayuri, designed to frame the captain of the 10th Division, Kukaki Moyu. During the battle, the captain of the 10th Squad killed the two out of self-protection. Later, during the investigation of Tsuneyashiro's family, it was discovered that Tsuneyashiro Tokinada secretly researched human experiments that are absolutely prohibited by the Soul Society. Since then, a ruling has been made against him, depriving Tsuneyashiro Tokinada of his noble status, and erasing all records of this person. At the same time, the Tsuneyashiro family has been banned for 10 years, and communication with the outside world is prohibited. Hearing this news, most people were in a state of astonishment. They were unaware of the recent battle because of the anomalous Reiatsu device created by Kuratsuka Mayuri. Among them, the vice-captains were amazed by the combat effectiveness of the captain of the 10th Division who had just taken office, and the nobles were even more shocked by the changes in the Tsuneya Shiro family. The 10-year ban is enough to narrow the gap between his family and other nobles. Perhaps, this will be their best chance to catch up with the Tsuneya Shiro family. For a time, the aristocratic street of Shirai was undercurrent surging. Rukanga. Somewhere in a secret underground base. Sarah, our captain number 1U is really scary. The lightly picked Kyoto accent echoed in the open environment. Ichimarujin showed a classic fox smile, narrowing his eyes and looking at the other two. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada and Kuratsuka Mayuri teamed up to deal with him, and he was killed cleanly by him, which is really awe-inspiring. Although he said so, the expression on his face did not change at all. Also, Nilu's appearance is quite surprising. The existence of Kukaki Moyu has affected the development of the plan. A steady voice resounded in the room, and Tosen Caname said with a stern expression. Do you want to remove it? The words of the two did not change Eizen's expression in the slightest. Its square-framed lenses radiate the light of the instrument, hiding his gaze within them. Don't worry, yes. The existence of Mr. Moyu is like an arrangement of fate. Eizen pushed the glasses, calmly said. If there is such a thing as fate, of course you can try to resist. However, like going down the river, letting fate fiddle with it, isn't it interesting to see what happens in the end? Chapter 102. The sky-high sentence sent the Soul Society into a turbulent state for a while. The power of Shirai is not only Godei 13, nobles can interfere with the decision-making of Shirai high level to a large extent. Of course, it is limited to the upper-class nobles and even the 4 major nobles. A low-level noble like the Feng family can only serve as a vassal of the Shihaoran family. His status and status are nothing more than a little better than ordinary team members. Of course, when things like authority don't work, the only thing left to speak is the fist. The 10th Division Team Building. Captain's Office. After successfully serving as the captain, it was the first time that Moyu had time to sit here peacefully and check some so-called captain's official duties. The details of the 7-day Shirai patrol and security mission, a pile of waste paper. Throwing this document aside casually, Moyu picked up the next document. The 7th and 8th chiefs applied for leave to participate in the family sacrificial ceremony. Approved. He used to be a social animal, and he didn't want to be a person who exploited others. For this kind of unreasonable reason for asking for leave, Moyu directly approved it. With this kind of efficiency of correcting documents, the mountain of documents on the table has been reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, the name of a document attracted his attention. A new graduate from the Academy of Spiritual Art. Moyu opened the file and looked it over carefully. Among them, the names of Rukia Kukaki, Abarai Renji, Kira Izuru, and others are particularly eye-catching. It turns out that this group of guys are also graduating. It looks like 380, it's time to make some arrangements. Moyu said thoughtfully. For Abarai Renji and Kira Izuru, etc., Moyu will not interfere. But Rukia is a bit special. If she follows the original trajectory of destiny, she will be sent to Karakura town and become the Shinigami stationed in it. And Moyu didn't want to see that happen. Instead of this, it would be better to directly invite him to the 10th squad. Ranjaku. Moyu yelled out the door. In the 10th Division Team Building, the Deputy Captain's office and the Captain's office are next to each other. But, there was no response. For a long time. A white-haired kid appeared at the door of the Captain's office. In his arms are various documents taller than others. Boom! A mountain of documents piled up on the table, making the corners of Moyu's eyes twitch. Captain, these are the documents I have processed, please go through the approval process again. The little ghost in front of him, with short hair and emerald green eyes, is like a humanoid ice cube walking upright. Hitsugaya Toshiro, currently the 3rd and youngest member of Team Juban. The talent is extremely amazing, and now he has successfully mastered Shikai, and even touched the level of Bankai. Moyu reckoned that if he took out the god body now, then there is a high probability that Uchigo will be hacked to death by his own Zanpakutō. He suddenly remembered that this guy's Bankai had always been in an incomplete state. Uchigo, I have great confidence in your business ability. Moyu pushed the documents aside casually, and said with a smile, so all these documents need to be passed. Facing his praise, Uchigo Dongshiro still had a calm expression, as if he was already used to this kind of treatment. In fact, when Sheba Ishin was still in office, most of the team's official duties were handled by him. At that time, the 10th team, whether it was the captain or the vice-captain, were all first-class alcoholics, and they often skipped work to drink. And that heavy responsibility fell on the head of Uchigo. So young Uchigo has mastered the skills of quickly correcting documents. Captain, I advise you to read the top file. Uchigo said blankly, it's about the application for the new graduate Rukia Kukaki. Hearing this, the smile on Moyu's face froze. It turns out that the documents I corrected are all expired documents. At this time, Uchigo also noticed another pile of documents on the table. Well, this batch should be from half a month ago. If nothing else happens, Vice Captain Rangiku should have put it here. Moyu took a few deep breaths and suppressed his emotions. Unfortunately, he failed. Matsumoto Rangiku. Matsumoto Rangiku rubbed his loose orange wavy hair, yawned, and stood defenseless in front of Moyu. Hey Captain, what's the matter? Seeing it like this, Moyu couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, you guy went drinking again, right? Captain, yesterday was a holiday. Matsumoto Rangiku said narrowly, you don't even know this, do you? Hearing this, Moyu's movements froze. Holiday? The Juban team still has this thing. Well, don't worry about your drinking for the time being. Moyu sighed, the application for the new graduates of the Spirit Art Academy has been delivered to me. This is Rukia's application to join the team. He pushed the file over to Matsumoto Rangiku. Rukia Kukaki. When Matsumoto Rangiku saw this surname, his eyes lit up. Is it the captain's sister? I seem to be a little impressed. Moyu nodded and explained. That's right, you will be in charge of assessing her for joining the team. Hearing this, Matsumoto Rangiku approached Moyu, put his hands on his shoulders, and joked. Ha, I didn't expect the captain to come and walk through my back door. It's really unexpected. Moyu stared at the fierce woman in front of him with strange eyes. What kind of tiger wolf word is this? Don't think you can drive carelessly just because you look good. Matsumoto Rangiku's attitude at this time is also extremely excessive. Since Shinigami found out about her misunderstanding with Moyu last time, this guy seems to have started to break the pot. In front of Moyu, Matsumoto Rangiku has nothing to shy away from. It's not. Moyu said lightly, Rukia's assessment must not be the slightest slack. If she is not eligible to join the team, then throw her back to the spiritual academy and continue studying. Hearing this, Matsumoto Rangiku froze. Do you want to be so strict? Certainly. Moyu didn't mean to change his words at all, joining the fan team is not a joke at all. The current Siriti is far more dangerous than you think. Having said that, he looked at Matsumoto Rangiku very seriously. The completely non-joking gaze made him fall into deep thought. Captain, you mean? Matsumoto Rangiku hesitated. I never said anything. Moyu waved his hand, go ahead, I'll leave the team assessment to you. Matsumoto Rangiku bit his lower lip, hesitated for a moment, and said softly. I understand. Not long after Matsumoto Rangiku left, Yu was preparing to start fishing. Outside the team building, a black butterfly slowly flew in from the window. Hell, butterfly again! Moyu reached out to catch it and received the message from it. Recently, there are really many headaches. Generally, the news sent by hell butterflies is extremely important. After a while, Moyu stood up from his seat, stretched his waist, and sighed helplessly. Captain meeting. A-team house. Captain's chamber. When Moyu arrived here, there were already some captains who were closer to the place, but there were not many of them. Sifeng's petite figure was rather eye-catching. Moyu's eyes lit up when he saw her. Regarding Nilu, he hasn't thanked her yet. Without Sifeng's guarantee, the issue of Nilu's identity would definitely not be so easy. And all of this is just because of Sifeng's trust in him. Thank you for the matter of Nilu. Moyu walked up to him and said softly. Sifeng turned his head to one side, with reddish ears, and murmured in a low voice. I just don't want to see someone wronged. Even if the other party is false. The stubborn words had already exposed her state of mind at the moment. I understand. Moyu whispered Kide. If he hadn't considered that he was in the captain's meeting room, and Yamamoto Motoyanagi was sitting at the front, he would have to change his way of thanking him. With the gradual arrival of others, Yamamoto Uenlianagi opened his eyes slightly. Captain Moyu, the meeting is about to begin. Please stand back to your place. Chur Sasakaibe said respectfully. Moyu's position is between Tosen Caname and Zaraki Kenpachi. A blind man, a fighting madman. For these two guys, Moyu never had a common language. Scattered, Kukaki Moyu. To his surprise, Zaraki Kenpachi carried the jagged Zanpakutō, grinned ferociously and said. Your strength is very strong. After this captain meeting, there must be a hearty fight. Facing this guy's invitation, Moyu flinched rather weakly. Zaraki Kenpachi made a similar invitation every time he ran into him. However, after the captain's meeting, no matter what, this road idiot couldn't find his way to the 10th squad. Even under the guidance of Kuzujishi Yachiru, he went to other fan teams many times. Talk later. Moyu sighed and said helplessly. Anyway, you can't find me, so this kind of thing can be avoided or avoided. After all, if there is a battle, the loss will be reported to the financial expenses of the 10th and 11th teams. Captain Moyu, we meet SA again. The lightly picked Kyoto accent has already explained its identity. Ichimarujin looked at Moyu with a smile, and said, my impression of you is still the same as when you were practicing in Soul Burial. At that time, you still needed the artifact from the Shihoran family to assist in the battle. I didn't expect how long it has passed, and I have become a real captain. It's really scary. Before Moyu could reply, a gentle voice sounded not far away. I've always been very optimistic about Mr. Moyu. Under Eizen's upright face, a smile like a spring breeze emerges, which perfectly interprets the term good old man. It's a pity that he didn't join the 5th team at that time. It's something I've always regretted. Boom. Boring. The sound interrupted everyone's conversation. The crutch in Yamamoto Genryanaga's hand hit the ground heavily, causing everyone's eyes to turn to him. For a moment, there was silence. The captain's meeting officially begins. Yamamoto Genryanaga looked around with majestic eyes, and slowly said. About the content of this emergency captain meeting, some of them already know, but I still need to briefly mention it. This matter involves 1.4 in a case from 100 years ago. As soon as these words came out, almost everyone raised their spirits. Hundreds of years ago, there was a Shinigami who was a penultimate in the Soul Society, and he was superior in the battle against the Shinigami who rebelled many times. He not only became the 3rd officer of the 6th Division, but also joined the Kukaki family and became the son-in-law of the Kukaki family. Speaking of this, you frowned slightly. He also has some understanding of the Shinigami that Yamamoto Uenlianaga said. Kukaki Hibiki, a Shinigami who has the power to change the entire Soul Society. But the crux of the problem is that this guy listened to other people's words, fell into a trick, and killed many Shinigami. Moreover, his thoughts went directly to extremes and became the scourge of the Soul Society. Considering his Zanpakuto ability, Yamamoto Genryanagi and Kukaki Yinling teamed up to have his blood buried sealed in Karakura town in the present world. Now Yamamoto and Yanase mentioned this matter. Could it be that Kukaki Hibiki broke away from the seal? After being framed, Kukaki Zyonghe changed his mind and killed many Shinigami, causing a big mistake. Then he was sealed in Karakura town, a ghostly place. But now, Kukaki Hibiki has escaped. The expressions of the captains present all changed. Only Byakuya Kuchiki lowered his eyes slightly, his expression was calm and cold, obviously he already knew about this matter. No matter what, the escape of Kukaki Kabikawa will cause a certain crisis to the present world and the Soul Society. Yamamoto Genryanaga's voice gradually became harsher, as if a flame was burning. From now on, the Holy Spirit Palace has entered a first-level combat readiness state. Chapter 103 Hueco Mundo. The strong wind swept the dust and sand, and collided in the air, resounding with a shrill sound. The huge palace stands in the wind and sand. Void Night Palace. A figure walked into it slowly. Short black hair, dark green eyes that can't see any emotional fluctuations, dark green Arankar lines on the pale complexion, like a horned helmet worn on the left cheek. The thin torso makes it look innocuous, but it makes people feel a little weak. Espada 4th, Ulquiorra. The seal has been broken, and the task has been completed. The calm voice is like a machine. You are indeed the most powerful general under Eizen-sama. The lightly picked voice is especially harsh in the empty palace. The person who spoke had pink hair, and his eyes wore a mask like glasses, and a trace of madness flashed quietly in the depths of his eyes. Overall, it feels extremely dangerous. Sailaporo Granz, the 8th of the original Espada, has now replaced Neutra's position and became the 5th Espada. And now, his appearance has undergone great changes. Even if there is no returning blade, 4 wings still hang down from its back, and countless strange and complicated lines are engraved on it. Its Reiatsu even produces violent fluctuations from time to time, causing a strong sense of oppression in the palace. Shout, what a boring guy! Seeing that Ulquiorra didn't respond at all, Sailaporo was very upset. How's your mission going? Ulquiorra looked at him blankly and asked. Of course it went well. But because studying this kind of thing is not like fighting, when there is no inspiration, the progress will be extremely slow. Talking about his mission, Sailaporo was in high spirits. That guy's Reiatsu is really powerful. Absolutely one of the finest experimental materials. 23. Ulquiorra's expression remained unchanged, and he said in a deep voice. Hurry up. Master Eizen may return to the Void Night Palace at any time. He doesn't want to see procrastinating progress. As soon as these words came out, Sailaporo's expression changed suddenly, appearing a little gloomy. Are you questioning my research level? When he was about to explode, Ulquiorra was already slowly walking towards the depths of the palace. That plain look made Sailaporo even more angry. His resentful eyes stared at his receding back. Like a lion majesty ready to eat. Soul Society. Yamamoto Lianaga's order made the whole Siritii move. All the team members have entered a state of nervous tension. And this is only because of the breaking of the seal. Moyu was not too surprised by this. Because he is well aware of the power of the Kukaki Hibiki River. To be precise, it should be the ability of Zanpakutō village Masa. Ura Harakisuk once studied Zanpakuto's Bankai, and studied the object of turning gods, which can materialize Zanpakuto and summon it into the real world. Muramasa, on the other hand, has the ability to talk to Zanpakuto, summon him to reality, call out Zanpakuto's instinct, give hints, and then make him betray his master. Due to his strange ability, Kukaki Hibiki is also known as the Shinigami killer. If he uses his abilities with all his strength, it will definitely cause irreparable damage to the Soul Society. Originally, Byakuya Kuchiki was going to take over the matter completely. Because he thinks that the existence of Kukaki Hibiki is related to the reputation of the Kukaki family, and it should be resolved by them. However, it was rejected by Yamamoto Genryanagi. The reason is also very simple. Although the Kukaki family has the ability to solve this incident, it will be extremely slow in efficiency. If riots are caused in the Soul Society, it will inevitably cause irreparable damage to it. All in all, live by efficiency. Yamamoto Genryanagi wanted to see things resolved immediately. Therefore, all the captains devote their remaining time to the task of catching Kukaki Hibiki in addition to their duties. Kukaki home. Moyu looked at the family members who looked like gears in front of them, and felt a little headache. That's fine, how did Kukaki Hibiki break through the seal? On the side, Byakuya Kuchiki said coldly. In any case, the Kukaki family should bear the brunt of this matter. It's our job to catch them as much as possible. For that Kukaki Hibiki, Moyu didn't think at all. The Zanpakutō dialogues and stuff don't make any practical sense at all. Until now, he had no idea what his Zanpakutō was. I hope this guy can give me a little surprise. Moyu sighed and looked at the gathered members. The power unique to the Kukaki family has been activated. At the same time, 11th team building. On the martial arts competition stage. The sound of the roof almost being toppled was heard in it. A large number of ferocious-looking reckless men looked at the stage with excited expressions, and the lively atmosphere could be seen at a glance. Come on, son. Cut that guy down, don't show mercy. Let him know the fate of challenging the soldiers of the 11th team, beat him up. Compared with the tense atmosphere in other team houses, there is absolutely nothing to see here. And this is because of the fighting on the martial arts competition stage. One of them, with light reflected on his shiny head, increased the brightness in the room, and there were long and narrow red eye shadows at the corners of his eyes, giving people a sinister look. The other guy has short black hair, sunglasses with a narrow frame on the bridge of his nose, and a neat mustache pointing down. Madarame Ikeko vs Shooting Range Tetsuzumon. A contest between real men and real men, a collision of blood and flesh. Fight with absolute fighting skill without using Reiatsu at all. The two Zanpakutō were firmly pressed against each other, and a large number of sparks burst out and scattered down. I thought that after you went to the 7th team, your strength would decline, but I didn't expect that you would become stronger instead. Madarame Ikeko laughed, and waved Zanpakutō again and again, cutting out the afterimage of Deo in the air. Haha, I regard you as my opponent, how could I give up my practice so easily? Kajaba Tetsuzumon responded with superb fighting skills, repelling every slash from Madarame Ikeko. The continuous interlacing sound of gold and iron, like a passionate symphony, mobilized the atmosphere in the field to the peak. However, at this moment, sudden mutation. The Zanpakutō in their hands burst into intense light, and Reiatsu surged. In an instant, the martial arts competition platform collapsed directly in this collision, and a large amount of smoke and dust flew up, covering everyone's sight. What the hell does this happen? Isn't the martial arts competition table forbidden to liberate Zanpakutō? In the end, what happened? Not to mention the onlookers, even the parties involved were at a loss and didn't understand what happened at all. Madarame Ikeko stared at the Zanpakutō in his hand, his narrow pupils were full of disbelief. On the trembling Hosokameru, there is a large number of violent-tempered Reiatsu, and the fierce light blooms on the blade, reflecting his face. He tried his best to control his Zanpakutō, but he didn't expect that Tetsuzumon's state on the opposite side was even worse than him. Boom! Tetsuzumon was unable to overpower his own Zanpakutō, which fell on Hosokameru. If they were not careful, they would all drop their hands. Begin! Madarame Ikeko looked at Zanpakutō in the light with astonished expression, unable to understand the scene in front of him. Both Zanpakutō achieved Shikai without being manipulated by anyone. However, the changes have not stopped. A scorching light bloomed on Hosokameru's slender spear. Next moment, the burly figure walked out slowly in the crimson light, with red-colored hair and black skin. His body was full of muscles, and the narrow and long eye shadows at the corners of his eyes were particularly eye-catching. Hosokameru, materialize! On the other hand, Zanpakutō of Kebutetsuzumon also underwent a similar change. A large amount of mist emanates from Zanpakutō, obscuring the surrounding view. Avoid hidden reefs and dangerous shoals and become the master at the helm. A deep voice came out in the mist, and another figure appeared in front of them. But because of the large amount of fog, they couldn't see the person's appearance clearly. The shooting field Tetsuzumon also judged from the opponent's ability. Koi see evening fishing. Damn, what the hell happened? Obviously, they, who are obsessed with fighting, don't know what happened to the outside world at all. Whatever happened? Madarame Ikeko grinned and said fiercely. Leave these two guys behind. Combat, touch, and go. This scene is played out in many places in Seireitei. Almost at the same time, the multiple directly materialized Zanpakutō. However, with the holding of the captain meeting, the Shinigami have long been mentally prepared for the materialization of their own Zanpakutō. After the initial panic, the capture of the materialized Zanpakutō took place. Kukaki home. Moyu and Byakuya Kuchiki looked at the unexpected guest in front of them with strange expressions. Byakuya, your senbon Sakura is much more handsome than you. Moyu commented. The corners of Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes sank, his eyes dropped, and he said. How did you see his samurai attire? Also, why didn't your Zanpakutō materialize? Moyu scratched his head, also a little puzzled by this. Maybe my Zanpakutō is more loyal. If it is so bluffing, let alone Byakuya Kuchiki, even Nilu on the side would not believe it. In fact, Moyu knew it very well. The reason why Lanyan did not materialize may have something to do with its own strength. Under ultimate Reiatsu, he was unable to fully exert Lanyan's power. Just a mere villager, why should Lanyan be materialized? Chienben Sakura stared at the two brothers in front of her with a tense body, and stepped back slightly, ready to run at any time. He knew the strength of Byakuya Kuchiki very well, so he didn't dare to act rashly. What's more, beside Byakuya, there is still a Moyu who is watching eagerly. In Senbonzakura's view, this guy is far more terrifying than his master, Byakuya Kuchiki. Could it be 483, are you still planning to escape? Moyu looked at Sakura who was wearing a fierce samurai mask with some puzzlement, and couldn't understand his brain circuit. To be honest, if you escape from Kukaki's house, it is no more difficult than directly overthrowing they. Seireitei is too difficult. What are you kidding? It's just a Zanpakutō from the physics department, not a bug-level existence like Rijinjaka. Could it be possible to turn the sky upside down? The other party didn't answer, and the breeze was blowing in the air, and the sakura flowers were scattered and flying. Its action already illustrates Senbonzakura's thinking. Let me deal with him. Before Byakuya Kuchiki could speak, Moyu said. Get rid of Chimoto Sakura as soon as possible so we can help others. Right now, things are not looking good for Seireitei. Byakuya Kuchiki, who was about to refuse, took back the words that had come to his lips after hearing this. Then, please, Moyu. The corners of Moyu's mouth raised slightly, his smile was extremely dangerous. Easy to do. Looking at the dangerous guy in front of him, Chimoto Sakura took a few steps back again. The feeling of being stared at by death shrouded his surroundings. That cold and biting killing intent completely covered the surroundings. Scatter, Senmoto Sakura. The dull voice resounded under the mask of the samurai. Chienben Sakura was ready to strike first and directly liberated her own abilities. Falling sakura flowers are flying in the sky. Under the sunlight, it looks very beautiful. However, the sound of being torn apart came from the air, raising the murderous aura to the peak. Under the control of Senbon Sakura, countless sakura flowers devoured towards Moyu. It's not inferior to your proficiency at all. The corners of Moyu's mouth raised, and he joked, nearly perfect control, every blade has been used to its ultimate. Pity. The sakura flower, like a dragon, rushed to Moyu, as if to swallow him up. 81 of Bakud's splitting void. A huge air partition instantly appeared in front of Moyu, directly isolating the countless blades. Seeing this, Chimoto Sakura took a few steps back, realizing the strength of the black pressure. He turned around suddenly and ran towards Noble Street. However, the voice from behind shattered this idea. Moyu raised his palm slightly, stretched out his fingertips, and said calmly, Bakud no 6-10-3 locking and binding. The golden light bloomed and turned into several giant snake-like chains, galloping through the air, heading straight for this Sakura. Chapter 104. Boom! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed in the courtyard of Kukaki's house. Senbon Sakura, who was dressed as a samurai, was directly imprisoned by the chains and lost the ability to escape. It's more or less despising people. Moyu walked up to him, knelt down and said seriously, in front of someone who knows you well, you still want to run away? I really can't think about it. This guy is in your hands. He casually handed Senbon Sakura to Byakuya Kuchiki, and walked straight towards Noble Street. The situation in Siritai may not be very optimistic. The 7th Division is outside the house. Rampant flames spread and wreaked havoc around. Komamura Seijin responded with an extremely embarrassed posture, the feathers on his body were damaged, and even his helmet could not hide his appearance. The materialized Scourge, waving a burning black whip, is like a walking human-shaped natural disaster, burning down houses and collapsing the ground at every turn. Ha ha ha, Komamura, where is your arrogance? Tianzu laughed wildly, and even spit out a lot of flames from his mouth. Come and fight. Beat me and end this senseless fight. Komamura Seijin, with scorched black hair, clenched his sharp teeth and made a creaking sound. He never expected that the Zanpakutō rebellion would come so quickly. Even before returning to the team dormitory of the 7th Division, he was thrown out of his control. So much so that he was in a suppressed state, and he couldn't even perform shikai, so he could only deal with the attack of the Scourge in the most initial state. However, with such a level of strength, it is even impossible to cut through its outer skin. On the other hand, the arrogance of God's punishment is burning Komamura Seijin's hair to charcoal at every turn. The battle fell into a disadvantage for a while. Is this the only thing? Scourge has the upper hand and becomes more and more arrogant. It's really uncomfortable to be by your side. If you kill you, you will be completely free. Snapped. The black long whip waved, and the sealed state in Komamura Seijin's hand was blown away, making him completely unable to resist for a while. Hateful. Komamura Seijin looked angry, just as he was about to go into battle empty-handed. An indifferent voice appeared on the ruins of the wall not far away. What an embarrassment, Captain Komamura. Hey, Captain. Komamura Seijin seemed to see a savior, and he didn't care about the so-called dignity as he moved the wolf kiss. Please help the old man to suppress the Scourge. Moyu nodded and said. Easy to do. However, something unexpected happened. The first time Tianzu saw Moyu, he put away his weapon, turned around and fled in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Moyu scratched his head, quite puzzled. By the way, am I that scary? Standing together with Komamura Seijin, he is a harmless young man. On the other hand, Komamura Seijin, with scorched black hair all over his body, has revealed his ferocious face. A ferocious behemoth. The old man thinks he might know something. Komamura Seijin gave the most objective reason. Since this is the case, let him escape even more. After the words fell, Komamura Seijin's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked around him in horror. At that instant, the amazing Reiatsu exploded. Moyu's figure had already disappeared in place. Sifeng's secret footwork Part 2 Jinghe. Tianzu ran away for a while, seeing that no one was chasing after him. He felt very lucky in his heart, and said to himself, "If you fight with that kind of guy, you will definitely die, right?" Oh. Just as Setsuna's words fell, Moyu's voice rang in his ears. "So that's what you thought?" The calm voice, like thunder from the 9 heavens, resounded through Tianzu's heart. His pupils shrank suddenly, and fear was almost imprinted on that long flushed face. He who is the most sensitive to power can clearly perceive the horror Reiatsu hidden in Moyu's body. With his level, if he fights with him, perhaps the final end is to become a Zanpakutō with 2 completely broken pieces. Fear gave birth to new strength. Under Moyu's astonished eyes, the speed of the Scourge even increased several notches again. Pity. Whether it's Scourge or Komamura Seigen, Shunpo, or something, it's their biggest shortcoming. Even if he is promoted to ultimate, he still cannot compete with other captains, let alone Moyu who has fully mastered Sifeng's secret footwork. Damn guy! Scourge cursed in a low voice, completely devoid of masculinity in Komamura Seigen. Reiatsu exploded with a bang. A strong impact surged around it. The substantive Reiatsu filled the space between the heaven and the earth, turned into beams of light and went straight to the sky. Boom! The trembling ground sank, forming huge pits. The burly figure like a hill stepped out from the beam of light, feeling full of oppression. When facing Moyu, the Scourge didn't hesitate at all, and directly entered the state of Bankai. The ferocious black armor mask was inlaid on the burly figure, and the steel knife in his hand spanned several streets, and when he waved it randomly, it formed a large area of ruins. Such a scene immediately caused a sensation in Siraitai. "Haha, let's die." Tianzu waved the steel knife in his hand, a strong wind blew up, and the air was filled with the sound of being overwhelmed. Rumbling. In the slashed Setsuna, the entire street was shaken by a huge shock wave, the walls collapsed in an instant, and dust was flying. "Do you died?" A trace of rejoicing flashed in Tianzu's eyes. It seems that guy is just rumored to be quite powerful. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, another startling sound came from his ear. "When did you have such an illusion?" Tianzu turned his head stiffly. Moyu was standing in the air, looking at him at the same level. "Impossible. Nothing is impossible. Narrow knowledge can only explain your problem." Moyu stretched out his right hand, pointed his index finger out, pointing at the Scourge, and said softly, "Sato kid the way of the 4-day and sun thunder." Suddenly, in the clear sky, a second sun seemed to appear. The bursting thunder ran wildly at Moyu's fingertips, forming a huge thunderstorm area. In just an instant, the thunderstorm area completely enveloped the heavenly Scourge. The violent power exploded at this moment. The terrifying high temperature instantly melted the black armor of the Scourge, making it exude a strong meaty smell. The raging thunder and lightning annihilated its Reiatsu. But with Setsuna Kung Fu, Bankai, who was condemned by God, was completely removed, and turned back into that ferocious guy with blood red all over his body. He collapsed on the ground unconsciously, staring blankly at the sky. A look of unrepentant death. At this time, Komamura Seigen arrived late, and was surprised when he saw the Scourge on the ground. "Mo, Captain Moyu, this guy won't." Moyu waved his hand and signaled, "It's okay, it's okay. Just calm him down." Komamura Seigen carefully looked at the pile of things that were not even coke. Very suspicious. After solving the Scourge, the rest can be handed over to Komamura Seigen. Moyu is running around again in Soul Society. He was very curious about Muramasa's power. If you can fight it head-on, you may be able to gain another harvest. Secret Mobile Force Training Base. The soldiers of the second squad, who were dressed like ninjas, were looking nervously at the fighting figure ahead. One of them is petite, and the other is only the size of a palm. During the battle, taunting laughter continued. Haha, Sifeng, is this your Shunpo? It's really funny. The golden figure, like a large bee, kept flickering everywhere. And Sifeng had never encountered such an enemy, and he was a little embarrassed to deal with it for a while. Fortunately, she fights on weekdays and does not rely too much on Zanpakutō, so her strength has not been weakened too much. With the passage of time, Suzumibiki has gradually mastered the offensive rhythm. Continue to be stubborn. Sifeng looked indifferent. A single attack method is the most important factor for your failure. Suzumibiki's petite face was full of unwillingness, and his sharp voice echoed in the training base. Impossible. You who are obsessed with Shihao and your Yuaki, after thinking that you have surpassed her, your strength has been stagnant. Hearing this, Sifeng's raised arms froze slightly, and a rare smile appeared on his pretty face. It turns out that this is where you are dissatisfied with me. It was my negligence. Sifeng stepped forward, and his figure instantly approached Suzumibiki. His arm was cut off like a blade. The power of Kid condensed on it all blasted on Suzumibiki's body. Boom! Like a small cannonball, Suzumibiki was directly knocked into the ground, and the ground collapsed, kicking up a large star of dust. After the dust cleared, Suzumibiki lay in the center of the huge pothole with his eyes blank, temporarily losing consciousness. Sifeng looked at his own Zanpakutō Suzumibiki, and murmured in a low voice. My mind has already changed. There is someone more worthy of care, waiting for me ahead. Rukanga, Run Junranan district. Fierce fighting broke out in the suburbs. Several Shinigami were extremely embarrassed to deal with the attacks that flew towards them one after another. Reiatsu shocks, kid rays, and even various slashes. Damn it, even a cat has become like this. Matsumoto Rangiku dodged the oncoming kicks and said loudly. 30 of Bakud, mouth flashes 3 times. Bright yellow rays of light bloomed from its white palms, forming 3 beams of mouth-shaped beams, bound towards the materialized Hanko in front of it. However, with his agile movements, he flickered one by one, directly avoiding this attack. Hanko, hurry up and wake up. Have you forgotten our previous relationship? Matsumoto Rangiku tried to use words to awaken the memories in Hanko's heart. However, this move is undoubtedly futile. With blood-red eyes, Hanko stared at Matsumoto Rangiku's actions, and cursed with hostility. I don't understand what I think about you at all, you don't deserve to be with me. Go to hell, Matsumoto Rangiku. Hanko's attack was even worse, and the smoke began to rise as the figure flickered. Whisper. As its sound resounded, the speed of the smoke flying was even faster. A large amount of smoke hit the location where Matsumoto Rangiku was. Clear Hanko. Matsumoto Rangiku, who has the ability, dodges again and again, and it is impossible to confront him head-on. However, due to the large amount of Reiatsu consumption, Matsumoto Rangiku's reaction became slower and slower, and the smoke spread to her body. There were bloodstains everywhere. And, Li Zhao. Hanko bared her fangs and laughed loudly. From now on, I will be free. The smoke exploded, enveloping Matsumoto Rangiku completely. Hanko swung down, and the smoke suddenly gathered in the middle. Boom! The expected blood color did not overflow from the smoke. Wind barrier. An indifferent voice came from it. Matsumoto Rangiku looked at the person who held him in his arms in surprise, and couldn't help saying loudly. Mo, Captain Moyu. Moyu lowered his head, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a smile. It seems that the timing of my arrival is just right. Matsumoto Rangiku looked slightly startled, and then a rare gentle smile emerged. Yes, it's about time. Moyu put it down, signaling her to stay away from the center of the fight. Next, leave it to me. This time, Matsumoto Ranjaku was extraordinarily obedient and retreated to the edge of the battlefield obediently. Moyu looked at Hanko, who looked a little manic, and sighed. "Are you going to let this kind of guy deal with me?" The voice fell. In the shadow of the trees not far away, 10 figures slowly emerged from it. The black Sheba outfit, the red scarf hanging down on both sides of the side, the disgusted gaze, fixedly staring at the direction of Moyu. The rebellion of the Soul Society, Kukaki Hibiki. The other party seemed to have noticed the star-leading pliers on the side of Moyu's hair, as well as the silver and white floral gauze that symbolized his identity. So much so that when he looked at Moyu, his eyes were devouring. The Kukaki house. His resentful eyes were filled with the flames of revenge. A cold killing intent rose around Kukaki Hibiki, and he whispered. "Get ready for death, Ching." Chapter 105. Wild Reiatsu fills the suburbs. Behind Kukaki Xianghe, several figures walked out from the depths of the forest. The odd-looking, restless Reiatsu already speaks for themselves. Sword Beast. Zanpakutō, who is affected by Muramis's ability, will be completely free after killing his master. However, without the control of Shinigami, they have already entered a state of out of control. In addition to physical mutations, even abilities have changed to varying degrees. Right now, they obviously followed Muramis's call and appeared here. You can't even count as a Zanpakutō at the seat officer level, so you dare to participate in the battle. Moyu looked flat, quietly watching the ferocious sword beast, occupying his gaze. Kukaki Xianghe seemed to be in a rage, but he didn't launch an attack immediately. Instead, he tested Moyu's strength with the power of the sword beast. Obviously, this guy is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Following his command, several hideous sword beasts rushed towards Moyu. Messy Reiatsu, like a dirty quagmire. Attacks of various levels covered all directions where the black pressure was located from different angles. In terms of cooperating with the attack, this group of guys seems to have formed a certain degree of tacit understanding. The light surged and completely covered Moyu. As for this scene, several Shinigami who came down to watch temporarily couldn't help but feel their hearts ache. "Captain Moyu, is he okay?" Some are too confident, the other party is not a good person. "Don't worry, the captain will definitely be fine." The steady voice seemed to give them a shot in the arm. Matsumoto Ranjaku stared inexplicably at where Moyu was. "As members of the 10th Division, you must have full confidence in your captain." "Yes, I will buy it the next day." Setsuna in unison. In the center of the battle ahead, a strong wind suddenly blew up, instantly tearing the surrounding light apart. The bursting sword cut out under the light. As a result, the clouds in the sky broke, and the violent wind lingered above the pressure of the sword, roaring and heading towards the sword beasts. Boom! Nothing sharp at all. 427. Moyu's sword pressure is more like a dimensional crush. On the falling Setsuna, the breath of the wind has wiped out the sword beasts. The ground collapsed and the soil rolled, plowing 1,000-meter-long terrifying gully. It's not a fight on the same level at all. I've already said it. Moyu held Zanpakutō upside down, stood there indifferently, and looked at the Kukaki Ring River in the distance calmly. A guy of this level is not enough to chop. After the words fell, Kukaki Xianghe was furious, and said angrily. "It's just a kid from the Kukaki family, Zhang will incur your extinction." When he noticed Moyu's decoration, the anger in his heart was already burning to a certain point. Moyu's captain, Hayori, made him realize one thing even more. Without him, the Kukaki family seems to be more prosperous than before. How can that be? Shouldn't the Kukaki family be declining? How can a family full of foolish people become more and more prosperous? Normally, the members of the Kukaki family grow up to be captain-level characters, and they will usually inherit the position of captain of the 6th Division. Because the captain of the 6th team has been in charge of the Kukaki family since Godai 13 was established. This is the team of nobles. However, this little devil with the decoration of Kukaki's house has become the captain of the first team. What does that mean? The current Kukaki family has more than 2 captains. By slandering other people's gradually prosperous family, I must destroy it. Kukaki Xianghe recalled what happened to him, and his expression became more and more crazy. It starts with you. Since you have the courage to use Zanpakutō in front of me, I will make you realize how stupid it is. Whisper, Muramasa. Lavender light blooms on the Zanpakutō in his hand. Weird fluctuations spread across Moyu's side in an instant. In this regard, Yu has no intention of blocking it. He was very curious. What kind of Zanpakutō, known as the Shinigami killer, can do when facing Lanyan? If it can help him draw stronger power, it will be regarded as a windfall. CDFF. Your Zanpakutō was bewitched by the outside world, and he was very disdainful in his heart, and sneered at it. The long-lost system notification sounded in his mind, making Heiya slightly startled. Since his Reiatsu broke through to the ultimate Reiatsu realm, this voice has not appeared for a long time. But now Muramasa's ability seems to have made his Zanpakutō respond to a certain extent, which can be regarded as a surprise. Your Zanpakutō disdained to communicate with each other, and let him crawl away quickly. Trembling, appeared above Muramasa. Kukaki Hibiki looked at the Zanpakutō in his hand in astonishment, unable to understand for a while. What happened? What Muramasa gave back to him was nothing but chaos and no useful information at all. Even the real name of Moyu's Zanpakutō is unknown. Not only that, Shi Zheng was filled with deep fear deep in his heart. The kind of fear that comes above the level of this creature. It's as if mice are naturally afraid of cats. After the ability was activated, this was the first time such a situation had occurred. This can't help but make Kukaki Hibiki plunge into self-doubt. Could it be that there was a problem with timing? No, impossible. Muramasa's ability, enough to affect any Zanpakutō, is a natural Shinigami nemesis. As long as you use Zanpakutō, you must be unable to fight yourself head-on. Muramasa. Kukaki Hibiki grimaced, moving his own Zanpakutō. However, this time, even the lavender light failed to light up from the blade. Seeing this scene, Moyu looked thoughtfully at Lanyan in his hand. A guy with a bit of a temper? It seems that he is quite elegant and easygoing on weekdays. Why does Lanyan's character seem a bit out of place? It's pretty obvious. The reason why the village looks like this is entirely because of Lanyan's impression. He can enter the Zanpakutō space, and then use his own power to expand the instinct and rebellious emotions in Zanpakutō's heart, making it directly out of the control of its master to achieve the effect of rebellion. Well, Lanyan seems to look down on your Muramasa very much. Moyu explained, during the communication just now, Lanyan was very annoyed by that chattering guy. So, I gave him a little lesson. Kukaki Hibiki looked astonished, unable to fully understand. What exactly is Zanpakutō, able to withstand Muramasa's abilities? The difference in rank makes the so-called whispers into useless nonsense. Moyu raised his hands and chanted, and the breeze came slowly. I've never been able to quite understand this guy. However, with your appearance, I have a better understanding of his character. Before you have enough power, you are not worthy of talking to the real strong. The voice fell. Your Zanpakutō is connected with your mind, the degree of fit is improved, and the second stage of Shikai is comprehended. A light flashed in Moyu's eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised. The wait is finally here. Kukaki Hibiki, thank you very much. The sudden thank you made Kukaki Xianghe even more puzzled. If it wasn't for you, I might still need to spend a lot of time. Moyu stepped forward, followed by the sound of the wind. Since your offense is over. Then, it's reciprocal, let me chop you with a knife. On the lightly rising Lanyan, the wind is entangled. Humph! Faced with Moyu's slash, Kukaki Hibiki had a look of disdain on his face. Even if it's because of his special nature, he can be immune to Muramis's ability. Is it possible to escape the absolute power? Slash the condensed wind and tear apart the sky. The roaring sword pressure turned into a wind blade across the sky, and Setsuna came to Kukaki Zyonghe. King Kong explosion. With a deep voice, Kukaki Zyonghe slashed at Muramasa, stabbing out like a dragon, and a blazing flame burst out from the tip of the knife, facing the huge wind blade. Boom! The colliding Setsuna, the wind and fire swept through, burst out a huge impact, and radiated towards the surroundings. It seems that a pair of big hands acted on the ground, and then tore it apart. Numerous soils flew horizontally, trees broke, and moved towards the distance. At this moment, Kukaki Hibiki's expression calmed down instead. He watched the momentum of the wind and fire sweeping upwards, his eyes became more and more serious. The fire borrows the wind. The fire should have occupied the top position, but now the fire is getting lower and lower, and it is on the verge of extinguishing. On the contrary, the wind blade became stronger and stronger, and it kept approaching in his direction. See it? Moyu said indifferently, this is the so-called gap. After the voice fell, the wind blade annihilated the fire and slashed towards Kukaki Zyonghe. Boom! At the critical moment, Kukaki Hibiki launched Shunpo and escaped the blow. However, Moyu had already launched Shunpo and disappeared in place. Battle, that's not how it came about. A calm voice appeared behind Kukaki Hibiki, immediately soaking his back in cold sweat. He subconsciously flips the Zanpakutō over, warding off the oncoming attack. Pooh! The bright red exploded, and a smear of blood splashed in the air. Kukaki Hibiki looked extremely astonished, with an expression of disbelief on his face. The previous confrontation between Jianya and King Kong Bang hadn't made him realize the seriousness of the situation. But this close combat completely woke him up. With just one knife collision, Kukaki Hibiki was completely at a disadvantage. Your swordsmanship is too bad. Zanpakutō was raised again in Moyu's hand. I don't feel the joy of fighting against Hawaji at all. What a useless fellow. After a long time of sparring with Unoha Naretsu on Kendo, the character of Moyu was also quietly influenced by her. In terms of swordsmanship alone, there are only a few people in the entire Soul Society who can beat him. Kukaki Hibiki fell to the ground, blood soaking his death suit. Damn Kukaki's kid! Stop talking nonsense there. It's just a temporary advantage. I will let you see what real power is. After the voice fell, the surrounding Reiatsu climbed rapidly. Bankai! No hook to kill the village. The violent Reiatsu fluctuations shake the surrounding air, appearing full of power. Pity! Unfortunately, Muramis's Bankai powers have little effect on Moyu. After Shikai was useless, Kukaki Hibiki could only use the growth on Reiatsu after Bankai to increase his fighting advantage. Kukaki Hibiki stared at Moyu ferociously, and waved Zanpakutō in his hand. Boom! The ground where it was located exploded directly, forming deep slash marks. After Bankai, he became much stronger. It's completely liberated. Moyu scratched his head, and said with some distress, if you continue to deal with Shikai's state, it seems to be disrespectful to you. Since that's the case, then try this new power. He raised Zanpakutō slightly in his hand, and placed it horizontally in front of his body, and Minzi gently stroked the blade. Suddenly, the wind here stopped. The atmosphere froze in an instant, as if the pause button had been pressed, everything froze. Crazy haze and wind, all cut nothingness. Moyu's voice is ethereal, like the wind. Lan Yin. Setsuna who finished speaking. The bluish-white wind swept up from the handle of the knife, engulfing Lan Yin's blade. Immediately afterwards, ink like black emerged from it, infecting the bluish-white, gradually assimilating it. The slender blade, with intricate lines engraved on it, engraved with black imprints, symbolizes the power of the wind. The black Reiatsu rushed up from Moyu's feet, carrying endless oppressive force, turned into a beam of light soaring to the sky, and went straight to the sky of Rukanga. As a result, the clouds above the sky are reversed, and the wind in nature is stagnated and gathered. Moyu's finger landed on Lanyan's blade. With a slight lift of the arm, Lanyan containing the black Reiatsu is slashed down. Lanzhu. Looking at the changes in front of him, a trace of unconcealable fear flashed in Kukaki Hibiki's eyes. The trembling from the level of life was deeply engraved in his mind. The village behind Bankai raised up desperately, trying to help Kukaki Hibiki block this slash. But his arm seemed to be filled with lead, and even raising it became a luxury. The black wind completely engulfed it. Chapter 106. Like the wind that destroys the world. Wherever the black wind passed by, everything was decayed, as if it had been washed by countless years. The ground, the trees, even the Reiatsu, were reduced to nothingness, dissipated in the wind. The Kukaki Hibiki River was swallowed by the black wind breath, and the fate of other things is the same. His head was exposed, his blood-red eyes were fixed on Moyu, his mouth opened and closed, and he roared unwillingly. Soul Society, Kukaki steady. Corrupt system, you will walk the same path one day. As he spoke, his expression became more ferocious, like a ghost. Little devil of the Kukaki family, I am waiting for you in hell. After the words fell, the breath of Kukaki Xianghe was completely lost in it. The black wind also dissipated. All that was left was the mess and the weathered ground. A huge bottomless pit lay horizontally in front of the Shinigami. Looking around, the battlefield even spread to a distance of several kilometers. This gave the Shinigami a deeper understanding of the captain-level battle scenes. At the same time, this group of teams recognized their captain even more. The criminal who had thrown the entire Soul Society into chaos, fell into the hands of Moyu, and didn't even last long. The only thing left is the endless ruins in front of me. The death of Kukaki Hibiki deactivated Muramasa's ability. When the captains sensed the fluctuation of Rukanga Reiatsu, they all rushed in this direction. Swish! Several figures fell from the sky. When they saw the scene on the battlefield, they were all a little silent. For a long time. By the way, what about Kukaki Hibiki? Kurako Shunsui broke the silence and looked towards you. Gone. The short answer made him startled. What's the meaning? Kurako Shunsui had a bad feeling in his heart. Old man Shan asked him to reseal the Kukaki Ring River. No matter how bad it is, he will be arrested and returned to the underground meeting hall to accept the trial in the 46 room. Literal meaning. Moyu didn't take this matter to heart. When he made a shot, he was not prepared to let Kukaki Hibiki leave alive. It's not wise to keep a guy who has a lot of resentment towards the Kukaki family in him. To cut the grass, we must eradicate the roots. Kukaki Hibiki's revenge, from its standpoint, is not a problem. Hundreds of years ago, as the third officer of the 6th Division and the son-in-law of the Kukaki family, he had a very bright future. But due to the jealousy of some despicable people, he was designed to frame him and make him a prisoner. Such a development made Kukaki Xianghe's thoughts gradually extreme and went to extremes. With his heart devoured by hatred, the first thing he did after breaking the seal was to target the entire Soul Society. In Kukaki's view, the reason why he fell into such a state is all because of this rotten world. When a person's thinking is completely extreme, his perspective on things changes. Even the words of the closest person around him cannot be heard. Muramasa has offered enlightenment in Kukaki Xianghe many times, but it was all useless. Kukaki Hibiki even went so far as to think that everyone was targeting him. Everything is jealous of his power to change the world. Driven by this idea, Kukaki Hibiki launched his own war against the entire Soul Society. And the only one standing beside him was Muramasa. The Zanpakuto's betrayal caused the Soul Society to fall into a short-term chaos. But, it won't last long. Kukaki Hibiki didn't realize that although Zanpakuto is strong, the stronger one is the one with the sword. Ordinary Shinigami may find themselves in a desperate situation when confronted with their own Zanpakuto. But the real strong will not be bound by this. The moment the war started, the loser had already been decided. Moyu lowered his eyes slightly and said calmly. Kukaki Kabikawa is completely removed from the Soul Society. A team house. Yamamoto Uenlianaga sat upright in front of the table, staring at the three people in front of him like fire. Probably, that's it. Kurako Shunsui said helplessly, when we arrived at Rukanga, Captain Moyu had completely solved it. Completely delisted, no bones left. An extremely short narrative, without any complicated sentences at all. After listening, Yamamoto Uenliuzai lowered his eyes slightly, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. He has always attached great importance to the existence of Kukaki Hibiki. This is also one of the reasons why he sealed it instead of handing it over to room 40-6 for trial. If Kukaki Hibiki can turn his mind around and become a member of the Soul Society again, it's not out of the question. DJI. After a moment of silence, Yamamoto Genryonaga's deep and majestic voice sounded in the room. Although Kukaki Hibiki is dead, his appearance still has a great impact on Soul Society. The number of Zanpakuto materialized, somewhat excessive. Kukaki Hibiki almost pushed Muramasa's power to ultimate. And this also caused great damage to Siritai. Just repairing those damaged streets, walls, and team buildings is a very troublesome thing. In terms of time, it's okay to say, but in terms of finances, it really makes it difficult for some fan teams to continue. For example, the 11th team, which is full of reckless men, just repairs its own team building that was damaged due to the competition every day, which is a huge expense. The disaster this time made their team building almost become ruins. If there is no accident, this group of guys will undertake the task of repairing Siritai for a long time in the future. After all, this will be their only source of income. At this time, Byakuya Kuchiki continued. Kukaki Hibiki, as a member of the Kukaki family, committed such a serious crime. The Kukaki family will bear the cost of repairing the team building. For this, Moyu sighed, a little helpless. Although our family has a lot of money, we can't help but make it like this. The cost of repairing the entire Siritai is definitely beyond your imagination. As if seeing what Moyu was thinking, Byakuya Kuchiki glanced at him indifferently. You've never managed the family's finances and have no idea how much money the Kukaki family has. Hearing this, Kurako Shunsui at the side patted Moyu's shoulder lightly, and an obvious envious expression appeared on his vicissitudes of face. Let's put it this way, even if the entire noble street is added up, it can't compare to 1/10 of the Kukaki's house. Moyu's eyes widened. The big dog is actually me. The move is unconscionable. Yamamoto Motoyanagi shook his head and said, Kukaki Hibiki is not just a member of the Kukaki family, but also a Shinigami recognized by Godi 13. Captain Byakuya needn't be like that. This noble sentiment stunned Moyu for a moment. When did Godi 13 become so harmonious? Has everyone changed their gender? The repairs will be left to the team members of each team. It's good that the Kukaki family is responsible for the expenditure on maintenance materials. Moyu's eyes were wide open, and he stared at Yamamoto's unchanging expression. I didn't expect you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to have such a dark heart. Talking about not letting the Kukaki family be responsible, he backhandedly threw the largest cost of materials directly to the Kukaki family. He also gained a good reputation. Cough cough. Seemingly aware of Moyu's thoughts, Yamamoto Uenlianaga coughed twice and shifted the topic to other directions. The repair of Siritai is only one aspect of it. In addition, there are more important things that need to be explained to you. He thought about it, and said slowly. Although this war lasted for a short time, it did great harm. And to some extent, it exposed the shortcomings of the team members. Zanpakutō is the most important weapon of Shinigami, and there are Shinigami who don't know the ability and character of Zanpakutō. From now on, the sword meditation class in the Spiritual Art Academy will be added 3 times a week. In addition, Shinigami team members will also further comprehend high-level sword zen skills. After the Zanpakutō turmoil that materialized, the Seirai seemed to have returned to that peaceful state once again. Except for the team members who were running back and forth on the street to make repairs. Asking for flowers. Everything is as usual. But Moyu has received a summons from this world. Urahara Kisuke invited him to Karakura town, and there was new progress in his research on Reiatsu. Moyu is also very interested in this. Until now, his comprehension of ultimate Reiatsu still stays at the level far surpassing Captain Reiatsu. As for whether there are more differences in essence, it is not something he can study. After all, there are specializations. So, after a certain unscrupulous captain threw his official business on the table, he took Nilu and quietly went to the present world. And not long after he left, a lady with orange hair rushed into the captain's office angrily. Looking at the empty office, Matsumoto Rangiku wanted to cry. "Kukaki Moyu, you heartless! I remember you." On that day, the voice of Rangiku's big sister's head spread throughout the 10th Division team building. In this world, Karakura town. The luxurious transgressive gate quietly opened somewhere in the outskirts. Moyu, dressed in white haori, walked out of it slowly. When he learned that his family is a big dog family, Moyu felt that everything in the family was of great value. Especially on the world transmitting gate, all kinds of gorgeous decorations can be called first-class luxury. The background of the Kukaki family is really scary. 0. Moyu shook his head, launched Shunpo, and disappeared in place. Puiyuan store. Urahara Kisuke and Moyu stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. For a long time. "You've been promoted to captain." Urahara Kisuke felt some interference in his throat. Because he is located in 2 worlds, his information will be a bit stagnant to some extent. Also, Urahara Kisuke wouldn't be going to Soul Society at will, if nothing major happens. After all, Eizen is still the captain of the 5th Division. If he finds out his whereabouts, the consequences will be really unimaginable. Not long after being promoted, Moyu nodded in acknowledgement, relaxing his gaze. "At first, I thought that Urahara Kisuke had made some important research results, so he put on such an expression. Who would have thought this guy would be surprised at such a small thing? Hey, what a surprise!" Urahara Kisuke regained his composure. With his brain, a little. To think is to accept this fact. After the disappearance of Sheba Ishin, the Juban team urgently needs a new captain to take office, and Moyu, who killed 2 Arankar-level Minos Grande, obviously became the best choice. Not to mention, he also has recommendations from Byakuya Kuchiki and others. "Actually, I'm more curious, what exactly did you research?" Moyu gets right to the point. Urahara Kisuke raised the corners of his mouth, with a mysterious smile, and said, "Come with me. In the Underground Research Institute. On the huge petri dish, there are several layers of glass sealed with Kid's enchantment, imprisoning it on the experimental table. Through the glass, Moyu was able to see clearly. On it, a little black Reiatsu is like a living thing, changing shape on the petri dish. If it weren't for the new generation of research on camouflaged watches, I might have had time to devote myself to Reiatsu's research." Urahara Kisuke took out a dark green watch and explained. "This generation of camouflage watches can disguise Nilu's Reiatsu as Shinigami Reiatsu. According to my test, even if she participates in the battle, she can still camouflage for a short period of time when Reiatsu changes drastically." Moyu looked at his watch, then at Urahara Kisuke, blinking innocently. "Didn't I tell you? Nilu's identity has been discovered, and she is now the 3rd officer of the 10th squad." Urahara Kisuke's hand suddenly became stiff, as if it had been petrified. Actually, I have to thank Kurotsuka Mayuri for this matter. When Moyu saw this, it was what happened in the Soul Society recently recounted in detail. After listening, Urahara Kisuke was lost in thought. For a long time, he raised his eyes and said very seriously. About breaking the seal of Kukaki Hibiki, I have a little discovery. 8. Chapter 107. Remnants of Minos Grande Reiatsu. Urahara Kisuke nodded and explained. I know something about the seal of the Kukaki Hibiki River. He was sealed in Karakura town after all. Hearing this, Moyu fell into deep thought. According to the information provided by Urahara Kisuke, the breaking of the Kukaki Hibiki seal has a certain relationship with Minos Grande. And this point is undoubtedly aimed at Eizen and the others. He is the only one who can drive Minos Grande. But according to what you said, Kukaki Hibiki is dead. It doesn't matter who broke the seal. Urahara Kisuke said earnestly, there is only one enemy from the beginning to the end. Moyu understood what he meant. In front of Eizen, everything else is nothing. Actually, what surprised me more was not these. He cast his eyes on Nilu who was lying on Moyu's shoulder, and said meaningfully. With the personality of Captain Yamamoto, he would actually be given the status of an Arrancar level Minos Grande Shinigami soldier. It's really surprising. Moyu nodded and said. Initially, I couldn't quite figure this out. But the captain seemed to expect so much from me that he wanted to compensate me in some way. After all, there is Tsuneyashiro Tokinada and Kurotsuka Mayuri in front. What? Urahara Kisuke raised a finger, as if suddenly remembered something. Captain Yamamoto always has a very unique vision in certain things. Although there is a precedent for Kukaki, but he still chooses to believe in you. I think it may have something to do with it. Following the direction he was pointing at, Moyu cast his gaze into the glass again. Black materialized Reiatsu with some unusual shape. In the eyes of ordinary people, it may be a little creepy. Even if it is separated from the main body, it still has an extremely active nature. Urahara Kisuke bent his fingers and tapped lightly on the glass. But it doesn't have the so-called wisdom, it's just an essential response to the outside world. The so-called activity is just a manifestation of its own overstrengthening. In short, your Reiatsu is, in essence, beyond the usual Shinigami Reiatsu. From the lowered brim of his hat, Kuroya could vaguely see Urahara Kisuke's deep gaze. Kukaki Moyu, your life level has launched a new leap. As research on Moyu Reiatsu progressed, Urahara Kisuke discovered a surprising fact. Even without using Hagyaku, it's still pushing the boundaries of Shinigami. When Moyu first came into contact with Hagyaku, Urahara Kisuke was very surprised by the state of Hagyaku. Not only did they not recognize the existence of Moyu, but they were extremely afraid of it. In this regard, even if he studied his Reiatsu, he could not find the reason. If you want to delve deeper into the root of the problem, unless you analyze and dissect it at the level of its soul. But even if Urahara Kisuke has this idea, there is also no ability to implement ideas. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything substantial. Moyu stroked his chin. It's ready. Urahara Kisuke said earnestly, the jump in the level of life is only temporary. When you truly reach a higher level, you may be able to replace the existence of the Spirit King. Moyu's action was one of stagnation. What the hell? Replacing the Soul King? Why can't I think about it? I want to replace that guy. I'm not that interested. Moyu shook his head and said, let's leave this matter to someone with more ambition. He knew the Spirit King very well, and knew that the existence of the Spirit King was just a wedge to protect the world. Even with the power of omniscience and omnipotence, there are still great limitations. Not even as free as he is now. Let's not talk about it. Urahara Kisuke rummaged through the instruments behind him, the latest style of spiritual mask clothing. Without the assistance of Bakud bent light, a certain degree of invisibility can be achieved. Moyu took the black cloak and put it away for now. Less useful, but better than nothing. This trip in this world has always been rewarding. As for the information obtained from Urahara Kisuke, it is not very useful. Because, it starts from the cultivation on the physical level. Moyu has already noticed the slight change in himself. Although the progress is slow, the victory is firm. Besides, he got other news. Sheba Ishin opened a hospital in Karakura town and successfully integrated into the life of human beings. Moreover, he and Zhang Wuxiang also stepped into the palace of marriage and the grave of love. According to the latest information from Urahara Kisuke, their son has already been born. This guy, Ishin, the speed of his attack is a bit outrageous. Moyu scoffed at this. Sheba Cayen and the others, Tien Soul Society, take on the important task of revitalizing the Sheba family. On the other hand, Sheba Ishin, the elder, is immersed in the ocean of love and cannot extricate himself. It really doesn't look like an elder should have. It was the voice of Sheba Ishin's child that made Moyu pay attention. The wheel of fate rolls forward. Everything has changed, but it seems like nothing has changed. For this upcoming destiny, Moyu also needs to make some preparations. If fate will follow its established trajectory, then some tragedies are bound to happen. Interference will only cause a strong backlash. However, if the protagonist in fate is replaced. Moyu didn't stay in this world for too long, he decided to put his ideas into action. After the repair, Siridi seems to be back to normal again. Everything is back on track. In the 10th Division team quarters. Moyu frowned slightly and leaned over the desk, examining the paintings non-stop. Nilu looked over curiously, and tilted her head to look at a line of writing on the paper. Fate Modification Plan. After some intense scribbling, Moyu looked at the content on it with great satisfaction, and nodded seriously. Although we don't have too many tricks, we still have information gaps. 27. It couldn't be easier to do something or something. Looking at this cheating plan, oh no, it is a fate modification plan, Moyu is more and more satisfied. If this plan can be implemented smoothly, it will definitely bring a new surprise to the entire Soul Society, and even Hueco Mundo. When I sense the faint Reiatsu fluctuations coming from outside the house. Moyu burned the paper casually, turned it into ashes, and threw it into the trash can. For now, it's still a secret. Brother, Captain. Rukia Kukaki was holding a stack of documents in her arms, standing at the door with reddish cheeks, looking inside. Come in. Moyu beckoned him in. This is the financial revenue and expenditure of the Juban team during this period, and it needs your signature. Rukia Kukaki placed the documents on the table and looked at Moyu carefully. It has been a while since she joined the Juban team. Although there is no difference from ordinary team members, seeing Moyu's existence every day has made him very happy. As for the other people in the same class, they still haven't gotten rid of their fate. In other words, it was Eizen's arrangement. Kira Izuru and others have all joined the 5th division. However, Eizen soon realized that Abarai Renji might be a problem child. In this regard, Moyu did not interfere too much. Everything is fine as usual. Don't be so cautious. Moyu stretched out his palm, pressed it on Rukia's head, and rubbed it gently. Well, the feel hasn't changed, it's as comfortable as ever. Feeling the warmth from her hair, the rossiness on Rukia's cheeks spread straight to her earlobes. Brother Moyu's temperature. Captain, Captain. The hurried voice broke the warm atmosphere between the two. Matsumoto Rangiku rushed into the office in a hurry, and when he was about to complain, he saw Rukia whose expression was a bit strange. Little Rukia. Her scrutinizing eyes patrolled between the two. No, Miss Rangiku, listen to my explanation. Before waiting for Matsumoto Rangiku to ask, Rukia has already lost his position. She waved her palm, looking extremely flustered. She is indeed a stupid girl. You didn't say anything, it's more outrageous than you said everything. Ha, I see. How can Matsumoto Ranjaku be fooled by this kind of little girl? As a big sister, what scene has she not seen? She looked at Rukia with narrow eyes, and whispered in his ear. Tell Miss Ranjaku, do you like our captain? The voice fell, and Rukia fell into a state of downtime immediately. The flushed face heated up extremely rapidly, and even streaks of white smoke rose from his head. Oh, I'm not. Rukia denied indiscriminately, her deep purple eyes were already in a state of confusion. Matsumoto Ranjaku, arms akimbo, looks thoughtfully at the self-confused Rukia. Immediately, he cast his eyes on Moyu again. As expected. Rukia, you go back first. Moyu couldn't stand it any longer. If this continues, I'm afraid Rukia's head will be scalded by the high temperature. He never thought that this stupid girl would show such a side. Hearing this, Rukia used Shunpo directly to escape here as fast as possible if she was granted amnesty. She didn't know why she was like this. Maybe after being debunked by others, I can't face my brother normally. Obviously just want to treat him as a brother. Rukia bit her lower lip lightly, thinking for a while. In the captain's office. Facing Matsumoto Ranjaku's narrow gaze, Moyu seemed much more natural. With his face, he wouldn't take this matter to heart at all. Tell me, what's going on this time? Seeing this, Matsumoto Ranjaku understood that teasing was completely useless to Moyu, so he went straight to the point. Captain, that Madarame Ikeku guy has come once this month. Aren't you really going to deal with it? Hearing this, Moyu's eyes brightened slightly, and said. Deal with it, why not deal with it? He's my good brother. Looking at Moyu's expression, for some reason, Matsumoto Ranjaku felt a tinge of condolence for Madarame Ikeku inexplicably. Hope people are okay. But press. According to your previous instructions, I have driven that guy back. Matsumoto Ranjaku skillfully sat on the sofa in the room with a look of lovelessness. There are not many normal people in the 11th team. Knowing that you must lose, you still come to challenge again and again. I really can't think about it. Moyu put down the file in his hand and said with a smile. If not, are they still in the 2.2 fan team? Okay, I'll leave the business to you first. I'm going to the 11th team. Matsumoto Ranjaku bounced off the sofa as if on a spring. However, Moyu was no longer seen in the room. Damn it! It was used as a top bag again. Gritting his teeth, Matsumoto Ranjaku pulled out a scented book from his arms, and wrote on it vigorously. From July 2nd to 11th, I was blamed by Kukaki Moyu again, take revenge. 11th team building. The atmosphere in the team is in full swing, and Moyu feels that no matter how many times he comes, he will be infected by the atmosphere here. The training of the soldiers here is far more passionate than that of other teams. Just walking on the street, you can feel the blood like wolf smoke coming from it. In the team building, reckless men full of tendons can be seen everywhere. Shouts, yells, and the intertwining sound of gold and iron reverberated in the team building. Moyu identified the direction of Madarame Ikeku's Reiatsu and headed straight for it. Into the ice. On the martial arts competition stage. Bloodline Madara's Madarame Ikeku, holding Zanpakutō at this moment, is fighting more than a dozen soldiers. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he was directly suppressed in terms of momentum. Don't relax, you bums. A grin appeared on his face, and Madarame Ikeku stretched his arms. Come on, keep fighting. Show me where your limits are. Chapter 108. In fact, what surprised Moyu was not Zhang Yang's atmosphere. Among the team members who besieged Madarame Ikeku on the stage, there was actually an acquaintance of him. The long red hair is combed into the sky, bloodstains are densely covered on the body, but his expression is extremely determined. Renji. Moyu was surprised, didn't this guy join the 5th division? I was thrown over by Eizen in just a few days. Abarai Renji's prickly head is far beyond his imagination. Even Eizen once said that this guy is not the kind of character who absolutely obeys orders from above, causing it to be full of uncertainty. Don't hesitate. Madarame Ikeko hooked his palms, his arrogant face was full of provocation. Come on, continue our fight. Kill. Everyone roared forward, the cold light flickered, gold and iron intertwined. In the Setsuna room, cut out countless sword shadows. Dang 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 dang. Madarame Ikeko's complexion became more ferocious, and he brought his own fighting skills to ultimate. While dodging, the figure met Lycailan's attack at the fastest speed. The attack of several people blocked almost all of Madarame Ikeko's evasion routes. And what he wants is exactly this kind of effect. In the 11th team, except for the vice-captain and the captain, no one can confront him head-on. Without being able to fight on the front line, Madarame Ikeko can only choose to experience the exhilaration of fighting with fewer enemies and more enemies. Haha, this is a battle between real men. Madarame Ikeko laughed heartily, be crushed by me like a warrior. After the words fell, his whole body shuttled among the soldiers like a dragon, and Zanpakutō made a rebellious sound, and collided with Setsuna. With the power of explosion, the field will bloom. Bang bang bang. 23 consecutive collision sounds resounded on the martial arts competition platform. Immediately afterwards, several figures flew down from it and landed on the surrounding floor. On the stage, there were only 2 people left. Renji seems to have grown a lot. Moyu was surprised, in this time period, he was able to withstand a corner of the attack. Whoops, whoops. Madarame Ikeko looked at the red-haired team member not far away in great surprise, grinned, and said, "Are you a new Shinigami? I don't seem to have seen you before." Abarai Renji held a knife in both hands, his eyes were firm, and the blood flowed down his body, looking extremely embarrassed. The Shinigami team members who joined yesterday. He's staring at Madarame Ikeko's actions, and seems to still have some ideas about defeating him. It's a pity that although this guy's talent is good, compared with Madarame Ikeko, a veteran Shinigami, he doesn't have the slightest advantage at all. Not to mention Shikai, even the normal Madarame Ikeko, he can't fight for too long. It is only Abarai Renji's extraordinary willpower that can persist until now. Give me your name, kid. Madarame Ikeko held Zanpakutō on his shoulders and grinned. Your willpower has been recognized by this uncle, and you are qualified to let me remember your name. After a brief silence, Abarai Renji said word by word. Abarai Renji. Very good. Madarame Ikeko flicked Zanpakutō in his hand, pointed at Abarai Renji, and a grin appeared on his face again. Together with his shiny bald head, it perfectly interpreted what it means to be fierce and evil. Let me see where your limit is. After the voice fell, a fierce wind spread out, directly attacking my opponent. Facing the attack, Abarai Renji, already on the verge of limit, raised his Zanpakutō in embarrassment, temporarily resisting the attack. Haha, I haven't met such a stubborn guy for a long time. Madarame Ikeko was laughing wildly, slashing repeatedly. The seemingly disorderly attack method made Abarai Renji back again and again, and he had already retreated to the edge of the martial arts competition stage. One more step back is failure. Roar. There seemed to be a fierce light in Abarai Renji's eyes. Unable to accept the failure, he burst out the last potential in his body. Raise Zanpakutō with both arms high, and chop down with a bang. When? With the deafening collision sound, the Tianwusha competition stage was agitated. Shock waves visible to the naked eye spread out in it. In an instant, spider web-like lines appeared on the martial arts competition platform, threatening to collapse at any moment. Little ghost, although I admit your existence. Madarame Ikeko leaned closer and said ferociously, but that doesn't mean you can beat me. Failure is the shortcut to the strongest. After the words fell, Abarai Renji only felt a powerful force coming from Zanpakutō. In an instant, he couldn't even hold his weapon tightly, and flew directly from the martial arts competition platform. Boom! I remember your name. Madarame Ikeko watched Abarai Renji from the stage. Abarai Renji. This is my recognition of you. Facing his own failure, Abarai Renji seemed a little unwilling. But he, who was already on the verge of limit, lost consciousness for a moment, then completely passed out. Moyu stepped forward and checked his status. Physical overdraft, Reiatsu overdraft, due to extensive skin trauma and multiple fractures. Sure enough, the 11th team is the most suitable team for you. Emerald green rays of light bloomed in his hands, completely covering Abarai Renji. For this former classmate, Moyu doesn't mind giving him a little help. With his current kite attainments, this injury can be healed soon. Madarame Ikeko, who was on stage, noticed Moyu's presence, and his eyes lit up. Kukaki Moyu. Have you finally figured it out? Haha, I know that no one can resist an invitation from a real man. He's laughing wildly. Come on. Let's have a fun fight. In the light of Kide, Abarai Renji awoke from his coma. This is Moyu. He was extremely surprised by the faces that appeared in front of him. Seeing that you were knocked out, I treated you casually. In terms of dealing with people alone, Moyu is quite easygoing. Many, thank you. It seems that because of long time no see, Abarai Renji looked a little reserved when facing Moyu. Hey, don't ignore me. Madarame Ikeko jumped off the martial arts stage and came to Moyu. Hurry up and come to a contest between real men. My Hazukimaru is starving. Faced with his gracious invitation, the corners of Moyu's mouth slightly raised, revealing a hint of danger in his smile. Siritai has just been repaired, but it can't help the strong fighting impurities. Let's go to Rukonga, there is enough space to support the next fight. Abarai Renji was a little confused and didn't recover for a while. Captain Moyu, you are. Madarame Ikeko leaned close to his face and said with a grim expression. This guy is really strong. I have challenged him so many times. Now he has finally accepted my invitation. The real fight is about to begin, Renji brat. Hearing this, Abarai Renji's eyes widened, full of hope. Come together. Moyu said calmly. As his backup target, Abarai Renji must not be missed. First pull in the relationship between each other so that his plan can be better unfolded. Moyu can't wait for what will happen in the future, and even wants to see it sooner. Multiple targets are prepared to make sure nothing goes wrong. Use the absolute information difference to promote the development of destiny. This is what Moyu's fate correction plan is intended to do. Abarai Renji suppressed the excitement in his heart, nodded emphatically, and replied. Seeing the battles of stronger people is enough to broaden his horizons, which is of great help to the improvement of strength. The failure of this battle did not make him feel depressed. On the contrary, it aroused Abarai Renji's competitive spirit. This is what men want. Rukonga West 3rd District. Li Fuxian. After Sheba Cayen's special training, the place can no longer be restored to its original state. The Sheba family also felt extremely sorry for this. Excellent battle venue. Madarame Ikeko put his hands on his forehead and looked out. In such a scene, there is no need to worry about the damage caused by the battle. As he spoke, he looked sideways at Moyu and said seriously. Kukaki Moyu, I officially challenge you. Moyu raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Go ahead, don't waste your time. After the voice fell, Madarame Ikeko distanced himself from Moyu in an instant, and Zanpakutō was already in his hand. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The other side. Look at it, kid. Not everyone has the opportunity to watch the full-strength fight in one corner. A Shinigami, who was dressed in a black death suit, with feather decorations around the corners of the eyes and forehead, said very seriously. The fifth chief of Team 5, Ayasukawa Yumichika. As Madarame Ikeko's good friend, he will naturally not let go of this battle. Hearing this, Abarai Renji obviously hesitated for a moment, hesitatingly said. Senior Gonkin, the winner of this battle, who do you favor more? Ayasukawa Yumichika frowned slightly and corrected. Senior is too ugly, just call me Gongqin. In addition, this battle is not fair. There is no such thing as a winner. Abarai Renji was stunned, somewhat unable to understand these words. Could it be that? SHH, the battle has begun. Ayasukawa Yumichika interrupted his 230 words, his eyebrows and eyes were full of dignified color. Focus. Following the voice of Setsuna, Madarame Ikeko launched Shunpo as if holding Zanpakutō. The next moment, he was approaching Moyu. With lightning speed, Zanpakutō suddenly fell. Faced with such an attack, Moyu didn't even take out his own Zanpakutō, he just stepped back, reversed his figure, and narrowly dodged the slash with an extremely subtle distance. The failure of the first attempt did not cause any change in Madarame Ikeko's expression. After entering the fighting state, his mentality has become extremely calm. Its wrist flips and Zanpakutō, armed with great strength, slashes again towards Moyu's belly. Click! At the moment when the blade was about to touch his body, Moyu raised his left hand, holding the scabbard to block his attack. The two sides are at a stalemate here, fighting each other's strength. But Madarame Ikeko was a little surprised to find that the veins on the back of his hand were exposed, and he had already exerted his strength to the ultimate. On the other hand, Moyu's expression was calm, and he didn't intend to exert his strength at all. The blue veins on the forehead are violently provoking, and the red eye shadow on Madarame Ikeko's eyelids is even more vivid. It seems that this look won't even allow you to pull out the Zanpakutō. Madarame Ikeko looked very serious, then I have to fully exert my power come. After the words fell, strong Reiatsu fluctuations exploded around him. I saw that they were holding the scabbard in one hand and the handle in the other, and they collided suddenly. The substantive Reiatsu formed a strong impact, spread in all directions, and lifted the dust on the ground. Madarame Ikeko twisted his hands, with a look of ferocity on his face, and said loudly. Stretch, Hazukameru! With the sound of its roar, the Zanpakutō and scabbard in its hand burst into dazzling light. Although this guy is only the third seat of the 11th team, he is not inferior to any vice-captain in terms of hard power, and he can be called the strongest among the seats. The mighty Reiatsu was unleashed on Hazukameru, the scabbard and hilt merged into one in the light, turning into a wooden spear held tightly in his hand. Madarame Ikeko opened and closed her arms in a stance, ready to fight. Hajime, Shikai! Abarai Renji said in shock. Little ghost, this is just the beginning. Ayasukawa Yumichika's expression became more serious, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. The corner behind Shikai is already in danger. Chapter 109. Looking at Madarame Ikeko's Shikai posture, Moyu sighed helplessly. To be honest, the most embarrassing Shikai in the entire Godai 13 should be this Hazukameru. Hazukameru, who has turned into a spear, seems to have more diverse attack methods. But in fact, its texture is even more fragile. If he remembers correctly, this guy's Hazukameru broke more than once. Even after repairing, it still affects its own use. Of course, this also has a certain connection with its fighting style. Just like now. Madarame Ikeko laughed maniacally, and after Reiatsu surged, he showed sufficient confidence. Yo! Hazukameru, here we go! As soon as the voice fell, he saw the point of his spear pointing downwards, and he picked it up with his backhand, heading straight for Yu's throat. After preliminary trials, Madarame Ikeko felt that if he continued to stay in this battle, he would definitely lose his chance of fighting. The fierce wind directly cut the air in front of him, bringing the word swift to ultimate. Faced with such a blow, Moyu drew Zanpakutō backhand and slashed down suddenly. When the collision of the gunhead and the blade sparked the Emperor's sparks. Swish! Swish! Madarame Ikeko shoots like a dragon, bringing the advantages of long weapons to ultimate. The surge of Reiatsu has cracked the surrounding ground at every turn, forming cobweb-like lines. The two kept blinking and changing positions, and even Abarai Renji was shocked to find that his eyes couldn't keep up with their speed. AJ. Abarai Renji looked horrified and muttered to himself. Is this a battle between the strong? It's really exciting. Ayasukawa Yumichika, who was standing beside him, glanced at Abarai Renji in surprise when he heard this. Another guy who fits the temperament of the Bantai. During the continuous fierce battle, Madarame Ikeko's shiny head was already covered with fine beads of sweat. On the other hand, on Moyu's side, even the Haori was not even a bit messy. What makes Madarame Ikeko feel more powerful is Moyu's Reiatsu. From the beginning to the end, Reiatsu, who was opposite him, never experienced any abnormal fluctuations. It's like the unfathomable deep sea. Moyu held a knife and never attacked once. Just fighting in a defensive posture brought unimaginable pressure to Madarame Ikeko. Gritting his teeth tightly, he made a creaking sound. The unwillingness in Madarame Ikeko's heart became stronger and stronger, and his expression became increasingly ferocious. The last time I encountered such a difficult battle was the encounter with Zaraki Kenpachi in Rukanga. But Zaraki Kenpachi at that time was definitely not as relaxed as Moyu is now. I have obviously become so much stronger, but my performance is not as good as before. The doubts and unwillingness to entangle in my heart turned into endless fuel, igniting the flames of war in my heart. At this moment, the fighting spirit is high. Be careful, Moyu! Madarame Ikeko let out a roar, and raised Hazukimaru in his hand. His arms were blue and veined, and the muscles on it were ferocious like a dragon. Zanjutsu Hazukimaru dance. In an instant, Hazukimaru spun at a high speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye, and a gust of wind suddenly set off around it. The powerful Reiatsu is constantly condensing and brewing, until it climbs to the limit that Madarame Ikeko can bear. I saw his legs bent slightly, bursting out the strength of his whole body, jumping directly into the air, and the Hazukimaru he was holding tightly slammed down with an irresistible force. Boom! Moyu raised his arm slightly, laying Zanpakutō horizontally in front of himself. The violent shock wave exploded at the center of the collision, the smoke and dust stirred up, and the ground sank. This is the strongest attack that Madarame Ikeko can perform in Shikai state. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the ferocious expression on his face instantly froze, turning into an unbelievable gaze. The scene in front of him undoubtedly had an unimaginable impact on him. Although before the battle, he knew the gap between himself and Moyu. But he never thought that the gap between them could be so large. I saw Moyu holding the knife with one hand, and resisting Hazukimaru's slash with the knife with ease. The wooden gun body is deeply curved and reaches the ground. A blow that burst out with the whole body's strength had no effect at all. For a moment, Madarame Ikeko felt that his three views were somewhat broken. A corner. Moyu looked at the astonished Madarame Ikeko indifferently, and reminded. Use all your strength to fight. It's respect for yourself. I was invited here, not to see your boring fighting style. As soon as this remark came out, Madarame Ikeko looked at Moyu with a dazed expression. You seem to know something. Moyu nodded and explained. Your body contains an experience that is suppressed to the ultimate level. No need to be taboo, I will help you keep a secret. Madarame Ikeko was silent. A long time. He raised his eyes and looked at Moyu solemnly. I understand. As his voice fell, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became a little dignified. Even Abarai Renji outside the field has noticed this change. Since this is your request, then I won't be stingy anymore. I saw him holding the front part of Hazukimaru with one hand, and holding the back half with the other hand, with a ferocious expression on his face. The detonated Reiatsu was like blood, flowing on his body. Swastika, solution. The sound of tearing was squeezed out between his teeth. Suddenly, the terrifying Reiatsu bloomed all over Madarame Ikeko and shot straight into the sky. Well, let's block it for a while. When he saw the soaring Reiatsu, Moyu finally released his own Reiatsu, covering the area of Kabushiyama. As for this scene, only Ayasukawa Yumichika, an extremely perceptive existence, was aware of it. The other two, people, have no way of knowing. He widened his eyes, looked in the direction of Moyu with incredible eyes, and murmured in a low voice. It turns out that this is the real strength of this guy. It's really, hopelessly terrifying. Madarame Ikeko spun the gun body, raised a strong wind, and covered himself with dust. When Reiatsu calmed down, the ferocious appearance finally appeared in front of everyone. 3 exaggeratedly large blades straddle his body, holding one in each hand. On the giant blade behind him, the dragon pattern is slightly bright, as if eager for the next battle. Swastika, Bankai. Abarai Renji knows exactly what Bankai stands for, even if his academic courses are poor. Madarame Ikeko owns Bankai, which means he has the qualifications to be promoted to captain. In terms of strength, he is on the same level as Moyu. Obviously, in his superficial cognition, Kuroyu and Madarame Ikeko have been classified into the same grade. Don't be too surprised, young man. N. Ayasukawa Yumichika said solemnly, the corner after Bankai is still no match for Captain Moyu. You should continue to focus on the next battle. Abarai Renji couldn't understand what he said. In his opinion, the untied Madarame Ikeko is already the most powerful person he has ever seen. Raimon Hazukameru. Madarame Ikeko holds giant blades in both hands and points forward. Moyu, I will cherish this opportunity to fight with you. Come on, have the happiest battle. Roaring, like a beast. The next moment, Madarame Ikeko launched Shunpo and disappeared in place. After Bankai, he is more than a step stronger in both speed and strength. This is fighting. The corners of Moyu's mouth raised slightly, and he said with satisfaction. Boom. No skill at all, just endless violence. Madarame Ikeko's fighting style is very consistent with the aesthetics of violence. Every time he slashed, he tried his best. The deafening collision sounds resounded continuously in the battlefield. Abarai Renji's gaze was a little dull. He never imagined that the battle between Shinigami could be so terrifying. The aftermath of the collision alone shocked him. At this moment, he obviously hasn't really grown up yet. The violent collision made the dragon pattern on the giant blade behind it gradually turn red. Madarame Ikeko's slashing power became more and more terrifying. Haha, this is the real fight. Madarame Ikeko was ecstatic. Since learning Bankai, he has never released his full power in a fight. Now, finally have the opportunity to achieve this wish. At this moment, the dragon pattern turned into blood red, as if jumping on the giant blade. Madarame Ikeko took off the giant blade from behind, the corners of his mouth raised wildly. I am coming. The wild power exploded at this moment. Bang! The entire Lifa mountain seemed to shake because of this, the ground trembled, cracked, and huge ravines were torn open. The terrifying shock wave even spread to the people watching the battle. Abarai Renji retreated after casting Shunpo, with an unconcealable surprise on his face. He couldn't understand it. With such a powerful destructive power, why is Ayasukawa Yumichika still not optimistic about Madarame Ikeko? However, at this moment, Kabushi Yamanaka raised the wind and suppressed all the dust. And Abarai Renji, who saw the scene in the distance clearly, was completely sluggish in place. This. Madarame Ikeko stood on the spot panting, all the strength and Reiatsu in his body had been exhausted, and it was only his will to be able to stand here. The ground sank tens of meters, and countless cracks appeared in the form of spider webs, spreading in all directions. Looking at Moyu again, there is not even a speck of dust all over his body. In this battle, high and low will be judged. Madarame Ikeko calmed down his panting, grinned grinningly and said, "Thank you." After the voice fell, the guy let go of his hands and passed out completely. Ayasukawa Yumichika rushed to the center of the battlefield as soon as possible, and first saluted Moyu respectfully. "Thank you, Captain Moyu, for your fulfillment." One corner, he has been thinking about this battle for a long time. Moyu sighed, put on a rather helpless expression, and said, "A corner has been to the 10th Division team 10 to 7 times this month. If I don't agree, I'm afraid this guy will get worse." Speaking of this, Ayasukawa Yumichika bent down again and said, "I'm sorry, Captain Moyu. This brash fellow is giving you trouble. The 11th team advocates power, but also respects power. For example, a reckless player like Zaraki Kenpachi can still gain a lot of admiration and respect in the 11th team. Exist. After Moyu shows his strength, he will naturally gain the respect of others." Abarai Renji also came nearby. He looked at the devastated ground around him in shock, and had a clearer understanding of Moyu's strength. It turns out that mastering Bankai doesn't mean you can become the captain. Boom! Just when he was amazed at the battle scene between the two, the diary hammer hit his head. The next team member, Abarai Renji. Ayasukawa Yumichika looked serious. "Thank you to Captain Moyu. If it wasn't for his consent, you wouldn't have seen such a battle scene." Moyu waved his hand, indicating that there is no need to do so. However, Ayasukawa Yumichika's answer made him change his view on it. If you want to pursue power, you must first learn to respect power. Hearing this, Asajing Renji's expression is also a bit serious. "I understand. Thank you Captain Moyu for your support." Looking at the scene in front of him, Moyu nodded secretly. Finally, he has gained the trust of these guys, and it is not in vain for him to spend such a lot of effort. In this way, the fate modification plan can be implemented smoothly. A team house. Yamamoto Yuanlianaga said with a stick in his hands, a serious expression, and said in a deep voice, "What makes you so important?" According to the investigation by the Technology Development Bureau, the breaking of the Kukaki Hibiki seal may have involved virtual power. Kurako Shunsui looked calm, and narrated the document he had read not long ago. In the follow-up investigation, we discovered the existence of another group of forces in Karakura town. 100 years ago, the captains of Hadō stood up. Chapter 110. Another captain's meeting. Moyu looked at the report submitted by Matsumoto Rangiku and said in surprise, "It's rare to stop." Matsumoto Rangiku brushed back her drooping hair, and her every move was full of royal sister style. "It seems to be about the breaking of the Kukaki Hibiki seal, some clues obtained from the investigation. So you, Captain, hurry up and go there." Moyu nodded and said, "I understand. The matter in the team will be handled by you for the time being." Hearing this, Matsumoto Rangiku patted his chest and agreed, seeing the waves churning, which was really eye-catching. "No problem. Don't worry, Captain." Seeing her cheerful look, Moyu murmured in his heart, "This guy, is he holding back something bad again? I've never seen her talk so well." Moyu hugged Nilu to his seat, and said, "Nilu will also be handed over to you first. I'll just take a step ahead." Matsumoto Rangiku waved again and again, urging, "Don't delay. If you make the captain angry, it's not easy to deal with." Seeing this scene, Yu became more and more sure that this guy had no good intentions. "I hope that leaving Nilu behind can play some role." Watching Moyu's leaving back, Matsumoto Rangiku raised the corners of his mouth high, like a cat that stole the smell. I saw him pull out a notebook from his chest, and wrote on it in a hurry. October 9th, I finally got the chance to Kukaki Moyu, a brat. This time, I must take revenge on him. I hope that the Kajado puree obtained from the Technology Development Bureau will be effective. 17. A team house. When Moyu came to the meeting room, he seemed to find that the captain had almost arrived. Even Jaishur Yukatake, the often absent captain, stepped into his place. Seeing Moyu looking towards him, Jaishur Yukatake smiled and nodded politely. But this action immediately made him cough again and again, as if his life was not long. Such a scene made Moyu a little frightened, for fear that this guy would fall in front of him. Captain Jushiro, please pay more attention to 637's body. Although it is clear that this guy possesses the power of the Spirit King, when he sees the blood he coughs up, he still cannot help but sigh. A good team leader, how did he become like this? Moyu. A rough voice sounded from behind Moyu. When he turned his head, a ferocious face appeared in front of him. I heard it from a corner. Zaraki Kenpachi grinned, like a beast that only found its prey every day. Your strength is very strong, very strong. Let's have a fight. I already have some, can't wait. Saying this, the guy actually pulled out the Zanpakutō from his waist, and Reiatsu even showed signs of rising. Regardless of the occasion. Boom! A dull pounding sound resounded in front of the captain's meeting room. Captain Moyu and Zaraki, please pay attention to the occasion. Yamamoto Genryanaga's eyes, which were originally slightly closed, opened a gap, and the majesty of the captain suddenly burst out. This is the captain's meeting room, not a place for you to fight. Seeing signs of anger, Zaraki Kenpachi also put away Zanpakutō. Call, boring old man. Moyu looked helplessly at Zaraki Kenpachi, who had returned to calm. Sure enough, planning or something has both advantages and disadvantages. Although the battle with Madarame Ikeku promoted the improvement of favorability, it also made Zaraki Kenpachi more eager to fight with himself. He is really the guy who engraves fighting into his bones. Since all the captains have arrived, the old man declares that the captain's meeting has officially begun. Seeing the arrival of the last person, Yamamoto hit the crutch in his hand again, making a dull sound. The convening of this captain's meeting is about the investigation of Karakura Town in the present world. Kukaki Hibiki broke the seal and escaped, causing serious damage to the Soul Society. Those who helped him break the seal will be investigated to the end. After the words fell, he took a deep look in the direction of Moyu. Seeing this, Moyu was quite puzzled. Just say what you say, see what I do? Could it be that I broke the seal of Kukaki Hibiki? In order to prove his innocence, Moyu looked at him without hesitation, and his momentum was even more powerful. Seeing this, Yamamoto Uenlianaga's gaze even became momentarily stagnant. The captains who noticed this scene had different expressions. Kurako Shunsui's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone actually suppressed Old Man Shan. Jaishur Yukatake couldn't even care about coughing up blood, and murmured. Captain Moyu is really a role model for my generation. On the other hand, Anohana Retsu, who was on the opposite side, raised the corners of her mouth and showed a gentle smile. Her eyes stayed in the direction of Moyu for a long time and could not move away. Ahem! Yamamoto Uenlianaga coughed twice, and pulled everyone's attention back. However, during the investigation, the team members made new discoveries. Around the seal, there is a virtual Reiatsu. Hearing this, the first thing Moyu thought of was Eizen. Only he can command Minos Grande Arankar with ease. And this behavior can also help him weaken the power of the Soul Society, or facilitate the diversion of other people's attention. However, what Yamamoto Uenlianaga said next caused his thinking to be directly interrupted. And the team member in charge of the investigation found the captains who were once hollow in Karakura Town. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the meeting hall. Nani? Found Hirako Shinji and the others. Komamura Seijin, with his big dog's head on his head, had a look of disbelief on his face. After the battle with the materialized Scourge, his appearance has been seen by the soldiers, so that he has now abandoned his concerns in this regard. It was discovered. Ichimaru-jin smiled like a fox. Really, I hope they can hide safely in this world. The ruling on the 46 chambers, once issued, will never be withdrawn. Kurako Shunsui looked a little heavy. The most fundamental thing in this captain meeting is to choose the captain. Go to the present world. Back in the 46 chambers trial against Captain Hollow 100 years ago. As the leader, Urahara Kisuke was sentenced to be deprived of all spiritual power and permanently exiled to the present world. Grand Kid Chief Tessai Tsukabishi, as an accomplice, used Kid Forbidden technique without authorization, and was sentenced to be imprisoned in the third underground prison Zhanghe Hell. As for the victims of the Hollow experiment, they were treated as hypocrisy and severely punished. At this point, the purpose of the meeting seems to be very clear. Moyu was silent and did not express his opinion. The emergence of this situation was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. No matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't figure out how it would be discovered by several team members in charge of the investigation at the level of Hirako Shinji and others. Moreover, as far as he knows, the secret base where Visard is located on the edge of Karakura town, hundreds of kilometers away from the seal of the Kukaki River. It is impossible for the two to produce any interweaving at all. There is definitely some misunderstanding in this. Or framed. Moyu closed his eyes slowly, never letting himself show any abnormality. As the new captain, he shouldn't have any other emotions towards Visard and the others. Even Byakuya Kuchiki has never had much contact with those 8 people. Therefore, his state at the moment is correct. This is not because he is too cautious, but he guessed a terrible possibility. Eizen has already discovered the existence of Visard. The disclosure of his whereabouts in front of Seirai this time may be for the next step of the plan. As the wheel of fate rolls forward, Eizen, one of the protagonists of the era, has already launched his own actions. When Kurako Shunsui's voice fell, the meeting hall suddenly fell into silence. No one wants to go to this muddy water. The 8 captain-level characters, even in Seirai, are a force that cannot be ignored. Although there are strong and weak among them, the vice-captain cannot be regarded as dry food. In any case, the other party also possessed the existence of Hollow's power. A long time. The old man is willing to go. A dull thunderous voice resounded in the meeting hall. Komamura Seijin stepped up first. He took the lead and did not exceed the expectations of others. This captain with a big dog head is definitely one of the captains most loyal to Yamamoto Yu and Yanagi. The belief in life he pursues is to carry out all the orders of Yamamoto Yu and Lianagi. However, Yamamoto Motoyanagi, who was sitting at the very front, shook his head slowly when he saw his application. Komamura, you are not fit to go to this world. Yamamoto Genryanagi knows its power, once it is liberated in this world. It may not be possible to defeat other captains, but it will destroy the present world into a mess. The old man has already thought about the candidate. Hearing this, everyone raised their spirits. Anohana Retsu, captain of Division 4, and Kurako Shunsui, captain of Division 8. Yamamoto Yu and Liuzai's tone was slightly stagnant, his eyes looked towards the ends on both sides, and his voice raised a little. And the captain of the 10th Division, Kukaki Moyu. Hearing his name Setsuna, Moyu opened his eyes and stared to the maximum. Captain, did you make a mistake? I'm just a new captain, and I can't compare to those veteran captains. What the hell? I'm just here to catch fish, why did you pick me out of the blue? Isn't this way of opening a bit outrageous? Moyu even thought before that Yamamoto Genryanagi would send someone like Eizen out. But never expected that he would jump himself. Yamamoto Yu and Liuzai closed his eyes slightly, his complexion did not change, and he explained calmly. This matter has been considered by the old man for a long time. The most suitable ones to go to this world are the 3 of you. He looked at Moyu with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Although you are just a new captain, you defeated the combination of Kuratsuka Mayuri and Narde Tokinada. You have proven your so-called qualifications with your strength. At this moment, Byakuya Kuchiki on one side suddenly spoke. Captain, I would like to go together. For this mission operation, he can't rest assured that Moyu will go to the present world. Yamamoto Uenlianaga slowly shook his head and rejected him. The reason is very simple. There is always one person left in the Kukaki family. As soon as this remark came out, Moyu narrowly missed Zanpakuto and slashed at Yamamoto Uenlianagi's bald head. What's your name? Didn't you expect me to come back when you co-authored it? Is this what we call a death group? As if seeing what Moyu was thinking, Yamamoto Motoyanagi coughed again and explained. This trip is extremely dangerous, the old man can only choose some captains who can make him feel at ease. The meaning of these words is already very obvious. Byakuya Kuchiki, your strength is not as good as Kukaki. For your safety, let's take a break. Boom. All right. Yamamoto Uenlianaga tapped the crutch in his hand again, his eyes swept over the three people he had chosen, his face was serious, and he said in a deep voice. It is up to you to capture the hollow Shinigami. Try to avoid damage to the present world, and pay attention to your own safety. Adjournment. This matter was decided so inexplicably. Although Moyu didn't really want to go, he also understood that he was indeed the most suitable candidate. With a penultimate record, his strength on the bright side even surpassed most of the captains. As for the counterparts of Anohanaretsu and Kurako Shunsui, it shows Yamamoto Uenlianaga's determination. First generation Kenpachi. The most proud disciple. Yamamoto Motoyanagi, who is very aware of the strength of the two, is obviously not very worried about this action. Kukaki Moyu, just in case. Walking out of the captain's meeting room, Moyu looked up at the sky and carved the word helpless on his face. Meeting with Visard? Let's hope things go well. Chapter 111. Present World. When the portal opened above Karakura town, three figures slowly walked out of it. Sarah, it was quite thrilling just now. Kurako Shunsui straightened his bamboo hat and said with a smile. Just now, the three of them met Chingdeafu, Juto, in the Broken Realm. Although that big guy is not harmful to Moyu. But in Kurako Shunsui's view, it's really something to be concerned about. After all, after becoming the team captain, he seldom went to the Broken Realm. It was not easy to walk around, but unexpectedly encountered Juto. It's an unfamiliar landscape. He looked at the tall buildings below with an inexplicable expression. Mr. Moyu, do you have any opinions on the next action? Hearing this, Moyu gave him a blank look. Old man Shan has entrusted you with full responsibility for the task, why do you still ask me? Between the words, there is no respect at all. Kurako Shunsui's smile also froze directly. This matter, everyone doesn't want it. But the report of the investigation team is like this. If this kind of situation is not reported, the consequences will be very serious. Moyu didn't want to come here to carry out this kind of dangerous mission, especially when he learned that the cause was reported by Kurako Shunsui. He pulled a long face. Hey, Mr. Moyu. Anohanaretsu said from the side, there is no need to do that. If you don't want to fight, I can do it for you. As the voice fell, Kurako Shunsui staggered and almost fell from the sky. When did Anohanaretsu be so accommodating to Moyu? What happened between the two of them? Hey, I think we should go to the place where the clues are found first. Kurako Shunsui interrupted the meaningless conversation. For Anohanaretsu's combat effectiveness, he never had any doubts. As for whether the hollow captains can be brought back, it may be a question. But hacking them to death may not be as difficult as imagined. The three launched Shunpo and disappeared in Kongchen. Not long after they left. Not far from the opening of the world transmitting gate, the air suddenly fluctuated, and two figures emerged from it. Urahara Kisuke looked at their receding figures with a gloomy expression and lowered the brim of his hat. Things are getting trickier. If Moyu hadn't notified him in advance, he wouldn't have known about it. Hirako Shinji, are they unwilling to evacuate? Shihaoran Yoriyuki's voice was a little dull. Yes. Urahara Kisuke sighed. They don't think that two veteran captains plus a so-called new captain can bring them back to Soul Society. Moreover, after learning about this, those grumpy guys even threatened to keep them in this world as hostages. At this moment, he deeply realized. What is good words but hard to persuade, damn it. Visard had no idea what kind of enemy they were facing. The western suburbs of Karakura town. Led by Kurako Shunsui, they came to the place mentioned in the report. A factory that has long been abandoned. Urahara Kisuke had told Moyu about the location of Visard's base, and the current scene matches what Moyu knew. What surprised him even more was the high-level kid enchantment that was still maintained outside the factory. Reiatsu's continuous output makes the concealment and defense of the enchantment unchanged. Didn't the Visard guys get a summons from Urahara Kisuke? Moyu was very puzzled. According to reports, those guys should be around here. Kurako Shunsui took out a radar-like object from his pocket and looked at it seriously. This is... Moyu was a little surprised to see the familiar appearance. Oh, this one. Kurako Shunsui raised the radar in his hand and introduced with a smile. Invention of the Technology Development Bureau, able to capture the Reiatsu blend of Shinigami and Unreal. Props specifically for Arankar and Hollow Shinigami, which can stably capture their spirit trajectories. The method of use is also very simple, just press the switch. As soon as the voice fell, the radar made a rapid sound. Asking for flowers. Drip, drop. And the location marked on it was obviously the abandoned factory in front of them. Yet. Kurako Shunsui put away the radar, lowered the bamboo hat, and said, "It seems that we have found it." Seeing this, Moyu sighed, quite helpless. From the essence of Reiatsu to explore, shouldn't this stuff be Urahara Kisuke's patent? When did the Technology Development Bureau have a talent comparable to him? But now that it has been discovered, nothing else matters. You two, let's go. Kurako Shunsui made an inviting gesture and pointed in the direction of the abandoned factory. Things have come to this, and Moyu has nothing to do. 0. What can be done, he has done. For Visard, whom he has never met, he has done his best. As for these guys' own choices, it is beyond Moyu's interference. The three fell from the sky and walked to the abandoned factory. The Reiatsu wave of the high kid suddenly appeared in front of them. The so-called concealment is more aimed at virtual and ordinary Shinigami. The existence of the captain level cannot be easily concealed. What's more, the accomplishments of the three of them in Kid are all extremely astonishing. The Kid enchantment unique to Kid is quite advanced. Kurako Shunsui reached out and pressed on it. Suddenly, the air in front of him spread out like ripples. Hey? The hosts seemed to have come to welcome the guests. Kurako Shunsui withdrew his palm and looked into the depths of the factory. A trace of solemnity flashed in his slightly narrowed eyes. With the release of Kid's enchantment, Reiatsu, who belongs to Visard, is also thoroughly exposed in front of Moyu and others. Day. Steady footsteps appeared at the door of the abandoned factory. 8 figures of different heights gradually walked out of it. Complicated eyes, calm expression. In the violent Reiatsu fluctuations, there is a hint of tyranny belonging to Su. Visard, refer to it. Chapter 112. Ya da da. Kurako Shunsui lifted his chin slightly and said with a smile. It seems that we are not welcome. Yo, long time no see, little Lisa. Upon hearing his greeting, a girl in Visard, wearing a sailor suit and lewd glasses, lowered her gaze. No reply. Former 8th Squad Vice Captain, Yadomaru Lisa. Former deputy of Kurako Shunsui, now a member of Visard. It's very powerful. Anohanaretsu folded her hands in front of her body and smiled softly. I hope it's not too much trouble. In words, he didn't take this group of guys to heart. Kyo band leader, Anohana leader. The person directly in front has short straight yellow hair, a brown cap, a white shirt, and a yellow and green tie, just like a bad student in high school. Hirako Shinji, the captain of the 5th team 100 years ago and now the leader of Visard. He held Zanpakutō on his shoulders, looking a little indifferent. And that unknown new kid, can you tell me your purpose? Moyu, who didn't take this mission seriously, frowned when he heard that weird name. What is your attitude? Fortunately, Lao Zi was still worried that you would be wiped out this time, so he kindly informed you. In the end, good intentions were treated as the liver and lungs of a donkey, right? Moyu didn't intend to get involved in this matter, but now it seems that if he doesn't intervene, it really doesn't make sense. Captain of the 10th Division, Kukaki Moyu. Before MO850 could speak, the smile on the face of Anohanaretsu at the side suddenly became cold. Hirako Shinji, please show some respect to Mr. Moyu. Serene killing intent boiled up around it and surrounded it, as if it wanted to devour everything. Captain Anohana, there's no need for that. Hirako Shinji felt the almost substantive horror and murderous aura, and suddenly showed a somewhat stiff smile. Just a little joke. As the leader of Visard, he doesn't want to make things bigger right now. Especially after learning about the information provided by Urahara Kisuke. Yamamoto Genryon Aga means, bring them all back to Soul Society. This also means that things still have room for reversal. There is no need to meet swords. There's no need to talk too much nonsense. Moyu had already made up his mind to teach this guy a lesson. It's fine to be treated as a donkey's liver and lungs with good intentions, but he still mocks people with qualifications. Don't you know who you are? The current Visard is a virtual existence defined by the Soul Society. Anyone who encounters them has the right to execute you. Hey, this Captain Moyu doesn't have to be so aggressive. Hirako Shinji retorted, it's clear that we can negotiate. However, Moyu has no intention of continuing to talk nonsense with them. Discuss or something, let's talk about it later. It's business to fight first. Sister Hua, the band leader of Beijing, I will trouble you with one thing next. Moyu took a step forward, facing the 8 members of Visard, and said calmly. Next, I will trouble you to watch the battle from the sidelines for the time being. Kurako Shunsui had a bad feeling in his heart, and said nervously. Hey, you don't mean to. Moyu turned his back to the two of them, his tone was extremely calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Whether it's a discussion or a fight. In the initial development, we always have to fight first. Otherwise, there will always be people who are not convinced. Hearing this, Kurako Shunsui opened and closed his mouth several times, finally dropped his arms helplessly, and sighed. Sarah, is that so? I understand. Anohanaretsu didn't say a word, but judging from his expression, it was obvious that he was firmly on Moyu's side. The two of them directly moved away from here, leaving enough space for them. A hole. Seeing this, Hiiriaki, who was the most irritable, was the first to be unable to contain his anger. Smelly brat, do you think you can be arrogant just by becoming the captain? If it wasn't for those 2 old guys, I wouldn't have looked at you more. Before he finished speaking, Hirako Shinji subconsciously covered the guy's mouth, with an awkward smile on his face. Ha, ha, this idiot can't speak his head. Click. Saragaki Hiri was not used to anyone, and directly gnawed on the palm of Hirako Shinji. BD bald man, who are you calling stupid? While speaking, another slipper knocked on his head. The leader of Visard who has no dignity at all, even if he is beaten severely at this moment, no one will stop him. For the scene in front of them, the others seemed to be familiar with it. After finally subduing this irritable guy, Hirako Shinji wiped his bluish cheeks. Continue with our previous content. After regaining his composure, Hirako Shinji is still somewhat reliable. Are you really going to challenge us, Visard? We are Shinigami who have acquired the power of the void. He squinted his eyes slightly, watching the change in Moyu's expression. However, under the temptation of his words, Moyu's expression did not change, and he said calmly. To be precise, you besiege me one by one, or I single pick you one by one. Everyone, you are surrounded by me. As the disgraced Visard of the industry, he has never put this group of people in his eyes. That is to say, Hirako Shinji can give him a little treat, but in this case, it is impossible to do Bankai at all. Its strength has obviously been restrained. Moyu knew exactly what Hirako Shinji was thinking. He wants to fight for more right to speak for his companions. And this is contrary to the purpose of Heiyu's trip. Instead of arguing here, it is better to fight directly. It is most appropriate to compete for the right to speak with strength. Yet. Hirako Shinji lowered his palm and smiled dangerously. I see what you're thinking, Captain Testama. It seems that it is necessary for us to fight this battle. In order to show respect to you, I decided to deal with you personally. He slowly withdraws, Zanpakuto in his hand, cold light flickers, Reiatsu rises. Thick oppression shrouded towards Moyu. Haha. Such a degree of oppression did not cause the slightest change in Moyu's expression. Hirako Shinji, as the leader of the faction. The first thing to do is to learn to grasp information. Boom. Setsuna, whose voice fell, and Reiatsu, who belonged to Daiyu, suddenly rose. The ink-like Reiatsu color is like the deepest despair and darkness in the hearts of people. The terrible oppression directly attacked the 8 people in Visard. I advise you, it's better to attack together. Moyu raised his fingertips and said softly. Otherwise, I worry that Hirako Shinji might not last long. Lee had 4 ways day and sun thunder. Explosive thunder and lightning raged in front, condensing a light ball that illuminated the sky, and went straight to Visard's position. Hirako Shinji's eyes widened, subconsciously launching Shunpo to dodge. The reaction speed of the others was not slow either. They launched Shunpo one after another and dodged to the sides. That scorching thunderball went straight to the abandoned factory behind it. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the thunderball exploded and turned into countless high-temperature electric lights, rushing across the factory. In just a few breaths of time, half of the factory was melted under the terrifying temperature. Thousands of meters away, it was all scorched black. Looking at the scene behind them, everyone in Visard looked a little dull. No matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't have imagined that it was just a newly promoted captain who could display such a level of kid. Liar, liar. Yaduma Lisa's eyes widened. The depression she felt when she saw Kurako Shunsui disappeared immediately when she saw the scene in front of her. All that was left was endless surprise and a trace of deep fear. This mighty kid. Meguro Makensei had a hideous face and clenched his fists. Had, the kid that only the captains of Team Zero can master. There was a hint of apprehension in his gentle voice. Hachigen looked at the destroyed scene solemnly. As the deputy kid chief of the original kid congregation, he obviously knows Had very well. Generally evolved from normal Had. Hachigen's voice became heavier, but as far as I know, in Had there is only 1 way, 3 ways, and 33 ways. I've never heard of the 4 ways. It is very likely that the other party has researched an advanced Had based on Had number 4. Everyone be careful, this Captain Moyu's kid accomplishments are far ahead of mine. After the voice fell, Saragaki Hiri moved his arms, and a grin appeared on his face. A ranged combatant. Then close combat to deal with him. She couldn't hold back the anger in her heart, and when Setsuna finished speaking, she activated Shunpo. Next moment, Saragaki Hiri jumped high and kicked Moyu directly. I hate you the most, this kind of posturing guy. Boom. Reiatsu's kick, which contained a powerful kick, went straight to Moyu's head, and the strong wind was enough to shake the surrounding air. Boom. Moyu raised his palm and accurately grasped his calf into his hand, making a loud crash. Saragaki Hiri felt the power from his calf, and his complexion changed slightly. Just when she was about to pull her leg back, she was horrified to find that her body was no longer under her control. White hit skills are not just what the opponent is good at. After being taught wholeheartedly by Shihao and Yoriyuki, Moyu's white hits level is already comparable to the captain's level, and even surpassed. White hits technique burning and blowing. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, Moyu held up the arm that grabbed Saragaki Hiri's calf. Immediately afterwards, it hit the ground with a bang. Bang! A deafening sound resounded from the field. Dust rippled and the ground trembled. A huge deep pit appeared at Moyu's feet. Hiri! Little Riri! Damn guy! Visard, who is sympathetic to brothers and sisters, couldn't calm down when seeing this scene. This is fighting. Moyu let go of his calf and looked at everyone calmly. We are on opposite sides after all. Isn't it? The voice fell, and the anger in everyone's hearts was completely extinguished. Ignite. Immediately afterwards, several people couldn't suppress the anger in their hearts, and rushed towards Moyu directly. Thousands of unloading. Yadumura didn't have the slightest intention to hold back, and Zanpakutō had already launched an attack in the hands of Setsuna, who spoke. The sword pressure slashed across, split into countless paths, and instantly enveloped the black pressure. At the entrance, there was a bright white sword pressing. Wind barrier. As the wind blew, the bluish-white wind turned into a seemingly weak but indestructible barrier, enveloping Moyu. 2.9 The powerful attack that was enough to kill Jillian in an instant turned into ineffective force and dissipated in the wind. If that's all Visard is capable of. Moyu looked calm, then follow me back to Soul Society. Old Man Shan is waiting for you. However, these words made these guys even more restless. Hiri was seriously injured. Yadumura said coldly, the matter is not so easy to solve. 1,000 pieces of unloading does not work. I saw its Reiatsu condensed, and Zanpakutō pointed horizontally in his hand. Break him, Iron Slurry Dragonfly. The collision between the scabbard and the hilt combined to form a rotating blade, bursting out with a strong air pressure and evaporating a large amount of white air. The white air dissipated, and Yadumura was holding a huge weapon that looked like a pulp that didn't match her figure at all, stretched to the extreme. 211 dragonflies drooping. The iron slurry dragonfly held high, like a heavy hammer, slammed down in the direction of Moyu. Looking at its posture, it seems to be completely divided into two halves. The leader of the Beijing band once told me to be merciful to you before departure. Facing the coming attack, Moyu changed his face and said calmly. In this regard, all I can say is try my best. When the slash fell, it only hit the ground, setting off a powerful impact and radiating towards the surroundings. The figure of Moyu has already appeared behind Yadumura. Advanced Shunpo Sparkling Flower. Yadumura eyes widened and a stabbing pain came from her chest. In an instant, the blood mist flew. One hit, instant kill. Chapter 113. This guy Moyu is really ruthless. Kurako Shunsui grinned at the side, quite heartbroken. After all, Yadumura used to be his deputy team, and he was watching from the side when he was beaten up. Somewhat unreasonable. But considering Old Man Shan's order, he suppressed his compassion and waited quietly to watch the battle. It seems to have seen the thoughts in his mind. Anohanaretsu explained aloud. When Mr. Moyu made a move, he had already avoided her vital point. It's just that the current Yadumura can no longer continue to fight in a short time. Hearing this, Kurako Shunsui also breathed a sigh of relief. People safe is good. The captain of the fourth team is here, as long as no one dies, everything is easy to talk about. What's more, Moyu is also a master of Grandmaster Kide. Kurako Shunsui is still aware of this. The fall of Yadumurulisa once again raised Visard's anger to a peak. Even Torabashi RJR, who has the most calm personality, almost went berserk because of this. Moyu calmly looked at the remaining 6 people, said. There are 6 left. I hope your performance will be better than the 2 of them. After the words fell, the remaining 5 people were already in a confrontational posture. Surround Moyu in multiple directions. With clasped hands, Hachigen unleashed the higher kid, attempting to move the 2 wounded relics. A rectangular barrier appears around Yadumurulisa and Saragaki Hiri, enveloping them. The next moment, the 2 disappeared in place. I'll take care of them. Hachigen said seriously, this captain is Grandmaster Kid forbidden technique, don't try to fight Kid against him. Realizing that Moyu is extremely good at Kid, he decides to watch the battle from the sidelines. As the deputy chief of 23 Kid, Hachigen is very self-aware. Hearing this, everyone immediately became vigilant. Moyu's 2 waves of melee came into effect, making them ignore his accomplishments on Kid for a while. Hey, Hirako, what's next? Wearing sunglasses and wearing a dark green sportswear, Love Aikawa asked, his voice as thick as a bell. The strength shown by Moyu has somewhat exceeded their expectations. Originally thought that the opponent was just a newly promoted captain. But I didn't expect that the display of his strength already surpassed all of them present. Judging from the strength on the surface alone, there is no one who can single-handedly solve Moyu in front of him. Originally, they wanted to suppress the 3 attacking captains in terms of strength, and then discuss and expose Eizen's plan at the same time. But now it seems that they are even directly stuck on the first step. Such a situation makes them unacceptable at all. Hearing this, Hirako Shinji raised Zanpakuto in his hand and said slowly. Kuna Mashiro, you evacuate here first, to protect Hiri and the others. Leave this guy to us to solve. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand and raised the knife forward. Sorry, Captain Black Jade. I can't figure out your position for the time being, so I can only continue to fight. He lowered his eyes and said softly. Fall down, Nishi. After Setsuna finished speaking, the golden Reiatsu rushed out from the blade, turning into a ring and suspended in his hand. 5 round holes appeared on the blade, which became a bit strange. In Hirako Shinji's hand, the blade was spinning around, exuding a strange golden light. Suddenly, Moyu smelled a faint fragrance. Next moment, with him at the center, the whole world has been turned upside down. Everything in front of me has changed. Hirako Shinji looked at him upside down, his eyes getting more and more serious. The real battle has just begun, Captain Moyu. Welcome to the world upside down. Regarding the changes in the world, Moyu did not show the slightest panic. He was well aware that this was Hirako Shinji's Zanpakuto, the ability to caress. After Shikai, it emits a fragrance. Once you smell it, the directions you see up, down, left, right, front and back, and the direction of being slashed will all be reversed in your vision. In a short period of time, no one can completely remember it with their own memory. Moreover, the stronger a person is, the more he follows his fighting instinct in the past, and it is even more difficult to reverse the way of fighting. After entering this upside-down world, everything is under Hirako Shinji's control. After the words fell, Hirako Shinji didn't give Kuroyu any more time to adapt. He launched Shunpo and jumped forward, holding the Nifu in his hand high, and directly slashed down. Pooh! The blade in Hirako Shinji's hand cut Moyu's arm. He tried to dodge the opponent's attack, but everything he knew had changed. Reversing fixed ideas is indeed a difficult task. Moyu seems to be in crisis. Kurako Shunsui raised his hat and said in a flat tone. Are we going to make a hand? Do not. Kurako Shunsui, who thought he would get an affirmative answer, looked to the side with some mistakes. But I saw Anohanaretsu crossed her hands in front of her body, and her gentle gaze was fixed on Moyu's body in the distance. King Band Leader, trust Mr. Moyu. That's not his limit. Her gaze gradually deepened, as if she had returned to the kendo battle in the 4th team's barracks. A confused figure flickered on the floor. There isn't any Reiatsu movement, just what can be called subtle kendo technique. In the eyes of outsiders, it was just a simple slash, but the angle, strength, and timing of each attack were mastered to a perfect degree. However, Anohanaretsu looked at Moyu, who was dodging, feeling powerless in his heart. It was because Moyu's eyes were closed tightly, and with the wooden sword in his hand, all his attacks were blocked perfectly. His kendo skills have already reached the peak. You know, Anohanaretsu is already the representative of the highest level of Soul Society kendo skills. But the kendo skills shown by Moyu seem to be much more terrifying than before. Anohanaretsu still remembers what Moyu said at the end of the competition. Pure swordsmanship has reached the highest level. At this point, we need to integrate our own artistic conception into it. Sister Hawa, the killing intent hidden in your heart is the stepping stone to step into the new field of kendo. Well, a very sharp blow. Moyu tried to cast Kide to heal the wound. However, his opposite action had no effect at all. It seems to be really tricky. Seeing Moyu's clumsy behavior, Hirako Shinji grinned, revealing 2 neat rows of teeth. It looks like the battle is over. The voice fell, and his figure had disappeared in the distance. Isn't it? Captain Moyu. When it reappeared, Hirako Shinji had already raised the back caress in his hand and appeared behind Moyu. When the sound of gold and iron intertwined made Hirako Shinji's pupils shrink suddenly, leaving only astonishment on his face. What? How come? Hirako Shinji swears that Shikai, who caresses back, is definitely the first time he has used it in front of the other party. But how did Moyu get acquainted with this completely upside-down world? Moyu held the knife in his right hand, and with his back behind his back, resisted the slash. He turned around slowly, with closed eyes. Hirako Shinji couldn't understand even more. Closing your eyes can block out the visual inversion though. But the direction of the slash is also the opposite. How could you adapt so quickly? The corners of Moyu's mouth raised slightly, and he said with a smile. The direction of the slash is reversed, but your killing intent remains the same. The wind has already told me the answer. As you said, the battle has only just begun. Hirako Shinji was stunned, unable to understand what Moyu said for a moment. However, Moyu no longer gave him a chance to react. In Setsuna, where the 2 Zanpakuto are balanced, the palm of the hand is raised slightly, and a thunderbolt strikes. Had S88. Flying dragons attacking thieves and shaking the sky. The next moment, a scorching blue light rushed out from Moyu's palm. The gigantic Reiatsu turned into a huge beam of light, instantly devouring the location where Hirako Shinji was. The space oscillates, and the electric light flickers. Hirako Shinji only had time to form a thin Reiatsu protection in front of him, but was directly knocked out. Your had 80-8 flying dragon striking thieves and shocking thunder cannon defeated Hirako Shinji. The mood is excited, the efficiency of cultivation is doubled, and the power is increased by 80%. Hirako. Master Hirako. The unknown of Hirako Shinji's life and death completely plunged the group of Visard into a tyrannical mood. Play it, Jinsara. Smash him, Tengu. Let's fly to ashes and smoke, the earth-shattering wind. 3 captain-level masks, directly activated Shikai. Attacks of different degrees rushed towards Moyu from 3 directions. Under the violent Reiatsu fluctuation, the space where Moyu was located seemed to be compressed. The ground is collapsing and making waves. Numerous gaps appeared under Moyu's feet, flames burned around, and strong winds roared in the sky. It's like the end is coming. It's really scary. In Moyu's calm tone, no emotion could be heard. Crazy haze and wind, everything is nothingness. Lan Yin. Next moment, the wind line spread by Duan Difeng suddenly twisted. The bluish-white light was gradually saturated by black. Lan Zhu. Facing the Shikai attack of the three captains, Moyu did not choose to push the big ones. It showed overwhelming power at the right time, which is more suitable for the next negotiation. Moyu raised his arm lightly, and the wind between the sky and the earth froze. Meguro Makensei looked in its direction with almost desperate eyes, unable to understand what happened in front of him. His Shikai was completely out of control at this moment. The black wind entangled, carrying the momentum of destroying the world, and fell before the three of them. Boom! The ground is rotting, the fire is rotting, even Reiatsu is rotting. Everything in front of them, 917, has already surpassed everyone's comprehension. The violent black wind swallowed everything in front of them, and the Setsuna room was approaching in front of the three of them. The breath of death has completely enveloped them. The three of them waved when they saw the situation. However, the next moment, the wind dissipated, and everything seemed to have never happened. If you ignore everything that is decayed in front of you. Soybean-sized sweat slowly slid down from the foreheads of the three of them. This. Is this really a power that Shinigami can wield? How is this possible? Moyu disarmed the Shikai and put away his own Zanpakutō. The purpose of his coming here was not to kill Visard, so he didn't continue to kill them. Why? Meguro Makensei swallowed, looking hysterical. Why didn't you? Moyu walked up to him slowly and said. Remember my original words. Whether it's a discussion or a fight, one side must have the upper hand to proceed, isn't it? If the negotiating parties are evenly matched, then there will only be an infinite stalemate. After showing my own strength, I think the next thing should go very smoothly. Moyu walked slowly behind the three of them. At this time, Meguro Makensei realized that his back was soaked in cold sweat. Not only because of the almost crushing power in the previous battle, but also because of the powerless fear after the Zanpakutō power was deprived. He was very clear in his heart. Even with Bankai and Hollow at full firepower, he couldn't last too long in front of Moyu. The suppression from above the level is like Vasto Lord and Jillian. In the dimension of strength, there has been an insurmountable gap. Moyu doesn't know how much psychological shadow his second stage Shikai has brought to Meguro Makensei. But even if you know it, you won't deliberately take it to heart. After all, there is no need to care about the unit of measurement of combat power. After pulling Hirako Shinji out of the deep pit, Kaida's light bloomed in Moyu's hands, covering the slightly charred guy. To Moyu's surprise, Hirako Shinji did not lose consciousness and fighting power. For the degree of blood thickness, choose an extraordinary captain. Looking at Hirako Shinji, who looked a bit confused, Moyu raised his mouth slightly and said with a smile. Next, can we have a good talk? Chapter 114. The entire crew of Visard sits in what remains of a semi-laden warehouse. At this moment, they have completely lost the slightest arrogance. All of them drooped their heads, not even willing to raise their eyes and look directly at the three people in front of them. The empty environment seemed a bit dull. Moyu folded his arms and looked at the group of bad groups with interest. Anohanaretsu and Kirako Shunsui also sat aside, watching the scene quietly. Before they came, they had already prepared for a big battle. Unexpectedly, Moyu defeated them all by himself. This also made Kirako Shunsui reacquainted with Moyu's strength. It also made him understand why Yamamoto Motoyanagi would give the Minos Grande named Nilu the qualifications of the 13th Godai officer. It is to win over, but also to restrain. I thought this mission would be an arduous fight. But later, it turned into Moyu's personal show. Thinking of this, Kirako Shunsui couldn't help laughing and shaking his head. Hirako Shinji and others are absolutely careless. The newly promoted captain is far from being as simple as they thought. Everyone, don't you have anything to say? Moyu broke the silence. After the words fell, Saragaki Hiri, who was the most irritable, responded first. It's up to you to kill or cut. Anyway, I will definitely not be caught without a fight, and I will go back to Soul Society with you. When Moyu performed white hits, he didn't use his full strength, so the guy just lost consciousness temporarily. Although there are still many fractures on his body, under Kaida's treatment, he has recovered to 7 or 88. On the other hand, the other wounded, Yadumuralisa, was almost pierced through the chest by a flash, so the injury was a bit serious. Even, Anohanaretsu personally treated her, so that she could sit here without saying a word. You must know that Shining Flower is a special Shunpo. In the original book, Dabai used this trick to instantly kill Gubi Ichigo, destroying his knot and soul sleep. This formula is very lethal to the weak. Moyu ignored this manic man, he looked at Hirako Shinji and said. Tell me your opinion. I know that Visard is now in your charge. Hirako Shinji raised his head, the corners of his mouth parted, showing his flat teeth, and his smile looked a little weird. Ha, what can I say? The winner lives, the loser dies, it's that simple. Going back to Soul Society or something, that's impossible. He was well aware of the cost of returning to the Soul Society. Even Yamamoto Jinyanagi was not allowed to discuss the ruling made by the 40th to 6th room. Since as early as 100 years ago, they were already treated as false, so will there be any changes now? Bringing Visard back right now is nothing more than wanting to let the other team members of Siritii know the inviolable majesty of room 40 to 6. What's more, Soul Society still has Eizen and others. It is not clear in Godi 13 how many of them belong to them. The current Siritii is no longer the Siritii that Visard is familiar with. Since fate or something is doomed, it would be better to accept it calmly. Here, maybe I can resist a little bit. Back in the Soul Society, there's no doubt about death. Although the newly promoted Moyu captain is very strong, it is not an easy task to kill them all. Now Hirako Shinji has begun to think about how to exchange for the survival of more people with the smallest sacrifice. Hirako, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Kurako Shunsui is the one who is most familiar with Hirako Shinji among the three, and he was once considered a drinking buddy in Soul Society. There's always room to turn around. When he realized that the 8 people in front of him were not corroded by Su's power, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, in this case, Yadumuralisa would not have to die. For his deputy team, he still feels extremely guilty in his heart. When the hollow incident broke out, it was Kurako Shunsui who suggested that Yadumuralisa should resolve the matter. However, this also brought it to a dead end. If possible, his wife would try to change the ruling on room 46. For this reason, Kurako Shunsui did not hesitate to disobey the orders of Yamamoto Motoyanagi. Room to turn around. Hirako Shinji looked at Kurako Shunsui with some indifference. You don't understand what happened at all. Yura Harakisuke was not the real murderer of the hollow experiment. There is someone else behind the scenes. He revealed part of the truth. Kurako Shunsui's complexion changed slightly, and when he was about to ask, Moyu took the first step. Let's talk alone, Hirako Shinji. In the indifferent voice, there was a hint of undeniable rejection. Hirako Shinji hesitated. Don't promise him, Baldy. Saragaki Hiri yelled, this guy must be up to no good. We teamed up to bring him. Before the words were finished, Moyu flicked his fingers and Reiatsu entwined. Bakud no 99 forbidden. Pimps appeared around Saragaki Hiri out of thin air, restraining him without reason. The PP on the top even directly sealed his mouth. That way, you'll be quiet. Moyu withdrew his fingers and said calmly. The abandoned chant of Bakud 99. Cold sweat rolled down Hakujin's forehead, it's exactly as I thought. His kid attainments are no longer part of Tessai Tsukabishi-sama. This scene once again refreshed everyone's perception of the upper limit of Moyu's strength. And Hirako Shinji looked at the scene in front of him without saying a word, but his eyes became deeper and deeper. No, no, no. Saragaki Hiri lay on the ground like a long worm, writhing constantly. The ferocious eyes were burning with flames, as if they were going to eat Moyu raw. However, her hands and feet were completely sealed and restrained, so she didn't have the slightest bit of power to display. All right. Hirako Shinji's trademark creepy smile reappeared on his face. Since you wish. For Moyu's proposal, Anoha Naretsu and Kurako Shunsui also respected it very much. In this case, they have been dominated by Kurako Shunsui, who switched to Moyu. The other side of the abandoned factory. In a separate room, Moyu and Hirako Shinji sat opposite each other at the table. On the brown tea table, 2 cups of tea are filled with the fragrance of tea. This is one of the few intact rooms. Hirako Shinji laughed at himself. Half of Visard's base was vaporized by Had in your shot. Siridi is really talented. Reiatsu rose, interrupting Hirako Shinji's emotion. He stared at Moyu with his eyes wide open, and subconsciously withdrew his Zanpakutō, ready to resist his next attack. Don't be nervous. Moyu pushed out his palm, and a beam of light enveloped the room. Number 83 Bakut Enchantment. It can effectively isolate Reiatsu from probing and prevent eavesdropping by eavesdropping abilities of all natures. At the same time, it also has a certain defensive ability. After the light completely covered the room, Hirako Shinji only felt that the room seemed to be isolated from the whole world. As expected, he is the captain of the kid specialization. He admired, with such a kid attainment, it will be a matter of time before he surpasses Mr. Zhang Zhang. Moyu smiled and said nothing, and didn't talk to him. This ingenious misunderstanding, let it continue. Hirako Shinji seems to have taken Moyu's Lanyan as Zanpakutō of the kid family. Perhaps in his opinion, only Zanpakutō of the kid family can make Shinigami reach such a fishy height on kid. Next, it's time to get to the point. Hirako Shinji said in a low voice, I don't know what is the purpose of Captain Moyu inviting me to talk alone. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. The previous no 80-8 had was all poured on Hirako Shinji's body, which also caused him to be seriously injured. Although after Kide treatment, but still caused a certain amount of psychological damage. Hirako Shinji believes that warm tea can heal his psychological damage. Moyu said lightly. Of course it's because of Eizen. Puff. Take a sip of tea and leave some to eat. Fortunately, after he realized that Moyu was on the opposite side, he reversed the direction in time and sprayed to the other side. Cough, cough, cough. After a severe cough, Hirako Shinji asked in some astonishment. You, who did you just say? Moyu looked at this guy with some contempt. Xia said. The current captain of the 5th division, Eizen. Have you forgotten who is to blame for your situation? Hirako Shinji's eyes were full of surprise, and he couldn't believe Moyu's words for a moment. How did you know about Eizen? Moyu sighed, a little helpless, and asked. Didn't that Urahara guy tell you anything? Didn't he inform you to leave early before we arrived in this world? Hirako Shinji looked stunned and was stunned. It never occurred to him that the one who tipped off the news was the newly promoted captain in front of him who beat them up. It looks like he didn't say anything. Moyu nodded thoughtfully. There is no one who has kept the secrecy measures to such an extent. In that case, let me tell you the story. Moyu put down the teacup in his hand and said seriously. I'm very clear about the hollow incident 100 years ago. At this point, I know what Eizen has done to you, and what Urahara has done. Including preventing ghost suicide, rational use of hollow, etc. Hirako Shinji gradually calmed down from the initial shock. In other words, you are on our side. Moyu nodded and said calmly. It can be understood in this way. But even if Moyu will tell the whole story, Hirako Shinji still has a bit of vigilance in his words. Sorry, I can't trust you. To be precise, I can't even choose to believe Yura Harakisuke. It was precisely because of mistrusting others that things fell into this situation. Hearing this, Moyu coughed twice, suppressing the smile in his heart. You say this as if you can beat Eizen. From the initial suspicion of Eizen to the worry of it, isn't it still a trick? Where does this confidence come from? Varied. When did you hit Kaika Suijutsu again? Even if 8 people from Visard go together to besiege Eizen, even if Eizen doesn't use his own Zanpakutō, it's still a knife one, okay? Looking at Moyu's eyes, Hirako Shinji only felt that his heart was hairy. It's like being despised by others. Ahem, I can understand how you feel. Mo, Kyun Hao, patted Hirako Shinji on the shoulder, and comforted him. So, the betrayal at the beginning makes it impossible for you to trust anyone but Visard now. But in order to complete revenge, you have to pay something. Hearing this, Hirako Shinji was a little moved. In fact, after Moyu initially told the story about Hadō, he has believed it for the most part. However, in the case of a relative lack of information, betting on the future of your companions is definitely not what a qualified leader should do. Could it be that Captain Moyu has a detailed plan? Hirako Shinji's eyes flickered, and he tried to ask. I can't say a detailed plan. Moyu raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, but I have an interesting idea. Mr. Hirako, you may not be aware of the process of my becoming the captain of the team. Seeing his expression, Hirako Shinji also became interested, and hurriedly asked. How to say? If I remember correctly, it should be recommended by more than 6 captains, or pass the assessment of 3 captains. Otherwise, it is to defeat the current captain under the witness of more than 200 team members. Moyu nodded and continued. Mr. Hirako remembers it in detail. I defeated Kurotsuka Mayuri in a head-to-head battle and was successfully promoted to captain. Hearing this, Hirako Shinji was not much shocked. In the previous battles, he had already deeply realized Moyu's strength. Not to mention defeating Kurotsuka Mayuri, even if he was killed, there is no surprise. However, Moyu's next words made him calm down immediately. Later, that guy and Tsuneyashiro Tokinada teamed up to design a sneak attack on my uncle. So, I just killed them all. Chapter 115. Cold sweat soaked Hirako Shinji's clothes. The shirt, which was already very thin, looked even thinner under the sweat. He was just thinking about it in his heart. Who knew that you really killed that Kurotsuka Mayuri? Wait, I seem to have overlooked something. Hirako Shinji asked cautiously, who did you just say joined forces with Kurotsuka Mayuri? Tsuneyashiro Tokinada. Moyu was a little surprised, don't you know? It's the head of the Tsuneyashiro family. It's just a replacement now. Immediately, Hirako Shinji's eyes widened, and he could hardly believe his ears. Those are the 4 great nobles. It's not the radishes and cabbage in the field, they will be chopped up if they say it. This is still the head of the 4 great nobles. Didn't you think about it when you really started? There's no need to be so surprised. Moyu pressed his palm and signaled, nobles are nothing special. It doesn't make any sense. When he said this, Hirako Shinji looked at the star-leading pliers on his head and the silver-white mosaic around his neck with a blank expression. When you say this, can you take off these 2 things first? Seemingly noticing Hirako Shinji's gaze, Moyu coughed twice to get the conversation back on track. Maybe you will be a little curious and kill those 2 guys. Why can't I continue to be the captain of the 10th division? Hirako Shinji was stunned, suddenly realizing this. Even if it's because Moyu is a direct member of the Kukaki family, it's not enough for nothing, right? Did the Tsuneyashiro family not react at all? Moyu raised his mouth and continued. Potential, strength, and attention from Old Man Shan. The Kukaki family has become second. If these are just objective, then there are more subjective things. Hirako Shinji was already a little numb at this time. He felt that it might be a very serious mistake for him to choose to talk to Moyu this time. Because in a short period of time, his three views have been refreshed over and over again. Next, no matter what Moyu says, he won't be surprised anymore. The third officer of the 10th squad, his name is Nilu. Moyu continued, as for her identity, 760 is the Vasto Lord class Arrancar Minos Grande from Hueco Mundo. After the words fell, Hirako Shinji was suddenly dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. Impossible. How can Minos Grande join Siridi? Absolutely impossible. Hirako Shinji is caught in the doubt phase. For this matter, you can ask anyone for proof. Moyu picked up the cup with only tea fragrance left, took a sip, and said calmly. I don't need to lie to you about something that can't be concealed. The voice fell. Hirako Shinji suddenly raised his head and said, Wait for me. As soon as the voice fell, he passed through the Bakud barrier and disappeared in front of Moyu. Soon, Hirako Shinji returned with a shocked expression. How come? Minos Grande was able to join the Siridi and become a member of it. He was severely impacted by his three views, and he couldn't accept it for a while. Have you been beaten in the head by Eizen? Moyu couldn't stand it any longer. If Visard is led by your brain, I think it's better to disband as soon as possible. The sarcastic words did not give him any face at all. Minos Grande able to join Godi 13. Moyu continued, does that mean? As soon as these words came out, Hirako Shinji's eyes gradually brightened, as if he had discovered the new world. You mean? Moyu nodded, that's right, you come back with me. Become a member of Division 13 again. I think Eizen's expression should be interesting when we come, right? Hirako Shinji was completely lost in thought. To be honest, this proposal moved him a little. If he is the only one taking risks, it doesn't seem to be an unacceptable thing. Moreover, he will contain Eizen at that time, even if he cannot hinder the progress of his plan, he will be able to respond to this guy to some extent. As for the danger, there will definitely be. But the worst is death. In this regard, Hirako Shinji has already ignored it. Can you really, guarantee that I can join Godi 13? He asked the final question. A confident smile appeared on Moyu's face, and said. You can rest assured on that. I vouch in the name of the Kukaki family. Hearing this, Hirako Shinji fell silent. A long time. He raised his gaze, and a firm look flashed across it. Captain Moyu, I believe in you. Seeing this, Moyu said with satisfaction, don't worry, I won't let you down. In fact, he had just realized this idea not long ago. Eizen's repeated temptations seem to have triggered Yu's interests. If there is no response at all, it seems a bit unreasonable. And Visard is a means that can be used. One Hirako Shinji isn't enough to threaten Eizen's plans, but it's enough to make it a bit of a shock. The captain who was framed once again returned to Siridi and watched his every move all the time. Just thinking about it, Yu is somewhat looking forward to the sight of the two meeting in Jingling. As for whether he has been missed by Eizen, that is not important anymore. From the time when Su Bai first appeared in this world, the situation has changed. Before Moyu possessed overwhelming power, two people would never be able to PS into one jug. Look at Hirako Shinji, who is convinced and ready to join them in the Soul Society. Kurako Shunsui was a little dumbfounded. Hirako, do you really want to go back with us? Actually, there is no need to force this matter too much. I just want to talk to Old Man Shan. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Hirako Shinji. Captain Moyu has already planned for me. Returning to the Soul Society may give Visard a new way out. Seeing this, Kurako Shunsui could only sigh helplessly. All right. Since you believe Moyu. Visard and others looked at Hirako Shinji, who was about to leave with complicated expressions, and the scene fell into silence for a while. For the perception of Shinigami, not everyone is willing to accept it again. But Hirako Shinji's choice, they all chose to respect. This comes from the trust of peers. Having been hurt once, they still choose to believe in Hirako Shinji. Even Saragaki Hiri, who always likes to be noisy and violent, looked at Hirako Shinji silently without saying a word. Relax, everyone. Hirako Shinji waved his hand, and a strange and familiar smile appeared on his face. I will help you find a new future and change the so-called destiny. Kurako Shunsui stretched out his Zanpakuto, urging it to open the ghost gate. Hey, hurry up. Moyu walked past Hirako Shinji and said. Let's go, Hirako. There are still more exciting things waiting for us. Hearing this, Hirako Shinji was slightly startled, and his smile became more and more strange. Ha, indeed. Goodbye, everyone. After all, Hirako Shinji followed Moyu and others into the world transmitting gate without looking back. Looking at the portal that gradually closed, Visard and the others had mixed feelings in their hearts, and the atmosphere became more and more gloomy. Until... Hey, why are you all so downcast? A light voice appeared on the ruins of the factory. And Saragaki Hiri, who was very familiar with the voice, suddenly raised his head and looked viciously at the direction from which the voice came. It's this guy again. As soon as the voice fell, she flew out and kicked towards the distance without sparing any effort. Boom! The sound of palms and feet clashing seemed a bit dull. Hiri, after such a long time no see, your temper is still so grumpy. Harakisuk lowered his eyes and said with a smile. Humph, you definitely know that Kukaki, right? Saragaki Hiri broke free from his grasp, stared at him fiercely and asked. Mr. Moyu. Harakisuk's eyes were deep, as if he remembered something. He's a very interesting guy. Seeing it like this, Saragaki Hiri was a little silent. In her memory, Harakisuk had never shown such an expression. What secrets does this Kukaki Moyu have? Harakisuk lowered the brim of his hat and said softly. As for Mr. Moyu, maybe you should also know about it. Soul Society. The crossing gate opens. 3 figures walked out of it slowly. Hey, familiar scenery. Hirako Shinji took a deep breath, as if savoring the air. It's as if nothing has changed. Moyu chimed in and said. Stop talking nonsense there. Not long ago, Siriti was overhauled once, and the architectural style was greatly changed. Hirako Shinji, who was dismantled, suddenly froze. Immediately, he said with some resentment. Captain Moyu, can't you give me a sigh of relief? Moyu shivered after being watched with such eyes. I think it's better for you to be normal. Otherwise, something bad might happen. The voice just fell. Hirako Shinji just felt a biting chill from his back. Mr. Hirako, please correct your attitude and abide by the rules of the Soul Society. Under Anohanaretsu's gentle smile, there is a serious killing intent hidden. Now you are still a sinner. The inexplicable hostility made Hirako Shinji shiver, making his smile a bit awkward. Ha, many, thanks for reminding. A group of people walked towards the direction of the team building. Hirako Shinji's shirt and tie attire attracted a lot of attention. And some of them recognized his identity. All of a sudden, there were rounds of rounds. Master Hirako has returned to the Soul Society. Didn't you say he's gone missing? In the end, what happened? Why is Hirako-sama being escorted by 3 captains as a sinner? It seems that he has long been used to being watched by others, perhaps because he has already broken. The jar broke. Hirako Shinji didn't pay attention to the eyes of the crowd at all. Along the way, even say hello to acquaintances. And the one who was greeted by him was stunned, completely unaware of what happened. A team house. That's about the way things are. Moyu narrates, Hirako Shinji, with his Zanpakutō stroking ability, helped his accomplices escape. Captain Anohana and the band leader Kyo have no time to take care of it, so we can only keep it and bring it back to Soul Society. Yamamoto Uenlianaga closed his eyes slightly and finished listening to the narrative. After a long time, he just opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "You guys have done a good job. As for the sentence concerning Hirako Shinji, let's follow the ruling of the first 46 chambers." Hearing this, Hirako Shinji felt cold in his heart. Is this going to get rid of him? Sarah, Captain. I don't recommend that, Moyu added. In previous battles, Hirako Shinji and others in Visard did not show the hollow phenomenon. They are no different from normal Shinigami. You know, in the hollow incident that year, they were the real victims. Yamamoto Uenlianaga looked at him with deep eyes. Then what is your opinion? Moyu took a deep breath and said, since the 10th Division already has Nilu as the seat officer, what does it matter if there is one more Hirako Shinji? After saying this, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai did not speak for a long time, but kept his unchanged posture, and looked at Moyu. After a while, his eyes closed slightly. This matter, Old Master Chu cannot make his own claims. Kojiro. Chur Sasakaibe stepped forward behind him, bowing slightly. Yamamoto Uenlianaga said in a deep voice. Spread hell butterflies, let's hold a captain meeting. Chapter 116. A-Team House. Chamber. The captains filed in, with different expressions. Regarding the return of the veteran captain, they all expressed different emotions. Nostalgia, suspicion, vigilance, disdain, curiosity. Hirako Shinji. Byakuya Kuchiki wasn't all that impressed. While Hirako Shinji was the captain, he hadn't become the captain of the 6th Division. At that time, Kukaki Yinling was in charge. Surprisingly, a dull voice rang out from Tien Shushi. Komamura Seijin, who was completely let go, strode to his position, looking around Hirako Shinji with sharp eyes. It actually brought back the former sinner. Hearing this, Hirako Shinji narrowed his eyes, fixedly stared at Komamura Seijin, and said seriously. Big dog, watch your attitude. Komamura Seijin didn't show any weakness, his eyes opened angrily, and his aura was fierce. The old man is not wrong. You who were sentenced by the 46th room are sinners. Hirako Shinji's smile restrained, just when he was about to refute him again. Another figure walked in, attracting his attention. Yet. The person arrived before the sound of arrival, and the lightly picked Kyoto accent already showed the identity of the visitor. Under the fox-like smile, there are hidden thoughts that ordinary people can't reach. So it's Hirako-senpai. Ichimaru-jin's eyes formed a long and narrow line, making it impossible for people to see the light in his eyes clearly. Haven't seen you for a long time. Hirako Shinji couldn't care less about arguing with Komamura Seijin. Ichimaru-jin. What a change. The last words were almost squeezed out between the teeth. And this strange attitude seems to have attracted the attention of others. Regarding what happened that year, the captains all held different attitudes. But there is no doubt that people like Hirako Shinji are the real victims. They were framed by others, infected by the power of Su, and became irrational monsters. At that time, if there was no rescue of Shihao and Yoryuaki, I'm afraid there will be no Visard now. But the many doubts in this matter also left them to speculate. If it weren't for the 46 rooms to act arbitrarily, I'm afraid this matter will involve more secrets. Ha, thank you for the compliment. Ichimaru-jin responded with a smile without any fear. Senior Hirako hasn't changed much. But this outfit suits you very well. Hirako Shinji suppressed the impulse in his heart and suppressed the past hatred deep in his heart. He didn't know how many people in the Soul Society were on Eizen's side. He also knew whether he could survive this trial. Everything is just a big gamble. Right now, seeing Eizen again has become the most urgent wish in his heart. Captain Hirako. A gentle voice appeared in the meeting hall. Eizen's hook is long overdue. The calm and peaceful eyes, under the reflection of the lens, seemed a little confusing. Sorry, I'm used to this name. Long time no see. Hirako Shinji thought that he could suppress the anger in his heart after 100 years of honing. But he thinks highly of himself. When he saw Eizen, the gushing flames seemed to be gushing thin, instantly sapping his sanity. Blood red infiltrated his eyes, as if entering the hollow. Reiatsu also became a little restless. However, at this moment, a little ink rippled in his chest. The coldness engulfed his heart. Anger, Setsuna dissipated cleanly. Moyu looked at Hirako Shinji's performance and shook his head in disappointment. If he didn't have a backup method, it is estimated that this guy will be sent to the execution platform before the follow-up arrangements are made. Moyu poured a bit of his ultimate Reiatsu around Hirako Shinji's heart when he unleashed the Wyvern Smite Cannon on him. And as Kaida's treatment unfolded later, he deepened this Reiatsu even more. When necessary, his violent emotions and dangerous thoughts can be cooled. Just like in front of you. Hirako Shinji lowered his eyes and returned to his original calm posture. Yet, long time no see. Eizen's eyes are calm, and his smile is like the warm wind in spring, showing his gentleness. Facing Hirako Shinji, he acted like nothing happened. As usual, the attitude of a good old man is fully revealed. Boom! The dull pounding sound resounded in the meeting hall. When Eizen appeared here, the captains had already arrived. Absent is still Jaishur Yukatake, who has been sick all year round. Since everyone is here, then. Captain meeting, start. Yamamoto Motoyanagi said with a majestic expression while holding his cane. This meeting is for the next ruling on Hirako Shinji. According to the information provided by Kukaki Moyu, the captain of the 10th Division, the Hollow captains fled to the present world and established a new force called Visard. And in the process of arresting him by the 3 captains, they realized that Visard did not fight with the help of virtual power. At the suggestion of Captain Moyu, Hirako Shinji's Shinigami status will be restored, and we will wait for follow-up observation. So, old man, look at everyone's opinions. As soon as these words came out, Komamura Seijin took the lead to step forward and said in a deep voice. Master Chief, I think it's impossible. Hirako Shinji has been corroded by virtual power, and there is a possibility of an explosion at any time. Leaving it in the Seirai must be a potential threat. Komamura Seijin, as the most loyal running dog of Yamamoto Ueyanagi, thinks from the perspective of Yamamoto Ueyanagi in every aspect. His justice is to carry out the order of Yamamoto Genryanagi. Therefore, being able to say such a remark did not exceed Moyu's expectations. Ha, what a ridiculous remark! Hirako Shinji said disdainfully, do you see something wrong with me? Stupid big dog! Komamura Seijin was furious, and opened the wolf kiss, looking a bit ferocious. You! Silence! Yamamoto Ueyanagi interrupted the argument between the two. Hirako Shinji, as a sinner, you are not qualified to speak. Oh! Hirako Shinji is obviously not convinced. However, in the face of the absolute disparity in strength, he did not make much refutation. Instead, he turned his gaze to the side, on Eizen, who was carrying his hands in his arms. The corners of the mouth were parted, revealing the flat and bright teeth. When Hirako Shinji looked at Eizen, his smile was even more weird. After the initial mania, he has been able to control his mentality. Boring behavior. Zaraki Kenpachi made an excited voice, "Sa, Moyu. Let's go fight." Remarks that have nothing to do with this meeting reappeared. Old man Shan, I choose to trust Captain Heiyu. Kurako Shunsui lowered his hat, with pink feathers hanging down, and spoke calmly. After all, there are already precedents. Isn't it? Anohanaretsu expressed the same point of view, eyes lowered, and said softly. I also trust Mr. Moyu. Now it's 1-2. Hirako Shinji's eyes flickered, and at this moment he finally recognized what Moyu said before. Hollow's danger is likely to spread to other Shinigami. Ichimaru-jin chimed in, if any other Shinigami were corrupted. What will it be like then? 2-2, temporarily tied. Uninteresting meetings, uninteresting arguments. Zaraki Kenpachi once again made salty fish remarks and chose to abstain. Things are always full of unknowns. At least the current captain Hirako doesn't show a virtual form. To Hirako Shinji's surprise, Eizen didn't seem to be on his side. I still choose to abstain. There was a hint of reluctance in Eizen's smile, the future is really hard to guarantee. At this moment, he still maintains his original personality. Asking for flowers. In this regard, he seems to have enough confidence that Hirako Shinji will not let go of his disguise. To be precise, it should be enough confidence in Kaika Suijutsu. I trust Captain Moyu. A crisp voice resounded in the meeting hall. Moyu looked along the voice, but saw a slightly cold face. Captain of the 2nd Division, Sifeng. I also want to trust Captain Moyu. There seemed to be no emotion in the iceberg-like voice. Byakuya Kuchiki maintains his aloof personality as always. However, his words did not match his appearance. In a blink of an eye it was 4-2. Things, it seems, have stabilized. This is inconsistent with justice. Tosen Caname said in a low voice, Su's power is ultimately an unstable factor. After his voice fell, almost everyone turned their attention to the last person. The acting captain of the 12th Division, Nai Yinmen. After the death of Kuratsuka Mayuri, Nirvana became acting captain. With a score of 4-3, her suggestion became crucial. Even though almost all the captains were looking at her, Nai Yinmen's expression remained unchanged. Moyu also looked at the acting captain with some anxiety. Considering that Kuratsuka Mayuri died at his own hands, there is a high probability that this matter will be shelved. And Hirako Shinji is likely to be imprisoned in the 9th Squad, prison team, or in the Palace of Confession. 0. I trust Mr. Moyu. In Pinksu's voice, there was no fluctuation of emotion. Hearing this, the eyes of other people suddenly changed. Moyu stared at Yinmen even more intently, thinking about what this guy was thinking. Even if she abstained, Moyu would not be surprised. But it is really puzzling to stand on my side. In the end, what happened? Boom. Another thump sounded, redirecting everyone's attention to the front. The old man already understands your thoughts. Yamamoto Genryanaga looked at him like a torch, and said in a deep voice, since most captains don't mind giving Hirako Shinji a chance, then put it in the 10th Division for the time being, and Captain Moyu will be in charge. As he spoke, he slowly moved his eyes to Mo. You, who belonged to the majesty of the captain, was oppressed. Captain Moyu, Hirako Shinji is in your charge. If there is any problem with him, it will also be borne by you. Later, please stay in the team dormitory for a while, the old man still has some things to explain to you. Before Moyu could respond, Yamamoto Uenlianagi announced majestically. Close the meeting. Hirako Shinji walked out of the meeting room with a slightly complicated look on his face. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. As Moyu said, he really became a Shinigami again, and saw the person whom he missed day and night again. Hirako Shinji. A gentle voice sounded behind him. Hirako Shinji turned around as if electrocuted, staring at the person in front of him with unconcealable hatred. Eizen Suk. Word by word, as if squeezed out between the teeth. It's a nice look. Eizen seemed to be talking with an acquaintance, without any stagnation. It's been 100 years, and I finally saw your eyes again. Do you hate me? Hirako Shinji didn't say a word, but the anger in his heart was constantly burning. If it wasn't for Moyu who left behind, I'm afraid he would have been consumed by anger at this time. I'm really looking forward to it. Eizen walked past him and said without looking back. Siridi's day, it's changed again. Looking at his disappearing back, Hirako Shinji gradually regained his composure, the corners of his mouth opened, and a strange smile appeared again. For a long time, after Eizen completely disappeared in front of him, he said slowly in a voice that he could only hear. Yes, Eizen. The sky has changed, again. Chapter 117. A team house. In the captain's office. Moyu looked at the tea in front of him, thoughtfully. In other words, this is already countless times he has seen the tea here. I'm afraid he is the captain who has been interviewed the most by Yamamoto Uenyagi recently. After refilling 2 cups of tea, Yamamoto Jinyanajisai arrived late. Sorry, the old man was delayed by some trivial matters. Yamamoto Uenyagi sat on the opposite side of the table and said seriously, do you have any arrangements for Hirako Shinji? His attitude surprised Moyu a bit. I have never seen how humble and gentle Yamamoto Genryanaga has ever been. This guy's attitude recently made Moyu feel a little uneasy. It's like your parents always treat you fiercely at home, and suddenly one day they talk nicely to you. Believe me, it's absolutely nothing good. The smart ones may have written a suicide note in advance. Essay, there's nothing planned. Moyu answered truthfully, as far as I know, Siridi has not changed much in the way of handling official affairs in the past 100 years. If I can, I'll let Hirako Shinji take over part of the team for me. That Ranjaku guy, it's getting harder and harder to use. When he said this, there was no adulteration in the slightest. Every time I want Matsumoto Ranjaku to help him with some official business or something, that guy takes out a notebook from his chest and writes something viciously on it. Moyu suspects that she is planning something bad. Hearing these words, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai's full-bodied words became a little choked up for a while. He has never seen such a salty captain. Even Sheba Ishin, the former captain of the 10th 197 team, will be optimistic about the timing when he is lazy. On the other hand, Moyu said it outright. Such an attitude would be extremely outrageous for any captain. So, your purpose of bringing him back? Yamamoto Motoyanagisai pondered, just to help you deal with the road. Moyu nodded, and said naturally. If not, Hirako Shinji does just that. Fighting or something is not enough for him to cut by himself. What's more, he is still a big man. Besides being a tool man, is there any other use? As for the matter about Eizen, Moyu still did not disclose it to Yamamoto Jinyanagi. While implementing countermeasures, Eizen must also change his plan. The false whiteness of the second generation has been created by it. Here it comes. Is there anything else impossible? What's more, in the absence of substantive evidence, can Eizen really be executed? Exposing his true face will only make things more complicated. By the time Visard was exposed to Siridi, Eizen may have calculated all possible events. The return of Hirako Shinji is just a means of confrontation. Do you really have faith in him? After thinking for a moment, Yamamoto Uenyagi asked the most critical question. Hirako Shinji, as a captain-level existence, if he loses control, the harm caused will not be weaker than that of Kukaki Hibiki. Considering the ability to caress Bankai, it may be more serious. Certainly. Moyu said seriously, I can guarantee that the evil 8 treasures will never appear in Siridi. Hearing this, Yamamoto Uenyaga's eyes gradually settled down. Is that so? I understand. In that case, come with me. Hearing this, Moyu was a little puzzled. Where are you going? Underground chamber. Siridi Inner Court. Led by Yamamoto Motoyanagi, Tama came to the highest judicial body belonging to the Soul Society. Underground chamber. This here is the location of room 40-6. In the corridors outside the inner court, dozens of Shinigami in black death suits kept patrolling. Even if it is the alternation of shifts, there will be no moment of slack. This is the requirement of the 46th room, and it is also the responsibility of the 7th team. As the inner court guard, the 7th Division's main task is to assist and protect the 1st Division and the underground meeting hall. After a lot of scrutiny, and several layers of high-level Bakud enchantment and Technical Development Bureau's psychic detection, Moyu finally walked into the underground meeting hall. The formidable atmosphere and stacked buildings are like the Colosseum in ancient Rome, superimposed on top of each other. Room 40-6 sat on a high place, looking around at the scene below. Moyu and Yamamoto Motoyanagisai walked down the stairs and stopped at the most central position, being inspected by the so-called 46 rooms. 40 sages and 6 judges. There are wooden boards in front of them, making it impossible for people to see the changes in their faces. Captain Yamamoto, Captain Moyu. Did you two come here to report something? The old voice broke the silence in the underground meeting hall. However, it made the atmosphere even more strange. There is no emotional fluctuation, the sound is like a mechanical operation. There are new developments regarding the Hollow incident 100 years ago. Facing these guys, Yamamoto Yuanlianaga doesn't seem to have any background in movies. The two are on an equal footing when discussing affairs. Not long ago, Hirako Shinji was brought back to Soul Society by Captain Moyu, who is beside me. The voice fell, and a sage spoke suddenly below. There is no need to discuss, just solve it in the same way as you treat Su. That's right, a Shinigami infected by Su's power has no value. Such existence will only threaten our existence, and it is better to deal with it as soon as possible. When one person speaks, everyone follows the group. Their words shocked Moyu, who doesn't care about anything. From the point of view of the 40th to 6th room, Godei 10 home team is just a labor market to maintain the rules. And those who make the rules and judge those who violate the rules are their 40 to 6 rooms. The lives of the Shinigami are far less important than their lives. In other words, how can tools have life? Moyu's gaze gradually changed from curiosity to indifference, until finally it was cold. The corrupt system should have been eliminated long ago. He even looks forward to Eizen's plan now. 46 rooms should be replaced by a group of people, or even directly abolish this so-called system. These guys should have been buried long ago. Everyone, please listen to the old man. After waiting for these guys to finish expressing their opinions, Yamamoto Yuanlianaga said slowly. Hirako Shinji is not showing any signs of hollow. Even in the battle with Captain Moyu, I never showed my power. So, the old man is controllable because of his strength. In the ensuing captain meeting, it was more the majority of captains who were willing to let Hirako Shinji stay in Seireitei. Based on the above, the old man recommends to restore his Shinigami status and be supervised by Captain Moyu. As soon as the voice fell, someone in the seat in front of him immediately refuted. Impossible, we will never agree to such behavior. Leaving the hollow Shinigami in the Seireitei is bound to be a potential hazard. Captain Yamamoto, your recent behavior is a bit presumptuous. Facing the remarks of these guys, Yamamoto Genryanaga showed no sign of moving at all. He has long been used to this. On the contrary, Moyu was listening from the sidelines, and couldn't help but have the urge to have 2 rounds of daytime thunder. If it doesn't work, flying dragons can also attack thieves and shake the sky. Disgusting creature, it is best to get rid of this world as soon as possible. Subconsciously, Moyu has drawn a boundary between himself and the 46 types of rooms in front of him. Some guys are Shinigami on the surface, but are more repulsive than Shinigami on the inside. He is a special existence in Shinigami, and so are these guys in front of him. It's just that the two stand at completely opposite angles. Is Captain Kukaki Moyu in charge? At this moment, a voice came from the top position. That's right, he followed the old man to the chamber this time. Yamamoto Yuanlianaga said in a deep voice. As soon as his voice fell, Moyu felt that almost all eyes were on his surroundings. Such behavior made him feel a little irritated all over his body. Somewhat uncomfortable. After a while, the eyes go away. The old man understands, this matter can be discussed. To Moyu's surprise, the other party's attitude softened. Could it be that his own name already has such a deterrent effect? 3 days later, the meeting hall will send you the results of the discussion. After the last sentence was finished, the meeting hall fell into silence again. Yamamoto Jinyanaga looked sideways and said, "Let's go." Moyu had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't ask. After they left the meeting hall and came to the inner court. "I can answer your doubts." Yamamoto Jinyanaga seemed to see Moyu's thoughts, and said in a deep voice. "The 6 judges are the elders of the 4 nobles. They have very deep qualifications, and when the 46th room was established, they had already served as judges with it. And the one from the Kukaki family is the only judge. The passage of time makes them gradually self-centered. Like an old man, he has gradually decayed." After finishing speaking, Yamamoto Jinyanaga pulled the haori on his drape, and walked towards the outer court with a cane. Looking at his back, Moyu suddenly realized that some unknown changes seemed to have taken place in this captain who is known for his stubborn character. The 10th Division team building. After solving the problem of Hirako Shinji's identity, Moyu finally returned to the team building. However, to his surprise, Hirako Shinji, who just joined the team, is not the only one in the team building, but also a guest that he didn't expect at all. The slender figure is kneeling on the tatami mat, the black braids hang down in front of her body, and there is a red ring around her neck. There is no emotion on her beautiful face, like a girl with 3 nothings. The black Sheba outfit was trimmed into a short skirt and kimono, perfectly highlighting the long fair legs. The acting captain of the 12th Division, Nai Yunmen. At this moment, Matsumoto Ranjaku was staring at each other with big eyes. However, on the face of it, Matsumoto Ranjaku is in dire straits. "Moyu." A fleeting figure flickered in the air. Moyu looked shocked, and subconsciously mobilized the Reiatsu in his body. Boom! The strong impact hit his chest, causing his breathing to stagnate immediately. "Nilu misses you so much." 2 short arms wrapped tightly around Moyu's body, a small head poked out from his arms. Nilu grinned, looking happy. In her opinion, being able to stay by Moyu's side is the happiest thing in the world. Well, such a welcoming way is really unbearable. Moyu rubbed his chest, a little dumbfounded. That is to say, his body has started to practice, otherwise, if this head hammer goes down, if it is an ordinary Shinigami, the energy will be pierced directly. 3.7 Even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Anyway, Nilu is also a Vasto Lord Arankar. Even if she deliberately controlled her strength. Yada yada. Hirako Shinji sat aside, propped his head with his hands, and looked at Yashi boredly. The life of Captain Moyu is really enviable. 1, 2, 3, if you look at it this way, there are already 3 outstanding women who have fallen in love with you. Tisk tisk. As soon as the words fell, before Moyu could respond, Matsumoto Ranjaku, who was staring at Nirvana, suddenly turned his head and stared at Hirako Shinji with fierce eyes. "Which eye of yours?" Before she finished her question, Hirako Shinji replied leisurely. "I saw it with my left eye and my right eye. If you didn't like Captain Moyu, why would you keep staring at him? I forgot to mention that you look like a tigress protecting a calf." Hirako Shinji's unrestrained character is fully reflected at this moment. Matsumoto Ranjaku didn't bother to argue with this guy anymore, he pulled out his Zanpakuto with his backhand, and sliced towards his head. What a dangerous woman! Hirako Shinji evaded his aggressive behavior and fled towards the outside of the team building, while not forgetting to turn around and shout. "Captain, I bought you time." Looking at the 2 figures going away, Yuya's expression was quite subtle. He had a premonition that his future life might not be as beautiful as he expected. Chapter 118. In the team building. Moyu looked at the 3-no girl in front of him rather puzzled. The arrival of Nirvana Dream made his doubts almost reach the point where it cannot be added. You know, Kurotsuka Mayuri died at his hands. Normally speaking, with Nai Yunmen's character, it is extremely abnormal not to stab him with a knife. But as far as the current situation is concerned, this girl is very calm on the surface. This makes Moyu can't help but guess again. Could it be that Kurotsuka Mayuri has already started working on the resurrection plan? Mr. Moyu, please don't look at me with that suspicion. Nyanmen finally spoke, breaking the silence. Master Nai is definitely dead, but there is still a slight chance of resurrection. Moyu nodded, looking very calm. In this regard, he has long expected. It's going to be an extremely long process. Nyanmen didn't have any scruples, and said to herself. I'm afraid it will take more than 100 years, or even longer. So, you came to see me. Moyu stared at the 3-nun girl in front of him very seriously, wanting to see a little change in her eyes. However, such a move is undoubtedly in vain. Nyanmen still maintains an expressionless posture. Before Master Nai died, he sent the last message to the Technical Development Bureau. As she spoke, she suddenly stretched out her arms and lifted her sleeves, revealing her fair skin. On it, a black mark attracted Moyu's attention. Wait, this thing looks familiar. And, this feeling. He stretched out his finger subconsciously, and placed it on the mark. The cool feeling came from the fingertips, just like touching a piece of warm jade. Ultimate Reiatsu. Moyu subconsciously said, out. So it's called Ultimate Reiatsu. Nyanmen said calmly, I remember. How did you get this thing? Moyu was very puzzled. When he fought Kurotsuka Mayuri, he had already cleared away all possible escaped Reiatsu around him. But I didn't expect to be seized by this guy. The first time Mr. Moyu fought Master Nai. Nai Yunmen knew everything. You once cut the sword into Master Nai's body, and thus were caught by the spirit particle capture device inside. This is the only remaining ultimate Reiatsu, and it's all poured into this. After listening to these words, Moyu was a little shocked. Kurotsuka Mayuri's operation really made him a little incomprehensible. Is this the paranoia of researchers? At this time, he also realized another thing. The marks presented by Ultimate Reiatsu are somewhat similar to the lines on the back blade of Lan Yin Shikai. So, what is your purpose in coming here? Moyu asked tentatively. After the words fell, Nai Yunmen crossed her hands in front of her knees, bowed her body, and buried her head deeply. Follow all orders from Mr. Moyu. Hiss. Hearing this, Moyu gasped. Not because of these words, but because of his current perspective, something is really wrong. Two people sit opposite each other. Nai Yunmen suddenly bowed down, and the sudden whiteness directly reflected into Moyu's eyes. Cough cough. Moyu coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Caught off guard, somewhat uncomfortable. Sorry, but I can't trust you for now. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened with astonishment. You, what are you doing? But seeing Nai Yunmen sat up straight, half of the deadly clothes on her shoulders had been taken off. According to the survey, Nai Yunmen said expressionlessly, when a male Shinigami faces a female Shinigami who is willing to be honest with him, he will often trust the female Shinigami. This is the most effective method I have researched. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Moyu was stunned for a moment. He didn't react until Nyan dreamed that he didn't respond and pulled down the Sheba costume again. Stop, stop. Moyu frantically helped him pull up his clothes. Although he was a little talkative on weekdays, but at this time, he was still a little timid. The more important reason is actually because it is in the captain's office. If someone bumps into her, I'm afraid things will be a little messy. Moyu has even figured out what will be published in Siritii correspondence, the next day. Shocked, the captain of the 10th Division and the acting captain of the 12th Division actually did such a thing in the team building. The unspeakable secret in Siritii. There is such a relationship between Captain Moyu and acting Captain Yinmen. Just thinking about it is enough to make people chill. In such a situation, it really makes people unable to enjoy the scenery with peace of mind. Call. After pulling his collar back, Moyu just breathed a sigh of relief. Agent Yinmen, there is no need to do this, right? He looked at the three-nun girl in front of him with quite a headache, feeling a little guilty about time. Feel sorry. Nai Yinmen bowed again, apologizing. Mr. Moyu was embarrassed. Although there was no emotion in his tone, Moyu could see the sincerity of the other party. Since it was the last order of Kuratsuka Mayuri. Moyu sighed, let's choose Bosu district. Next, you just continue to do your job well. Also, please keep it private. Nyanmen nodded obediently, without any opinion at all. She seems to have made Moyu her backbone. Everything will be handled according to Yu's words. Let's go back. Moyu waved his hand, indicating that he should go back to the 12th Division first. Yes. Nai Yinmen bowed and left without any hesitation. Just as he walked to the door, Moyu suddenly remembered and said, don't run to the 10th team if you have nothing to do. Hearing this, Nai Yinmen's movements were slightly sluggish, but she didn't stop, and walked straight out. Seeing this scene, Moyu's heart suddenly turned cold. He understands. This so-called three-no girl is not as obedient as she appears on the surface. Nyanmen might not follow some unnecessary orders. After the death of Kuratsuka Mayuri, she has already given birth to her own emotions. Things are far from being as simple as they appear on the surface. 3 days later, Moyu got the Shinigami identity card and a special death gear from the first team. Regarding the identity of Hirako Shinji, it has been completely settled. However, the Sheba outfit is equipped with a spirit particle position tracker, which can accurately track the position of Hirako Shinji without the Sheba outfit being completely destroyed. Again, this is an invention of the Technology Development Bureau. Not quite satisfied with this thing. At the very least, after wearing it, Hirako Shinji can effectively avoid some unnecessary traps. Although it is clear that Eizen will not do these repetitive things again, but what if? In order to prevent the emergence of special circumstances, this deadly domineering outfit is very necessary. Hirako, the spirit particle position tracker is the bottom line of room 40-6. Moyu pushed the outfit in front of him and said earnestly, I hope you can accept it. Hirako Shinji did not hesitate, showing a skilled and strange smile, said. Small things. I can bear Eizen's eyes, so what's the point? Hearing this, Moyu nodded in satisfaction. Hirako Shinji is willing to give in, it's the best. This is the happiest thing he has seen during this time. By the way, since you have become a member of the 10th squad. Well, there are some tasks waiting for you to deal with. A bad premonition welled up in Hirako Shinji's heart. What? Before he could finish his question, he saw Moyu moving a mountain of documents onto the table. That guy Toshiro has been immersed in his practice recently, and Ranjaku is also frequently skipping work. So, these documents are handed over to you. Looking at the document taller than a person, the smile on Hirako Shinji's face froze. He never imagined that one day he would return to the Soul Society, and he would actually have to deal with such a pile of documents. I'm just a soldier. Hirako Shinji's smile looked dry. What happened to the team? Moyu said righteously, who didn't start as a team player. What's more, your captain experience is far richer than mine, and you can better contribute to the Ling Ting. So, these documents will be handed over to you for the time being. Hirako Shinji looked eagerly at Moyu's irresistible expression, and immediately understood what he was thinking. That's it, what else is there to say? All right. Moyu nodded in satisfaction, with a teachable expression. He is quite satisfied with his arrangement. Right now, there is no need for him to worry about the official duties of the 10th Division. As long as Hirako Shinji and Hitsuga Ichigo are around, everything is fine. He put his hands behind his back and led Nilu towards the outside of the team building. The years are quiet. For the capture of the remaining Visard, Yamamoto Uenlianagi is still very concerned. Because according to the information provided by Kurako Shunsui, the remaining Visard and others also did not show the phenomenon of hollow. If only Hirako Shinji could gather together in Seirai, Godei 13's power will expand to new peaks. This is what Yamamoto Jinyanagi has been looking forward to for a long time. It's a pity that the rest of Visard's whereabouts could not be found out. The follow-up matters were also handed over to the second team in charge of intelligence investigation. Secular and Seirai seems to have returned to calm again. As for the real information about Visard, 493 was concealed by Kurako Shunsui. When the hollow incident occurred, if it were not for his orders and negligence, Yadoma Lisa would not have ended up like this. For this, he felt guilty. Although he is the most proud disciple taught by Yamamoto Uenlianagi. But in concept, Kurako Shunsui and Yamamoto Uenlianagi are not the same. When the original Invisible Empire invaded, Yamamoto Motoyanagi died in the line of duty, and Kurako Shunsui served as the captain. He fulfilled the peak of Zaraki Kenpachi with the life of Anohanaretsu, and released Eizen in the Great Hell. If Yamamoto Jinyanagi was in office, absolutely no such thing will happen. It can be seen that their concepts are fundamentally different. The justice of Yamamoto genre Iase is not the justice of Kurako Shunsui. B at GBW. The 8th Division Team Building. Ise Nanao looked at Kurako Shunsui, who was lying on the eaves, and didn't bother him. She hadn't seen his melancholy and worried look for a long time. The last time it appeared was 100 years ago. At that time, Ise Nanao had not yet joined the 8th Division. However, if she gets close, Kurako Shunsui can be heard mumbling. The sky of Seirai seems to be shrouded by people. Moyu, what will you do? Rukanga. In a secret underground base. Ichimarujin gracefully tapped the keyboard in front of him, and a large amount of information was scrolling rapidly on the screen in front of him. After a while. Ha, found it. In the present world, there are traces of Quincy in Hara City, Aogu Town, and Karakura Town. Ichimarujin narrowed his eyes into an arc, speaking in a Kyoto accent. Captain Eizen, are you really going to do this? After the voice fell, a figure walked out slowly from the shadows. The sound of steady footsteps seemed to be knocking on a person's heart, and the heavy pressure was enough to make an ordinary person's heart collapse immediately. Silver, let it go. Eizen smiled gently, pushed the black-rimmed glasses, and said. Under Mr. Moyu's interference, the chess situation has changed. Someone wants to jump off the chessboard and become one of the players. But sometimes, the truth is not as simple as he imagined. He walked to the screen and looked at the information displayed on it. A long time. On Eizen's gentle face, a smile like a spring breeze appeared again. Next. It's my turn. Chapter 119. Jingyuan City. False Reiatsu. 3 middle-aged men in casual clothes looked at each other and nodded. 30 degrees north. Set off. Guju Tuachhen, as the leader of the small group of mixed-blood Quincy, has been adhering to the Quincy's concept of exorcising demons for a long time. All emptiness should be eliminated. Although in recent years, the life of the Quincy division has become more and more difficult, but when their small group encounters Su, they will still do it without hesitation. This time, they found Su's trace again in Jingyuan City. Gujutuo really didn't hesitate much. After informing the other people, he assembled and went. Not surprisingly, after half an hour, the three tracked down a snake. Under the ferocious appearance, it has a very strong strength. Even under the siege of the three, they still persisted for a long time. With a shot of holy lost hitting the vital point, Snake Xingxiu broke half of his body, looking a bit miserable. However, on his ferocious look, there was still no sign of fear or submission. Just when Guju Tuachen raised the spirit bow in his hand again, ready to understand it thoroughly, the space behind the snake-shaped void suddenly shattered. The endless darkness appeared in it. Seeing this, the three of them were a little dazed. However, it was this Setsuna, the serpentine writhed its stump, and got directly into it. Seeing this, Guju Tuachen and others were quite puzzled. In their limited lives, when hunting Su, they have never seen such a situation. The black nothingness is still maintained and has not subsided. Perhaps, this is the special ability of that snake. Guju Takuma guessed. Take a look in the past and you'll know. As for Su, it must be completely wiped out. The other two guys brought the essence of the reckless to the ultimate. Guju Tuo really hesitated. After all, the black hole in front of me really makes people feel a little guilty. However, under the continuous urging of the two, he also strengthened his idea of killing Su. Ever since, a group of 3 people stepped into it. Inside the black hole, there is still a brightness that can't be seen. Even if they push Reiatsu, there is no light at all. The only reassuring thing is that the hole behind him is not closed. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them became more courageous and explored deeper. Until the figure completely disappeared into the darkness. Yet. Not long after the small group of Quincy ants left, figures in black hoods appeared around them. How reckless! Under the hood, 2 silver faces were revealed. It's surprising that such a character can survive the pursuit of Siritii. The voice fell, and another figure appeared. The bait has been laid. Tosen Caname's voice, as always, wait for the Quincy to take the bait. Ichimarujin looked at his companion in surprise. I didn't expect you to be able to bear your temper. Teachings of Master Eizen. Concise and concise, it perfectly answered Ichimarujin's words. Ichimarujin looked slightly startled, lowered his gaze, and said softly. Is that so? That's really thanks to Captain Eizen. They stood on a high place, allowing the black passage to spread towards the surroundings. Strangely, there was no Reiatsu fluctuation around. Even Shinigami, who is in charge of stationing Sakihara City, is not the slightest difference. Because, at this moment, he is struggling against a strange-shaped ghost. Damn it, why is this virtual power so strong? The battle became more and more stalemate. Soul Society. The news of Hirako Shinji's return caused quite a stir among Siritii. After all, the return of the captain-level Shinigami will definitely cause a partial reshuffle of the Godii 13 system. But what is surprising is that Hirako Shinji joined the Juban team as an ordinary team member. In this regard, there are various speculations among the Shinigami. Have you heard that Master Hirako Shinji was rescued by Captain Moyu and volunteered to join the 10th squad in order to repay his favor? Hey? How did I hear that he was supervised by the Black Captain because he violated the Siritii rules? What are you talking about? Isn't it because of emotional disputes? All kinds of outrageous speculations are also spread among Siritii. That is to say, Moyu doesn't care about this, otherwise, he would probably come to the door one by one with a knife. Rumors are illegal, man. In the days when all kinds of rumors are flying, time flies by. After throwing all the burden to Hirako Shinji, Moyu has become a hands-off shopkeeper. The comfortable life seems to be back again. Until Kukaki home. An invitation from Sheba's house. Moyu looked at the invitation letter presented by the servant. There is the Uzumaki pattern on it, which is the family pattern of the Sheba family, and it cannot be faked. Since helping Sheba Cayen achieve Bankai, the Sheba family seldom contacted Moyu. But every time the aristocrats gather, they always send congratulatory gifts on time. In this regard, you didn't care too much. But this invitation is actually the first time. I hope nothing comes out. Moyu took Nilu and left Siriti. Rukonga West 3rd District. Sheba home. When Moyu stepped into it, a dark mass fell directly from the ceiling. Snapped. Moyu, something big happened. A somewhat hoarse voice came from overhead. Moyu sighed and said helplessly. Yoryuki, even if it's a big deal, you should get off my head first. The black cat Yoryuki jumped down from its neck and stepped onto the table with a dignified expression. In the air, a few cat hairs fluttered down. Well, you've lost some serious hair recently. Moyu stared at the few cat hairs and said thoughtfully. As soon as these words came out, Shihao and Yoryuki almost yelled at him. Damn Moyu, the situation is really serious. Sitting cross-legged in front of him, Moyu politely nodded to Sheba Kyuzuru next to him, and then continued to look at Shihao and Yoryuki. What are you panicking about? If you are fine, it means that the situation is far from serious. Even if that Urahara guy dies, it's not a problem. Moyu doesn't seem to care about this. However, what Shihao and Yoryuki said next made him a little calm and helpless. In Karakura Town, Ayako Town, and Sakihara City, a dark cavity leading to Hueco Mundo was discovered. There was a dangerous light in Shihao and Yoryuki's eyes, and his tone became more and more serious. After 3 consecutive batches of Quincy disappeared in the black cavity, the pure-blooded Quincy Ishida's family stepped into the black cavity. Then, the black cavity is closed. The voice fell, and the room suddenly fell silent. Shihao and Yoryuki carefully looked at the calm Moyu, a little nervous. Moyu, are you okay? The atmosphere is a bit depressing. A long time. Moyu said slowly. Masaki also followed, right? Shihao and Yoryuki nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Heiyu's state was a bit strange. It was like a stormy night, depressing and dull. Boom boom boom. There was a rhythmic knocking sound under Moyu's knuckles. After hearing this information, he did not fall into negative emotions as Shihao and Yoryuki imagined. On the contrary, Moyu is surprisingly calm this time. Quincy, Haikyang, Sakihara City, Karakura Town, Kinggu Town, Ishida House. After connecting these clues, all the blame is directed at Eizen. Not surprisingly, his understanding of information in this world is far more detailed than Siriti's. This move makes full use of intelligence and understanding of human nature. Eizen's control over people's hearts has reached the extreme. Although he doesn't have much contact with Moyu, he clearly understands what kind of person Moyu is. With the help of information related to Moyu and the Ishida family, they set up an extremely simple bureau. This wave is a conspiracy. If it's just the Ishida family, you can really let it go. Moyu said slowly, but they brought Masaki with them, which already shows that these guys are aware of the danger of this trip. Take advantage of each other. The atmosphere in the room gradually became colder. Sheba Konghi looked at Moyu with a trace of fear. She never imagined that Shinigami would have such a frightening aura when she didn't burst into Reiatsu. Shihao and Yoryuki also looked a bit worried. Compared to Kurosaki Masaki's safety, she was more worried that Moyu would do something out of the ordinary in an impulsive mood. Moyu, please calm down. There was a hint of anxiety in Shihao and Yoryuki's eyes. With Masaki's strength, it is enough to protect herself in Hueco Mundo. Kurosaki Masaki definitely has the strength of a captain. With a static blood outfit and a sacred annihilation, there is absolutely no problem in self-protection. But the situation is not as simple as Shihao and Yoryuki thought. Relax. Moyu put his hand on the top of the black cat's head, slid down its back, and said in relief. Leave this matter to me. I won't be impulsive. For some reason, Shihao and Yoryuki felt more uncertain the more he spoke this tone. However, at this time, she had nothing to do. The only thing that can be done is to pass the information here. After sending Shihao and Yoryuaki away, Moyu took Nilu away from Sheba's house and came to the vicinity of Mt. The originally beautiful scenery has become a bit horrible after several fierce battles and practice. In my right hand put the stone of connection boundary, and in my left hand hold the sword of reality tightly. The chair of the black-haired shepherd's neck, colorful clouds gather, we hunt ibis. The black Reiatsu surged and rolled between Moyu's palms, impacting the surrounding solid space. And when Setsuna's voice fell, spider web-like cracks appeared in the air in front of him. The strong Reiatsu fluctuations were suppressed by Moyu in an extremely small space. Its powerful power, assisted by the spell to open the black cavity developed by Urahara Kisuke, penetrates the current space. Originally, this act required the assistance of another invention of Urahara Kisuke, the striker. But Moyu, with the characteristics of ultimate Reiatsu, forcibly tore the space apart and connected it to the black cavity. Phew, it really works. Moyu looked at the emptiness and darkness that appeared in front of him, looked down at Nilu, and said, "I'm going back to Hueco Mundo next time, Nilu doesn't mind." "I heard, Ni." Lu raised her head, grinned at the corners of her mouth, revealing two cute canine teeth, and said with a smile, "As long as I'm with Moyu, I can go anywhere." Hueco Mundo. The desolate white sand was torn apart in the air, making a shrill sound. As far as the eye can see, there are abandoned boulders and unchanging sand dunes. A group of 10 people stepped in the Hueco Mundo. They wear the unique costumes of Quincy, with firm faces. The pure-blood Quincy, the Ishida family. Headed by Ishida Zongxian, they came here to look for the missing clansmen. For them, the mixed-blood Quincy is just a dispensable existence. But a pure-blood Quincy master absolutely cannot make mistakes. In order to avoid greater losses, among the 10 people on this trip, there are only 2 pure-blood Quincy masters. Sojiro Ishida and Masaki Kurosaki. On the way, Ishida Zongxian was at the end of the team, looking up at the figure ahead from time to time. There was a trace of deep apology and guilt in his old eyes. For this decision of the Ishida family, Ishida Munjiro protested, but was suppressed in the end. He doesn't know what this decision will bring to the Ishida family, but he knows that if he doesn't come, he will live in guilt for the rest of his life. I hope that Shinigami named Kukaki Moyu will not hold grudges against the Ishida family. In the Palace of Void Night. Somewhere in the palace, a huge electronic screen was placed horizontally on the wall, and several people in white clothes exuded a dangerous atmosphere in front of them, staring at the picture on the screen. Above it is the movement trajectory of Quincy and his party. The bait shows up. Sail Aporo grinned cruelly at his father. Now, just wait for the big fish to take the bait. Chapter 120. Sato, pay attention to your left-hand side. Yuta, front right. Sweat slipped from Ishida Munjiro's old face and sank into deep wrinkles. Originally, a group of people searched for the trace of the missing Quincy based on the spiritual reaction in the desert, but when they were about to approach, dozens of Minos Grandes suddenly emerged from the desert. Aside from Jillian, there are even Ajichas among them. Even if Ishida Munjiro and Kurosaki Masaki are powerful, they are still somewhat weak in terms of numbers. The entanglement of several Ajichas scattered their combat power, and they fell into a bitter battle. What's more, the number of Minos Grande is still increasing. Crimson Zero keeps flashing in the desert, setting off a large amount of white sand flying up. The Azure Sacred Extinction collided with it, bursting out with a powerful impact, forming several huge deep pits. With the battle at a stalemate, everyone can only pin their hopes on Kurosaki Masaki and Ishida Munjiro. Kurosaki Masaki, who has a captain-level combat power, shuttles among the virtual crowd, with blazing eyes and a vigorous figure. When he raises his hand, there are several powerful sacred extinctions. The scorching light exploded on the blue arrow, tearing Minos Grande's body. When dealing with Jillian, Kurosaki Masaki was able to record instant kills. But facing Ajichas, especially Ajichas with special abilities, the battle is not as optimistic as she imagined. Sometimes, holy annihilation can't kill the opponent in an instant. The next moment, the other Minos Grande was on top, and the injured Minos Grande devoured the surrounding Jillian in order to quickly recover from the injury. Judging by the posture of these guys, they are ready to keep them all here. A living and powerful soul. Eat them. No one can let go. Hey hey. Not completely sane, making these Minos Grande look even more ferocious. The saliva seeping from the corners of the mouth, and the pale and gloomy teeth perfectly interpreted what is the real horror. What? Suddenly, there was a shrill scream from the quenching division. Kurosaki Masaki stagnates at every turn, her gaze dims, she realizes that someone has already died in the battle. And this has strengthened its idea of destroying the Minos Grande. Chaos, sacred destruction. The crisp voice seemed unbearable in the roar of the group. However, at the sound of Setsuna, several bright rays of light exploded on the spirit bow in Kurosaki Masaki's hand. In an instant, a color different from the main tone of Hueco Mundo occupies the sky. It was as if another piece of sky descended, submerging the void group. This move can only contain them. Kurosaki Masaki shouted anxiously, "Don't waste time." After the words fell, everyone just woke up from the shock, and raised the spirit bows in their hands one after another, launching their most powerful attack. For a moment, arrows flew, covering the sky again. The chaotic arrows pierced through the bodies of the Minos Grandes, and then exploded in them, releasing a terrifying impact. In an instant, the field was completely emptied. A large number of Minos Grande turned into corpses and lay down on the ground, and gradually turned into gardens and scattered in Hueco Mundo. Call. Seeing this, Kurosaki Masaki breathed a sigh of relief, his cheeks turned pale. The chaotic Holy Maya just now consumed a lot of her Reiatsu. Originally, Kurosaki Masaki was reluctant to use that move. After all, in Hueco Mundo, if there is no Reiatsu, then it is undoubtedly putting himself in danger. This time I came to Hueco Mundo to help her. Although Kurosaki Masaki is kind and simple, it does not mean that people are not smart enough. In a way, she is also extremely intelligent. Otherwise, it would not be such a powerful strength at such an age. Pure blood is one aspect, and one's own talent is also one aspect. The decision of the Ishida family is obviously based on the strength of the black pressure. They want to use this to hold Moyu hostage, make him come to Hueco Mundo, and escort the Ishida family's search for the missing pure-blood Quincy. Kurosaki Masaki doesn't want to drag Moyu down and put him in danger too. Ever since, she showed her true strength to the Ishida family and promised to bring the missing person back. And the premise requirement is that it is not allowed to notify the Soul Society of this matter. However, Kurosaki ignored Shihao and Yoriyuki's intelligence ability and Urahara Kisuk's scientific research ability. In just half a day, Shihao and Yoriyuki confirmed the movement of the Ishida family. And according to the external observation of the Black Channel, Urahara Kisuk locked its essence and general orientation. Shihao and Yoriyuki notified Moyu as quickly as possible out of consideration. "Take a break, Masaki." An old voice came from the other side. Ishida Zongxian walked slowly. "In Hueco Mundo, we have to be at our best." Before the words were finished, there was a piercing laughter from the end of the desert. "Ha ha ha ha! Is it necessary for the bait to be strong or not?" After the words fell, a figure appeared in front of the Quincy masters. The aura of arrogance came here. The terrifying oppression like the overturning of a mountain enveloped everyone in an instant. The Quincy masters stared wide-eyed, their eyes lost their expression in an instant, and their minds fell into a short blank, and even their breathing had froze. The heart seems to be caught by an invisible big hand, as long as it is gently squeezed, it will explode immediately. The almost desperate Reiatsu is suppressed, almost killing the souls of these weak chickens on the spot. It does not exist on one level at all. The soul of the Quincy master seems to be a good experimental material. Sail Aporo, who spread his wings behind him, swept his gaze over everyone, with a hint of undisguised greed. Shinigami can use virtual power to break boundaries and become masks. Minos Grande was able to rely on comprehending Shinigami's ability, break the limit, and become Arankar. So, can the Quincy achieve a similar effect? These words made everyone feel uncontrollable fear. As if being targeted by a natural enemy, there is no other emotion at all. Converge, Sail Aporo. A dignified female voice interrupted his thoughts. The person who spoke had brown skin, long golden hair tied in 3 braids and hanging down behind him, his upper half clothing and a wide mask concealed his face, except for a pair of emerald green eyes that did not contain any mood swings. Espada III, Vasto Lord Class Female Arankar Minos Grande, Tia Hurley Bell. What? Sail Aporo is clearly not convinced. As long as you complete the tasks of adults, can't these guys let me use them for experiments? Don't forget, Hueco Mundo can have the current power, and I must account for more than half of the credit. There was a hint of madness in his gaze towards Hurley Bell. Facing this guy, an undisguised disgust flashed in the depths of Hurley Bell's eyes. She knew very well what the so-called experiment in Sail Aporo's words was all about. For various studies on the level of the soul, tearing, stripping, CDBG, cutting and injecting. Not to mention Quincy, even Minos Grande, who was cruel by nature, couldn't stand it. Hey, I want half. The last person said, the soul of the Quincy must be very delicious. The speaker was tall and burly, with 4 strangely shaped protrusions on the top of his head, red Madara lines engraved on his cheeks on both sides, and a beast-like tooth mask attached to his chin, which added a bit of ferocious aura. Espada 10th, Yami Largo. Impossible. How could Sail Aporo distribute his own experimental materials to others? Even Espada is no exception. What's more, the current him is no longer what he used to be. You rubbish guy, do you want to taste Uncle Yami's fist? Yami, who was cruel by nature, opened his mouth wide and said ferociously. Just as the two were arguing, Masaki Kurosaki raised his arm, stretched the Reishi bow to its limit, and a huge sacred arrow of destruction emerged on it. Swish! The sky was torn apart, the powerful oppression was broken, and the scorching light went straight to the 3 of them. Split! Facing such a powerful divine annihilation, Sail Aporo directly raised his arm. Setsuna, whose voice fell, his arm was broken and separated. Under the unbelievable eyes of everyone, that arm continued to proliferate and differentiate until it formed an indestructible meat shield. Boom! A violent explosion resounded on the meat shield, setting off a violent impact, tearing apart the desert beneath them, forming huge deep pits. The smoke cleared. Kurosaki Masaki's face grew paler. The consumption of a large amount of Reiatsu makes it difficult to maintain the next battle. Ahead, cracks appeared on the huge meat shield. Crash! The figures of Sail Aporo and others appeared again in front of the Quincy divisions. But, to the desperation, Sail Aporo's arm grew out again. Good, very good. Sail Aporo stared at Kurosaki Masaki, eyes more greedy. There is such a powerful Quincy, this time the harvest is really rich. I can't wait. As soon as the words fell, before Hurley Bell could respond, he started spinning and disappeared in place. The figure flickered, and when it reappeared, it was already near Kurosaki Masaki. Sail Aporo stretched out his arms and grabbed at his fair neck. Facing this mutated Arankar, Kurosaki Masaki at this moment is obviously a bit difficult to parry. Even the activation of the flying scythe kick was a little slower. At this moment, a cold voice came from afar. Splash your claws! Hearing the sound of Setsuna, Sail Aporo's pupils shrank suddenly, and subconsciously shrank back to the defense. However, his movements were still a little slow. Base! The pressure of the sword across the sky and the earth is coming in an instant. The sky seemed to be collapsing, and various distorted shapes continuously appeared in the space, exuding a dangerous atmosphere. The bluish-white wind winds and rushes around it, pushing straight across the ground. In an instant, Sailaporo's arm was severed. Damn it! Sailaporo's eyes were burning with angry flames, and he looked in the direction of the sword's pressure. At the end of the sky, a figure walked slowly. It seemed to be slow, but the next moment it came here, stopping in front of a ravine like a canyon. That was the result of the sword pressure just now. Moyu. Kurosaki Masaki whispered with guilt on her face. Sorry, I'm really sorry, I became a drag this time. You shouldn't have come. Moyu turned around, came up to her, and pressed on her shoulder. Don't blame yourself. If you don't come this trip, you will spend the rest of your life in regret and apology. Me too. Hearing this, Kurosaki Masaki's body stiffened suddenly, and she slowly raised her head to look at Moyu. Tears slipped. Okay, don't worry. Moyu reached out to wipe away the tears on his cheeks, and comforted, leave it to me. You've done enough. After all, he turned his eyes to the other side, and the cold killing intent flashed away. Seeing his eyes, Ishida Zongxian had a wry smile on his old face. The retribution, after all, has come. Forget it, let my body, which is about to decay, make one last contribution to the Ishida family. Moyu ignored this guy, but walked slowly towards the opposite side of the canyon. Sailaporo, you seem to have changed a bit. Facing his former enemy, Sailaporo's expression gradually became crazy. For you, I have paid a lot. Kukaki Moyu, you made me wait so hard. While speaking, countless granulations sprouted from the place where his arm was broken, and it continued to grow downward. In just one breath, it turned into another complete arm. Sailaporo opened his arms, showing intoxication, and said obsessively. See it. This is my strength. Chapter 121. Sailaporo grants, once the zeroth espada, and then the 8th espada. Although he has not seen his number right now, Moyu can be sure that this guy's ranking has definitely improved again. From the perspective of Reiatsu's momentum alone, Sailaporo is not weaker than Hurley Bell next to him. You know, although Hurley Bell did not perform well in the original book, she is still an Arankar of Wattstad level. Compared with other Ajicha's Arankar, it can definitely achieve the degree of suppression. If it weren't for some honey operations, Lee Bell would be considered a strong player. Shoddy recovery. Moyu didn't care about its power. This level of high-speed regeneration can be achieved by many Minos Grande. After Arankar, Minos Grande has many of them who are good at this ability. Among them, Ulquiorra is the most grandmaster. What? Sailaporo turned his head sideways, put his hands next to his ears, and put on a disdainful expression. It seems that you, who don't understand such power at all, still have prejudice against me after all. It doesn't matter, I will show you soon, what is real despair. As soon as the words fell, a figure flew past beside him. Damn Hurley Bell, what are you doing? Seeing that figure, Sailaporo cursed, this guy is my prey. Hurley Bell started the spinner and came to the front of Moyu in an instant, holding the queen shark high in his hand, splashing water everywhere. Under the cold eyes, it seems to be staring at a dead object. I just want to end this fight early. Cannon. The golden Reiatsu condenses and blooms in the short blade, and the slashed Setsuna is as swift and powerful as a cannonball. She expected to see Moyu's panicked expression. However, she miscalculated. Moyu's eyes were like a calm lake, facing the coming attack without any change. Your opponent is me. A soft shout sounded from Moyu's side. Smoky Setsuna, massive Reiatsu Setsuna explosion, let it go. Dark green light filled Hurley Bell's face. Ding! The crisp sound of metal and iron staggered across the desert, suppressing all the sounds. The two knives collided, stirring up the smoke and dust. Reappearing the scenery in it shocked everyone. Another iron Carminos Grande. How could this kind of existence be on our side? The world is changing too fast, I am a little uncomfortable, I can't adapt. The Quincy's were all dumbfounded, expressing that they could not accept this somewhat absurd fact. The combination of Shinigami and Su is already beyond their psychological tolerance. This is much more outrageous than the combination of Shinigami and Quincy. Nell. Sail Aporo's eyes flickered, and he recognized Nilu's identity. You actually recovered. Regarding his words, Nilu had no interest in answering at all. The current opponent is what she cares about. As long as you can help Moyu, no matter how much you pay, it is worth it. Vasto Lord Class Aaron Carminos Grande. Hurley Bell's voice was a little low, you actually chose to stay with Shinigami. Nilu exerted force with her arms, and chopped off the queen shark, her body bowed slightly. With one punch, he hammered hard. Boom! Even Hurley Bell, who is somewhat powerful and steel-skinned, flew hundreds of meters away under this unexpected punch. Nilu started spinning and followed closely. He raised the sealed state-shaped Zanpakutō in his hand, and chopped it down in the direction of Hurley Bell without any hesitation. The battle between the two gradually dragged away towards the distance. Same female Minos Grande, same Vasto Lord, same 3 number. Hurley Bell and Nilu have too many similarities. Even in character, they are completely different from other espadas. Moyu wasn't too worried about her fight. Nilu's injuries have already recovered, and because of devouring Neutra Reiatsu, her strength has improved to a certain extent. Even if Hurley Bell cannot be taken down, he will definitely have the upper hand. The roar from time to time in the distance made Sailaporo's expression more gloomy. He never thought that at the very beginning of the battle, his side already lacked one member, Admiral. I thought that the next battle would be a 3-on-1 crushing battle. But things didn't develop as he imagined. Never mind. A dull voice came from the side. Yami moved her body and smiled ferociously, it's just an inferior Shinigami. Look at my uncle wring his head off. As soon as the voice fell, he was like a running train, shining brightly on the ground of Hueco Mundo, moving towards Moyu. He held up a fist the size of a human head and smashed it down. The air made a sound of being overwhelmed, as if being suppressed to the limit. Swish! The scorching spirit beams shine on the pale sky. The power that symbolizes the dignity of the Quincy explodes from the wrinkled palms. The huge light beam penetrated Yami's arm in an instant, and with an irresistible force, directly flew him nearly 1,000 meters away. Deep cracks were plowed on the ground, showing the power of the sacred loss. Moyu was a little surprised, and looked sideways behind him. Ishida Zongxian walked towards the front slowly, his gaze was extremely firm. The wind was blowing his white Quincy costume. Turning the Setsuna back, Moyu saw the glove on its palm that radiated this special power. On top of the pure white background, a touch of blue symbolizing Reiatsu, the Quincy master, is dotted on the back of the hand and fingertips. The loose spirit glove, the ancestral treasure of the Quincy master, is also the last dignity of the remaining Quincy master. The Quincy who wears it will be hampered by its powerful spreading power, unable to use spirit particles to form a bow. However, once it is maintained in this form for 7 days, it can quickly approach the maximum limit of the Quincy division. However, this form can only be used once, and once it is put on, it cannot be taken off again, because under the influence of it, the Quincy's spirit-containing force has already surpassed its own limit. A fire that is too strong will eventually burn itself. The final battle that bets the fate of the Ishida family will be done by this old man. Ishida Zongxian walked to Moyu and said seriously, Mr. Moyu, I will take care of this guy. I don't expect too much, I just hope that after this trip, you can leave a little hope for the Ishida family. In the old voice, there was 10 traces of seriousness and powerlessness. The decision made by the senior members of the Ishida family forced him to make such a choice. I understand. Moyu lowered his eyes slightly, and said indifferently, but it depends on the attitude of the Ishida family. I just hope that some idiots don't ruin your kindness. Ishida Munjiro bowed his head deeply, and said seriously. Thank you. As soon as the words fell, he activated the flying scythe and followed the Yami who had passed away. Sail Aporo found out suddenly. Looks like the fight is back to being fair and just again. The one-on-one between him and Moyu made him feel a little uneasy. Shikai, who was almost desperate that day, still lingers in his memory and cannot be dispelled for a long time. Even the current Sail Aporo is not what it used to be. Okay, don't waste your time. Moyu stretched his arms and looked at Sail Aporo calmly, get ready for our battle. Humph. Sail Aporo said coldly, even if it's one-on-one, I'm definitely stronger than you. The voice fell. Under Moyu's surprised gaze, Sail Aporo's body began to break apart. Large pieces of flesh and blood fell off from the body. Arms, legs, even back and belly flesh. Shedding is extremely fast, and the speed of growth can be equal to it. Seeing his unexpected look, Sail Aporo seemed to have regained a lot of confidence and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha! Kukaki Moyu, you know nothing about my power. If you devour that trash, return to the lair song of Vasto Lord. His smile became more ferocious. Ilford has cultivated for so many years, and finally waited for the harvest time. Asking for flowers. Stand up, conception announcement. As his voice fell, the flesh and blood scattered on the ground suddenly glowed pink. Strange power spreads in it. Next moment, these flesh and blood grew to the size of a person, and under the influence of that strange force, they all turned into the appearance of Sail Aporo. 30 me in total. Under Sail Aporo's ferocious smile, Ultimate's madness was hidden. The strength of each one can reach the Vasto Lord level Minos Grande. The battle has just begun. Moyu's eyes were slightly cold, and he carefully looked at the Sail Aporo occupying the open space in front of him. Reiatsu's strength meets. Aside from looking a little silly, it seems to be no different from the real Vasto Lord. Sail Aporo, who has been recognized by him, is even more satisfied. I saw his arm waving, and said loudly. Rip that poor Shinigami to shreds. After the voice fell, Setsuna's 30 figures flickered and disappeared in place. The wings that cover the sky cast a desperate shadow. The Quincy divisions were far away from here as early as the moment the battle started. They knew that they absolutely could not interfere in the ensuing battle. Even the aftermath is unbearable. Furious Reiatsu, flashing across the sky. Sail Aporo and his hands face the front, the light of Reiatsu illuminates this piece of sky, which should show a desperate purple. 0. Rhapsody. The overlapping voices echoed in the desert. Next moment. 30 beams, the sky crashed down. Within a range of nearly 100 meters, it was covered in purple, and the violent force eroded the entire area. At the moment of falling, a large amount of white sand is directly evaporated, presenting in a large area of carbonized magnetization, showing a flow trend. A huge pit appears where Moyu is. The breath that belongs to Moyu is also completely buried by Zero. F. In the distance, seeing this scene, Kurosaki Masaki's eyes were full of despair. Moyu. Subconsciously, she was about to run to the battlefield, but was held tightly by the Quincy behind her. Masaki, don't be impulsive. That opponent that even the Shinigami can't deal with is so strong that it is hopeless. Let's run quickly. Sail Aporo's nearly crushing strength made everyone completely give up the idea of resistance. Only Kurosaki Masaki did not. Her idea is very simple, death or not, is not important. Everything, as long as Moyu is around. Branch-like lines appear on its arms. Reiatsu, who recovered in a short period of time, was used by her to activate the static blood suit. Regardless of the outcome, Kurosaki Masaki is determined to stand by Moyu's side. The Quincy's couldn't hold her back, they could only watch her run towards the area where the Zero erupted. This is Wang Su's flash. Even watching from a distance is enough to make people unable to resist at all. However, her steps stopped abruptly. Ahead, a rift opened in the sky. The wind in the air seemed to be frozen. A slash across the sky and earth exploded in Zero. The ink-like color is constantly spreading and eroding in the purple Zero. Sailaporo's smile gradually froze, and a trace of familiar fear in his eyes continued to spread. He remembered the fear of being dominated by others. Woo! The wind is flowing, and the wind blows past. In the sky, the movements of the 30 Sailaporos that stopped finally changed again. They turned into wind and sand and scattered in Hueco Mundo as if they had existed for thousands of years. Moyu ambled through the lava pit intact. All other substances in it were turned into nothingness. Boom! A black beam of light rose into the sky. The ultimate Reiatsu of Moyu descends on Hueco Mundo. Despair in the true sense completely enveloped Sailaporo. Sailaporo's expression was completely stiff, and he looked at Moyu with powerless eyes. As if watching a god. Inch. Chapter 122. The completely reversed situation made Sailaporo fall into despair. He thought that he would be able to crush Moyu in terms of strength by returning to the top and even surpassing his previous self. However, the current world in front of him made him fall directly into the bottom of the valley, unable to recover. Quantity, in the face of absolute strength, has no effect. Unless the quantitative change can reach the level of qualitative change. The blade of the blade in Moyu's hand was downward, and the blackness spread from the handle to the blade's bore day by day. Sorry, Sailaporo. The number of pregnancy announcements has not reached the level of qualitative change. These words seemed to stimulate Sailaporo's fragile self-esteem again. He suddenly looked up and looked at Moyu. Your kind of existence can't understand the real perfect life at all. The so-called qualitative change is only possessed when the real immortality is achieved. This degree of change does not surpass death, but includes death in one's own life cycle. Death cannot be separated from one's own existence, and it can be called a truly perfect life if it can cycle between death and rebirth without interruption. Sailaporo's expression became more and more frantic, and there was even more hysteria in his suppressed posture. In me, there is no end of death. Even if you kill me, I can still be resurrected elsewhere. You'd better understand that since you can't kill me, you can never win. However, Moyu did not show a surprised expression as he imagined. From beginning to end, he kept a calm posture. For Sailaporo's ability, Moyu is very clear. Though he returned from Aegis to the realm of Vasto Lord after devouring his brother Ilford glands. And according to what he said, Sailaporo made some physical preparations for Ilford. So much so that now he is stronger than when he was the Zeroth Espada. And so it is. If it was another opponent, I am afraid that in the wave of 30 bursts of Wang Zero's light, it would have been wiped out long ago. The growth of strength is only one aspect. It is estimated that its existing capabilities have also been strengthened. Such as pregnancy notification. The ability to be resurrected from another person's body. Sailaporo of the Vasto Lord class, I am afraid that he can be resurrected with a little body. Such a life-saving ability far exceeds that of the previous Kurotsuka Mayuri. Although it can't kill you completely. Zanpakutō raised in Moyu's hand, and the black wind lingered on the blade, exuding an aura of destruction. But no matter how much rubbish there is, it's still rubbish. The so-called perfect life is just a troublesome insect. It's nothing more than crushing to death twice. After the words fell, Sailaporo widened his eyes, which were full of astonishment. Arrogant guy, as long as I don't die. Before she could finish her sentence, Lan Yin was already slashed down with a strong wind. The wind blade cut through the space, and even more so, the perfect life body that Sailaporo is proud of. Scoff. Like the sound of cloth being torn. From top to bottom, a line of blood appeared between Sailaporo's eyebrows, spreading straight down. The black wind rushes out of the bloodline, instantly decaying it into countless tiny particles, which completely dissipate in King Hueco Mundo. Espada 5th, Sailaporo, dies. Moyu looked at the dissipated particles without any change in expression. This trip was far from achieving his goal. This is just the beginning. The other side. The battle between Nilu and Hurley Bell is in a state of anxiety. In terms of strength, there is not a big gap between them, so it is impossible to tell the winner for a while. However, from Moyu's point of view, the battle between the two is still very pleasing to the eye, at least much better than the previous Sao Pineapple. Scorching sea current. The coquettish voice echoed in the sky, and Hurley Bell waved the Huang Mao that had transformed into a giant sword with shark chic pattern in his hand, and then came out with a bang. From the tip of the sword, a wild stream of water vapor surged out instantly, turning into a flood dragon, trying to swallow Nilu. The boiling high temperature even distorted the sky. Faced with such a move, Nilu had a firm face, and the antelope knight holding a double-headed spear rushed into it impartially. Boom! The air current rises, and the medical wave stirs. With the collision between the two of them as the center, the surrounding sand surface is rapidly reducing and descending, and in an instant, a huge crater with a width of several kilometers appears, and this range is still expanding. The scale of the battle is so large that if placed in reality, the entire city would be reduced to ruins. And this is just a simple collision. Broken waterfall. Missing a hit, Li Bell launched a new round of offense again. A waterfall-like water gushes violently from the gill lines of the Queen's Shark Queen, occupying the entire sky in an instant. Within a range of tens of miles, there are all the currents containing powerful Reiatsu. Blot out the sun. The water flow condensed and turned into a huge water column, pouring down towards Nilu. The impact of the explosion made the desert even more miserable, and everywhere it passed were deep pits of various degrees. Seeing that Nilu was not in any danger and was even in the upper hand, Moyu didn't bother her anymore. After all, she is a vasto lord-level Minos Grande, not a so-called vase, nor a pet just for viewing. Appropriately allowing Nilu to participate in some battles is also extremely beneficial to her body and mind. As for the battle on the other side, it tends to be one-sided. Ishida Zongxian's strength is close to the captain level, and even has no difference from the captain level Shinigami. When his grandson Ishida Uriah was still a weak chicken, he used the loose spirit glove, which was enough to smash Kuratsuka Mayuri's Bankai directly. Not to mention the current Ishida Zongxian. However, such a state cannot last for too long. Once the time limit is exceeded, Ishida Zongxian will become a human being unable to use the ability of the Quincy, completely losing the ability to fight. That reckless Yami also noticed this. Although he retreated in a row, the anger in his heart continued to accumulate more and more. After finally causing a lot of damage, it was about to kill this big man with an arrow. Yami returned to the blade, directly recovering all the injuries on his body. Ishida Munjiru's efforts also came to naught. Moreover, the next battle will become more difficult. Yami, who turned into a tens of meters high monster, has increased a lot in defense and attack power. The only drawback is that his already slow speed has become even slower. For a moment, he directly became a living target for Ishida Munjiru. Countless flashes of divine annihilation fell on Yami's body like a hill, like a torrential rain. The severe pain from the body made the anger in this big guy's heart swell even higher. The power also grew further under the rage. Damn old bug, you can't kill me! Yami's angry roar resounded like thunder in the sky. Every now and then, it is even enough to shake the heart and make people freeze. Seeing this, Moyu became slightly interested in it. He knows what Yami is capable of. The stronger the anger in your heart, the stronger your own power will be. And does this mean that the strength of this big guy has no upper limit? Ishida Zongxian's old face was soaked with sweat. Even if the wearer's loose spirit glove has reached the strongest state that can restrain the spirit, it still cannot completely solve it. A look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. I am still old after all. Since the current power cannot solve you. A look of determination appeared on Ishida Sojiru's face. Then changed to a stronger state. While speaking, he resolutely took off the loose spirit glove from his hand. Boom! Reiatsu, the furious Reiatsu that belongs to the highest level of Quincy, manifests itself in Hueco Mundo. The huge blue beam of light shot straight into the sky, scattered the clouds in the sky, and broke the strong wind on the sky. Even further away, the battle between Hurlybell and Nilu was interrupted because of this. They looked this way in surprise, unable to comprehend that such a terrifying power could burst out from such an old body. The extremely powerful power of the Quenching Master. Absorb spiritual particles, destroy their combination, and forcibly make them your own power. This is no longer a pure spiritual confinement, it should be called affiliation of the spirit child. The berserk power unfolded around Ishida Zongxian, gathering all the spirits nearby to his side. Behind him, huge spiritual wings of light spread out. His body has been unable to continue to maintain the strongest level in the long-term battle. So, Ishida Zongxian used another ability of the Quincy Master. The top combat spirit technique, pretending to be a puppet. Bind countless spiritual seeds sewn into a thread and continue to the immobile part, making it like a puppet, which is forced to be driven by manipulation. This ability is mainly designed for Quincy masters who are unable to move their bodies flexibly due to aging, but still want to fight to the end. Before the body has completely turned into dust, it can continue to fight. There was a creaking sound on Ishida Zongxian's body. After a short period of familiarity, Ishida Kyo has adapted to such a state. Big man, the battle is over. He held up the spiritual bow in his hand, huge wings of light bloomed on both sides of the arrow, and the space at the front was even distorted by its powerful spiritual fluctuations. Yami's eyes widened, and fear emerged from his heart full of anger. Roar! The winner must be my god. Its arms are crossed in front of it, forming an impenetrable defense. Next moment, the arrow turned into a huge beam of light and exploded out. The sky trembled and dust flew up. The berserklings impacted, straight to the sky. Even if it is thousands of miles away, you can see the huge beam of light between the sky and the earth. Rumble. The ground trembled and made a sound of being overwhelmed. Like waves, it undulates unceasingly, and the sand surface emerges. Countless animals living under the desert even have no time to dodge, and they turn into nothingness. After Ishida Zongxian shot the arrow, he was out of breath immediately, and his fingers were covered with blood. The whole person looked extremely embarrassed. Ishida Zongxian looked at Moyu, who was not far away, panted and said, Who _W? Mr. Moyu, this old man fulfilled his mission and eliminated the enemy. However, before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Yami with disbelief. In the direction. 4.8 How come? Ha 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 ha. Rampant laughter came from the boiling dust. Vaguely, a huge figure like a mountain staggered out of it. Every now and then, strong vibrations came from the desert again. Humble trash. Yami's voice came from it, suppressing Ultimate's anger. You will experience the strongest power of my uncle. Witness what true anger is. After the voice fell, Yami's figure appeared in front of everyone. The broken body seemed to have been bombed indiscriminately, with potholes everywhere. The huge arm was broken, and the skin was scorched black. Looking around, there was nothing intact. Roar! Roaring like a wild beast, issued from its mouth. Yami completely exploded the anger accumulated in his heart. Its body is also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it is even growing continuously. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1000 meters, 1500 meters. The terrifying body has achieved a true sense of towering into the sky. Like a demon in hell, the lower limbs and tail are covered with hair, and there are huge horns growing on the back and top of the head, making it look very ferocious. And the anger burning in his heart also completely destroyed his few rationality. Turned into a beast in the true sense. There is only one thought left in Yami's mind now. Kill all living things in sight. Chapter 123. The power of anger filled Yami's body. While constantly expanding, the face is also becoming more and more ferocious. Roar! The arm like a hill crashed down, the ground suddenly formed an earthquake, and a large amount of white sand rushed down. The roar echoed across the desert like a thunderstorm. Shred! Yami's eyes were blood red, and there was no reason in them. A large amount of saliva overflowed from its mouth, and the whole void completely turned into a pure beast. This! Ishida Zongxian dodged Yami's mad slamming fist in a bit of embarrassment. His expression was extremely ugly. He never thought that there is still an opponent that he can't solve with all his strength. And judging from its appearance, it seems that there is a trend of getting stronger as the war progresses. Compared to Ishida Sojiru's embarrassed figure, Moyu seemed much more relaxed. He wanted to see where the upper limit of Yami's strength was. The power erupted by Sojiru Ishida completely ignited the anger in Yami's heart. At this moment, his anger has reached a peak. However, just now, the Reiatsu of this huge monster like a mountain stopped rising. The limit of Arrancar Minos Grande. The chaotic and violent Reiatsu is like an erupting volcano. Restless magma is boiling in the bottom of my heart. Like a shooting star, the hammer crazily fell towards you and the others. Moyu strolled in it, and Sifeng launched his secret footwork, completely unaffected by his fist style. The bigger the body, the more terrifying the power. But this also made his speed the biggest drawback. Even the embarrassed Ishida Munjiro was able to barely dodge Yami's attack. A few minutes later, the surrounding area became even more desolate. The anger in Yami's heart continued, but Moyu found that his strength had reached a limit. Sure enough, there is still a limit. Moyu stepped forward, Lanyan lifted up, and the wind reversed. If that's the case, then you have no value in existence. There is always a price to pay for the game. The profound truth of the wind, palm wind. In the calm words, there is a sense of control over fate. The sound of the wind came to an abrupt end. Next moment, Moyu waved Lanyan and cut it down completely. In Setsuna, on the originally pale sky, a strong wind surged, sweeping the sea of clouds. Darkness, shrouded here, covered the world. The originally invisible wind merged into the thick sea of clouds. The ink-like cloud turned into a hand covering the sky, and it crashed towards the bottom. Yami stopped his aggressive behavior and looked up to the sky. His body, which was already several thousand meters high, seemed extremely small at this moment. Yami looked very dazed, and his head was a little dazed. Shouldn't it be my turn now? In the end, what happened? Bang! The ink-like cloud hand descended on Yami's demon-like body. The power like an abyss completely exploded. Yami propped up his arms, and the muscles on it were condensed into one body like a boulder. The moment the veins exploded, it turned into the shape of a python, which gave people a sense of horror. It's a pity, it's just a show of love. After Moyu's voice fell to Setsuna, even stronger power exploded from the hand of the cloud. Rumble. Crunch. A tooth-piercing crackling sound resounded on Yami's arms. In an instant, blood mist like pouring rain fell down. Seeing this scene, Ishida Zongxian froze in place, and the Quincy masters froze in place. They never thought that there could be such a terrifying existence among the Shinigami. The power shown by Moyu has completely surpassed their cognition. This type of attack is enough to destroy everything in front of you. Ho ho! Yami growled unwillingly, but it was just his unwillingness. Boom! The crushing force caused his arms to explode completely, making him no longer able to resist. The wind swept wildly, forming a black wind across the sky and earth, swallowing it completely. Even unable to say his last words, Yami completely disappeared in King Hueco Mundo. The wind died down. Within 1,000 miles ahead, there is only a mess everywhere. The deep desert, the shattered boulders, the scattered spiritual stream. Moyu's face turned pale. Yami's strength after reaching the peak has already surpassed Vasto Lord level Arankar Yingsu. Even crossed the virtual limit. And in order to create strength, Moyu unleashed his strongest move to date. Using his understanding of the wind and Lanyan's own strength, he assisted Reiatsu in the ultimate realm. And this also caused a huge load on himself. Anyway, although he has reached the limit of Shinigami, he can even display a limit-breaking power zone. But this will also cause a huge burden for him. But when I heard the system prompt sound from my ear, everything seemed worth it. Your Zanpakutō Lanyan killed 2 espadas in a row, you are in a good mood, your confidence is doubled, your comprehension is improved, your compatibility is improved, and you are going one step further towards Bankai. Your kendo participates in the continuous beheading of espada, you will feel happy, your understanding will increase, and the power of your kendo will increase by 120%. As the system's voice fell to Setsuna, Moyu felt that the connection between Zanpakutō and his hand and his heart was a little closer. More comprehension about kendo flows in my heart. Just as he was examining the changes carefully, there was a violent Reiatsu fluctuation from farther away. Accompanied by it, there is also a pillar of emerald green light that runs through the sky. The dunes crumbled and the ground cracked. Rolling dust and sand, they ascended to the sky. After a while, the dust and sand receded, and a figure rushed towards this side quickly. After approaching, cheers came from the opposite side. Moyu. I saw Nilu carrying Hurley Bell, who had completely passed out, flying towards Moyu. Stop! Seeing this, Moyu hurriedly stopped this behavior. With his current state, if he resisted Nilu's super-accelerated impact, he would at least be seriously injured. Reiatsu consumes too much, and can only rely on physical fitness to fight hard. Wow! Nilu abruptly stopped her running, plowing a deep ravine. Moyu. She looked at Moyu aggrievedly, still refusing to let Hurley Bell down. How should she solve it? For this Hurley Bell who inherited her espada number, Nilu couldn't bear to kill him. In the battle, Hurley Bell also did not kill Nilu. Of course, the more reason is because you can't beat it. Nilu's current strength is much stronger than that of Hurley Bell. Hearing this, Moyu also set his sights on Hurley Bell. Well, it's huge, not inferior to Nilu at all. Considering that Hurley Bell is different from other espadas, she never showed any killing intent from the beginning to the end. It would be a pity to kill it directly. Stay behind and let her go. As he spoke, Moyu signaled Nilu to put her down. Then, under Nilu's astonished gaze, Moyu pointed out his right index finger and touched her left chest. A little black materialized Reiatsu gushed out from the fingertips, and sank straight into his heart. For the use of ultimate Reiatsu, Moyu is developing a little bit. Hirako Shinji's performance shows that after ultimate Reiatsu enters the opponent's heart, it can affect their emotions to a certain extent. However, what Moyu didn't expect was, just as he was performing this operation, Hurley Bell, whose eyes were closed, suddenly opened them. The 4 eyes are facing each other. For a moment, Moyu felt that his fingers were a little stiff, and the original delicate touch became a little more obvious. Open! Hurley Bell also noticed the temperature of 140 on his chest, and said in a deep voice without changing his face. Moyu let go of his fingers after pouring the last bit of ultimate Reiatsu into it. And Hurley Bell also noticed subtle changes in his body. What did you do to me? Moyu clapped his hands, stood up and said with a smile. Just a little follow-up. After all, in this battle, you are the loser. If I think, your life has come to an end at this time. Hurley Bell looked down and said nothing. Its attitude is already obvious, just let you dispose of it. There is absolutely no violent emotion that Su Su should have. However, to her surprise, Moyu continued. Don't worry, if you want to die, you will end your life as early as the beginning of the battle. There's a little bit of my special Reiatsu left in your heart. If we meet next time, I hope you are not reckless now. After finishing speaking, he called Nilu and walked towards the direction where the Quincy's gathered. Moyu is no longer ready to continue fighting. Right now, there are a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled, and it is safer to be released to the present world as soon as possible. The death of the two espadas was his small response to Eizen. At the same time, through this battle, Moyu realized some weaknesses in his own strength. In the final analysis, it is still not strong enough. This strength is simply not enough to truly control one's own destiny in the future changes. A trace of determination flashed in Moyu's eyes. Never succumb to this so-called fate. Hurley Bell looked at the figures of the two going away, a hint of incomprehension flashed in the depths of his eyes. She subconsciously stretched out her hand to press on her chest, a strange feeling spread in her heart. Will there be such a relationship between Shinigami and Hollow? Hurley Bell was deeply puzzled by the performance between Moyu and Nilu. Perhaps, this is the future she expects? Chapter 124. Present World. On the outskirts of Karakura town. The black cavity opened, and one figure after another was thrown out of it. It wasn't until Ishida Munjuru was also thrown out that Moyu and Nilu walked out of the black cavity. It is more troublesome to open the channel of Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, but it is much easier to open the channel of Hueco Mundo and the world. Nilu can do it easily. Anyway, Vasto Lord Class Aaron Carminos Grande. Hey, finally back. Escaped. Wow, I'm homesick. This group of mixed-race extermination masters can be regarded as poor pawns. As for the few pure-blooded Quincy's who disappeared in Hueco Mundo before, if nothing else, they should have been dissected by Sailaporo. He will not let go of this kind of superior material for experiments. Mr. Moyu. Ishida Zongxian, whose Quincy power is disappearing, is more respectful in addressing him. Please. Before he finished speaking, Moyu interrupted. Take me to Ishida's house. Ishida Munjuru was a little hesitant, but he considered the undeniable meaning in his tone. After thinking for a moment, he sighed helplessly. I understand. A group of people shuttled through Karakura town. Soon, the Ishida family's manor appeared in front of Moyu. Ishida Munjuru's very cooperative attitude made him quite satisfied. Go ahead and get everyone assembled. Moyu continued to order. With the return of Ishida Zongxian, the Ishida family caused quite a stir. However, when they learned that Moyu was also outside the manor, they all fell silent. There is a cause and an effect. At the beginning, a little cause was planted, and now the bitter fruit is reaped. In the manor, a large number of extermination masters came out, which made you realize that this family had not progressed as he imagined. Among them, there are even captain-level Quincy's. However, with such a huge group of forces, when standing in front of Moyu, none of them dared to release their Reiatsu aura. What a disappointment! Moyu looked at these Quincy masters calmly, and said indifferently. Have the guts to design, don't you have the guts to undertake? Ishida Longxian looked unhappy, and was about to take a step forward to argue. However, someone grabbed his collar. Don't get involved in this matter. Ishida Zongxian said in a deep voice, you shouldn't be responsible for the problems of the upper echelons of the Ishida family. Ishida Longxian felt unwilling. At this time, I heard Moyu continue. Read in situations where someone is fighting at the price. Just let you pay a little price. He slowly pulled out the Zanpakutō from his waist, directly entering the state of the second stage Shikai. I hope you survive. 11. As soon as the voice fell, Lan Yin chopped off directly in his hand. Next moment, the expressions of all the Quincy masters changed drastically, and panic appeared on their faces. Moyu, who was originally bland, Setsuna, who fell in Zanpakutō, and Reiatsu, who rose to the sky. The black sword pressure, carrying an endless gust of wind, poured down on the manor owner. As if a typhoon had passed by, the buildings had already begun to collapse before it approached. Defense enchantment! Ishida Longxian roared, blue light bloomed in his hand, forming a barrier in an instant, and flew towards the sky. The other Quincy masters followed suit. Let's go! Moyu didn't even take another look, and said flatly. Nilu happily followed Moyu's side, completely indifferent to it. In her world, everything has been simplified, Moyu and others. On the other hand, Kurosaki Masaki, who was on the side, looked down slightly, but did not stop Moyu's behavior. When the Ishida family sent her to Hueco Mundo, the so-called friendship was completely severed. This is the grievance between Moyu and the Ishida family. She will not interfere. Moyu left with Kurosaki, Masaki, and Nilu. As for how many people in the Ishida family can survive, he no longer needs to care about it. Heavy losses are certain. But as long as Ishida Zongxian can survive, the Ishida family will definitely be much more peaceful. If it weren't for Kurosaki Masaki's face, Moyu might have stabbed all the senior members of the Ishida family. Urahara store. Urahara Kisuk folded his arms and observed the three people in front of him very seriously. It seems that because of Kurosaki Masaki's side, Nilu never turned back to her young appearance. One person occupies one side. Compared with Kurosaki Masaki's reservedness, Nilu is much clingier. From the beginning to the end, it kept hanging on Moyu's arm. Amazing touch, comfortable in his arms. So, you took out a Vasto Lord class Arankar and an Aegis class Arankar. Urahara Kisuk said seriously, there are still an unknown number of Minos Grande. Hearing this, Moyu nodded and said. Also, I just went to Ishida's house and chopped a knife. If nothing else happens, the Shinigami stationed in Karakura town will be busy again. Urahara Kisuk wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. With his imagination, and the powerful Reiatsu who just appeared in Karakura town, he can already imagine the current tragedy of the Ishida family. If there is no accident, the 10 miles around will need to be rebuilt again. Phew, I hope the Ishida family is okay. Urahara Kisuk prayed, looked at Moyu again and said. The next plan, do you have any plans? Moyu pondered, then seriously said. Instead of taking the initiative to attack, it is better to draw it out passively. If we take the initiative, we will stand on the bright side, and it is not conducive to adapting to changes. After returning to Soul Society, I will start the first step. Hearing this, Urahara Kisuk's expression was somewhat troubled. Speaking of which, Mr. Moyu, are you really going to do this? Although I don't mind being blamed or something, but this. Moyu's fingers curled slightly and tapped on the table in front of him. Unless, you are willing to confront Eizen head-on. Hearing this, Urahara Kisuk directly chose to shut up. Let's leave it to other people to deal with Eizen. As a scientific researcher, the most important thing is to stay honestly and safely in the logistics. I understand. Then trouble Mr. Moyu. Saying that, Urahara Kisuk lowered the brim of his hat and bowed his head deeply. A matter of duty. Moyu raised the corner of his mouth and said with a light smile. Seeing the two people playing charades, Kurosaki Masaki was very curious. Although her mind was relatively simple, when she saw the expressions of the two of them, she had a premonition in her heart. If nothing else, someone will be unlucky. Siridii. 11th team building. It's too slow, too slow. Moyu looked at the red-haired brat in front of him very dissatisfied, and kept reprimanding him. At this level, you still want to be the captain. No energy at all. Panting heavily, Abarai Renji slammed Zabimaru, looking at him unwillingly. This is his 360th challenge. Unsurprisingly, he was abused again. Moyu, who was also a student of the Spirit Art Academy with him, is no longer beyond his reach in terms of strength. No matter how hard you practice, you can't get a little bit of advantage. Renji, give up. Moyu looked at him with a trace of helplessness. Sometimes, the gap is unbridgeable. Abarai Renji raised his eyes firmly, and said seriously. Captain Moyu, please let me try again. However, you have said this more than 300 times. Moyu sighed and said, forget it, let me tell you a way to become stronger faster. The battle between life and death is more conducive to stimulating the potential in the body. Looking at the bewildered Abarai Renji, Moyu understood that this reckless man didn't quite understand. You know, although there is a corner to help you practice. But he also has a sense of proportion, and he will never exceed the limit of your strength. But how can you become stronger if you haven't witnessed life and death? After saying these words, Abarai, de Zhao Zhao, Renji fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Moyu continued. Now you need a lot of fighting to become stronger. But if you go to Hueco Mundo, you are not eligible. In this way, the only thing left is to go to this world. Hearing this, Abarai Renji was a little dazed and at a loss. Is there a suitable opponent in this world? Moyu nodded and said, don't forget my achievements in this world. If you really want to become stronger, then go to this world. The opportunity is here, you choose it yourself. After all, he left the 11th team's dormitory, as if letting go. Abarai Renji, on the other hand, was lost in thought. In this world, can people really become stronger? 3 days later, Abarai Renji walked through the gate full of hope. The moonlight is like water, sprinkled on the streets of Karakura town. 2 figures stood on top of the tall building, looking down at the energetic figure below. Sa, hey Yejun. Yura Harakisuk said in an unexpected tone, you really guessed it. This red-haired guy really chose the Karakura town magazine. The corners of Moyu's mouth raised slightly, and he said with a smile. It's just an inevitable outcome. Chapter 125. Moyu has no guilt about tricking Abarai Renji into Karakura town. Get what you need. Opponents, with the content of Karakura town, they can completely match Abarai Renji. Although the virtual chaos a few years ago has subsided, it still has a certain influence. From time to time, 1 or 2 Minos Grande or something, in the eyes of the Technology Development Bureau, is no longer a serious matter. Although an ordinary Shinigami player, Jillian was still no match. But their strength is also growing in constant battles. The overall strength of the 13th Division is vaguely equal to that of the 11th Division. However, the casualties were also the heaviest. Over the years, many soldiers have been transferred to the 13th Division. And Abarai Renji is also one of them. With the concentration of spiritual particles in Karakura town, it is not a troublesome thing to attract Minos Grande from the nearby city. Moyu said seriously, I will leave the detailed operation to you, Urahara. Urahara Kisuk made 1 or 2 okay gestures and said with a smile. No problem. However, Mr. Moyu, the potential of this red-haired boy seems to be. He looked at the distant figure of Abarai Renji, his eyes flickering. Well, if that year's spiritual academy excludes me. Moyu admitted, he's the strongest student. For the potential of Abarai Renji, Moyu is quite recognized. As one of the protagonists of the era, his ability to be on the front line all the time has already explained some problems. Its true potential is definitely far beyond most current captains. 403 can be recognized by those guys in the 11th team, how can he be mediocre? Moyu said lightly. Urahara Kisuk suddenly realized, I understand. Leave him to me to take care of. When Abarai Renji came to Karakura town, the fate modification plan had already officially started. The Soul Society fell into a brief period of peace. Eizen also never showed anything unusual about the deaths of the two espadas in Hueco Mundo. Of course, this is the most normal. A subordinate who has no use value will not cause the slightest fluctuation in his state of mind. In the usual atmosphere, Siraidi's atmosphere became more and more depressed. From the day Hirako Shinji returned to Siraidii, the atmosphere has changed. And Moyu is also preparing for the future. Siraidii 11th team building. The moment of unabashed Reiatsu volatility descends. Another strand of golden Reiatsu should follow. Bang! The wall was directly smashed out of a huge hole, and a burly and tall figure appeared in front of Heiei. Finally! Zaraki Kenpachi's one-eyed eyes shone with excitement. It's up to you. Let's fight, Moyu. I can't wait. Moyu's eyes were calm, and he said lightly. If you fight here, Old Man Shan will go berserk. Go to Rukonga. That's where you can have fun. Hearing this, Zaraki Kenpachi looked at Moyu with surprise. You seem to be a little different from before. Ha, it doesn't matter anymore, fighting is the most important thing. Now that Moyu has come to the 11th team, Zaraki Kenpachi is not worried about him running away. The beast's intuition is always very keen. He can feel the fighting spirit dissipating from Moyu. Rukonga. Zaraki District. Looking at the familiar scenery around, the flying yellow sand, the broken ruins. The sinister smile on Zaraki Kenpachi's face became more and more insane. I waited very hard. Nose Arashi raised, and he pressed with the tip of the knife. Let's have a fun fight. On the other side of the ruins, Kuzujishi Yachiru shouted excitedly. Xiao Mo! You have to be careful. Xiao Jian is very happy today. Must survive. For Kuzujishi Yachiru, Moyu is more familiar. He knew very well that this guy had built a secret meeting room at their Kukaki house. Just some time ago, Kuzujishi Yachiru even brought Nilu into the Women's Shinigami Association. Relax. Moyu smiled slightly, pressed his left hand on Zanpakutō, and pushed his thumb lightly. Click! A cold light bloomed between them, reflecting the fighting spirit in the hearts of both sides. The golden Reiatsu, centered around Zaraki Kenpachi, frantically gathers. The surrounding space seemed to tremble again. The ground trembled, the gravel shook constantly, and the momentum continued to rise. Base. Moyu completely pulled Lan Yin out, and his fighting spirit rose to the highest point. The pure killing intent lingered around him, turning into a substantive aura, colliding with the golden Reiatsu. For this battle, he didn't have the idea of relying on ultimate Reiatsu at all. Pure swordsmanship is what he is pursuing this time. Ha ha! Zaraki Kenpachi laughed wildly, a strong enough opponent. With no Zarashi held high in his hand, he took the lead in attacking. Boom! In the Setsuna where two Zanpakutō collided, with the two at the center, the terrifying shock wave instantly spread to an area several miles away, completely destroying the already damaged ruins. The ground shakes, the collision of killing intent and Reiatsu. Zaraki Kenpachi, who entered the state, became more and more excited. He has not experienced all-out combat for a long time, and he obviously cherishes Moyu as an opponent. The golden Reiatsu is solidified, raging, and rushing on the Wild West. Even just a random slash is enough to tear the ground into a bottomless gap. The desire to fight that was usually suppressed by ultimate was released at this moment. When the body is driven by the fighting instinct of the heart of Setsuna, the mind is beginning to drown. In Zaraki Kenpachi's view, the so-called kendo is just the restraint of one's own instinct. Only instinct, regiment is the strongest way to lead the battle to victory. The frenzied and unruly slashing strikes, like a madman, slashed down towards Moyu one after another. As strong as thunder and lightning, as swift as torrential rain. The chaotic golden Reiatsu filled the surroundings, constantly reducing the crimson killing intent around Moyu. If that's all you can do. Zaraki Kenpaki's tone was arrogant, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Then die here. The weak are not worthy of survival. The waving arms, as if lifting a heavy hammer, frantically landed on Moyu's Zanpakutō. The roar is endless. Moyu's expression was indifferent, and Yufu was not moved by it. From the moment the battle began, he had already stood on the side of the weak. In the state of not using Reiatsu, his strength is even less than 1/10 of his usual strength. Relying solely on physical fitness and kendo fighting skills, it is already a miracle to be able to persevere in the battle of Zaraki Kenpaki. Unlike Zaraki Kenpaki's completely instinctive fighting, even the complete opposite. Each of Moyu's slashes contains changes in the way of the sword. From the initial one-step kendo, to the highest tendan kendo, and even the blast kendo that the kendo comprehends on its own. The momentum of the sword follows the wind, raising the meaning of frenzy. Kendo steel gale. Moyu's figure was slightly low, and Zanpakutō was suddenly retracted into the scabbard at his waist. Next moment, the bright sword light cut out an endless gust of wind, so Moyu roared and rushed. Faced with this sudden change in the way of the sword, Zaraki Kenpaki looked slightly stunned, and a satisfied smile appeared on his ferocious face. Ha, this is what it looks like. Without any defensive posture at all, Zaraki Kenpaki waved his thick arm, holding no zarashi, and directly collided with the strong wind. Pooh! Like a fountain, blood splashed all over his body, dyeing the wind red and soaking the dust. It is always reason that drives instinct. Moyu's gaze was like a knife, slashing at Zaraki Kenpaki's will. The best way to face beasts is to be stronger. The battle, the regiment has just begun. Zaraki Kenpaki's fierceness rose, and he didn't care about the wounds on his body at all. You are suppressing yourself, and so am I. As he spoke, he took off the blindfold directly, with a grin on his face. Continue our fight. The dazzling golden Reiatsu shot straight into the sky, forming a huge beam of light, illuminating the entire area. Perceiving this familiar sense of oppression, the villains in the Zaraki district fell into a state of trembling. On this day, they once again recalled the fear of being dominated by evil spirits. Zaraki Kenpaki, who was unbound, his Reiatsu's strength once again increased by several tens. As if reborn, Zaraki Kenpaki is back at his peak. The blood splattered around seemed to have nothing to do with him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of Zanpakutō's continuous staggering and collision, like a magnificent symphony, resounded in the sky of Zaraki district. The golden Reiatsu turned into a ferocious ghost skeleton, appearing above Zaraki Kenpaki's head, completely covering his body. Moyu's eyes were solemn, Lanyan was entwined with wind breath in his hands, and with a strong killing intent, he slashed out horizontally. The way of the sword blaster of wind. When two Zanpakutō collided with Setsuna, a terrifying force swept through the ruins, crushing everything around them. The light is bright. Chapter 126. The violent impact lasted for quite a long time. From the initial competition of strength to the subsequent competition of willpower. It is a pity that Zaraki Kenpaki did not pay attention to his injuries before. Blood continued to ooze out from his wound, causing his physical strength to continuously weaken. At the moment when the light fades away, Zaraki Kenpaki crashed to the ground, raising countless dust again. At this time, Moyu's condition is not very good. Under the impact of his Reiatsu, the Sheba outfit has become tattered. Without the blessing of Reiatsu, it is not enough to fully display the power. To fight against Zaraki Kenpaki purely with kendo power, and to be able to survive is already a blessing among misfortunes. Zaraki Kenpaki lay down on the ground, looking up at the sky. The excitement in his eyes lasted for a long time, it couldn't be calmed down. Little sword, sword. Kuzujishi Yachiru did not know when, but ran to Zaraki Kenpaki, smiling excitedly. Did you enjoy this fight? Zaraki Kenpachi rolled his eyes, glanced at the ragged Moyu not far away, and made a disdainful sound. Oh. So. After all, he just closed his eyes and immersed himself in the aftertaste of the fight just now. Strictly speaking, there is no winner in this battle. This is why Zaraki Kenpachi was a little upset at the end. But Moyu didn't take care of the meaning of his thoughts. At this moment, he was immersed in the changes of kendo. Your kendo has greatly increased due to the fight with Zaraki Kenpachi, and you have comprehended extreme sword pressure. Because your kendo has not defeated Zaraki Kenpachi, you feel that you are too weak. Under guilt, you set the great goal of killing Kenpachi. Ahem. Moyu barely choked on his own saliva when he heard the second half of the beep. Kendo has already started to set goals for yourself. Or is it a lofty goal to kill Kenpachi? In contrast, he suddenly felt ashamed. It seems that salting fish for too long will seriously affect the body and mind. At that time, I was still a young man who kept struggling. Intermittent inspiration has committed again. Jade unleashes Kide directly on Zaraki Kenpachi for the wound she inflicted. Those scars that touched the bones, under the effect of Kide, healed rapidly. In this regard, Zaraki Kenpachi just raised his eyelids and glanced at him, but stopped paying too much attention. For him, fighting is the most important thing. Thank you, Mo. In comparison, Kuzujishi Yachiru is much more polite. You're welcome. Moyu rubbed Kuzujishi Yachiru's pink-haired head. Feeling or something, it seems a little different. The acquisition of ultimate sword pressure has made Moyu's strength once again improved to a certain extent. Right now, I want to continue to improve my strength. You still need to trouble other captains. For the battle between Moyu and Zaraki Kenpachi, it naturally caught Siraidi's attention. However, when considering that the two of them did not cause any damage to Siraidii, Yamamoto Genryanagi only gave a verbal warning. And this warning was not even sent to Fuyu's ears. At this time, he is immersed in the practice of white hits. Second Squad Team Building. Secret Mobile Training Base. There are all sorts of pitfalls in this. Kid Enchantment, Sword Pressure / Spiritual Tool Explosion. Two figures exuding white light shuttled among them, meeting at one point from time to time, and immediately exploded with a powerful impact. After a few minutes, the white light receded, and Sifeng stood on the spot panting. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect you to be able to instantly coax. Moyu walked towards Sifeng with his upper body bare and his arms moving, and said with a smile. I have mastered the existence of Had. Shinyo's manipulation technique is nothing more than a high compression of Kid. The only pity is that I don't seem to be suitable for your criminal warfare attire. As early as during Shihao and Yoryuki's tenure, Xingzan's attire had been designed without fabric on the back and shoulders. And Sifeng obviously didn't realize this. She has always believed that instant coaxing is her original fighting technique. However, Shihao and Yoryuki was already ahead of her. Seeing Moyu approaching shirtless, Sifeng looked a little nervous. The slightly drunken cheeks, reflected in the light and shadow, showed a little different posture. Seeing this, Moyu's heart was less disturbed. He took a step forward, just as he was about to speak. Captain, assassination list. Get out. The charming atmosphere was directly broken, and Sifeng was furious. Almost took out the Jakarake-ben directly, and gave the guy with no eyes a shot. After being interrupted like this, Moyu just realized that this is the second team. The training base of the stealth mobile force. In the dark, perhaps there are more soldiers guarding here. Ahem. Moyu coughed twice and said. Thank you for practicing with me. Sifeng also seemed to have returned to normal, calmly said. It's just an equivalent exchange. Your white hit skills are also very, very strong. Sifeng seems to be very bad at compliments. Moyu didn't take it to heart. He reached out and pressed Sifeng's hair, and said softly. In any case, thank you for your company. When he sensed the temperature above his head, Sifeng's body froze suddenly, like a rusty machine. Before she could speak again, Moyu had already left the training base. Looking at the direction in which he was going, Sifeng bit his lower lip lightly, his gaze was extraordinarily complicated. She found that the figure of Shihao and Yoryuki in her heart became more and more blurred, and was replaced by another figure instead. Your white hits defeated Sifeng, you are in a good mood, your practice efficiency is doubled, and your instant coaxing power is increased by 150%. Moyu didn't pay much attention to this improvement in practice. It's not that instant coaxing isn't easy to use. On the contrary, this combat technique can be handled freely in various situations. And with ultimate Reiatsu, it also has a good performance. Asking for flowers. But the problem still lies in the way it is cast. Every time he fights, he has to explode his clothes. This kind of setting is really not suitable for him. If possible, try to make a change in the position of the explosion, maybe transform the instant coaxing into a fighting technique suitable for him. Outside the team building, the sky in Siriti is still bright. Moyu looked up at the sky, but there was no cloud. Next, it's time to go to the next round of practice. During this period of time, he was very busy. All of this is for future changes. Karakura Town. In the early morning, the moonlight is like water. Abarai Renji is constantly wandering among tall buildings. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts about Moyu's words. Time flies, he has been in Karakura Town for 10 years. During this time, Abarai Renji has fought numerous battles. There are many leaps between life and death. At the same time, there is also a blind spot of a mysterious store manager. This also caused a huge gap between his strength and that of the beginning. 0. This also made the guy's heart swell. Apply to return to the Soul Society in a few months. Abarai Renji pulled the goggles above his head, grinned, and smiled to himself. At that time, I will surprise Mr. Moyu. Diddy, diddy. At this moment, a violent sound came from his arms. Abarai Renji took out the messenger machine, only to see prompts flashing frantically on it. Is it Minos Grande again? Recently, the frequency of Minos Grande appearing is a bit high. After the chaos, it is no surprise that Minos Grande appeared in the real world. And in the present world, he has been assigned many seats. Minos Grande at the Jillian level, for them, is not such a difficult enemy. As for Abarai Renji, it is just a wild monster that gives experience. In that case, Abarai Renji put the goggles on straight, with a slightly serious expression, then work overtime. As soon as the words fell, he activated Shunpo, disappeared in place, and continued to move towards the position provided by the Divine Messenger. However, when it approaches the place where the Reiatsu fluctuates, the surrounding Reiatsu decreases suddenly. It's like a desk lamp that was turned on and was broken by someone. Such a change naturally caught the attention of Abarai Renji. This kind of guy is the most disgusting. He was already irritable, but after experiencing countless battles in this world, there was no change. On the contrary, there is an intensifying trend. Can't you be hacked to death honestly? Abarai Renji tried to activate the Reiatsu detection function of the messenger machine, trying to find out where Minos Grande was hiding. Not surprisingly, its upper position points to the building ahead. Oh! Did you hide in the building? Abarai Renji stepped forward and walked straight in the designated direction. But he didn't care, there was a door plaque hanging on the building in front of him. It says, Jiangmu Hospital, small. Chapter 127. In the room. A young man with orange hair who looked like a villain looked at the scene in front of him with a look of astonishment. Such a blatant thief! You really didn't take me seriously. Abarai Renji didn't care about the humans in the room, because in his Shinigami state, he wouldn't be seen by humans at all. However, this time, he made a mistake. The sudden strong wind from behind made Renji subconsciously wave his arms to resist it. Boom! The violent impact caused the orange-haired boy to be hung directly on the wall, without any dignity at all. Okay, what a powerful force! He sucked in a breath of cold air and pulled himself off the wall with a grim expression. No matter how dull his head was, Abarai Renji realized that something was wrong. Can you see me? The orange-haired boy didn't answer, his eyes were burning with a fighting spirit like flames. He flew up on the ground and went straight to Ami Times. Apparently, Imuka and Sheba Ishin's education methods made this guy's personality slightly different. Really bad boy. Jongmu Ichigo, who has been playing since he was a child, has never encountered such a powerful opponent from the Meiten. With just one punch, he was directly thrown out. This can't help but make him excited. Taste my angry kick! Ichigo, who jumped high into the air, kicked the most powerful flying kick. Boom! The same result happened to him again. And this did not make him lose his fighting spirit, on the contrary, his fighting spirit became more and more vigorous. Abarai Renji is also interested. He has never met a human being who can see him, let alone such a fighting and durable human being. Under normal circumstances, human beings are extremely fragile creatures. Even a little more Reiatsu unleashed would be enough to crush their souls. But the boy in front of him not only ignored his Reiatsu, but also continued to attack him with a high-intensity fighting posture. Repeated battles and repeated defeats and repeated battles. Outside the window, on the roof of a towering building, Moyu and Uraharakisuk stood under the moonlight, quietly watching the scene in the room. Yet. It unfolded completely unexpectedly. Uraharakisuk stroked his chin, thinking, can it really go according to the original plan? Hearing this, Moyu responded. Relax. Although there have been small deviations, the core of the plan has not changed. However, it seems that Renji's strength is growing a bit fast. Uraharakisuk answered with a smile. As you said, Mr. Moyu, his potential is very high. The current Renji is close to the edge of Bankai, and if it is combined with the transformation body, it will definitely be able to achieve Bankai successfully. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, an even more astonishing battle erupted in the room. Minos Grande, who was hiding Reiatsu, stretched out his thick arms in the wall, and suddenly blasted towards the position where Abarai Renji was. The terrifying speed and power are not at the same level as the attack just now. Even far beyond Abarai Renji's understanding of the power of regular Minos Grande. Impossible! After his voice fell, Setsuna was blown away like a cannonball. Bang! The wall collapsed, directly opening a big hole, and Abarai Renji flew horizontally over a distance of more than 10 meters. This level of strength! Abarai Renji struggled to stand up from the corner, it's just a wild animal. Shunpo started, he disappeared in place, and appeared above Minos Grande in an instant. Roar, Zabimaru! Abarai Renji shouted over Minos Grande's roar. The ferocious Zanpakutō slashed downward. Rumble! The ground crumbles and walls crumble. The figure of Minos Grande merged into the surrounding space again and disappeared in front of it. At this time, Abarai Renji has realized that the other party is not as simple as he imagined. He held Zabimaru in his hand and looked around vigilantly. Reiatsu slowly escaped out, trying to catch the opponent's position. Behind! Ichigo's shout made Abarai Renji subconsciously slash behind him. When the sound of gold and iron intertwined made his expression slightly startled. You're so lucky, Shinigami kid. Minos Grande, like a standing mantis, has a hideous smile on his mask. It was actually able to block the attack of my uncle. Your soul must be delicious. Wisdom Minos Grande, Ajicha's class. Abarai Renji finally realized the urgency of the situation. However, at this moment, he has fallen into a bitter battle. The opponent seems to be able to hide in the surrounding space at will, while dodging its attack. It can also launch a sneak attack on it. Abarai Renji can only choose to trade injuries for injuries. After suffering 3 ribs and a broken left arm and right tibia, he was completely incapacitated. Ha ha ha. My uncle is the final winner. The praying mantis Minos Grande was ecstatic, dragging his already mutilated body, moving towards the direction of Abarai Renji. Damn it! Am I going to die here? Abarai Renji's eyes were ferocious, and his teeth were almost bitten off. Minos Grande has already walked to its side, raising its thick arms. It is possible to smash it into a pulp at any time. This here is my territory. A figure flew over from a distance, hit Minos Grande on the head, and kicked him to the ground. Abarai Renji looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. Humans, kicked Minos Grande down. Is the world changing too fast, or I can't keep up with the rhythm? When did humans become so strong? He also finally realized that the human being who looked like a bad boy in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. Its own soul contains a concentration of spiritual particles far exceeding normal human beings. Perhaps, the target of that Minos Grande is the guy in front of him. Suddenly, Abarai Renji's eyes lit up. Perhaps, there is a last resort. Hey, human brat! Hearing the shout, Ichigo turned his head and said in a daze. Are you calling me? Abarai Renji barely raised Zabimaru with his battered right arm, saying. Do you want to get stronger? Hearing this, Ichigo's eyes lit up. You have a way. The corners of Abarai Renji's mouth raised up, like a demon who lures people into the abyss. Come on, come closer. Ichigo glanced at Minos Grande, who was about to struggle to get up, and when he realized that the other party was likely to tear him apart, he had no doubts about this guy's words. The attack just now was just taking advantage of the sneak attack. If confronted head-on, he is no match for this kind of monster. Before death came, Ichigo chose to believe the other party's words. However, when he stood in front of this red-haired funeral, a sharp knife pierced his chest. Is this what you taught? Moyu looked at the changes below in amazement, with a shocked expression on his brows and eyes. What did Urahara Kisuk teach Renji? Why has that simple and kind boy now turned into such a dark-bellied shape? Originally, he thought that Abarai Renji would inform Ichigo of the pros and cons. But he never expected that Abarai Renji directly penetrated Ichigo's chest with Zabimaru. Urahara Kisuk held a small folding fan out of nowhere and put it next to his face and fanned it gently. Ha, I didn't teach him this kind of thing. Probably self-taught. As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling Reiatsu light emerged from the street, illuminating the whole street like daytime. What a gorgeous color! Urahara Kisuk said with deep eyes, amazing. Mixed blood is the biggest potential stock. Hearing this, Moyu looked up at Urahara Kisuk, and said. How? Would you like to try the power after Hollow? Urahara Kisuk laughed and said, please spare me. I'm a support staff. Below, a new round of battle started. Ichigo's Zanpakutō, which was as wide as a door panel, also surprised Moyu a bit. Maybe it's because Abarai Renji 5.2's Reiatsu is stronger? After a few minutes, the huge door panel fell from the head of Minos Grande in an instant. First battle, win. After seeing Minos Grande dissipate as spirit particles, Abarai Renji lost consciousness and passed out. Ichigo was involved in a high-intensity fight, and Reiatsu was overwhelmed. Immediately afterwards, he passed out in a coma. It's finally the turn of the support staff to appear. Urahara Kisuk jumped down from the air, holding a cane, and walked to the side of the two. The soul is stable and can support the use of soul foreign body implantation technology. Get ready to take Renji back. Under the shadow of the street lights of Jiangmu Hospital, a figure walked out slowly. The damage is really serious. Sheba Ishin scratched his short black hair, "It's going to be a long time." Hearing this, Moyu nodded and said, "Compared to these, you should pay attention to your own son. This guy's potential is far more amazing than your own." Sheba Ishin folded his arms and said indifferently, "Ha, compared to you. No matter how strong the potential is, it is nothing but the green leaves to set off." Mr. Moyu. Chapter 128. Urahara Store. Underground Secret Base. When Abarai Renji woke up from the coma, he saw an axe-like face that was almost close to him. Ghost. He subconsciously thought, to kick it out, but it affected the injury, grinning for a while. "Mr. Renji, you'd better pay attention to your body." Tessai Tsukabishi, who is close at hand, said seriously. "It is definitely a very dangerous thing to completely hand over the power of Shinigami to humans. And before that, your injury was already very serious." Abarai Renji took a breath, frowned and said, "Then what are you doing lying on top of me? Rely on my body temperature to stabilize your injury." Tessai Tsukabishi explained solemnly. For this eccentric clerk, Abarai Renji has gotten used to his 23 strange behaviors. "Where's the store manager?" As soon as the voice fell, the door was pulled open, and a figure walked in from the outside. "Yo, you woke up quickly." Holding a folding fan, Urahara Kisuk walked steadily towards the room. "I'm sorry to tell you something." Hearing this, Abarai Renji's heart tightened suddenly, as if being held by a big hand. "Your Shinigami power was all taken away by that person. If there is no accident, the power will not be restored within 3 months. Urahara Kisuk lowered his eyes and said in a deep voice. "Call." Abarai Renji heaved a sigh of relief, with a rare expression of helplessness on his face. "The Minos Grande I met last night, the ability is too thick. The only way to fight is to exchange wounds for wounds. Unfortunately, I still haven't fought the opponent in the end. In desperation, we can only adopt this kind of solution." Urahara Kisuk sat cross-legged across from him, meeting his eyes. "But, do you understand? This action violates the rules of the Soul Society, if it is discovered by the Technology Development Bureau." Abarai Renji waved his hand and said indifferently. "Ha, we'll wait for this kind of thing to happen." Urahara Kisuk shook his head when he saw that he didn't care at all. "In that case, then please settle the bill." As soon as these words came out, Abarai Renji was at a loss. "What account?" Under the brim of the hat, Urahara Kisuk showed a profiteer's smile, and said seriously. "Healing injuries, stabilizing the soul and adding special skeletons. The total cost, the principal is 10 million kings." The voice just fell. Abarai Renji rolled his eyes upwards and fell straight down. Urahara Kisuk's words are the unbearable weight of his life. Time flies. Nearly 2 months have passed since Moyu's return in this world. During this period of time, Soul Society has been in an extremely stable state, and no disasters have occurred. The only thing that bothers Moyu a bit is that guy Matsumoto Rangiku who invites him to some drinking party from time to time. Then every time I got drunk, I lost consciousness and lay in his arms. In the end, it could only be brought back to the team building by Moyu. This also caused the members of the 10th squad to always look at him with extremely complicated emotions. In addition, those vice-captains who often attend receptions together also have doubts about Moyu's drinking capacity. Everyone was drunk to the ground, only Moyu remained sober. Is there really someone who is uniquely gifted in this area? In this regard, Moyu smiled and did not explain. Could he tell this group of people that his body has adapted to all the wine vessels of Soul Society? In addition to the reception, there was one other event that caused waves in Siritii. Abarai Renji, who has been transferred several times, disappeared while stationed in the present world. His Reiatsu fluctuations completely disappeared under the supervision of the Technology Development Bureau. In this regard, several members of the 13th Division launched a special investigation, which even attracted the attention of Jaishur Yucatake. However, after many searches, there is still no clue to find the fat point. Abarai Renji seems to have disappeared out of thin air. At night, the moonlight is like water. In the Technology Development Bureau, Bulbulu stared intently at the cross-border Reiatsu detection device in front of him, and his slender fingers tapped on the operation panel below from time to time. However, at this moment, the area in the lower left corner of the electronic screen suddenly turned red. The siren also began to sound. Almost everyone's eyes are attracted by it. Bulbulus looked serious, staring at the changes on the screen. 20 to 10 more Jillians have appeared in this world. The Siridi side must be notified immediately to mobilize fighters. The chaos of the past made Minos Grande no longer unusual in this world. However, the Minos Grande with 170 points in a group still needs the help of the senior executives, or even the vice-captain or even the captain, to be able to solve it smoothly. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. The alarm is cleared and the red color on the screen disappears. What happened? Ajin hurried over after hearing the siren. After learning the whole story, his brows were tightly wrinkled. The Minos Grande swarm is resolved. Hurry up and inform the first team. Tobi will confirm whether there is a captain or vice-captain staying in the current minister. When the notice from the Technology Development Bureau came, Moyu immediately understood. If nothing else, it should be related to Ichigo and Ishida Uryu. That sword pressure at the beginning did not wipe out the Ishitian family, but only severely injured their vitality. The correction of fate brought the two together again. The appearance of the Minos Grande group should make the competition between the two of them a winner. Thinking of this, the corners of Moyu's mouth slightly raised, feeling confident. In this case, Eizen should start his own plan, right? The temptation of the perfect Gyaku is not something he can resist. Chapter 129. 5th Team Building. Eizen-suk was sitting in front of the table, practicing calligraphy with a calm face. At this moment, the air fluctuated and twisted. Immediately, a figure appeared in the room. Under the black hood, there is a face that seems to be smiling but not smiling, with slightly narrowed eyes, as if hiding his inner thoughts. The peculiar Kyoto accent resounded in the room. Captain Eizen, the investigation is over. Ichimaru-jin lowered his eyes slightly, and said softly, as you expected, Mr. Moyu may know many things. Hearing this, Eizen didn't raise his head, but still carefully studied the writing on the paper. It doesn't matter anymore. Since Mr. Moyu wants to step out of this game, then give him this chance. It might be more interesting if he's around. With that said, Eizen put down the brush and slowly got up. Since it's been confirmed, Yin, you can go back. Ichimaru-jin hesitated for a moment, his fox-like smile froze for a moment. But the next moment, the corners of his mouth opened even wider. I see, Aizen-sama. Under the effect of the spirit mask, Ichimaru-jin disappeared into the 5th team as quietly as when he came. Eizen restrained his own Reiatsu, and put a spiritual mask on his body. With that, it's time to start planning. Let's get rid of those disgusting bugs first. It was night, the moonlight was shrouded by dark clouds, no moonlight could be seen, the cold wind was howling, and there was a trace of toilet in the air. The soldiers of the Siridi inner court walked in every corner and on the streets with serious expressions. Considering the importance of their tasks, they don't even dare to take an extra breath easily, and keep their eyes on the area they are responsible for all the time. Even so, they still passed Eizen. Eizen, who is under the cover of the spirit mask, will not be noticed by it at all. He went straight to the destination of this trip, the underground meeting hall. This time I came here to remove part of the decadent system from this world. The so-called sages and judges are definitely the most corrupt part of this Siridi. At the same time, it is also a means that can be used. The barrier in front of the chamber and the kid enchantment trap are useless to Eizen. He crossed directly and entered the interior of the chamber. Eizen looked at the despondent 46 roomers on the stage, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He raised his hand and slowly took off the hood on his head. And, removes surrounding kid bent light. The sudden appearance of the black-robed figure made everyone in the 46 rooms realize that something was wrong. Who are you? Why did you break into the underground chamber? Captain of Godi I-13's 5th Division, Eizen Suk. Those who ignore the rules, do they also want to challenge our authority? In the underground prison, all of you are imprisoned. After a short period of panic, these high-ranking guys immediately returned to their previous arrogance. In their view, as a member of room 40-6, they don't need to take anyone seriously. Even if the opponent is one of the captains of Godi I-13. However, after a while, these people finally realized something was wrong. Why, after waiting for someone to shout for so long, did I ever see a team member come to use it in the meeting hall? After discovering this, the atmosphere in the meeting hall suddenly became quiet. Those who are used to sitting in the higher 46 rooms have their heads gradually corroded by power. During the long trial career, they enjoyed the fun brought by power and changed the fate of others at will. But he never thought that one day, he would become a miserable thing under the knife of others. Eizen, get out of the chamber before we get really angry. At the top, a judge spoke loudly. Otherwise, what awaits you will be the punishment in the underground prison for several 10,000 years. At this time, Eizen raised his head slightly, and smiled lightly. Are you talking to me? As soon as this remark came out, Yi Shi aroused the judge's anger. A mere captain of the 5th Division is so arrogant. Hearing this, Eizen's expression didn't change a bit. But at this moment, a cold sword flew out from his side, and went straight to the top of the meeting hall. In an instant, the screen was torn, revealing the figure of the judge inside. However, before he could be shocked in time, he completely fell to the ground in a pool of blood. The cold touch on the neck turned out to be the last perception of this Lord Judge. The blood seeps and rushes downward. My Lord Judge! You, how dare you do something to the judge? Eizen Suk, are you going to re-rebel? Where are the people from the 8th Division, why don't they show up? Several sages shouted and urged into the microphone. At this moment, outside the meeting hall, the Shinigami guards continued to patrol their own area with a blank expression. Even though there was a loud noise from the microphone, they still didn't respond at all. Eizen raised Zanpakutō in his hand, his gaze was indifferent. Seeing this scene, a pot exploded in the lower meeting hall. Eizen Suk! Stop it! Do you really want to be thrown into hell? This is the underground meeting hall of the inner court, are you actually going to draw your blade in such a place? The roaring sound resounded in the chamber. The voices of the sages and judges trembled. When death lay before them, it was as if the world had completely collapsed. These aloof beings finally realized what fear is at this moment. It turns out that death is not far away. The Zanpakutō in Eizen's hand fell slowly. The 46 rooms try to use the weak kid to stop their actions. However, the abyss-like strength gap made all their actions useless. Kaika Suijutsu reflected a twisted and hideous expression. Eizen said slowly. Although I don't want you bunch of rotten guys to die in ignorance, but if you want to explain clearly, it's just a waste of words. In the meeting hall, there was a lot of noise. Cursing, cries for help, begging for mercy. Kaika Suijutsu completely fell to Setsuna, all voices were cut off, and the peace of the past returned to the meeting hall. Clatter. Steady footsteps sounded from Tianyuning. Eizen walked to the door, looking around at his masterpiece, a smile appeared on his face. The tranquility after the insects are completely wiped out is the picture I appreciate. At the same time, the 10th squad was in the camp. Sitting on the futon, Moyu took the wine glass from Matsumoto Rangiku and drank it every day. Well, what's the matter with you? If you don't have anything to show your courtesy, you can either R or steal. For the vice-captain who suddenly showed his favor to him, Moyu obviously had a certain degree of vigilance. Because not long ago, this black-bellied guy just drugged himself. The reason is just to get myself drunk and to embarrass myself drunk. Bad intentions. Captain, I want to ask you something. Really? Moyu looked at Matsumoto Rangiku, who was in a state of tweaking. His eyes were indifferent, and he was not moved at all. Tell me, what is it? However, before she could speak, a soft voice appeared outside the door. Sarah, I'm very sorry to interrupt. Hirako Shinji strode in with a strange smile. The news about Abarai Renji has reached the 10th squad. The Technology Development Bureau has just sent a message to the present king of Karakura town. Well, that's right, the Karakura town that was full of disasters. Seeing Matsumoto Rangiku's surprised gaze, Hirako Shinji subconsciously added something. Traces of Abarai Renji were found there. If there is no accident, its captain will bring it back next. If Captain Jushiro can't come forward, maybe it's not impossible to send a bigger captain. Hearing this, cold sweat rolled down Moyu's forehead. If Zaraki, Lilis, Kenpachi is sent, there is a high probability that Abarai Renji and Ichigo will be directly hacked to death by him. Old man Shan is not such a stupid person. Moyu explained with a sigh, this matter will be arranged soon. Just wait for the first team to give the order. The next day, new news was passed on in Siritai, and at the same time triggered a wave of upsurge of attention. After a detailed investigation by the Technology Development Bureau, Abarai Renji, the fourth chief officer of the 13th Division, who had been missing for a long time, was found in the present world. This would have been something to be thankful for. But his actions violated the rules of the Soul Society. Abarai Renji arbitrarily distributed the power of Shinigami to human beings in this world, and created a new Shinigami. Each team showed a different atmosphere. The 10th Division Team Building. Captain's Office. Moyu looked at the emissary in front of him with a bit of surprise on his expression. As the existence of conveying secret orders instead of the 46 rooms, they always appear in the posture of fully bound. Captain Moyu, Vice Captain Matsumoto. This is a new secret order, please take a look at it. After passing the secret order to Moyu, the secret orderer left the team building to buy. Moyu opened it directly to check the content on it. Essay, what an unexpected secret order. Chapter 130. After considering the heavy tasks of the 13th team, Room 40-6 will capture the task of Abarai Renji and hand it over to Moyu. Accompanying him is Madarame Ikeku, the third member of the 11th team. When seeing all the personnel, Moyu had already pondered in his mind. What the hell does that mean? Specifically pick people who know Renji well. Is it the order of the 46 room, or the order of Eizen? After thinking hard to no avail, Moyu decided to give up thinking. Think too much, make more mistakes. Instead of that, it's better to continue to act according to the plan. After reuniting with Madarame Ikeku, the two headed straight to the portal. In this world, Karakura town. When the two of them appeared here, it was already evening. Amidst the endless neon lights, a plane door quietly opened in the air. Moyu and Yujiao walked out of it slowly. Is this the current Karakura town? What a different scenery! It was Madarame Ikeku's first time here. He held Zanpakuto on his shoulders, perfectly interpreting what it means to be fierce and evil. With such a appearance, there is no need to modify it at all, and you can go directly to collect protection fees or something. Absolutely no one dares to say anything. Essay, you. Madarame Ikeku looked sideways and asked, where are you going? Hearing this, Moyu felt helpless. Shouldn't these things be handled by you, the vice-captain? I'm the captain. Madarame Ikeku laughed and said. It's mainly because the group of bald guys from the Technology Development Bureau researched something that is too difficult to operate. I tried several times but couldn't catch Renji's Reiatsu wave. In a fit of anger, I chopped it down. Moyu sighed again. It's okay to cut it, as expected of the style of the 437 11th team. Also, why do you call yourself a family with this honor? The members of the Technology Development Bureau, isn't it just that the hair is a little thinner? Compared to the amount of hair, no one is better than you. At critical moments, Ranjaku is still easy to use. Moyu sighed and took out his spare Reiatsu detector. North. Let's go. Seeing Moyu's skillful operation, Madarame Ikeko hissed disdainfully. Oh. It's definitely not as good as my Zanpakutō. In this regard, Moyu is quite wishful. Is there any comparison between the two? Not on the same level at all. At the same time, in an alley not far from Jiangmu Hospital, a figure was blocked in the shadow of a street lamp. In front of it, two trembling figures hugged each other and curled up, looking very pitiful. However, when he got closer, he could see the colorful hair of these two figures. Pair it with a nose ring and earrings to complete the appearance of a young man with social problems. Let me see you two collecting protection fees around here again. Under the street lamp, the red hair of the speaker was particularly conspicuous. All 3 legs are discounted for you. Looking at Abarai Renji, who is full of tattoos and has ferocious eyebrows and eyes, he looks like a murderer. The gallbladder of the 2 little gangsters was almost frightened. They only dare to face those weak people, and dare not speak loudly in front of strong people, let alone Abarai Renji who is a Shinigami. We will never dare again. Seeing the weeping and sincere gangster, Abarai Renji nodded in satisfaction, and immediately said angrily, "Get out! Don't let me see you again." After the words fell, the 2 rushed out of the alley, rolling and crawling. However, it directly bumped into a hard body like a mountain wall. In the moonlight, a bald head shines brightly. A more ferocious appearance than before appeared in front of the 2 gangsters. Looking for death? BD. Madarame Ikeko leaned closer, looking at them with a smirk. As soon as the words fell, the 2 unlucky things were directly frightened and passed out. Moyu looked at the 2 with some pity. This is really an unbearable weight in life. In a way, Madarame Ikeko is scarier than anything. I hope there will be no psychological shadow left in the future. But they can see Madarame Ikeko in the Shinigami state, which is considered a special race. Has the power of Hagyaku begun to spread? Moyu shook his head, raised his foot and kicked the 2 figures aside. Prevent them from being affected by the aftermath in the battle that may occur next. Madarame Ikeko carried Zanpakutō on his shoulders and walked towards the alley in a very arrogant manner. I finally found you, little brat. When Abarai Renji saw Madarame Ikeko, his complexion changed slightly. If ever there was one person who was afraid of life, it was Madarame Ikeko. He once learned about Shikai and even Bankai from his subordinates, which made him suffer a lot. Although the time is not long, it has come to the present world. But that memory is definitely the most impressive. Just when he was about to speak, another figure appeared, making Abarai Renji stunned again. Captain Moyu. Moyu walked slowly in the alley and said softly. It happened, Renji. The fact that you distributed the power of Shinigami to humans has been discovered by the Seireitei. Also, we are here this time to take you back to the Soul Society. Finally, the Shinigami power you bestowed on humans must be fully withdrawn. After speaking, Abarai Renji's face was covered with cold sweat. If the person he fears most, CDCH, is Madarame Ikeko, then Moyu is already in another dimension in his heart. So, your choice is. When Moyu set his sights on him, Abarai Renji seemed to be watched by the abyss, and the terrifying oppression surrounded his heart. For a while, it was difficult to breathe. However, at this moment, a blue light cut through the space and came straight to Moyu. Ding! Moyu's fingertips touched the spirit particle arrow, causing it to collapse directly in Setsuna, and then turned into spirit particles and dissipated in the heaven and earth again. Outside the alley, also, a figure wearing a high school uniform walked out slowly. It's Shinigami again. The handsome Ishida Urayu stood under the street lamp, holding a black and white spiritual bow arc sparrow in his right hand, and a convenience bag in his left hand. Disgusting existence. Moyu looked at the guy in front of him with interest. Didn't Ishida Ryuxian explain to his son the reason for the decline of the Ishida family? Who gave him the courage to stand in front of him so arrogantly? Who are you? Madarame Ikeko turned his head sideways and looked at the other party with disdain. I'm Mr. Renji's classmate, someone who hates Shinigami. Ishida Urayu pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said seriously. Hearing this, Madarame Ikeko looked at Abarai Renji in the alley, and said with a sinister smile. Renji, you seem to have made new friends in this world. I just don't know about this new friend. How much can you resist me? In Setsuna's voice, Abarai Renji's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously shouted in the direction of Ishida Urayu. Run, run away. However, his cue was apparently a bit late. Madarame Ikeko seemed to have come to the top of Ishida Urayu, with his arms raised high. Zanpakutō carried violent power, and slammed down. Rumble. The ground collapsed and gravel flew. Well, not bad. Madarame Ikeko smirked, Zanpakutō waved. How about trying this knife again? The way of fighting like a madman is fully reflected in him. Ishida Urayu tried to interfere with it by using Holy Lost, but the opponent just chopped his arrows into pieces with just 2 knives. The battle showed a one-sided trend. Renji. Moyu took a few steps closer and gestured, how is it? After seeing Yu Jiao's strength, do you think you have the confidence to beat him now? A look of worry flashed across Abarai Renji's eyes, and he replied absent-mindedly. Probably okay. Hearing this, Moyu looked sideways at him, and said unexpectedly. You really have confidence. But it's a pity that what awaits you next is nothing serious. Abarai Renji heard the implication, and said in surprise. Captain Moyu, what do you mean by that? Moyu replied flatly. Giving the power of Shinigami to humans is punishable by death. It's the king of the ruin of Skyaku Hill. Boom. Madarame Ikeko seized the opponent's flaw, kicked Ishida Urayu's abdomen with a side kick, and kicked him more than 10 meters away. Puff. For a moment, blood overflowed from the corner of Ishida Yulong's mouth, looking extremely miserable. Boom. At this moment, a powerful slash struck from the other side of the sky. Madarame Ikeko jumped into the air, dodging the sword pressure. Hey? It seems that someone is here again. Not far away, an orange-haired boy with a blade like a door panel walks slowly towards this side. The large Zanpakutō seems to have some deterrent power, but unfortunately, the power is scattered and not concentrated, it just has an appearance. Ichigo stared at Madarame Ikeko, his bald head reflected the moonlight under the night, making it look very shiny. After seeing the tragic image of Ishida Urayu, he said loudly. Hello. UBD, how dare you bully my little brother? Chapter 131. Although I had already prepared in my heart, when I saw Ichigo whose painting style was completely different from my memory. Moyu is still somewhat uncomfortable. Especially when that face looks so much like Sheba Cayen. Different education methods make this guy kind-hearted, but also more like a bad youth in society. It fits his appearance very well. That orange hair alone perfectly interpreted the word bad. After the previous battle with the Minos Grande group, this guy has already regarded Ishida Urayu who was defeated by him as his little brother. When the younger brother is being bullied, he will definitely not stand by and watch. Are all the brats so arrogant now? Madarame Ikeko grinned grinningly, pointing Zanpakutō directly at his head. You're the human kid who stole Renji Shinigami's power. Hearing this, Ichigo's face changed slightly, and he finally realized that the situation was wrong. Could it be that? Idiot, run away! Abarai Renji rushed out from the alley and roared at him. They will kill you. Ichigo looked slightly startled, and immediately raised the corners of his mouth, held Zanpakutō on his shoulder, and said with a smile. I'm not the kind of guy who abandons my little brother and runs away at will. This kind of talk, you'd better leave it to your companions. Because, I will beat them all to the ground. Moyu stared at the arrogant guy in front of him, and he didn't know how to evaluate it. Regarding the existence of Ichigo, he had observed the state of childhood closely, but he didn't find much difference. The only thing special is its soul. There are 3 powers of Shinigami, Su, and Quincy, but they are all suppressed. Even now, Ichigo's own power has not been fully unleashed. What he uses is more of Abarai Renji's Shinigami power. But even so, it is extremely astonishing. As Ishida Uriah once commented on it, when Shinigami or Quincy is in a normal state, it is like a closed faucet. After the switch is controlled, a large amount of water will gushes out. However, although Ichigo's Reiatsu is in a closed state, the Reiatsu emitted unconsciously is already comparable to the fighting state of some Shinigami or Quincy divisions. Hey, are you two going to go together, or come one by one? Facing Moyu and Madarame Ikeko, Ichigo has no idea how the word fear is written. Ha, I haven't heard such arrogant words for a long time. Madarame Ikeko's smile became more ferocious, and Reiatsu emerged. If you have the ability, just beat me first and then talk. After the words fell, he activated Shunpo and disappeared in place. Ding! The sound of gold and iron interlacing echoed far, far away in the empty street. Moyu watched the battle before him with interest. Constant collisions, set off shocks, tear the ground, and collapse the walls. Ichigo Reiatsu is ferocious, and the power he exerts at every turn has caused great damage to the surroundings. However, the direction of the battle has always been in the hands of Madarame Ikeko. The combat experience between them is not on the same level at all. And the current Ichigo is not Madarame Ikeko's opponent. The powerful Reiatsu that he is proud of is like a living target in the eyes of Madarame Ikeko. No matter how fast Ichigo moves, he can be caught in the first place. In this way, the battle is straightforward. Hateful. Ichigo also noticed this and tried to change the rhythm of the battle. Unfortunately, his attacking style has been completely mastered by Madarame Ikeko. Human brat, the battle is over. Madarame Ikeko's arm was slightly bent, and Zanpakutō slashed out at a strange angle, heading straight for Ichigo's knot. When a dull collision sounded from the front. Madarame Ikeko looked slightly startled and looked up. I saw a confident smile on Ichigo's face, and said, Baldy, don't underestimate people. You are familiar with my fighting style, so what should I do? The battle has only just begun. Madarame Ikeko stretched out his arms, pushing Zanpakutō open like a door in front of him. I underestimated you. In that case. While speaking, he joined the handle and scabbard of Zanpakutō in his hand, and Reiatsu surged. However, when he was preparing for Shikai, he was interrupted by a voice behind him. Hey, wait a minute, corner. Moyu made a sound and walked out slowly. But his behavior made Abarai Renji at the entrance of the alley not far away suddenly nervous. Captain Moyu, really? Before he finished speaking, Madarame Ikeko was approached by Shunpo and hit him on the head with a chestnut. Sinner, you don't have the right to speak now. Abarai Renji has not yet figured out the situation. But Ichigo on the side realized that the situation was not as simple as he imagined. Introduce yourself. Siriti Juban Captain, Kukaki Moyu. The corners of Moyu's mouth raised slightly, and he said with a smile. Maybe you don't know what happened, so let me tell you. According to the regulations of the Soul Society, anyone who distributes spiritual power to humans without authorization will be sentenced to death. That is to say, after Renji returns to Soul Society, what greets him will be the waiting before death. Abarai Renji lowered his eyes, looking extremely gloomy. Although I had already prepared in my heart, after hearing Moyu's words, I was still a little depressed. Ichigo looked stunned, a little incomprehensible. However, he soon became firm again. If that's the case, then it's even more impossible for you to take Renji away. Zanpakutō slashed towards Moyu in his hands. My little brother, you can only follow me. No one has the right to control his life and death. Ding! When Zanpakutō beheaded Setsuna, Ichigo was completely shocked. I saw Moyu stretched out an index finger, just touching the blade. Its firm texture is even stronger than that of Madarame Ikeiko's previous Zanpakutō. Asking for flowers, 0. Moyu flicked his fingers, and the power was transmitted on the blade, instantly knocking Ichigo away tens of meters away, crashing into the wall, and breaking through a huge hole. Bricks and stones are scattered and dust is flying. On the street, there was silence. Not to mention Ichigo, even Madarame Ikeiko and Abarai Renji didn't realize that Moyu could show such terrifying real moves. None of the Zanpakutō were pulled out, not even the kid was used. Just by flicking your fingers, you can defeat it in an instant. The strength between the two is not in the same dimension at all. I can't just fall down like this. What is even more surprising is that Ichigo stood up in the ruins supporting Zanpakutō, covered in bloodline, looking very embarrassed. Isn't this a joke for my little brother? As he spoke, he picked up Zanpakutō again and attacked Moyu. In response, Moyu smiled and said, "It seems that if you don't realize the gap between us, you won't give up." 0-0. Hearing this, Ichigo grinned, his smile full of fighting spirit. The gap or something is to be surpassed. The door-like Zanpakutō was already approaching the top of Moyu's head. This can no longer be described as a slash, it is more like hitting it with a heavy hammer. The rushing Reiatsu, emitting a blue light, completely illuminates the sky here. Is this the young man? Moyu smiled and said calmly, "It's really energetic. The gap sometimes makes you desperate." After the voice fell, Setsuna, Zanpakutō was already approaching the top of Moyu's head. Ding! In the same way, it resisted Ichigo's attack again. A firm smile appeared on Ichigo's face, the muscles on his arms exploded, and he was constantly filled with strength. But no matter how hard he exerts, how to mobilize Reiatsu? To no avail. That's it, the gap. Moyu's fingers were slightly bent, and he flipped and flicked on the door like Zanpakutō. Click! A crackling sound resounded from the blade. Immediately, under Ichigo's shocked gaze, cracks continued to spread on it. Kalala! Continuous crackling, especially on quiet streets. Impossible! The murmured voice subconsciously spoke out. Crash! Countless fragments splashed on the handle of the knife, completely turned into debris and scattered down. A lot of time has been wasted. Moyu stepped forward, and the sparks started. Goodbye, human boy. The color of blood splashed on his chest, turning into a bright color that shone under the moonlight. The lock knot and soul sleep were cut off directly, ruining Ichigo's current Shinigami experience. He unconsciously fell into a pool of blood, completely losing his ability to fight. Under its blurred vision, a modest portal opens in the street. 3 figures walked into it slowly. At this moment, Ichigo finally realized what the gap was. At the same time, he also understood a truth. Weakness is the original sin, Tao. Chapter 132. I do not know when, raindrops fell in the sky. The sound of patter resounded on the street, and the world became silent because of this. Yura Harakisuk held up the umbrella in his hand and walked slowly to Ichigo, who was lying in a pool of blood. The downcast eyes fell on him, and time seemed to freeze because of it. Soul Society. The place where Moyu and others reappeared is already in the team building of the 13th Division. Right now, the members of the 13th Division often go to the present world, known as the busiest division of Seireitei. Therefore, the crossing gate of the 13th team was also frequently entered and exited, and it was always open. The more people come and go, the more spacious it becomes. Captain Moyu Shinigami, guarding near the crossing gate, is voiceless for the third officer of the 13th Division, Toruru. 280 is obviously characterized by its extremely loud voice. Captain Jushiro asked me to wait for you here. Moyu, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks. Does Captain Jushiro have any orders? Katetsu Eizen looked left and right, then tried his best to control his voice, and whispered. Captain Jushiro and Shintaro Katsubaki went to the first team to plead with this stupid guy. So trouble Captain Moyu a little slower, it's better to wait for the captain to finish his intercession before sending this stupid guy to prison. Abarai Renji had twitching veins on his forehead, looking unhappy. Katetsu Eizen is a stupid guy, obviously thinks he's causing trouble for Jaishur Yukatake and is extremely annoyed at him. I understand. Moyu nodded, signaling Abarai Renji to go to the front and go to the first team. As a criminal who committed a major mistake, Abarai Renji needs to be imprisoned in the first team, waiting for the judgment of the 46 room. As for whether Yamamoto Yu and Yanagi can change the decision of the 40th to 6th room, this is unknown. However, Moyu guessed that there is a high probability that the current 40 to 6 rooms have been slaughtered by Eizen. Everything will develop in the direction of its plan. All the way without words. Abarai Renji is very silent in this. For his crime, he did not have the slightest remorse. It's just a pity that my goal has not been achieved, and I am already going to the end. When they arrived at the team building of the first team, Moyu and others met Jaishur Yukatake. Captain Moyu. Captain Jushiro. I saw Jaishur Yukatake looked apologetically, looked at Abarai Renji, and said hesitantly. Cough, Renji. Seeing this, no matter how dull Abarai Renji's head was, he understood what it meant. It's all right, Captain. He looked very free and easy, and said with a smile, rules always need to be followed. Those who break the rules should also be punished. I'm already mentally prepared. Looking at his nonchalant expression, Jaishur Yukatake felt more and more uncomfortable. He has always been very concerned about his team members. Because of this, he also has the best reputation among the 13 captains. Little Tsubaki Sentaro. Jaishur Yukatake's tone suddenly became firmer. Yes. Xiao Tsubaki Sentaro echoed loudly. Return, go back to the first team's team building. Jaishur Yukatake decided to intercede for Abarai Renji one more time. Moyu shook his head and looked at his leaving back. Can this thing be obtained? After sending Abarai Renji to the prison of the first team building, Moyu also returned to the 10th team. Next, it is enough to just wait for the opening of the big drama. For this, he has already made sufficient preparations. After a few days, Moyu noticed that the sky was covered with dense Reiatsu in the team building. When he unleashes Reiatsu sense, he realizes that it's a Seireitei scale diva. Like a huge fishing net, it covers the entire Seireitei. This is the first time that Moyu has seen Tentada Sora on such a scale. You must know that even the trial against Tsuneyashiro's family was only notified to the members above the deputy team. Obviously, Abarai Renji's crimes are far more serious than those of the Tsuneyashiro family. When Reiatsu fell like raindrops, a serious voice came out of it. The captain of the 13th Division of Godai and all the soldiers, here is the deputy captain of the 1st Division, Chur Sasakaibe. Now convey to everyone the ruling issued by the 46th room. Moyu's expression was slightly serious, and he was a little serious. 2 months ago, Abarai Renji, the former 4th chief of the 13th Division, was stationed in the present world. Because he lost to Minos Grande, he arbitrarily distributed his spiritual power to humans. And in the following time, he has been possessed in Yuku, hiding in the present world. Such actions are a serious violation of the rules of the Soul Society. Churse Sakib's voice became more majestic, resounding in everyone's ears like thunder. After deliberations between the 40th and 6th chambers, the ruling is as follows. 1. Confiscating his body, and taking his soul to the Palace of Repentance, the 6th deep prison. 2nd, after 7 days, on the hill of Skyaku, the execution will be executed. Above. As soon as the voice fell, the net like Reiatsu in the sky dissipated immediately. And Moyu's expression changed slightly. It seems to be quite different from the original ruling. In his memory, there should have been a buffer of nearly 1 month. But now, it has been shortened to 7 days. Eizen already has 5.4, can't wait? He looked in the direction of the 5th Division, his gaze gradually deepened. 11th Team building. In a hidden room. A bald head shines enough light in a dark environment. Next to it, there are 2 figures, the one on the right is extremely short. Little bald head, are you sure this method works? Kuzujishi Yachiru folded his arms, his cheeks puffed up, and he spoke vaguely. Madarame Ikeko grinned at the corner of his mouth, even if he was smiling, it gave off a vicious feeling. Relax. I have figured out the details of the Confession Palace. Tomorrow is the best time to do it. Chapter 133. At night, the moonlight is like water. To the south of Siritii, under the moonlight, the 3 shadows crept towards the high ground ahead. Among them, a certain bald head is particularly eye-catching. Little bald head, are you really sure? In the empty environment, some immature voices sounded suddenly, so it didn't frighten Madarame Ikeko into a heart attack. Vice Captain, please keep your voice down. Madarame Ikeko leaned in front of Kuzujishi Yachiru with a nervous face, widened his eyes and said. We are going to rob a prison, not to play house. Also, don't call me little bald head. Kuzujishi Yachiru looked slightly startled, and put his finger to his mouth as if thinking. Well, call me little baldy. After thinking for a moment, she said happily. Madarame Ikeko, who was leading the way, nearly fell to the ground. It's not as good as being bald. The 2 were noisy and walked towards the Confession Palace. On the other hand, Ayasukawa Yumichika, who was on the sidelines, was always vigilant about the changes in the surrounding environment, and Reiatsu was in a state of release. What surprised him was that there didn't seem to be many guards near the Repentance Palace. Logically speaking, this is an abnormal thing. After all, the Confession Palace is a place where felons are detained, and there are special soldiers responsible for guarding it. But the 3 of them could already see the white wall of the Confession Palace. But the guards didn't see many of them. The more abnormal, the more dangerous it is. Ayasukawa Yumichika raised his vigilance to the highest level and observed his surroundings all the time. In the Palace of Confession, a huge white tower stands in front of the high ground, soaring into the sky. There is a suspension bridge among them, which connects the customers deeply. After the giant white tower, there is a rope bridge leading to the hill of Skyaku. The jailers here are dressed in pure white uniforms, which wrap their whole bodies up and down, giving people a sense of majesty and inviolability. Perhaps because of their attire, their Reiatsu fluctuations are not noticeable at all. This also makes Madarame Ikeko and others feel that it is a bit tricky now. I don't know the opponent's strength. Ayasukawa Yumichika whispered, what to do, corner. Madarame Ikeko frowned deeply, and the bright red of the eyelids grew taller. When I came to investigate before, they were replaced in 3 shifts. There's only 1 minute to spare in between. It's rotation time soon, if we... Before he finished speaking, a cheerful voice came from his head. Then we can go and rescue Zayasai. Here we go. Kuzujishi Yachiru opened his mouth wide and gnawed on Madarame Ikeko's bald head, drooling. "Let's go, little marinated egg." There was no time to hesitate. After Kuzujishi Yachiru finished speaking, he dragged his own Zanpakutō and jumped off Madarame Ikeko's back, and went straight to the inside of the confession. The cheerful footsteps are not like coming to jail, but more like coming for vacation. Fool! Madarame Ikeko widened his eyes. This guy. Ayasukawa Yumichika followed closely behind, whispering. "Don't hesitate, Day Pain. This is the best opportunity. We've been discovered." As soon as this remark came out, Madarame Ikeko suddenly realized that the surrounding Reiatsu had already rushed in, locking on the location where he and the others were. Next moment, more than a dozen crimson light balls passed through the building, carrying powerful power, and bombarded its position. Damn it! The defensive measures of the Confession Palace far exceeded his expectations. The main reason is that two of the three are not good at Kid. Ayasukawa Yumichika has a certain understanding of Kid, but it is only limited to the number series. In addition, the Kid enchantment and so on are somewhat beyond his scope. After all, the 11th team is a team that advocates martial arts, and if they use Kid or something, they will be despised. Otherwise, Ayasukawa Yumichika wouldn't be hiding his Zanpakutō Shikai. The two launched Shunpo, dodged the bombardment of the red artillery, followed closely behind Kuzujishi Yachiru, and went straight to the depths of the Penance Palace. Someone trespassed into the Palace of Confession. He is very powerful. He is asking for our support. The jailer calls for help. With their strength, when facing these three people, they are somewhat powerless. Among them, the worst ones have the strength above that of the vice-captain. Bang! The sound of cracking resounded in the Confession Palace. Kuzujishi Yachiru laughed and moved forward amidst all kinds of explosions, and the attacks of those jailers couldn't affect him at all. On the other hand, Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika looked a bit embarrassed. 2 minutes later, Abarai Renji looked at the three people in front of him in astonishment, his gaze a little dull. You guys are... Kuzujishi Yachiru split the prison with a knife, leaped to Abarai Renji's neck, and sat on it rudely. "Of course I took you out," the little marinated egg said. "This is called jailbreak. Come on, little time." Madarame Ikeko's voice was somewhat hurried, and said. "I don't have time to talk to you. As long as you know that if you don't come with us, you will surely die." Abarai Renji, who realized the seriousness of the situation, didn't care too much. Following behind the two of them, they rushed towards the outside of the Palace of Confession. The jailers who were originally unable to stop them became even more powerless after adding another force. Dozens of prison guards could only watch helplessly as the group broke out of the Confession Palace, which became the first prison escape incident in history. The eyes of the jailers were somewhat desperate. It is hard for them to imagine that after this incident, they will be punished like this. And they didn't expect at all that someone would break in abruptly and take the sinner away directly. This is outrageous. Totally incomprehensible. How brave is it to rob prison in the Palace of Repentance? Looking at their epaulets, they should be members or officers of the 11th team. A jailer discovered the key point. Hearing this, expressions of enlightenment suddenly appeared on the faces under the masks of everyone. It turned out to be the 11th team. That's fine. Do you need an explanation for what a reckless man does? A group of 4 people escaped directly from the Confession Palace. Abarai Renji asked in shock, Vice Captain Kalu, Mr. Yujiao, Mr. Gong. Next, where are we going to escape? As soon as the question was uttered, the two figures in front stopped abruptly. Madarame Ikeku stroked his chin and said thoughtfully. In other words, we don't seem to think about this issue. Ayasukawa Yumichika spread his hands and said helplessly. We're only responsible for bringing you out. The rest is up to you. Crack, crack, crack. Kuzujishi Yachiru patted Abarai Renji's head excitedly, and laughed. Zayasai, do you want to go back to the 11th team with us? With a small sword protecting you, you will be fine. Although Abarai Renji was somewhat reckless, he was not so stupid. Returning to the 11th team at this time, not to mention Zaraki Kenpachi, even Moyu may not be able to keep him. In this regard, Ayasukawa Yumichika put forward a more reliable suggestion. Why don't we go back to Rukonga? The territory there is vast and fertile, and will not be discovered by the captains for the time being. At that time, I can wait for the opportunity to go to the present world. Although I am a little embarrassed, I have kept my S***X. He didn't have time to finish his words. Terrible oppressive power descended on the local area. Everyone's thinking, in the Setsuna of 710, showed a short-term blank, and their thinking directly froze. The terrible Reiatsu, like the boundless sea, directly overwhelmed them. Endless fear quietly spread in their hearts, constantly occupying their hearts. This spirit. Abarai Renji's face flushed red, and the veins on his forehead popped out, and he tried his best to resist and adapt to this Reiatsu. The condition of the other two people is not much better. The only one who was a bit special was Kuzujishi Yachiru with a blank face. She doesn't seem to be aware of Reiatsu's oppression. Sarah, you really attracted. The sound of steady footsteps came from the direction of Siritai. When they saw the person coming, the three of them were all overwhelmed by despair. Xiao Mo. Kuzujishi Yachiru greeted excitedly. Perhaps in her eyes, Heiyu is also a very worthwhile friend. Moyu looked at the three people in front of him with some headaches. He never expected that these guys would dare to come to the Repentance Palace to rob the prison. This kind of thing, even if he didn't think about it, okay? Once discovered, I am afraid that Yamamoto Jinyanaga did it himself. And when he noticed the Reiatsu fluctuations in the Repentance Palace, he rushed here immediately. After all, when some captains started, they didn't have a priority. Prison robbery or something is also a big crime. At this moment, two other powerful Reiatsu, come here. Yet. The lightly picked Kyoto accent has already explained the identity of the visitor. Captain Moyu's efficiency is really amazing. Ichimaru-jin looked at Moyu with a smile, and a little blue light flashed in his slender eyes. Do you care about your friends so much? Chapter 134. It's just fulfilling the duties of a captain. Facing Ichimaru-jin, Moyu responded indifferently. As for the other captain who rushed here, it was Tosen Caname who was blind. But what surprised Moyu was that although he didn't look at him, he could still feel his kindness. This inexplicable kindness reminded him of what happened to Tosen Caname in his early years. A close friend was murdered by a relative. The former justice was thrown on the ground by Tsuneyashiro Tokinada and trampled on. Although he once said that he had cut off the past, he did not completely forget it after all. Well, is it like this? Ichimaru-jin didn't dwell on this matter for too long. He turned his gaze and stayed on the robbers and his group. Kuzujishi Yachiru, deputy captain of the 11th squad, Madarame Ikeku, the 3rd officer, and Ayasukawa Yumichika, the 5th officer. Are the three of you going to fight to the end, or let me go? Ichimaru-jin's smile carried a hint of danger like lion majesty. Of course. Before Madarame Ikeku finished speaking, he saw the black pressure on the other side. He couldn't help but think of the powerful strength Moyu showed when he went to the present world. If it were another captain, he might still have the idea of fighting. Even Zaraki Kenpachi won't let him completely lose his fighting spirit. But Moyu is different. He had never seen such a desperate gap in strength. The human youth who stole Abarai Renji's spiritual power in this world has demonstrated strength that is not weaker than the next seat officer. But even so, Zanpakutō was still crushed by Moyu's 2 fingers. Not in one dimension at all. The desire to fight or something should be left to normal people. That's it. Madara Mikeko took the lead to give up the struggle and dissipated the Reiatsu fluctuations around him. Seeing this, Ayasukawa Yumichika also sighed helplessly. In fact, when Ichimarujin and Tosen Caname appeared, the ending was already doomed. "Thank you, Captain Moyu." Ichimarujin restrained the four of them with a smile, looked sideways and smiled. "I just got there in time." Moyu responded flatly. There is no need to be modest, Captain Moyu." Ichimarujin seemed to have something to say. "If it weren't for you, things wouldn't be so easy." After arresting this group of people, the three captains led them straight to the team. Trespassing into the Palace of Repentance, and committing such a thing as robbing a prison. Absolutely something that Yamamoto Genryanaga could not tolerate. But after considering the friendship between the team members and the identity of the prison robber, Yamamoto Motoyanagi temporarily sentenced him to be imprisoned in the prison of the 9th Squad. As for the specific culpability, a decision will be made after Abarai Renji's Skyaku execution is over. During this period, it will be handed over to Tosen Caname, captain of the 9th Division, to be in charge of management. After finishing this matter, Moyu was about to leave. Suddenly, Yamamoto Genryanaga was left behind. "Captain Moyu will stay for the time being, because there is a guest who needs to explain. It's about your job." Moyu looked slightly startled, and stopped in his tracks. After a while, only him and Yamamoto Motoyanagi were left in the captain's office. An atmosphere of silence spread in it. Moyu was curious, but he never broke the silence. "A long time." Yamamoto Yuanlianaga said slowly. "Captain Moyu, do you have a different opinion on the matter of Abarai Renji?" Hearing this, Moyu had a look of surprise on his face. Seeing that Moyu didn't answer, Yamamoto didn't mind, but continued. "Do you still remember what the old man told you? Siriti is different from before, as if there are dark clouds hanging over the sky." After a moment of silence, Moyu said slowly. "Times change, but Siriti stays the same. The corrupt system is not only corroding the 46 rooms, but also corroding the world." Moyu did not answer his original question. "Is that so?" Yamamoto Yuanlianaga looked down, like an old man at sunset. The old man understands. Leaving in the team building of the first team, Moyu thought about the purpose of Yamamoto Motoyanaga's trip. As early as the beginning, the captain had already noticed something strange. But with Eizen's meticulous mind, he didn't find any clues at all. Even if he had doubts, his eyes would stay on Ichimarujin. Compared to Eizen, who looks like a good old man, Ichimarujin seems to be more like a sinister lion majesty, who may eat people at any time. And when Yamamoto Yuanliuzai couldn't identify the real behind the scenes, he put his hope on Moyu. Soul Society's fastest Shinigami ever to become captain. In its view, this is a symbol of a new era. Moyu is walking slowly on the way back to the first team with a flat mentality. Now, he just needs to wait for the curtain of the big drama to open. 7 days passed smoothly. Moyu has been completely free for the past few days, and he didn't even go to special training. Proper relaxation is more conducive to the growth of strength. Now he is very strong. From time to time, I deal with official business in the team, and have a few drinks with Matsumoto Ranjaku to completely suppress his alcoholism. This woman clamored to get herself drunk all day long, but she fell first every time. And today is already the day of execution. At noon, Abarai Renji will be executed after Skyaku. This half-day time will become its last life. Until now, he still couldn't wait for the arrival of Ichigo and others. Is time too short after all? Moyu put down the wine glass in his hand and looked out the window. At this time, Naraki in the team suddenly changed. This is an emergency communication method developed by the Technology Development Bureau. When it rings, it indicates that outsiders have invaded Siriti. Emergency! Emergency! There are intruders in Siriti, Please keep your positions. Repeat. Siridi found intruders, please teams. The voice of the messenger spread to all the teams, and Siridi immediately exploded. In the end, what happened? Has the brigade invaded the Siridi? A distorted reaction has appeared, the situation is a bit urgent. Crooked reaction, a term coined by the Technology Development Agency. It means that there are souls who have used illegal means to pass through the boundary and enter the Soul Society or Siridi. And these souls are characterized as absolute intruders, that is, travel disasters. Moyu stood up in the team building, walked to the window, and looked towards the southernmost direction. Research and development of new technologies, Urahara. It's really a good way to send people directly to the vicinity of the Repentance Palace. In his Reiatsu perception, the Reiatsu of Ichigo and others have already appeared on the high ground where the Palace of Repentance is located. What's more cruel is that Ichigo, the real wall hanging, his Reiatsu has undergone earth-shaking changes from when he was in the present world. If he was a surging river back then, now he has turned into a boundless deep sea. The power is no longer as scattered and uncondensed as before. On the contrary, if it is not for the particularity of Moyu's own Reiatsu, the fluctuation of its Reiatsu may not be detectable. This kind of change, I'm afraid Byakuya may not be able to kill him. Nilu, let's go. Moyu walked towards the outside of the team building, a petite figure followed closely beside him. As for Hirako Shinji, as early as sunrise, he had already disappeared into the team building and started his own actions. It's time for execution, Qian Zhao, time. Moyu, as the captain, will naturally go to Skyaku Hill. However, with the occurrence of distorted reactions, things have begun to become complicated. At the same time, Dongda Shenbai, where the fifth team gathers. Heart-piercing shouts came from here. Hinamori Momo looked at the scene in front of him in despair, his eyes were completely frozen, and he lost all hope. On the high wall opposite, a corpse was nailed to the wall with a knife. Blood, like a long river, spreads out under the body. His vision has long been dim, and he has completely lost all vitality. The one who died was none other than Eizen. When other people came here, they were also shocked by the sight in front of them. Before the invasion of Siridi was discovered, Eizen, captain of the 5th squad, had already been attacked by another Black Hand. For Siridi, this is undoubtedly an extremely arrogant provocation. As the captain, Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake rushed to the scene of the incident to bet. However, when approaching here, Kurako Shunsui narrowed his eyes, staring at the corpse on the high wall. Is this Reiatsu false? Or, there are other murderers? Chapter 135. The 10th Division Team Building. Before Moyu stepped out of the gate, he saw Matsumoto Rangiku hurrying towards him. Captain, Captain! The expression on his face was anxious, and his voice was a bit hasty. Big things are bad. Moyu frowned slightly, and said, what happened? Matsumoto Rangiku panted heavily, and there was a sudden ups and downs in front of him. I just came back from the East Great Holy Wall. 5. Captain Eizen of the 5th Squad, died. Hearing this, Moyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression froze for a moment, obviously a little surprised by the news. He thought Eizen had given up on such a development. After all, Ichigo and the others have just arrived in Siridi, and there are already enough diversions. And in this way, it is also impossible to transfer the suspicion of the murderer to Ichigo and the others. In other words, Eizen has a new chess piece. Just as this thought arose, Matsumoto Rangiku calmed down his breathing and continued. It's all secondary. Kyo band leader found false Reiatsu at the murder scene. And some members of the 5th team provided the news that Hirako Shinji visited the 5th team yesterday. Moyu's eyes widened slightly. He remembered clearly that Hirako Shinji stayed in the team building all day yesterday. It was not until sunrise today that I left the team. This is clearly framed. According to the on-site display, the cause of Captain Eizen's death was that Zanpakutō cut off the knot and soul sleep, and there was a part of Reiatsu in the chest cavity. If there is no accident, this should be Captain Eizen's intention, to reveal the true face of the murderer. Matsumoto Rangiku, also a smart woman, sighed deeply, looked at Moyu, and asked. Captain, what should we do now? 780. Moyu lowered his eyes slightly, raised his head after a while and said. It's business as usual. You continue what you should do, and I will check the specific situation. Matsumoto Rangiku nodded obediently and said. I see. Be careful with everything. Moyu launched Shunpo, took Nilu out of the team building, and rushed towards the Dongda Holy Wall. But before he had advanced much distance, he saw a familiar figure. Byakuya. With a thought in his mind, Moyu accelerated Shunpo a little and came to him. Have you heard? Byakuya Kuchiki nodded lightly and calmly said. Jinyinjiro has notified me that Captain Eizen's body has been sent to the 4th Division for further inspection. If it is true what he said. Byakuya Kuchiki didn't continue talking, but the look in his eyes already showed his thoughts. From the beginning to the end, he was always on Moyu's side. I don't know when, part of Byakuya Kuchiki's concept has changed under the influence of Moyu. In his opinion, the honor of the family and the soul society is of course important. But more importantly, family. Over there in the misfortune. Moyu suddenly remembered that with the help of Urahara Kisuke, Ichigo, and others had successfully broken into Seirai. Hearing this, Byakuya Kuchiki suddenly showed a bit of surprise on his cold face. Didn't you send Matsumoto Rangiku and Hitsuga Ichigo to the vicinity of the Penitent Palace? With their strength, they should be able to easily solve the travel disaster, right? I remember Toshiro has already learned Bankai. Moyu's expression changed slightly, realizing Eizen's true thoughts. Matsumoto Rangiku and Hitsuga Ichigo didn't go to the Shrine of Penance at all. At this moment, Seirai is already under the power of his Kaika Suijutsu, and chaos begins. Manipulating the 5 senses in the true sense has turned Seirai into a theater under the control of Eizen. What kind of disturbance will be caused when the person who sees the truth and the person who sees the falsehood meet? Bang! When this idea arises, the sound of explosion suddenly rises in Seirai. In the distance, buildings collapsed, dust was raised all over the sky, countless rubble splashed, and the streets collapsed. The battle has already begun. Travel accident. Byakuya Kuchiki looked to the south and said in a deep voice. Next. Before he finished speaking, he heard Moyu say lightly. Go to the team building of the 4th Division. I need to really understand the specific cause of Eizen's death. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded. The two went to the 4th team together. Moyu later, when he arrived at the team building of the 4th Division, the scene in front of him also surprised Moyu. It took less than half an hour for Ichigo and others to invade, and the wounded in the comprehensive ambulance station had already plunged the place into a busy place. The situation is a little serious. Byakuya Kuchiki said in a deep voice, like the leader of the first team. Following the team leader in charge, the two brothers came to a certain ward. In the simple room, there are only 2 people, Anohanaretsu and Kirako Shunsui. The remaining captains are busy arresting Ichigo and others. Captain Byakuya, Mr. Moyu. Anohanaretsu looked over, with a calm expression and a trace of imperceptible uneasiness in her gentle expression. On the hospital bed ahead, Eizen's body was lying on it smoothly. The slightly distorted expression indicates that he may have suffered inhuman pain during his lifetime. Of course, this is what Byakuya Kuchiki saw. All Moyu saw was a clean white bed sheet. He was not affected by Kaika Suijutsu's abilities. Captain Eizen. There was a hint of sadness in Byakuya Kuchiki's tone. Although the two haven't had much contact, but no matter what, they have been captains together for so long. The captain is already the strongest combat power on Seirai's face, but even so, he is still lying here like this. This can't help but make people feel a little sad. When he was sent to the fourth team, Captain Eizen had completely lost his breath. After multiple levels of testing, a related virtual Reiatsu was found in his body. Anohanaretsu's tone was flat, as if she was talking about a very common thing. Captain Moyu. At this moment, Unle Chun Shui spoke. Do you have any explanation for this matter? Moyu's expression was indifferent, not panicked by being questioned. Explain what? Yesterday, Nilu and Hirako Shinji both stayed in the 10th Division team building. Kurako Shunsui lowered his eyes, and the mask covered his gaze. Yes, according to the words of the team members of the 5th Division present. Last night, Hirako Shinji went to the 5th Division to visit Captain Eizen. Is there any necessary connection between the two things? In this regard, Moyu has not yet responded. A hint of displeasure appeared on Anohanaretsu's face. If you want to commit a crime, there is no excuse. Captain of the Beijing band, this is the 4th team, not the 1st team. If you want to ask questions, please call the captain. Kurako Shunsui's movements suddenly stiffened a lot. He also knows a little about the relationship between Anohanaretsu and Moyu. But never thought that Anohanaretsu would protect his shortcomings to such an extent. The captain has already died. Can't you just ask me a few more questions? For this, Kurako Shunsui looked at Anohanaretsu with some displeasure. However, when he touched her murderous gaze, he stopped immediately. Cough cough. This kind of dangerous problem should be left to the old man Shan to solve it. He believed that with the old man Shan's level, he would be able to return Moyu a fair one. Looking at the scene in front of him, the corners of Moyu's mouth twitched slightly. The feeling of being supported by someone is really good. I am also very saddened by the death of Captain Eizen. He said, but there are other things at the moment. There are less than 3 hours left for Abarai Renji's execution. Also, judging by Reiatsu's reaction. Travelers, they have already reached the vicinity of the Repentance Palace. Hearing this, Kurako Shunsui frowned. This matter. Before he could finish his words, the surging Reiatsu came from outside the door. A figure launched Shunpo, flickering so far. Captain Moyu, Captain Eizen's death, you must know something. There was a glimmer of hope in Hinamori Momo's hurried voice. She tried to get some information from Moyu. Facing his earnest gaze, Moyu slowly shook his head and said. Sorry, I don't know. When I learned of Captain Eizen's death, I came here as soon as possible. However, to his surprise, Hinamori Momo pulled out Zanpakutō, pointed at himself, and said with despair. The root of all this lies in you. If you hadn't brought Hirako Shinji back to the Soul Society, Captain Eizen wouldn't have died tragically. I will avenge Captain Eizen. After the words fell, Hinamori Momo launched directly at Moyu under the surprised eyes of everyone. When? As the smoke rose, Nilu's body returned to the posture of Yuja, and she immediately blocked Moyu with a stern face. This matter has nothing to do with Moyu. Taking a shot at the captain without authorization has already violated the rules of Siritii. Reiatsu surged, oppressed like a landslide, shrouded in the evidence of its heart. In an instant, Hinamori Momo's eyes turned white, and he lost consciousness directly. Chapter 136. Why is this necessary? Kurako Shunsui looked at Hinamori Momo, who was unconscious on the ground, and shook his head regretfully. Another guy who got carried away with hatred. In this regard, Moyu is not even interested in looking at her more. Under the care of others, he directly lowered his intelligence to below 0, completely ignoring the friendship in the past, and just a little inducement is to blatantly attack his friends for many years. This kind of existence, is it necessary to pay attention to it? Anohanaretsu didn't care too much, he looked around at the other two and said. The two of you should have other work to do, right? Just please go back first, and leave the next thing to me. Byakuya Kuchiki didn't stop at this, and after nodding his head as a signal, he left. Before Kurako Shunsui left, he didn't forget to pick up Hinamori Momo who passed out on the ground, which was considered kind. Just when Moyu was about to leave, he suddenly heard Anohanaretsu's request to stay. "Mr. Moyu, please wait a moment. There are some surgical problems that need your help to deal with." Hearing this, Kurako Shunsui's footsteps stopped slightly, but then he walked towards the door. "Kite or something, he's not that good at it." In comparison, Moyu, who was born in the 4th team, can help more. When there are only 3 people left in the room, Anohanaretsu's expression also relaxed a lot. In front of Moyu, she doesn't seem to have the restraint of being a captain in the past. Shouldn't it be about surgery? Moyu has been with him for a long time, so he can naturally see Anohanaretsu's hidden thoughts. Hearing this, Anohanaretsu nodded and said, "Well, there's something about Eizen's death." Speaking of this, she raised her eyes slightly, and looked at Nilu who was beside her. Signaling his gaze, "Hey, you said. Don't worry, just speak up." Nilu is one of the few people who can be trusted. Anohanaretsu never doubted Moyu's words. "The moment you walked in, I noticed the change in your eyes. It should be the same for Captain Eizen's corpse. Did you notice something unusual?" Hearing this, Moyu lowered his eyes and stayed on the snowy bed sheet again. "Nothing. For Eizen's Zanpakutō, Kaika Suijutsu." Moyu is still quite vigilant. After all, he is not aware of the existence of ultimate Reiatsu, who can isolate its power 5. After all, as one of the 5 major combat powers, Eizen is known as Reiatsu. Seeing that Moyu didn't talk to him, Anohanaretsu didn't care too much. There is no need to pay attention to those minutiae in the communication between them. She mulled over and continued. "I have seen tens of thousands of corpses, and I know the basic structure of them very well. There is nothing different about this corpse right now. Even the destroyed knots and soul sleeps still exist in a normal posture. Captain Eizen was killed in a surprise attack by someone he trusted. This is the result of the test." "But..." Anohanaretsu paused for a moment, looked at Moyu, his eyes became a little dignified. "This corpse has always lacked the feeling that ordinary corpses give me. Even after multiple inspections, it was still impossible to find any problems. In this regard, I think you should know something, Mr. Moyu." After speaking, Moyu looked at Anohanaretsu with admiration. Under the influence of Kaika Suijutsu, he was able to receive some abnormalities. After deliberating for a moment, Moyu decided to show down against him. "Sister Hwa, your intuition is actually right." He looked directly into his eyes and said seriously, "From the beginning to the end, Eizen not dead." As soon as these words came out, Anohanaretsu's willow eyebrows were tightly locked together, and her face was full of disbelief. "This," Moyu continued, "you should be wondering why I trust Nilu so much." He pushed Nilu in front of him. Facing the scrutinizing eyes of Anohanaretsu, Nilu didn't know why, but felt a little nervous, and could only conceal the change in her heart with an awkward smile. "Introduce yourself, Nilu." 11. Hearing Moyu's voice, Nilu hesitated for a moment, and said with some stuttering. "Nelly, Nilu is actually Nellil Tuidelschwank, former Espada Third of Hueco Mundo. Used to be under Eizen." Although it was only a very short speech, it stirred up waves in Anohanaretsu's heart. Ella. She, who had always been calm and indifferent, suddenly stopped breathing, and the unbelievable expression in her eyes became more intense. "If the language is not amazing, it will not die." Moyu continued, "This corpse was actually disguised by Eizen's Zanpakutō ability. Kaika Suijutsu's true ability, complete hypnosis. Control the 5 senses of others, so that a specific object turns the posture, shape, texture, touch, and taste of a certain thing into what Eizen wants you to see. But anyone who has seen the Shikai will fall into this complete hypnosis, which cannot be lifted. Although there is a way to get rid of it, but in the current situation, it is impossible to do it. Anyone who can get in touch with Kaika Suijutsu has a high probability of dying in the hands of Eizen. Anohanaretsu could no longer maintain a calm posture. There is no way, what you said is too terrifying. It takes time to digest and understand. A long time. Anohanaretsu regained her former composure, and asked with some puzzlement. Then Mr. Moyu, why didn't you tell the other captains about this? There is speculation about Eizen's body, and the reason why she concealed it is entirely because she is worried that her guess will be wrong and affect the judgment of others. But Moyu obviously knew more than the superficial information. He knows much more than Anohanaretsu expected. It is not so difficult to expose Eizen's conspiracy. But it is very tricky to defeat it. Moyu sighed, and said helplessly, if he is not allowed to achieve his goal first, an unprecedented war will inevitably break out in the Huan realm. Asking for flowers. By then, it is not impossible for the world to be destroyed. In these words, he didn't add any water. With Eizen's current strength, it's only a knife or two for an ordinary captain. No matter how bad it is, I will give you a black coffin. That is to say, if Yamamoto Uenlianaga made a move, he could have a certain chance of winning. But considering Kaika Suijutsu's ability, I am afraid that only by destroying the entire Soul Society can Eizen be completely resolved. In addition, you have to prevent it from running ahead of time. In short, only when he really wants to face the Soul Society can he have the confidence to start a decisive battle. Moreover, Moyu had other ideas. I want to break through the bottleneck of my current strength, only stronger oppression can appear. Otherwise, it will take thousands of years to practice slowly. For this, Moyu doesn't have the time. Hugyaku Eizen, the imperative. 0. Eizen's plans are fully underway. Moyu said slowly, the invasion of Brigade Calamity is the signal. The current Seireitei has become a complete mess. Anohanaretsu looked down, lost in thought. For Moyu's words, she never had the slightest doubt. But the information he said was so shocking that Anohanaretsu couldn't accept it for a while. Just wait for that time to come. He looked at Anohanaretsu with a very serious expression. Before that, leave it to me to handle it. Hearing this, Anohanaretsu's mood also calmed down. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and a gentle smile resurfaced on her face. I understand. Anohanaretsu nodded slightly, and said softly. Mr. Moyu's words, I will keep them in my heart. Leaving in the team building of the 4th Division, Moyu took Nilu and walked towards the Confession Palace again. Until now, he has not received any news about the cancellation of the execution. Yamamoto Motoyanagi must have known about Eizen's death, but even so, the execution continued as usual. Thinking about it, it should be that room 40-6 gave him a lot of pressure. Penance Palace. As the execution time approached, Abarai Renji was also brought out from the 6th deep cell. The person in charge of escorting him was the captain of the 8th Division, Komamura Seijin. After the prison robbery incident, Yamamoto Motoyanagi directly handed over the responsibility of guarding the prisoners to his most trusted captain, Komamura Seijin. Abarai Renji looked at the sun in the sky, slightly dazzled. His expression was a little gloomy. Perhaps, this will be the last time he sees such a scene. Brother Renji. A familiar voice came from the direction of the 13th Division team building. Abarai Renji shook his body and looked into the distance in disbelief. I saw a black figure running wildly under the Palace of Repentance. Ichigo held up his Zanpakuto and shouted loudly. I'm here to take you back. Mountain. Chapter 137. The appearance of Ichigo once again broke the silence near the Palace of Confessions. Abarai Renji looked at the chasing figure with disbelief. Even if he was killed, Ichigo actually broke into the Seireitei, and even approached the high ground where the Palace of Confessions is located. Judging from its appearance, it seems that it has not experienced too many battles. Is the current Ichigo already that strong? Travel misfortune. A dull bell-like voice sounded behind Abarai Renji. His body shook, and he suddenly realized the urgency of the situation. The one responsible for escorting him to Skyaku Hill is the captain of the 7th Division, Komamura Seijin. The old man has received the command of the captain before, so he will definitely give everything to complete it. 967 No matter who it is, this old man will not allow him to take you away. Amidst the muffled voice, a figure as tall as a wall stood in front of Abarai Renji. Under the thick fur, there is an incomparable strength. Every now and then, it brings surging and inflated blood energy. Ichigo launched Shunpo and rushed up to the high ground of the penance palace alone, facing the jailers charging towards him. Zangetsu in its lenient state, Reiatsu in its agitation. The crushing battle only took a few breaths, and all the jailers fell down. But they didn't die, they just lost their ability to fight. From the beginning to the end, Ichigo kept the purpose of his trip in mind. Save. Sticking to his principles, he never killed any Shinigami leader in Seirai, even if the opponent launches an attack first. Good strength. Komamura Seijin stands on the rope bridge, bringing strong oppressive force with his huge body. Just facing this big upright dog gives people a sense of suffocation. A powerful creature made entirely of strength. Unfortunately, this old man will never allow you to take the sinner Abarai Renji away. As he spoke, he pulled out the Zanpakutō from his waist, pointed at Ichigo, and said loudly. Unless you walk over the old man's corpse. Bang! At the moment when the battle was about to break out, a powerful Reiatsu impact was set off from the center of Seirai in the distance, constantly destroying the surrounding buildings. As if a meteorite fell from the sky, it shook the ground and swept towards the distance. There is. Komamura Seijin stopped what he was doing and looked into the distance. Division 9 Team Building. Tosen. Shokin mixed Reiatsu and Seirai, contains Reiatsu belonging to Tosen Caname. Although Komamura Seijin is a powerful Shinigami captain, his perception is also extremely strong. After all, he is a werewolf. Traveler, the crimes you committed against the Seirai will eventually bring your own doom. Even the scene of the battle is enough to affect the entire Lingting. But Komamura Seijin still sticks to the bottom line of his mission. However, Ichigo on the opposite side looked dignified, and a hint of puzzlement flashed in his eyes. Reiatsu on both sides, I don't know. Yulong and the others should have all been arrested at this time. Hearing this, Komamura Seijin's complexion changed slightly, realizing the seriousness of the situation. In the end, what happened? 9th Division Team Building. Two figures staggered on the street, constantly launching attacks. Every time the two Zanpakutō collide, it is enough to set off a powerful impact, causing unimaginable damage to the surrounding ground. Have you finally revealed your true colors? Tosen Caname, with brown skin and goggles, said in a deep voice. What? A strange smile appeared on Hirako Shinji's face. Zanpakutō. What the hell are you talking about? I've stuck to it for such a long time. You should know better than me what it is for. Tosen Caname. The sword slashed down, cutting off the side streets with a powerful force. Although Tosen Caname is blind, his perception of the outside world is no worse than other captains. He even sees a new world with his blind eyes. What you have done, is to injustice. And Captain Moyu's decision also brought disaster to Seirai. After Tosen Caname evaded the attack, he stood Zanpakutō in front of him and said in a low voice. Woo, bug. Next moment. The Reiatsu on the surface of the blade presents a high-frequency vibration, just like countless insects chirping in the ruins. Gives a feeling of dizziness. Hirako Shinji grinned, showing neat and white teeth, and his smile looked very strange. It's just Shikai, it can't affect me. Tosen Caname, if that's all you can do. Before he finished speaking, he had launched Shunpo and came to Tosen Caname. Zanpakutō raised and fell towards his neck. That's all for now. I still have to rush to get rid of that guy Eizen. When Tosen Caname withstood the attack, the surface of the blade Reiatsu surged, scattered in all directions, and turned into countless blades. Suzumushi 2-type red migratory locust. In an instant, countless blades devoured Hirako Shinji. 5.2. The battle between the two attracted countless team members to watch here. However, they didn't know that there were two figures standing above everyone's heads. Hey, Captain Eizen! Ichimaru-jin narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, is it really reasonable to abandon Captain Tosen like this? Faced with his question, Eizen lowered his eyes slightly, and let out a gentle laugh as he watched the figures flickering in the ruins below. Silver, can I understand that you are questioning me? Ichimaru-jin responded without changing his smile. The subordinates are just curious. Eizen didn't get angry, his eyes became deeper and deeper, and he said slowly. The required justice has already been implemented. From the moment he failed to carry out my order. Chapter 138. Penance Palace. Komamura Seijin and Ichigo both played real fire. The towering black rope Tianzu Mingwang has already demolished the 3 towers of the Confession Palace. This made the jailers watching the battle very depressed. Is the captain of the 7th Division here to help them, or to find trouble for them? The collapse of the 3 towers meant that at least one dungeon was abolished. Reconstruction after the war will cost countless resources. You know, the prison inside the Repentance Palace was forged from murderous stones. This can be an extremely rare high-grade material. Crescent sky rushes. Ichigo shouted loudly, and the black and red Reiatsu turned into a crescent moon, lighting up the sky. The crescent blade flew out in an instant, and collided with the giant mountain-like Zanpakutō of the black robe Heavenly Scourge King Ming. Bang 1. To Komamura Seijin's shock, he fell behind in the head-on confrontation. Damn guy! It roared like thunder, and the depths of its throat oscillated. The old man will never allow you to go any further. Under the thick hair, the muscles are soaring, and the veins are exposed. Komamura Seijin has inspired the maximum potential strength of the body, holding Zanpakutō tightly with both hands. Meet the old man's wrath. In the sky, a blade like a hill slashed in the direction of Ichigo. Facing such an attack, Ichigo didn't react much. On the contrary, those jailers had despairing looks in their eyes. Master Komamura Seijin, let the criminal go. If the fight continues like this, I'm afraid the entire Repentance Palace will collapse. Komamura Seijin, who hadn't noticed this, slammed down. The airflow in the sky seemed to be divided into 2 sections because of this, and it oscillated towards the surroundings. Ichigo's eyes were burning with a strong fighting spirit, and he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. What a fun battle! He shouted loudly, since you are so powerful, I don't have to hold back. Large Crescent Sky Rush. The name of the unpretentious move came from his mouth. Next moment. Not inferior to Komamura Seijin's huge Zanpakutō's black and red crescent sword pressure, directly bombarded it. Boom! The Setsuna where the two collided unexpectedly formed a short vacuum. The explosion roiled, as if a second sun appeared in the sky, Zixi district. The storm it set off made it difficult for the onlookers and even Abarai Renji in the distance to open their eyes. It's really spectacular. Moyu stood on the taller tower of the Confession Palace, watching the impact explosion that was approaching in an instant. Chasing the wind, blowing its feathers backwards, but it didn't affect it in the slightest. Ichigo, this boy, has completely evolved into the Kaigo form. He watched the battle quietly and made the most pertinent evaluation. Even against Komamura Seijin's Bankai, he was straightforward and unyielding. This kind of guy should have more common language with Zaraki Kenpachi, right? The sound of the explosion gradually subsided, and the dust subsided, revealing the scene inside. The towering black rope Heaven's Scourge King Ming had completely disappeared. On Komamura Seijin's body, from the left shoulder to the lower right, a hideous wound almost spanned the entire body. At this moment, he can still stand, completely relying on his willpower far beyond ordinary people. However, Ichigo's performance was not much better. Sheba's costume was broken, and Zanpakutō was propped on the ground, in a panic. I won because the dog. He slowed down a little, approached Komamura Seigen, and said with a satisfied smile. Hearing this, Komamura Seigen reluctantly opened his closed eyes, and murmured. Old man, my name is Komamura Seigen, not a big dog. He is extremely weak and has completely lost his ability to fight. It is not dead now, it all depends on the tenacious vitality of the grass men and wolves. Komamura Seigen. Ichigo grinned, I remember. You are a respectable opponent. Passing Komamura Seigen, he walked towards where Abarai Renji was. The few remaining jailers all nervously watched the travel disaster coming towards them. After the opponent defeated Komamura Seigen, these guys no longer thought about whether they could hold the sinner. Right now, being able to survive is the most important thing. Abarai Renji also looked at Ichigo in shock. He never imagined that this guy could defeat Komamura Seigen head-on. But at this moment... Sarah, what a welcome change! A familiar voice sounded above his head, causing Ichigo to stop suddenly, and subconsciously looked towards the sky. Moyu stepped on the condensed stream of spiritual particles, walking slowly up and down the sky. Although he didn't exude the slightest Reiatsu of power, but in Ichigo's view, it seemed that a towering mountain was pressing towards him. The feeling of suffocation from the heart completely enveloped him at this moment. Already able to use Bankai without problems. Moyu raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, 260 You really deserve to be Ishin's son. Ichigo was stunned, and said with some difficulty. You know my dad. Where are my friends for many years? Moyu explained, the current Ishin should have regained his strength. When you go back, you may see a completely different Ishin. Hearing this, Ichigo caught the keyword and said with some surprise. Go back. Are you going to let me take Renji away? From the beginning to the end, when he faced Moyu, he failed to raise the slightest fighting spirit. This is different from the previous fight with Komamura Seigen. Although difficult, but can see the dawn of victory. When facing Moyu, what Ichigo can feel is a horrible existence like an abyss. All the fighting spirit was swallowed by the abyss, and there was nothing left. Moyu lowered his eyes slightly, and said calmly. Let's dispel this kind of assumption as soon as possible. I never said you could get Renji out of here. Chapter 139. Ichigo's eyes widened and he looked at Moyu in confusion. His words made Ichigo, whose mind was extremely manic right now, mention Zanpakutō immediately. In a short period of time, Ichigo has already accumulated enough Reiatsu to fight again. Although I don't quite understand Captain Moyu's words. Reiatsu swirls around him, forming a blue storm visible to the naked eye, turbulent towards the surroundings. But I am very clear about the purpose of my trip. So, no matter what, I will not give up my little brother easily. Bankai. With a loud shout, Reiatsu instantly changed from blue to black and red, and like a living thing, he swept past his death tyrant outfit. Since it cannot be resolved peacefully, then fight with all your strength. Crescent sky rushes. The black-red crescent flew out from its slender blade, making a tearing sound in the air. Overcoming the limitation of space, he arrived in front of Moyu in an instant. Ichigo after Bankai, no matter from the perspective of Reiatsu or Zanpakuto's power, has been able to stand in the captain's echelon. It has even surpassed some captains. For example, the big dog Komamura Seigen just now. Even in Moyu's estimate, Ichigo's strength has already surpassed Dabai. Dabai in Bankai state. The black and red crescent sword pressed down and flew towards the cheek. Facing such an attack, Dayu lightly pushed the saber clock at his waist with his left thumb. Base. A clear knife sound pierced the sky directly. The bluish-white sword pressed against the blade and shot out, cutting off Ichigo's crescent moon in an instant. The two are not at the same level in terms of hard power. Seeing this scene, Ryuho couldn't help but feel a little shocked. He is not afraid of challenges, nor is he afraid of death. All he was worried about was the feeling of losing a friend. Ichigo understands very well that if he can't defeat Moyu and take away Abarai Renji in this battle, it is very likely that I will never be able to see this friend again in this life. I will do my best. Ichigo's eyes were lowered, the black and red Reiatsu was like magma in hell, rushing around his chest, escaping to the ground, and immediately eroding him into several large pits. Until I bring you back. Next moment, he launches Shunpo and surprises Moyu. The brisk Zangetsu locked onto the opponent's heart from an incomprehensible angle. Nice way of fighting. Moyu's language is not shocking, and he said lightly. Unfortunately, even that guy Urahara is not my opponent. How can you, who was taught by him, be able to break through this limit? Zangetsu fell, and Tien Moyu's body went up. However, it didn't feel like cutting the real thing at all, and Ichigo looked slightly stunned. Experience, instinct, consciousness. Moyu appeared on the right front side, with no fluctuations in his calm expression. You have already stood above the first class. Unfortunately, the essential gap makes this battle no second possibility. He flicked his fingers, and the black ink like Reiatsu wrapped around it. A strong sense of impact acts on Ichigo's chest. The whole person is like a cannonball, directly smashing into the ground, raising flying dust all over the sky, forming a huge deep pit. The pain crushed Ichigo's sanity and shattered his will. The desire to win has awakened another guy inside him. Boom! The black and red Reiatsu turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky from the deep pit. Different from the previous Reiatsu, this time the black and red beam of light is full of tyrannical meaning. Waste! The hoarse voice was completely different from just now. Ichigo stood out from the ruins, and Bloodline Madara looked a bit embarrassed. However, its momentum was unexpectedly high. I already said. Ichigo slowly walked out of the ruins. Reiatsu shouted, if you die, I will be in trouble. Moyu stared at Ichigo below with great interest, naturally aware of the abnormality of his Reiatsu, and said to himself. Is this a proxy debut? You call someone if you can't beat it, you really deserve it. Wall-hanging Ichigo. Blood was densely covered in his pupils, his eyes full of tyrannical and murderous intent stared straight at the sky where Black Jade was. Is this the guy? It's unexpectedly tricky. Next moment, his figure disappeared in place, and the speed was more than twice as fast as before. The flickering black light leaps from the sky as evidence. Let's start our battle. Ichigo laughed wildly, symbolizing the virtual mask, which had turned into fragments and attached to his face. When the two Zanpakuto collided with Setsuna, and the impact visible to the naked eye radiated toward the distance. But the next moment, the expression under hollow Ichigo's mask changed, realizing that something was wrong. The power transmitted from the opponent's blade seems to have exceeded his expectations. Even if several times of Reiatsu and power are exploded, it will be of no avail in the face of this overwhelming impact. Boom! Come fast, go fast! Hollow Ichigo turned into a black flash and sank into the ground again. The only difference is that the flying dust seems to be a little higher. Still not aware of the gap between you and me. You who rely on instinct to fight seem to lack the intuition of belonging to a beast. Moyu looked down at the deep pit that appeared again below, his eyes became more indifferent. Boom! The black and red crescent sword flew out from under the smoke and dust, with an astonishing arc, directly tearing the surrounding space. Crescent sky rushes. Hollow Ichigo shouted loudly, a completely unequal battle is the most exciting. Ichigo, take a good look. What is the difference between a king and a mount? Seeing the powerful sword pressure rushing forward, Moyu raised his arm slightly, and Zanpakuto fell down. Click! The black and red sword shattered and turned into Reiatsu scattered in the air. Instinct! Moyu replied, your perception is wrong. The difference between a king and a mount lies in the control. King, the reason why he is a king is because he has the power to control the mount. Hollow Guardian looked slightly stunned, not expecting that Moyu would actually answer this question. What's even more outrageous is that this answer is more accurate than instinct. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looked up into the sky, and finally realized the difference between Moyu and other captains. However, this cannot affect the outcome of this battle. Moyu Zanpakuto raised it lightly, surrounded by the bluish-white wind breath, and said softly, Dalan. After Setsuna's voice fell, Ichigo's pupils shrank to the tip of a needle. The invisible gust of wind rushed down from the blade, turning into endless wind blades, swallowing hollow Ichigo directly below it in an instant. The violent power devastated the few remaining Reiatsu. Hollow Ichigo burst out with the last remaining strength and protected his body. At this moment, he finally realized how outrageous the gap between the two was. The moment you control your body, you should jump out of here without looking back. The last thought arose of this Setsuna. Hollow Ichigo lost all his power and passed out completely. And when he lost consciousness, the wind around him also dropped sharply, and he no longer had the slightest power. Immediately afterwards, a tightly wrapped figure rushed out of the ruins and stood beside Ichigo. Looking at Ichigo, who was full of bloodlines, the figure was a little silent. I have control. Moyu walked slowly to the other side and explained, most of them are just skin trauma. Not yet dead. However, the other party stretched out his hand and stopped him. I'm not worried about the severity of this kid's injuries. She took off the hood on her head, revealing long purple hair and golden eyes. I was just thinking, how strong is your strength now? As he spoke, Shihao and Yoryuki moved closer to Moyu, carefully sniffing his cheek like a cat. Well, there is, does Zhao, smell like other women? After the words fell, Shihao and Yoryuki's pupils shrank a lot. Obviously, there are not small fluctuations in his mood. Ahem. Moyu hid his embarrassment with a soft cough. This kind of thing cannot be avoided at all. Whether it's Nilu or Matsumoto Rangiku, it's quite normal for them to have more or less aura when they come into contact with them. Let's hurry up and take this kid for treatment. Moyu tried to change the subject, otherwise I'm afraid he'll bleed to death. Shihao and Yoryuki glanced at Ichigo who was on the ground. The pool of blood has gradually spread towards the outside, and if this trend continues, it is really possible that he will die here. In desperation, Shihao and Yoryuki could only pick it up with one hand. Hope that Gaishin isn't dead forever. She muttered in a low voice, and then took a serious look at Moyu before disappearing into Siraidai. Moyu went back to the few remaining towers of the penitentiary and walked towards Abarai Renji. Renji, are you disappointed? Facing this question, Abarai Renji looked slightly startled, and immediately lowered his head. This is my fate. The hoarse voice gradually drifted away in the wind. Chapter 140. Siraidai Inner Court. In the underground chamber. This was supposed to be the highest forbidden area of the Siraidai, and even the captain needed approval to come here. The original sacred place now appears filthy. The bloodline, which had already dried up, solidified into various shapes and scattered on the ground, walls, and steps. Those tall 46 rooms left only a miserable state of death. In the eyes of some sages who never closed, there is only the emotion of fear. The scene of near massacre deeply left in his eyes. The sound of steady footsteps is especially obvious in this empty environment. Two figures slowly walked out from the deeper part of the underground meeting hall. There is the Great Lingsha Cloister, one of the important places of Siraidai. This, here records a series of major events and secrets that have happened in the Soul Society from ancient times to the present. Has there been a slight deviation from the plan? Eizen's peaceful voice echoed in the underground chamber. The scene I expected didn't happen. Ichimaru-jin on the side answered, "What is Captain Eizen thinking?" Eizen looked up slightly, looking at the entrance of the underground chamber. A figure full of bloodlines stood under the light, making it impossible to see its face clearly. "I didn't expect you to be able to beat Yao. It's really surprising." Ignoring Eizen's words, the other party walked towards the underground chamber. "You never put anyone in your eyes, Eizen." Hirako Shinji raised his hand upside down, and a strange aroma spread around him, gradually covering the entire underground meeting hall. "I paid a lot for this day. The suppression of 047 for nearly 100 years is finally paying off." While speaking, he raised his left hand, and a mask like an ancient warrior appeared on the Palm King. "Get ready for revenge. Skyako Hill. There is still an hour before the execution, and the prisoner has not been escorted here until now." Yamamoto Yuan Liuzei held a cane, his eyes were slightly closed, and he seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. From the beginning to the end, he never paid attention to the battles that took place in Siraidai. For other captains, Yamamoto Motoyanagi seems to have great trust in return. He believes that the current chaos is only temporary and will eventually be resolved. And more importantly, the execution is about to be executed. Slap! The sound of landing attracted the attention of others on Skyako Hill. They looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Moyu walking slowly towards here with the restrained Abarai Renji. Behind the two, there are only a few remaining prison guards of the Confession Palace. "Sorry, Captain," Moyu said lightly, without any apology in his tone. "Having a little trouble." Yamamoto Genryanagi opened his slightly closed eyes, and an old voice sounded. "No apologies, Captain Moyu. Being able to escort criminals here is already beyond the scope of your duties. It was supposed to be Komamura's mission." Hearing this, Moyu said thoughtfully. "Captain Komamura has been sent to the 4th Squad. I gave him emergency treatment and he is out of danger." While speaking, Abarai Renji, under the escort of the jailer, walked to the vicinity of the rack, waiting for the execution to begin. He looked up, and a giant spear hit the sky. Even in the state of being sealed, it still gives people a strong sense of oppression. It seems that everything is doomed. Abarai Renji lowered his head in a daze, resigned to his fate. "The only pity is that I couldn't see Ichigo escaped from Soul Society smoothly. He is very clear that after the execution is over, Jinglingting will launch a hunt for Ichigo and others. At that time, no matter how strong they are, they will not be able to escape the hunt. Hope it's okay." Yet. A soft voice came from a distance, and the pink feathers were particularly eye-catching. Kurako Shunsui fell from the sky and said with a smile. "I didn't expect that I wasn't the last one to arrive. It seems that there are other captains who were delayed." Following behind him was Jaishur Yukatake, who kept coughing. "Sorry, teacher. We encountered 2 travel accidents, which delayed a little time." Yamamoto Jinyanagi nods his head, and said in a deep voice. "No problem." The two came together as brothers and sisters, but they didn't attract too many people's attention. At this moment, on the hill of Skyaku, there are still many captains who have not yet arrived. Ichimaru-jin, captain of the 3rd Division, Byakuya Kuchiki, the captain of the 6th Division, Komamura Seijin, the captain of the 7th Division, Tosen Caname, the captain of the 9th Division, and Zaraki Kenpachi, the captain of the 11th Division. Nearly half of the captains have never been to Skyaku Hill. But the execution time is getting closer and closer. In the direction of the Godi I-13 team building in the distance, there are still Reiatsu turning into beams of light and rising up. The occurrence of multiple battle locations turned the entire Siraidai into a real mess. Moyu noticed that among them Byakuya Kuchiki's Reiatsu and Zaraki Kenpachi's Reiatsu were entangled. Obviously, these two guys did not know why, and a more tragic battle broke out. However, Moyu is not too worried about this. Right now Zaraki Kenpachi hasn't unlocked too many seals, and Byakuya Kuchiki's strength is also in a state of steady rise. Although the former's mind is a bit abnormal, he can still distinguish right from wrong. CDCF, even if there is a battle, it will not develop to the extent that you die and I die. In addition to the battle between the two, there are other team members, even the deputy team's battle. As for the reason, Moyu speculated that it might have something to do with Eizen's Kaika Suijutsu. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the execution time was getting closer and closer. And no one appeared on Skyaku Hill again. On it, there was silence, and everyone was immersed in their own world, waiting for the passage of time. Finally, the execution time came. Yamamoto Genryanagi raised his eyes slightly, his dull and old voice echoed on the hill of Skyaku. Although there are still many captains who have not yet arrived. However, the execution time stipulated by room 40-6 has arrived. Next. Activate the spell. After the voice fell, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became more dignified. Yamamoto Uenyanase looked at Abarai Renji and asked. Finally, do you have anything else to say? Hearing this, Abarai Renji was a little surprised, and immediately thought about it seriously. Well, if there is anything to say, that is to hope that Ichigo and the others can leave Soul Society smoothly. A somewhat relieved smile appeared on his face. Abarai Renji looked very free and easy, and didn't have many souvenirs. All he cares about are those friends in this world. As for the others, there is no more concern. Hearing this, Yamamoto Jinyanagi was a little silent, and then said. The old man understands. This matter will be as you wish. Abarai Renji laughed as if he had dropped a boulder. Thank you so much. Hearing this, Katetsu Eisen, who was watching from a distance, lowered his head and whispered. It's too much. Obviously I didn't want them to go back alive. Anohanaretsu looked over and explained softly. That's not too much, Vinegar. This is called compassion. Since the ending is already doomed, at least try to make him have nothing to worry about. Try to let him go with peace of mind. At this moment, Yamamoto Uenyanagi leaned on his stick with both hands and hit the ground heavily, making a dull sound. Then, liberate the double bowl. As the voice fell, the chains on the towering giant spear were untied and fell off one after another, and it fell to the ground with a strong vibration. The powerful golden red Reiatsu expanded rapidly, sweeping away the surrounding dust and gravel. At this time, Abarai Renji, who was bound by chains, immediately scattered the frame under his feet, turning into transparent cubes, directly binding their bodies to the sky. Like a crucifixion. The area around Skyaku's spear began to emit scorching light and heat, and there was a whistling sound. Looking at the scene in front of him, Moyu let out a sigh of relief. Finally the weight came. Said to contain the destructive power of millions of Zanpakutō. A tumbling heat wave rushed across the sky. Even if it is extremely far away, you can still feel the steaming heat. A strong sense of oppression came, and in an instant, the golden red Reiatsu turned into endless flames, surging in the sky. The giant spear wrapped in flames began to change in shape. Boom! At the center of the flame, there was an earth-shattering explosion above Skyaku. Immediately afterwards, the scattered flames gathered rapidly. Finally, a firebird exuding terrifying power appeared above the sky. Anohanaretsu watched the scene in front of her quietly, her elegant face remained unchanged. It wasn't until the formation of the firebird that she lowered her eyes slightly to look at Moyu not far away. Mr. Moyu. Hearing his voice, Moyu looked sideways. A smile like a flower blooming in spring appeared in his sight. Just listen to Anohanaretsu whispering. I will always stand by your side. Chapter 141. King Ruin Yi. Yamamoto Genryanagi looked indifferently, quietly watching the sky. The spear of Skyaku reveals its true form, as the ultimate executor of death. When it penetrates the sinner thoroughly, the execution is over. King Destroyer showed his mighty power to his heart's content, and the flames splashed at will were enough to burn the ground below until it was scorched. Most of the captains had never seen it in such a form, so they looked somewhat surprised. This kind of power. Omadame Rekiyo's eyes widened, his pupils constricted, and he even forgot to chew the senbei that was in his mouth. It's so terrible. Sifeng, who is also in the second team, also slightly widened his eyes, and murmured in a low voice. The destructive power of a million Zanpakutō. Kurako Shunsui on the side also lowered his hat and sighed. It's really amazing. At this moment, King Ruiai had spread his wings, and his beak was facing Abarai Renji's chest. A strong sense of suffocation completely enveloped Abarai Renji. When the real death came, it seemed that there was no fear in his heart. On the contrary, it is more of a relief. The experience of a lifetime flashed back in my mind like a marquee. After all, it's still hard to let go. Abarai Renji closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. Next moment, the Knock King finally unleashed his power of execution, and his sharp beak, like a scorching sun, tore through the space in front of him, heading straight for his chest. Once touched, the soul of Abarai Renji will be completely vaporized, and there is no possibility of surviving at all. Many people had complicated expressions, and felt sorry for the team member who was about to pass away. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Call. The strong wind that covers the sky and the sun is blowing up from the foot of Skyaku Hill. The forest of tens of thousands of meters was completely destroyed at this moment. During Setsuna, the violent wind-breathing dragon soared above the sky, as if a god descended, launching its own judgment. The world is silent. Boom! Under the eyes of everyone, the dragon of breath of wind and the king of ruined hub collided. In an instant, all sounds on Skyaku Hill were covered by deafening explosions. The firebird that originally covered the entire Skyaku Hill disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye under the ravages of the strong wind. In front of the eyes, there are all raging violent winds. What? The emergence of a sudden situation made everyone stay in place. They looked at the scene in front of them with shock and disbelief. After the king of Destroyed Valley was completely annihilated, the captains realized that looks like something really happened. Because, in Setsuna where the wind-breath dragon appeared, they had already realized it. The one who did it was Kukaki Moyu with an innocent face. When everyone kept their eyes on him, there was a lingering wind on his Zanpakutō, sweeping over the knife. Although it is not clear what his purpose is. But what Moyu did, actually prevented Skyaku's punishment from being carried out. In this way, things will be completely messed up. Abarai Renji on the shelf thought he was really dead this time. However, the collision of the two forces made him look down in disbelief. Captain Moyu. Abarai Renji couldn't understand why Moyu, who escorted him here, wanted to stop the execution at this time. If he really wanted to save someone, wouldn't it be more labor-saving to let him go beforehand? Making a move at this time is tantamount to directly challenging the rules of the entire Soul Society. Facing the questioning from everyone's eyes, Moyu pulled Zanpakutō, put it into the scabbard, and said slowly. I once said a word to Byakuya. There are only 0 and countless times to make exceptions. When a person flouts the rules for the first time without getting sanctioned, he is already above the rules. As the voice fell, the remaining flame in the sky was completely engulfed. In Moyu's ears, the long-lost system prompt sounded. Your Zanpakutō defeats the King of Shells in the liberated state, and your spirits are boosted. With self-motivation, your understanding of yourself increases, and you reach the realm of Bankai. Moyu's heart spirit was shocked, the deeper realm seemed to be only a paper away from him. Even if there is no new oppressive motivation, it will take a while to pass, and it is enough to step into the king of the unsolved realm. On the hill of Skyaku, there was a dead silence. Except for the lingering sound of the wind, no other sound could be heard. Almost everyone was looking at the spear of Skyaku, who didn't have the slightest fluctuation anymore, unable to understand Moyu's behavior and what he said just now. In fact, these captains have the same doubts as Abarai Renji. Why send someone to Skyaku Hill if you want to save them? Lead people to run away. Is there anyone who can stop you? Isn't it clear that taking off your pants and farting is superfluous? Others were still shocked by Moyu's behavior just now, but another figure came straight towards him. Moyu noticed his behavior, stepped back, and left the original position. Boom! Sui Feng's arm directly smashed the ground in front of him, kicking up countless gravel and dust. Moyu! Through the flying smoke, Moyu could clearly see the tears in the corners of his eyes. Why did you do such a thing? This is betrayal. She stepped forward and cut her arm sideways towards Moyu. Boom! The palms that were handed over burst out a large amount of white air. At this moment, the distance between the two is only a foot away. Moyu, leaving Skyaku's hill. A small sound like a beep reached Moyu's ears. For a moment, Moyu's eyes widened slightly, and he looked at Sui Feng in front of him in disbelief. A trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes, and her voice was also a little hurried. I will delay enough time for you, don't hesitate any longer. Seeing Sui Feng like this, Moyu's heart softened. The most disciplined captain stepped forward at this time to break his previous concepts and completely shatter them. This requires not only courage, but also that emotion. Moyu sighed softly, turned his palms over, held his little hands between them, and said, I shouldn't have kept anything from you. Don't worry, this is the last time. Feeling the warmth in his hands, a strange blush flashed across Sui Feng's cheeks. But she didn't continue to be attached, but urged Moyu to leave here again. If you wait until Yamamoto Yuan Agisai makes a move, I'm afraid it will be too late. Okay, you can go and catch up with your old friends. Moyu wrapped his arms around his waist and threw Sui Feng behind him. Here, it's enough to leave it to me. Before Sui Feng could react, a black figure rushed out from the forest and grabbed Sui Feng. Take it straight out of Skyaku Hill. Moyu was aware of her Reiatsu long before the execution began. Shihour in your Yuaki. Let go, let me go. 0. Sui Feng struggled, and looked at Moyu unwillingly. I want to stay at Skyaku Hill. At this moment, Shihour in your Yuaki pulled off his face cloth, showing a narrow smile. Little Sui Feng, I can't let you leave the fort at will. It's no small matter to steal a man from me. Sui Feng's pupils shrank suddenly, subconsciously said. Your Yuaki. Here, after the execution was blocked just now, the atmosphere on Skyaku Hill has dropped below freezing point. Jaishur Yukatake quietly retracted the artifact he had taken out. He was going to forcibly prevent the execution. But what he didn't expect was that Moyu made a move before him. For this, he looked at Moyu with a look of gratitude. Rescuing his subordinates, this kindness will always be engraved in his heart. Kurako Shunsui took a few steps back, walked up to Jaishur Yukatake, and whispered. Jushiro, pay attention to protecting others around you for a while. This time, the matter is completely big. As soon as the voice fell, before Jaishur Yukatake responded, he heard a dull sound. Boom! Yamamoto Yuanlianaga's expression was already somber to the point of ultimate. Chur Sasakaibe, standing beside him, seemed to see a terrifying volcano about to erupt. With a cane in his hand, he hit the ground heavily, attracting everyone's attention. When Yamamoto Genryanagi opened his eyes, a substantial oppression enveloped the entire Skyaku Hill. The coercive power of the strongest Shinigami in the millennium. Facing the oppression, Moyu's expression did not change at all, and he looked at Yamamoto Yuanlianaga calmly, and said calmly. Captain Moyu. In Yamamoto Genryanaga's old voice, there was a trace of suppressed anger. Why did you act like this? The high hopes that had been placed on Moyu turned into ashes at this moment and dissipated. He originally wanted to train him to be the successor of the captain. But now it seems that I was wrong again, small. Chapter 142. Back then, he had also had great expectations for another member of the Kukaki family. However, at this time, that person has been reclassified as a spirit son and dissipated in the Soul Society. Now, the direct descendants of the Kukaki family, who once again placed high hopes, have once again made a move of betrayal. And it's more serious than before. You know, sabotage is a capital offense in the Soul Society. Unforgivable. Seeing this, Jaishur Yukatake defended him by saying, Mr. Moyu, Moyu is just. However, before he could finish his words, Yamamoto Uenlianagi interrupted sharply. Shut up, Jushiro. The matter between you and Jingle, the butcher will deal with it later. It's Kukaki Moyu's answer time. After speaking, he looked at Moyu with stern eyes, his expression unexpectedly serious. Kukaki Moyu, please tell me a reason to believe. W. Otherwise, the old man will personally take down you. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere on Skyaku Hill instantly became extremely severe. And at this moment, a figure stepped out from among the captains and stood beside Moyu. Seeing this, everyone was startled. You, Captain Anohana. How could 360 be possible, Captain Her? Seeing this, Yamamoto Uenlianaga's expression also changed slightly, and his old voice became deeper and deeper. Captain Anohana, do you also want to stand on the side of the sinner? I'm sorry, Chief Commander. Anohana Retsu lowered her eyes, but there was a hint of determination in her gentle voice. I've been by Moyu's side from the beginning to the end. With regard to all his actions, he firmly believed so, and never had any doubts. The scene in front of him made Kotetsu Eizen feel a little lost. Although it was a long time ago, I saw the captain and Moyu often going in and out of the kendo practice room. However, the speed of this development is too outrageous, right? In just a few years, he was kidnapped by our team leader. Kotetsu Eizen looked at Moyu with an incomprehensible gaze, trying to figure out how attractive he was. After these words, Yamamoto Motoyanagi, who was in a state of rage, was a little dazed. Why, even his former teammates stood on the opposite side of him. What kind of power does Kukaki Moyu have who has convinced so many people? At this moment, several figures appeared above the hill of Skyaku. I can feel the strength of this guy Moyu from afar. The bright bald head is particularly conspicuous on the rack. Madarame Ikeku grinned. I didn't expect him to directly destroy the execution. As expected of someone recognized by my uncle. After Setsuna's voice fell, another blue Reiatsu turned into a crescent and bombarded the disc rack. Before Abarai Renji could figure out the situation, he felt that someone had picked up the collar of his stamina jacket. It's like a cub being held in its mouth. Brother Renji, I'm here to save you. Ichigo held his collar and smiled confidently, it's done. After the words fell, Abarai Renji had an ominous premonition in his heart. The next moment, his whole body was like a cannonball, heading straight to the ground below. Abarai Renji's eyes widened, and he looked at the responders in disbelief, deeply suspecting that he might fall to his death on the Skyaku Hill. There is no him, just because the person in charge of supporting him is the vice-captain of the 11th team. Akuzajishi Yachiro, who is not as tall as his arms. Boom! The scabbard struck, hitting Abarai Renji's chest. The sudden severe pain and suffocation almost made him pass out directly. I saw Kuzajishi Yachiro holding the scabbard, laying it horizontally on Abarai Renji's abdomen, directly resisting his shoulder. Goodbye, everyone. Silver bell-like laughter echoed on the hill of Skyaku. Its short figure has already disappeared here. The happening of the present scene is just a few breaths of time. The 3 members of the 11th team escaped from prison again. Allied with Ichigo, this time directly on the hill of Skyaku, he took Abarai Renji away. And this is undoubtedly adding fuel to the anger rising in Yamamoto Motoyanagisai's heart. His eyes lowered slightly, but the anger in his heart became much stronger. The old man understands. Since you all have betrayed the Soul Society, then it's up to the old man to clean up the door. As soon as the words fell, a scorching flame rose from the crutch in his hand, incinerating the outer wood. Since you are the leader. Yamamoto Motoyanagi looked at Moyu, with flames burning in his eyes. Then it's up to you to start. The old man will do his best to recover from his past mistakes. It was seen that he took off his upper body death costume, revealing Madara's body full of scars. The aura of arrogance rushed over. The terrifying oppression from the captain of Godi I-13 completely enveloped Moyu. Everything is reduced to ashes. Region Jaka. The scalding hot air blows towards our faces. After Shikai's Setsuna, the whole of Skyaku was suddenly covered by a heat wave. Not only Moyu, others are also affected by this. The terrifying Reiatsu exploded on the hill of Skyaku, turned into endless beams of light, and shot straight into the sky. At this moment, the entire Seirai can feel this hot Reiatsu. They stopped what they were doing one after another, and looked in the direction of Skyaku Hill. Their eyes were shocked. This is Reiatsu of the captain. What the hell happened on Skyaku Hill? Something has happened. Regarding the upcoming battle, the soldiers' hearts were covered with a haze. If Yamamoto Genryonagi is really popular, it may be difficult for Soul Society to survive. The catastrophe of annihilation. Captain Yamamoto. Moyu obviously expected this situation. After Shikai, Yamamoto Genryonagi is enough to be at the pinnacle of the current Soul Society. I thought you were different from room 40-6. But what I didn't expect was that the difference was not that big. He slowly pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist, and said seriously. Rage is not the best way to solve the problem, from beginning to end. You never asked me why I did this. What is the difference between such an act and the decayed 46 rooms? Moyu's words shocked the onlookers again. First he commented on old man Shan's behavior, and then directly despised the so-called 46 rooms. Kurako Shunsui was amazed. I have to say, Captain Moyu is really a role model for my generation. Jaisure Yukatake on the side was not as relaxed as he was. Looking at the upcoming battle with a solemn expression, he is already ready to intervene. After Moyu's words, Yamamoto was a little silent. A long time. He said slowly. Rotten or not, the old man doesn't care. However, the regulations of the Soul Society must be maintained. While speaking, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai held Region Jaka across his head. Instantly, the sky scorched and the clouds cleared. The strongest and oldest Zanpakuto of the hot-type Region Jaka. He showed his ferocious fangs in front of Moyu. Facing the impact of the heat wave, Moyu's expression did not change a bit. With his current body strength, it is enough to ignore the current temperature. Of course, there is still some reluctance to resist slashing or something. Next moment, Reiatsu, as strong as ultimate, is coming towards its oppression. On Moyu's body, Black Reiatsu surged up to meet him head-on. The first confrontation, officially launched. The collision of the two strands of Reiatsu creates a brief vacuum around them. Time seemed to slow down because of this, and the impact visible to the naked eye spread across Setsuna towards Skyaku Hill. The vice-captains left here one after another. The current strength of Reiatsu is beyond their reach. Excellent Reiatsu! Yamamoto Genryonagi sighed in admiration, as expected of Shinigami who became the captain the fastest. Pity! Let this old man come and experience the true strength of this Reiatsu. In this regard, you did not have evidence. After all, the other party is the strongest Shinigami in the millennium. If you apologize, I am afraid that you will not know how to die. Crazy Lan! The horizontal slashing sword pierced the sky and broke the space. 5.1 Wherever you go, everything is wind. Yamamoto Genryanagi opened his eyes angrily, and suddenly raised the Rijinjaka in his hand. The terrifying high temperature scorched the surrounding wind. Moyu's strength somewhat exceeded his expectations. When the dull collision sound, like Hongzhong de Lu, suddenly vibrated. With the two of them at the center, the ground cracked one after another, countless rubble flew up, and Setsuna disappeared in the flames and strong wind. Young people are terrifying. Yamamoto Yuanlianaga said in a deep voice, it's a pity that it didn't. The muscles on his arms bulged, and the majestic power was transmitted, trying to suppress Moyu's sword move. But at this moment, the invisible net of Reiatsu envelopes the entire Seiridai and covers the sky above the hill of Skyaku. The sky was quite empty. Godei 13 Captain and Vice Captain, here is Matsumoto Rangiku, Vice Captain of the 10th Squad. There was a hint of disbelief and tremor in his voice. The situation is urgent. The things I said next are all true. Matsumoto Rangiku suppressed the tremor in his voice and calmed down. All 46 rooms were killed. The murderer is Eizen. Chapter 143. The Reiatsu net dispersed, and the hill of Skyaku fell into a dead silence. Almost everyone's expressions froze. No one expected that Eizen, who was already dead, would suddenly become the murderer of the 46 rooms. In the end, what happened? When he heard the news, the temperature around Yamamoto Yuanlianaga dropped a lot in an instant. Even the flames above Rijinjaka gradually dissipated. Captain! Do we still need to keep fighting? The corners of Moyu's mouth slightly raised, looking very calm. Everything that happened right now was within his expectations. It has nothing to do with resourcefulness or anything. As long as the ultimate purpose of Eizen is clear, everything will become simple and clear. 46 deaths will be discovered sooner or later. And this is just what Moyu ordered Matsumoto Rangiku to go. Just need to stagger a little bit on the timeline and there won't be any danger. After defeating Tosen Caname, Hirako Shinji went straight to the underground chamber. And this will inevitably lead to serious injuries or even death of this guy. Moyu doesn't care about it, as long as Matsumoto Rangiku is fine. You seem to know a lot of things. Yamamoto Genryanagi put away Reiatsu, and the flame also hid in Rijinjaka. What exactly is Eizen planning? Moyu sighed, until now, 23, you still can't fully trust me. This matter is not led by me, and there are many involved in it. Also, the immediate priority is not to interrogate me. Finding where Eizen is the key. Yamamoto Genryanagi closed his eyes slightly, as if he was in deep thought. Immediately, he looked to the side of Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake, and ordered. Search for the location of Eizen. Besides, there are other captains who have not reached Skyaku Hill. The old man needs an explanation. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes, bowed their heads solemnly, and said in unison. Yes. Before that, on the street west of Seiridai, several figures ran wildly here. In the front, a bald head is dazzling, and under the sunlight, it reflects an extremely eye-catching light. Idiot! Madare Mikeku yelled angrily without looking back, you have completely forgotten what I taught you in the past. Abarai Renji reluctantly followed behind him, quite puzzled by what he said. It seemed that he had sensed his doubts. Madare Mikeku turned his head and thumped, hitting him on the head. No matter what, don't give up hope of life. Only by being alive, is everything possible. If it wasn't for my uncle and your friends, your soul would be evaporated directly. Hearing this, Abarai Renji fell silent. He is sincerely grateful for the actions of Madare Mikeku and Ichigo and others. But at the same time, worry about their future. The prison robbery before, plus the current robbery field. It has to be said that the members of the 11th team have always done things without considering the consequences. Reckless, this word has been deeply engraved in their blood. Ichigo. Abarai Renji covered his head, looked to his side, and asked. Is that Urahara Kisuk you mentioned really reliable? Ichigo scratched his head and said thoughtfully. I came to rescue you this time, and it was only with his help that I reached the vicinity of the Repentance Palace. However, I met the previous Kukaki Moyu, Hawkswan was not killed by him. Cold sweat rolled down Abarai Renji's forehead. Why do you have such a relaxed expression when you say such a dangerous thing? You were only one step away from death. Although I don't understand why he did this, the ending is always good. Ichigo smiled and said, as long as we escape to West Rukanga, we can return to the present world through the world transmitting gate. It will be completely safe then. Pat. The sound of landing footsteps appeared in front of the street where everyone was advancing. Blue, Captain Eizen. Abarai Renji looked at his former boss warily. The group is still unaware of the big news in Siritii. After all, 4 of the 5 people have been imprisoned all the time, and one of them is still locked in the Palace of Confession. To put it simply, this is the escape trip of a group of criminals. Renji. Eizen's gentle smile is very contagious, just like the warm sunshine in spring, warming everyone's hearts. Siritii has issued a hunting order, and all captains have been dispatched. But I know a quicker route to Rukanga. Please come with me. Abarai Renji widened his eyes, looked at Eizen in disbelief, and murmured. Could it be that Captain Eizen you? Eizen stretched out his right hand as an invitation, saying. Come on, Renji. I'll take you out of Siritii. Facing the invitation, Abarai Renji decisively chose to decline after a brief hesitation. He saw that he justly said. Sorry, Captain Eizen. Thank you very much for your kindness, but I am already a sinner now. In this regard, I can no longer drag other people down. However, the voice fell, and another voice appeared behind it. It's really touching. Everyone's eyes turned, and Ichimaru Jin, with narrowed smiling eyes, quietly appeared behind Abarai Renji. Captain Ichimaru Jin. Madara Mikako realized that the atmosphere was wrong, and subconsciously pushed Zanpakuto's sword. It seems that Captain Eizen's offer was rejected. Ichimaru Jin joked, it's a surprise. Eizen pushed the mirror frame and said calmly. That's the way people are, isn't it? Renji is not a subordinate to control. Obviously, these words mean something. If Renji is the kind of obedient talent, Eizen will not push him to the 11th team. Sorry everyone. Ichimaru Jin raised his arms high, and the white cloth spun out from his hands, wrapping him and Abarai Renji in it. It happened so suddenly that others didn't even have time to react. The next moment, the white cloth faded away, and the figures of the 2 people had already disappeared in it. Seeing this scene, Ayasukawa Yumishika's pupils shrank suddenly, and he murmured in a low voice. Thousand Anti-White Snake. As one of the few Kid Grandmaster players in the 11th team, he is naturally aware of the role of Thousand Anti-White Snake. The advanced technique Thousand Anti-White Snake can transfer the user to the coordinates of the technique set in advance. Thank you for your assistance. Ahead, Eizen smiled and said, wait for the sky to pull. You will be honored to be part of the... While speaking, his figure gradually dissipated like a bubble in the sun. Madara Mikako launched a slash immediately, but returned without success. Eizen had already left here when Ichimaru Jin appeared. On Skyaku Hill. After Yamamoto Jinyanaga gave the order, Kurako Shunsui looked behind him and said in a deep voice. Xiao Kigzu, I'm sorry to trouble you. Nanao Ise came back to her senses from the shock, and solemnly said. I understand. I saw his crouching figure, pressing his hands on the ground, and chanting in a low voice. Heart to the south, pupils to the north, fingertips to the west, and toes to the east. Gather with the wind and drive the rain away. Bakut S58 slap toe and chase a sparrow. After the voice fell, a black circular pattern suddenly appeared under his palm. Slap-toe chasing sparrow can accurately sense the location of a person's Reiatsu through spells. After a while, Nanao Ise said solemnly. Found Eizen location. That is. Her pupils shrank suddenly, and she murmured subconsciously in shock. The atrium of the first team building. The voice fell, and there was only silence on the hill of Skyaku. The team building of the first team is located on the edge of the inner court, like a hanging temple on the side of a high mountain. There is not much difference in content from other teams. Its only advantage, however, is the ability to look down on the entire Seireii when in it. Likewise, Seireii was able to see where the first team's team building was located. The importance of the first team to Seireii can be imagined. The air gradually solidified. Moyu looked at Yamamoto, who was still focusing on himself, and said calmly. Captain, earlier you wanted to know the reason why I destroyed Skyaku. Now, I can tell you. Yamamoto Motoyanagi opened his slightly closed eyes, and an old voice sounded. Please tell me. Moyu looked calm, and said slowly. You once told me that the sky in Seireii seemed to be covered with clouds. Later, I have devoted myself to finding the reason for the appearance of this cloud. At this point, it is finally discovered that Eizen has manipulated the plan to overthrow the entire world. Chapter 144. After Moyu told part of the information, the hill of Skyaku became more and more silent. No one can imagine that Eizen had already started its own layout hundreds of years ago. The Captain Hollow incident that year was the real launch of his plan. As for whether there was still a layout earlier, it is unknown. But when they realized this, the captains and vice-captains around them were obviously short-circuited. They never thought that the gentle and kind Captain Eizen planned so many things. Is the former appearance always a disguise? At this moment, the powerful Reiatsu enveloped the hill of Skyaku. Everyone looked in the direction of Reiatsu's transmission. Yamamoto Genryanagi opened his eyes angrily, as if a flame was burning in them. His aura was horrified. The captain at this moment is undoubtedly the demeanor of the strongest Shinigami in the millennium. This is the end of the matter, it has nothing to do with truth or falsehood. The most important task now is to detain Eizen and stop his next behavior. We must use all our strength to kill this rebellious sinner. As the voice fell, the weak could not help but shudder. The majestic killing intent was released around Yamamoto Genryanagi. The killing spirit of the Millennium Captain is absolutely extraordinary. Just touching its edge is to give people a kind of fear of being under the glacier. Many vice-captains subconsciously moved away from where Yamamoto Motoyanagi was. Moyu, since you just mentioned Eizen's Zanpakuto ability. Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai looked at Moyu and said in a deep voice, so there should be a way to crack it, right? Hearing this, Moyu nodded and said calmly. Temporary immunity should be possible. Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai didn't care how Moyu did it, he looked sideways to the other side and gave the order. Now, all captains go to Team 1. The voice fell. Several figures disappeared on the hill of Skyaku. The speed of captain-level Shunpo has already surpassed the comprehension of some vice-captains. Looking in the direction of the first team, everyone's eyes were full of worry. I hope everything is okay. A team house. Abarai Renji looked at the two people in front of him blankly. To be honest, he hasn't figured out the situation until now. So what happened? Since when did I become the focus of Seireii? Why are these two captains so obsessed with taking themselves away? Could it be that there is something different about them? Or is there some grievance that I don't understand? Captain Ichimaru, Captain Eizen. He asked cautiously, by the way, is there any enmity between us? Eizen raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly. Not at all. It's just that something is put in your... Abarai Renji breathed a sigh of relief. Since there is no hatred, there will be no danger. In his impression, Captain Eizen is quite a nice person. As soon as this thought arose, his eyes froze in place. I don't know when. In his line of sight, an arm pierced through his chest. The palm is full of tiny lines, like the bark of dead wood. Blue, Captain Eizen. Abarai Renji finally realized the seriousness of the situation at this moment. He wanted to mobilize Reiatsu to resist, but he didn't have any strength in his whole body. It was as if Reiatsu was completely absorbed by the palm that penetrated the chest. Although the execution did not proceed normally, Eizen seemed to ignore his gaze, and said slowly, "But I still prepared the second method. This is the soul foreign body extraction technology, invented by Urahara Kisuke." While speaking, his palm protruded from Abarai Renji's chest cavity. A gemstone emitting blue-black light was pulled out of it. "It's amazing." Eizen looked at the Hugyaku in his hand, and threw Abarai Renji on the ground casually. It turned out to be such a small thing. He put away Hugyaku and looked at Abarai Renji with some surprise. "Oh! Is the soul intact? What a superb technique! Unfortunately, you are useless." Eizen looked at Ichimaru-jin at the side, and ordered, "Silver, kill him. Spread." Ichimaru-jin narrowed his eyes and smiled like a fox, an order that cannot be refused. He drew the Zanpakutō from his waist, and the cold light flickered. Facing the imminent slash, Abarai Renji desperately wanted to resist, but Reiatsu couldn't mobilize it. When the sound of intertwining metal and iron resounded in the team building. The old man will never allow the killing to happen before his eyes. Genshiro Okuba appeared in the courtyard with a full head of hair, and Zanpakutō blocked Ichimaru-jin's slash. Seeing this, Ichimaru-jin exerted a slight force on his arms, and his body sank. "I didn't expect the 3 seats of Kongai to stay here. It's kind of ignoring you." Buzz. At this moment, several powerful Reiatsu descended on the team building of the first team. "Eizen, you have no escape." Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake took the lead, and Li Hao stood on either side of Eizen, with 4 Zanpakutō blocking all his evasion routes. However, facing the possible threat to his life, Eizen's expression did not change at all. The only 2 pairs in the Soul Society, Zanpakutō, were not taken seriously by it. On the contrary, he turned his gaze to the captains who came from the other side. "It's finally here, Mr. Moyu." His gaze, like that of a winner, fell on him. This inexplicable superiority made Moyu a little puzzled. "Could it be that you have made sure that you really have the final victory in your hands? Have I been waiting for you for a long time?" Eizen's next words made the atmosphere change suddenly. "Presumably, the corrupted world of the Soul Society, you also feel a little disgusted, right? So interested in joining us?" Chapter 145. Eizen's words made the courtyard fall into silence for an instant. Everyone was shocked, and they lingered between Eizen and Moyu with unbelievable gazes. Although it is not clear how strong Yu is, but from the previous blow he and Yamamoto Uenlianaga had fought head-on, he already had a rough judgment. Even among the many captains, he is definitely one of the best. Right now, Eizen even directly issued an invitation to him, which is really a bit shocking. Even Moyu was a little surprised by this. But soon, he responded with a smile. "Thank you for your kindness. Compared to the environment of Hueco Mundo, I like the atmosphere of Siritii more." Hearing this, a similar smile appeared on Eizen's face. "Sure enough, you know a lot of things. I thought I paid enough attention to you, but now it seems that I still underestimate you. Unfortunately, although the remedy was carried out in time, it still allowed you to successfully escape from the chess game." Eizen shook his head, laughed and said, "When I realized your completely different Reiatsu and soul, I realized the seriousness of the situation. But at the same time, it also made me more interested in you." 17. Speaking of this, his eyes lowered slightly, and the lenses reflected light under the sunlight, covering the changes in his eyes. Moyu's heart shuddered, and his eyes became a little serious. So, have I been under your attention? Moyu had already sensed something was wrong when the whiteness came to the world, and then Kurosaki Masaki went to Hueco Mundo, which triggered the siege of 3 espadas. Eizen has paid more attention to him than Urahara Kisuke. Perhaps in Eizen's view, his importance is comparable to that of Hagyaku. Eizen's 587 smile became more and more obvious. When did you have such an illusion? Mr. Moyu, you have been under my attention from the beginning to the end. He opened his hands, without the slightest sense of tension being threatened. When you were originally at the Academy of Spirit Art, you avoided Kaika Suijutsu's liberation demonstration many times. Later, he showed his talent and successfully stood out among the current students. Sail Aporo came into the world and nearly died in it. The vain death of first generation validated some of my thoughts. None of the people present interrupted Eizen's words, and they wanted to know what the purpose of this dangerous man was. Why do you place so much importance on Moyu's existence? After the trip to Hueco Mundo, you sort of got what I mean. Eizen raised the corner of his mouth and explained with a light smile, but I missed another thing. That pure-blood Quincy should be very important to you. Seeing a trace of displeasure in Moyu's brow and eyes, when he was about to terminate the conversation. After that, there is a plan about you and Urahara Kisuke. I am like a bystander, waiting for your plan to proceed, waiting for this day to come. Eizen said calmly, actually, Mr. Moyu, you, like me, are troubled by being in a high position. Looking hard in the world, I can't find a single one of my kind. Perhaps, when there are real births of the same kind, they have to stand on the opposite side and face each other with swords. After all, king, there can only be one. Faced with these words, Moyu still maintained a very calm posture and did not express his opinion. Boom! A muffled voice came from Shan, Kutsi, Benayu and Liuzai, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Eizen, the old man asks you, why did you kill the 40-6 room? In the majestic voice, there was a hint of ultimate anger. For Yamamoto, who regarded guarding Seireitei and guarding the Soul Society as his lifelong goal, the demise of the 40th to 6th room is obviously unacceptable. Hearing this, Eizen lowered his eyes slightly, and said slowly. Shouldn't Commander Yamamoto be grateful to me for getting rid of those rotten things? Ridiculous remarks. Under Yamamoto Uenlianaga's anger, Reiatsu was released, and there seemed to be a tendency to do something. The captain's temper is as hot as ever. Eizen didn't take the immediate crisis to heart at all, just like your Zanpakutō. Moyu took a step forward, and Reiatsu stepped forward, cutting off their gaze. Just when everyone thought he was going to express some opinions, his black Reiatsu suddenly turned into a black dragon, opened his bloody mouth, and devoured Eizen. Boom! The impact of Reiatsu, visible to the naked eye, stirred in the courtyard of the team building. Caught off guard, both Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukitake were thrown away. Wow, this Reiatsu, the diaphragm is a bit too much. Kurako Shunsui launched Shunpo and escaped the first wave. Under the collision of Reiatsu, the skies of the first team actually formed two completely different colors. Yet. Ichimaru-jin narrowed his eyes into a line, and the feathers on his body fluttered. What a dreadful duel! Mr. Moyu is as good as Captain Eizen in Reiatsu. At first, he was not noticed. Most people's attention is mainly around Eizen. And when he heard his words, there was already a captain quietly following behind him, ready to subdue him here. Can't beat Eizen, can't you beat Ichimaru-jin? Too bad Moyu and Eizen's Reiatsu collided and it didn't last too long. After Kurako Shunsui and others took precautions, they also released Reiatsu to fight against them. From the point of view of the situation, Eizen seems to be at a disadvantage. Jaishur Yukitake looked serious, and said in a deep voice. Eizen, the day cut is over. Catch it. Hearing this, the corners of Eizen's mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Finished? I don't think so. On the contrary, I feel that the good show has just begun. After the voice fell, everyone looked stunned, and some couldn't understand his words. Under the deterrence of many captains, and even the chief captain, can you still reverse this established defeat? In the eyes of everyone, Yamamoto Motoyanagi has already stood at the pinnacle of the Soul Society, and is still the strongest Shinigami. When doubts arose in their hearts, their expressions changed suddenly. A strange Reiatsu fluctuation occurred in the sky above the first team's team building. Back off! Realizing the urgency of the situation, Kurako Shunsui said loudly. Before the words fell, there were no other captains around Eizen. Eizen looked towards the sky, chuckled and said, "The timing is just right." The voice fell, and suddenly, a huge golden beam descended from the sky. Eizen and Ichimarujin were directly enveloped by the beam. At the same time, the blue and pure sky suddenly shattered. Like a curtain, it was directly torn apart by countless sharp claws. Next moment, the ferocious white bone claws came out from the broken body. Immediately, huge monsters with black bodies and white faces poked their heads out of them, making meaningless roars. That is Minos Grande. The faces of the Shinigami captains changed drastically, and they finally realized where Eizen was behind them. How many Jillians are there? The changes in the sky are noticed by the Shinigami of the entire Seireitei. Unimaginable. The first team building, which symbolizes the center of Godei 13, will be enveloped by Minos Grande one day. His ferocious and cruel appearance was forever engraved in the hearts of the soldiers, planting a seed of fear. Such a powerful and terrifying existence, will we really be its opponents? In the huge black crack, the frightening Minos Grande roared in fear, and the distorted pale mask gave people a sense of confusion. At this time, a huge golden beam of light shattered the ground under the feet of Eizen and Ichimarujin. The boulder broke away from the ground, floated up, and gradually rose into the sky. Kurako Shunsui looked dignified, and said in a deep voice, "After all, they escaped." Although the captains present were aware of this, no one stood up to stop them. The huge golden beam is called negation. The Minos Grande use this to save their companions, the special power they use. Once shrouded by light beams, two isolated worlds that cannot interfere with each other will be formed inside and outside the light wall. Now, no one can stop them from leaving. Eizen lowered his gaze, looking down at the crowd below. After a moment, his eyes fell on Moyu. Facing his scrutinizing eyes, Moyu looked at him calmly. "I have to admit, Mr. Moyu, you are by far the most surprising existence in the entire Soul Society. Different from those mediocre people who are decadent, stick to stereotypes, and have short-sightedness, your special soul is enough to make me stop and move forward. Even the whole world is less boring because of your existence. But at the same time, you have also become the most troublesome existence for me. I look forward to our next meeting." After saying these words, Eizen's eyes took on a somewhat complicated meaning. To hang out with the Minos Grande, it's completely depraved. Yamamoto Uenlianaga narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Eizen, and said in a deep voice, "Eizen, this old man will definitely take a sinner like you into hell." For this once highly valued subordinate, Yamamoto Uenlianaga didn't value it very much. But it turns out that he was wrong again. Everything is just Eizen's disguise. "Captain Yamamoto, are you too proud?" With a calm expression, Eizen said slowly, "From the very beginning. There is no one above the zenith, not even God." As he spoke, he took off his glasses. However, the window period of the throne in the sky is coming to an end. As he spoke, he exerted a slight force on his palm, and the black-rimmed glasses turned into countless debris and dissipated in the air. Eizen stretched out a hand, pushing the falling brown hair behind his head. With indifferent and proud eyes, he looked down at everyone from above. "From now on, I will stand on the zenith. Chapter 146. Facing Eizen's declaration, the crowd still showed shock and bewilderment. Only Moyu's expression did not change at all, and he looked at the golden beam of light in the sky lightly. Eizen turned around slowly, calmly said, "Goodbye, Shinigami. Goodbye, Mr. Moyu. I hope you can bring me enough surprises when we meet next time." As he spoke, he walked towards the dark depths formed by negation. "Sorry, I'm a bit impatient." Moyu pulled out the Zanpakutō from his waist, and calmly said, "It's better to give it this time, for a surprise or something. I hope you will be satisfied." While speaking, countless bluish-white wines lingered on his Zanpakutō, and were infiltrated by black at an extremely fast speed. "Tear apart the sky and sweep Sen low." Words like whispers came out of Moyu's mouth. "Crazy haze and wind, all cut nothingness." "Lan yin." Setsuna's voice fell, and the terrifying Reiatsu, like the sky falling, covered the entire team. Above the high mountains, everything is shrouded in its Reiatsu. The surging black wind winds around the blade. The distance between the world is not the furthest distance. Because the same things exist in the world. Lai Lan. The tearing sound sounded in front of Moyu. Under the eyes of everyone who were too shocked to hide, Moyu dropped the slender blade. Suddenly, a rare look of surprise appeared on Eizen's calm face. The violent wind that should not have appeared swept through the anti-king. In just a breath of time, the black color will soak and engulf the golden light beam. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see Eizen raised his palm and said quickly, 81 of Bakud splitting void. A huge transparent barrier of light curtains unfolded instantly, lying in front of him. The gust of wind swept through, turning into a terrifying existence like a black dragon, tearing apart the surrounding space. The appearance of this scene made Eizen's originally calm face change a little again. Across the world slashing, it can still have such a powerful performance. Some of the strength Moyu showed was beyond his comprehension. This is already a power beyond the conventional dimension. Boom! With the violent impact, Setsuna shattered the splitting void, and countless strands of spirit particles flew in the negation. However, the speed of the black gust of wind has no tendency to slow down in the slightest. Eizen stared slightly, raised his arms, and stood Zanpakutō in front of him. Now he has not yet merged with Hagyaku, and the outrageous thing of carrying a knife with his body is not yet possible. The powerful Reiatsu surged out on Kaika Suijutsu, forming a sky-blue sword pressure, flying straight out of the blade. The collision of the strong wind and the pressure of the sword formed a violent impact in negation. The flying air waves even directly crushed the rocks under the two people's feet, swept into the aftermath, and dissipated into countless tiny molecules. The black retreated, and the figure of Eizen appeared in front of everyone again. The originally pure white feathers were also stained with dust during this confrontation, making them look a bit embarrassed. Seeing this, a trace of pity flashed in Moyu's eyes. The cross-border slashing is still a bit too serious for the wear and tear of strength. Otherwise, this slash would never make Eizen so easy. For the control of the wind, he has reached the point of proficiency. And this type of move can only be successfully displayed after touching the Bankai's realm. In the courtyard, there was silence, and no sound could be heard. Everyone was shocked by Moyu's display of strength, causing endless waves in their hearts. Pity. Moyu said lightly, if you add a little strength, maybe this surprise will be enough to satisfy you. Hearing this, Eizen lowered his eyes, and after a moment of silence, his smile appeared again. This surprise is already surprising enough. Mr. Moyu, I am looking forward to meeting you in the future. At that time, you may become the only one who can talk to me on an equal footing. Such an evaluation made everyone pay more attention to Moyu. He has been engaged in the development till now, and with the strength he has displayed, he has vaguely become the #1 person under the captain. Asking for flowers, 0. In the eyes of some people who are concerned about its existence, Moyu's potential has not lost to Yamamoto Uenlianagi, and even surpassed it. Thank you for the compliment. Moyu looked very calm. Eizen took a deep look at him, then turned around without the slightest thought, and stepped straight into the darkness. Ichimaru-jin hesitated, and after looking around Moyu for a long time, he also walked into the Dark Minister. The Jillians gathered the golden beams and ended the rescue. The cracks in the sky began to close, and the dense spirit particles also rescattered in Siritii. Until, as good as ever. Eizen's plan dealt a heavy blow to Siritii. However, there is not much oppressive atmosphere in the courtyard at this moment. The captains looked at Moyu with complicated eyes. Which side is the captain of the 10th squad who blocked the execution of the execution? For its repeated behavior, they no longer know how to judge. More importantly, Moyu's displayed strength is also somewhat incomprehensible to everyone. Across the world. It is enough to leave a strong mark in the history of Soul Society. A long time. Kurako Shunsui put on the hat again, lowered his gaze, and said slowly. In any case, the matter here should come to an end. If we can, I think we should look into Siritii. The voice fell. The expressions on everyone's faces were a little weirder. Outside the first team's team building, under the high mountain, Byakuya Kuchiki and Zaraki Kenpachi's Reiatsu is still stirring in the streets of Shida. Two-person battles that never stop. Besides, Brother Renji Ichigo carried Zanpakuto on his shoulders, and broke into the team building of the first team with high spirits. We're here to save you. Entering the eyes, the gazes of several captains focused on him. For a moment, Ichigo's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Chapter 147. Undoubtedly, Ichigo and others were subdued on the spot. Fortunately, Yamamoto Uenlianagi has no intention of haggling with them for the time being, otherwise he will surely liberate King Ruii again and give these unruly guys 2 shots. Let them know what is the majesty and inviolability of Siritii. The departure of Eizen and Ichimaru-jin made the Siritii, which had been through war for a long time, calm down temporarily. Yamamoto Motoyanagi considered the original intention of Ichigo and the 11th team, and the fact that they did not kill any team member. He was temporarily sentenced to be imprisoned in the 10th Division's prison. Each team has a fixed number of prisons, which are responsible for detaining team members who make mistakes. Not all those who make mistakes will be sent to the first team or the underground chamber for trial. Most of them are judged by their immediate superiors, that is, the captain of the team. This is why the fan team prison exists. However, in view of the fact that Zaraki Kenpachi himself was a little delirious, Yamamoto decided to hand it over to Moyu. In this terrifying conspiracy, Moyu's strength and strategy are far beyond the level of ordinary captains. His existence is no longer what it was at the beginning. August 20th. On the contrary, there are even those who do good things raise their status to the level of the captain. As for the matter about Eizen and its specific plans, I have to ask another person. Captain of Division 9, Tosen Caname. The quarters of the 4th team. General Rescue. After everything calmed down temporarily, the 4th fan team became the busiest fan team here. The brigade's invasion did not result in the death of the soldiers, but the injuries were inevitable. In addition, the power of Kaika Suijutsu briefly covered the entire Siritii. And this also makes the fighting frequent. Even in the aftermath of the captain's battle, many team members were injured. As for the most seriously injured, it was the existence of the 4 captains. Byakuya Kuchiki and Zaraki Kenpachi who fought from the beginning of the Eizen plan to the end. And, Hirako Shinji, a special team member of the 10th Division, and Tosen Caname. In a spacious ward, several captains and deputy team members surrounded the white hospital bed, looking at Byakuya Kuchiki who was wrapped tightly in bandages on the bed with strange expressions. It's really hard to imagine. Kurako Shunsui showed an image of a bumpkin who had never seen the world before, shaking his head and saying, Captain Byakuya will act like this. The coldness of the past has been completely shattered. Byakuya Kuchiki, who only showed his eyes, stared fiercely at Kurako Shunsui without saying a word. The old man doesn't think so. A dull bell-like sound sounded in Tien's ward. Komamura Seijin, who is also wrapped in bandages, looks much better than Byakuya Kuchiki on the hospital bed. Captain Byakuya sacrificed himself to defend the laws of Seireitei. The old man sincerely admires it. He is the target of our study. With those words, Heiyu on the side almost couldn't count his own smiles. Nobody knows Byakuya Kuchiki better than him. Those who sacrifice or not sacrifice, this guy is unlucky. Goes out to participate in the execution, but unfortunately meets Zaraki Kenpachi, who is disturbed by Kaika Suijutsu. So much so that when his madness exploded, he had to fight with him. Even when Kaika Suijutsu's power fades, he cannot escape from it. The wild beast that has fallen into madness can only stop its behavior if it is completely defeated. After a battle, both sides suffered losses. Byakuya Kuchiki looks miserable, and Zaraki Kenpachi, who fights regardless of the consequences, has a whole body. There is no good meat on the top and bottom. After Bankai, Senbonzakura directly turned into thousands of gigantic Zanpakuto, and after decomposing into petal-like blades, it directly reached hundreds of millions. Its lethality is extremely terrifying for a reckless player like Zaraki Kenpachi. Damn it! On another bed, Zaraki Kenpachi cursed under his breath. Uninteresting battles. It's not boring, he just slashed Byakuya Kuchiki a few times in the whole game. Instead, he was nearly killed by Senbonzakura. The injuries of the two are not at the same level at all. When they realized that the two were not as serious as expected, a group of people quietly walked out of the ward, leaving the patient a quiet environment to rest. The next ward is a bit special. Led by Katetsu Eizen, the group walked through several corridors. Among them, the walking soldiers are becoming more and more rare. Reiatsu fluctuated, but became more and more intense. After a while, a door engraved with countless cumbersome kid mantras appeared in front of the captains. Katetsu Eizen explained in a nervous whisper. This is one of the few taboo wards in the General Ambulance Center. Those kid mantras were arranged by the captain himself. They have a very strong ability to seal Reiatsu and restrain the flow of spirit particles. So when everyone enters it, Reiatsu will become more or less lazy, please understand. Crunch. Katetsu Eizen chanted the kid mantra in a low voice, and the door in front of it also made a teeth-piercing sound before it was pulled towards the sides. Everyone filed in and saw the scene. It is no different from the ordinary ward, the only difference is the dense kid mantras on the floor. On the hospital bed in the center of the room, a man with dark skin and bandages was looking at the door, as if he had been waiting for everyone to arrive. Former captain of the 9th Division, Tosen Caname. When seeing this person, Komamura Seijin was the first to hold back the excitement in his heart, and growled. Tosen, why are you? His tone was full of grief and resentment. Why hang out with sinners like Eizen? Why would you betray the justice you uphold? Could it be that what you said to the old man was just to deceive the old man? Excited, the bandage on Komamura Seijin's neck seeped bloodline again, dyeing his hair, making him look a bit miserable. Komamura Seijin, who has always regarded him as a friend, can't understand Tosen Caname, who insists on justice, will join Eizen's side and stand on the opposite side of Seireitei. Seeing this, Katetsu Eizen stopped in front of him and stopped him. Captain Komamura, please also control your mentality. Here, the 4th team building, please keep quiet. Komamura Seijin took a few deep breaths, and there was a lot of white dew in front of him. He then whispered. Sorry, the old man lost his temper. The room fell into silence, and everyone's eyes were focused on Tosen Caname, as if they were waiting for his answer. A long time. Tosen Caname finally spoke, his hoarse voice was as harsh as gravel grinding on sandpaper. Komamura. I still remember what I said, what my eyes see. It's always just the road with the least sacrifice, and justice is always there. The path I'm on is what is called justice. Until now, he has not regretted his decision. Even though Eizen has abandoned him as a sacrificial child, Tosen Caname is still firmly on his side. Everyone couldn't understand his behavior, except Moyu. The justice it thinks is pure justice. And Siraidi's justice, more hidden countless dirt. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada is a good example. From the very beginning, Tosen Caname has been on the opposite side of Siraidii. He has completely despaired of this dark world, and chooses to follow Eizen to reform the whole world and implement his own justice. It is not good for Moyu to comment on his behavior. But his views on Siraidii are somewhat similar but different. Just like the words of the well-known life mentor Mrs. Gray. The world is neither black nor white, but a delicate gray. There is no absolute justice, there are only differences in positions. Komamura Seigen's pupils shrank suddenly, and he stared at Tosen Caname, unable to understand his words. Tosen. After 4.9, others tried asking another question. But whenever it comes to things related to Eizen, Tosen Caname always chooses to keep his mouth shut. Silence has become his only weapon now. Considering its danger, after he recovers from his injuries, his spiritual power may be abolished, or he may be imprisoned in the infernal hell. Hours later, the captains gave up getting any useful information from him, and walked out of the taboo ward helplessly. However, just when Moyu was about to step out of the room, Tosen Caname, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly broke the silence. Kukaki Moyu. His voice was a little stiff. Moyu also stopped his steps. Thank you. The unexpected but reasonable words made the corners of Yu's mouth slightly raised. You're welcome. After saying that, he stepped out of the room and returned the silence to Tosen Caname. Standing on the edge of the corridor, Moyu looked at the sky of Siraidii, blue and peaceful as always. After a long time, he laughed and shook his head. Justice, what a high-sounding word. Chapter 148. The 10th Division Team Building. 4 people sat around a table. The 4 eyes wandered non-stop on each other's body, and the emotions contained in them seemed extremely complicated. Hey, can't we just look at each other here all the time? Finally someone broke the atmosphere. Suddenly, 3 eyes fell on her. Do you have any opinion? The owner of the golden eyes said calmly. Boom. Matsumoto Ranjaku slapped his hands on the table in front of him, causing his body to shake for a while, making the other 3 feel a little terrified. Not at all. She said righteously, no matter what, the captain is mine. You guys who are coming later, all have to be behind me. Hearing this, Shihoran Yoryuaki raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said disdainfully. This kind of thing if you talk about what comes first. Then I knew Moyu much earlier than you. His Shunpo was taught by me. Facing the provocation, Matsumoto Ranjaku gritted his teeth, quite unwilling. But helplessly, what the woman on the opposite side said was the truth. Nilu just wants to be by Moyu's side. Nilu, who was forcibly left behind, could only whisper her own thoughts. During the previous brigade invasion incident, she has been very guilty of not being able to help Moyu. Regarding this, Niluk didn't have any excessive thoughts. After 23 consecutive statements, their eyes all fell on the last person. Instantly, the blush on Sifeng's cheeks spread all the way down his neck, behind his ears. Me. The decisive commander-in-chief of the criminal army suddenly became indecisive at this time. The 2nd Division still has urgent matters to deal with. She stood up abruptly, ignoring the astonished gazes of others, directly activated her own Shunpo limit, and disappeared into the room. I'll go back and solve it first. His words blow in the wind. Shihoran Yoryuaki looked at his receding figure and shook his head regretfully. If Sifeng stays, maybe I can gain some advantage. Matsumoto Ranjaku breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest and said, "This is fair competition." Subsequently, under Nilu's blank gaze, the two began to argue again. What home flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers, what to strike first, what yours is not as big as mine, and what mine looks more aesthetic. It was full of remarks that she could not understand at all. And this dispute has lasted for a long, long time. Hueco Mundo. In the barren white desert, wind and sand are flying, and white high walls stand in it. The vast and majestic palace occupies the position of the wind and sand very abruptly. In the surrounding area, under the quartz branches and white sand, small and mindless animals searched aimlessly. It seems to be looking for food, and it seems to be looking for more intense spiritual fluctuations. In the palace in the distance, the majestic Reiatsu is scattered, and countless spirits are condensed here. However, in the face of such a temptation, these animals instinctively chose to stay away. There is the Sui Palace. At this moment, in a certain room inside the palace, there are two figures. Ichimaru-jin tapped rhythmically on the console in front of him, on which countless intricate knobs and buttons were located. Its fingers are like a dancing dancer, dancing gracefully in the console. As if, there is its stage. And Eizen, sitting on the uppermost throne, quietly waited for the end of Ichimaru-jin. After a while, Ichimaru-jin pressed the grey button closest to him, and the familiar fox smile reappeared on his face. "Sarah, it's really tiring. Master Eizen, I'm done." He turned his body sideways, looked at the throne respectfully, and nodded. The voice fell. In front of the throne, a light curtain hangs down from the top, revealing a blurred picture of Madara. It was an environment that bred darkness. It seems that some kind of creature exists in it, and there is a surging wind in the breath, surging inside. Good completion. Eizen was expressionless, and said softly, "But it still takes time to brew." Sail Aporo gave his final strength. Ichimaru-jin's smile remained unchanged, and he lightly tapped on another button, echoing, "Maybe it's not the last power. We will be able to meet him again soon. Although there will be some changes." Hearing this, Eizen lowered his eyes slightly, raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled lightly. The root of identity lies in the soul. When the soul melts into the soil like a ground seed. Is the reborn tree really a seed? If so, how about kneading countless seeds together? Silver, the reality is, Sail Aporo has completely left us. Eizen stood up and walked slowly towards the outside of the palace. Mr. Moyu's soul is different from ordinary Shinigami's soul. His existence is like a brand new creature. To deal with him, you must have sufficient preparations. Soul Society. The impact of the rebellion of Eizen and others cannot be eliminated in a short time. It does not include the impact of the death in the 40-6 room. This incident directly led to the collapse of the Soul Society's judicial structure. The more serious matters are all on the head of Yamamoto Uenlianagi. The most urgent task right now is to re-elect 40 new sages and 6 judges from the Soul Society. Of course, this is an extremely difficult project. It involves the interests of the major nobles, as well as the interference of other forces, such as Kid and others. This, inside, requires a lot of selection and competition, and the procedures involved are also extremely complicated. But these things are not within the scope of Moyu's consideration. Right now, he is more curious about the status quo of Ichigo et.al. The quarters of the 4th team. In the north ward of the Comprehensive Emergency Rescue Station. Led by Kotetsu Eizen, Moyu came to the room where Ichigo and others were. During the trip, Kotetsu Eizen changed from his timid attitude in the past, and excitedly chatted with Moyu about some technical issues on Kide. Although he joined the 4th Division team, it was not half as long as Kotetsu Eizen. But in Kotetsu Eizen's view, the master is the master. You know, Moyu's Kide accomplishments are highly respected by even Anohanaretsu. She even bluntly stated that in some areas of Kaide, she is not as good as Moyu. So far, Kotetsu Eizen has directly regarded him as his new idol. Every time I get the chance, I am very excited to ask him various Kaide questions. In this regard, Moyu is also willing to enlighten me. Just some simple questions. Mo, Captain Moyu. Stepping into the door, the voices in the ward disappeared immediately. When Ichigo looked at Moyu, he couldn't help showing a trace of fear. It's not his fault either. After all, after being beaten 3 times in a row, it is really difficult for anyone to feel challenged again. If it is simply beaten, a determined person may continue to persevere. But this is completely unilateral killing. Ichigo can't understand. It's fine if he didn't fight at the first meeting. In terms of strength, there is an insurmountable gap between him and the team leader at level 997. But obviously he has learned Bankai, and even comprehended the powerful skill of Big Crescent Sky Chong. It is still being hung up and hammered, isn't it a bit too much? Why is this guy so strong that he is also the captain? Moyu nodded to show that he didn't have any prejudice against him. There's time now. We can talk about something about you. He walked to the hospital bed, looked at Ichigo who was beaten badly by himself, and said earnestly. Strictly speaking, Ishin and I are friends. If you want to get closer, you can call me Uncle Mo. Ichigo was a little dumbfounded. He has never seen an elder who treats a younger generation like this. Ha ha ha. Ichigo sneered, I still think the title of Captain Moyu is better. The other travelers carefully looked at the 2 people who were talking, not daring to interrupt at all. When they were in the team building of the first team, they all saw the scene when the captain slammed Ichigo in front of them. For this reason, Tien and the others left an indelible shadow in their young minds. There's something about that Urahara guy's special training for you. Moyu asked, can you tell me? Seeing that the topic has returned to the right track, Ichigo also straightened his face, and said seriously. The store manager cut off my chain of karma, prompting me to regain the power of Shinigami in death. Then 2 days of beating-style special training, and then take out the transformation body to practice Bankai. Before departure, the store manager gave some instructions. Moyu frowned slightly, and said in surprise. What did you order? Ichigo swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and replied cautiously. If Mr. Moyu asks, you can just repeat what I said. Chapter 149. This guy. A thoughtful look flashed across Moyu's eyes. Are you still calculating at this time? Judging from the changes in Ichigo, Urahara Kisuke must still be hiding some unknown secrets. But looking at it, it seems that I don't intend to share it with myself. It doesn't matter anymore. Moyu gave up thinking about it. Instead of wasting these brain cells, it's better to figure out the next arrangement. If there is no accident, after Shirai recovers a little bit, Yamamoto Yuan Lianaga should be accused. About my own performance in this Eizen incident. He must have got to the bottom of it. In this regard, you must think of an appropriate rhetoric. At least give Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai a step down. 3 days later, Moyu and Hirako Shinji went to the team building together. Hirako Shinji went to stop Eizen's plan, but unfortunately, under the ability of Kaika Suijutsu, he had no chance to fight back. After a heavy beating, he was directly pierced through the heart. If it wasn't for Matsumoto Ranjaku's arrival later, Kaide was used to renew his life for a short time. It is estimated that it has been placed on the fire stand by now. When a team member dies, there is usually a step of cremation. But so far, Black Jade Flash has never participated. Therefore, he felt a little pity that Hirako Shinji was not surprised. Although this captain's meeting is a ruling meeting, generally only the captain can participate. But in the message of Hell Butterfly, Yamamoto Motoyanagi specifically mentioned that Hirako Shinji would follow him. Obviously there is an idea to let him return to the position of captain of the team. After all, Hirako Shinji has already proved his position in this incident. Moreover, he has also had experience as a captain, and his strength is enough to match this position. So, if nothing else, Hirako Shinji should once again assume the role of captain of the 5th division. As for the 3rd and 9th teams, Moyu also has certain guesses. That guy Hitsuga has successfully learned Bankai. If Yamamoto Motoyanagi has the heart, he will definitely let him be the captain of one of the 2 defensive teams. Thinking of this, Moyu shook his head regretfully. Poor Rangiku, again with most of the team duties. For this, as the captain, he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. As the moonlight falls, there are bandaged soldiers patrolling the streets of Siritai from time to time. After the Eizen mutiny incident, the atmosphere in the court was obviously a lot more tense. From the looks of it, it is estimated that it will last for a long time. Hey, it's really unexpected. W. Hirako Shinji spoke suddenly. Moyu looked slightly startled. Hirako Shinji's signature weird smile appeared on his face. Not so long ago, I was a wanted man of the Siritai. Recognized as a virtual Shinigami. In the blink of an eye, I will continue to serve as the captain of the team. Hirako Shinji put his hands behind his head and said with a relaxed expression. The old life seems to be coming back again. Under the smiling expression, there is a trace of loneliness buried. Moyu understands that even though he said so, the past cannot come back after all. Hollow is irreversible. The damage to the soul caused by Shinigami is also unavoidable. More importantly, some people in Visard may never return to soul society. Once trust is broken, it is like a shattered mirror that can never be restored. This is inevitable. By the way, have you decided which team you want to be the captain of? Moyu said calmly. Hirako Shinji was slightly stunned, then smiled, and said. I really haven't thought about it. But there is a high probability that it will still be the 5th team. Where you fall, you will get up. Actually, I'm curious how Eizen has changed the 5th division during my absence. Hearing this, Moyu suddenly remembered. Right now, the captain of Division 5 is still that stupid Dizzy. Let's hope Hirako Shinji's tenure goes well. While chatting, the 2 of them headed towards the team building. After more than 10 minutes, the weight of the team's guests was just increased. In the captain's chamber. Except for Zaraki Kenpachi who is still lying on the hospital bed, everyone else has arrived. Even Byakuya Kuchiki, who was hacked several times by Zaraki Kenpachi, came here. But the state is not very elegant. Under Captain Hayori, a large number of bandages were wrapped around it, exuding a strong medicinal fragrance. There are even many white bandages on the face. As a result, half of the character settings he had shaped in the past have collapsed. Seeing this, Moyu looked slightly startled, and immediately stepped forward and asked. It's all like this, why don't you just ask for leave? Byakuya Kuchiki glanced at him lightly, and said calmly. The captain may make some inappropriate decisions. He will more or less refer to the opposing suggestions of the 2 captains. Hearing this, Moyu suddenly realized that his elder brother has been concerned about his own safety from the beginning to the end. When he realized that the captain meeting was about Moyu, he immediately came to the captain's meeting room. By the way, is it really okay for you to look like this? Moyu looked at him rather suspiciously. No problem. Byakuya Kuchiki responded very firmly, Captain Anohana has cured me. The kings, however, Anohana Retsu on the side directly ruthlessly demolished the situation. I'm sorry, Hey Yu-jun. Captain Byakuya repeatedly asked to come to the ruling meeting, and even tried to sneak away. In desperation, I had no choice but to let him come here. Moyu's eyes widened and he looked at Byakuya Kuchiki aside, just as he was about to say something. Boom! A dull knocking sound came from the front. Yamamoto Genryanagi opened his slightly closed eyes, and his old and majestic voice spread throughout the meeting hall. Now that everyone is here, let's officially start the meeting. Kojiro must have mentioned the affairs of this meeting to you before. Specifically, it is about the mutiny of Eizen and others, the invasion of Brigade, A&D. Team Juban interrupted the execution against Kukaki Moyu, and caused a certain amount of damage to the King of Ruins. Chapter 150. After Yamamoto Uenlianaga's voice fell, the only sound left in the meeting room was the sound of breathing. Anyone can see the seriousness of his attitude and the importance he attaches to these three things. On the other hand, Moyu didn't care much about it. From the tone of Yamamoto Genryanagi, it can be vaguely heard that he does not have much anger. In other words, regarding the trial of oneself, there is a high probability that it is just a formality. Yamamoto Uenlianaga closed his eyes slightly, and glanced past the captains. Captains, what's your opinion on this? There was a moment of silence. Kurako Shunsui was the first to speak out. I have already inquired clearly in the 4th squad about the brigade invasion. 3 days ago, with the help of Urahara Kisuke, the travelers broke through the special world transmitting gate directly to the vicinity of the Repentance Palace. Then proceed directly to Abarai Renji, who is about to be sent to Skyaku Hill. And in the subsequent battle, defeated the captain of the 7th Division, Komamura Seijin. Speaking of this, Komamura Seijin on the side lowered his head subconsciously. A look of shame appeared on the huge wolf face. In his opinion, Yamamoto Genryanagi entrusted him with such an important task, but he did not complete it. Obviously, he failed the captain's trust in him. Afterwards, Captain Moyu's timely arrival stopped his prison robbery and brought Abarai Renji to the hill of Skyaku. Kurako Shunsui didn't care about the change in Komamura Seijin's expression. My view on this is very simple. The invasion of the brigades did not cause substantial damage to the Siraidii. On the contrary, their appearance has revealed Eizen's conspiracy initially. For Siraidii, the loss of the 3 captains is indeed a bit unbearable, but in the long run. 570 This may not be a better choice. Speaking of this, here, Kurako Shunsui nodded slightly, signaling the end of his remarks. After hearing these remarks, Yamamoto Uenliuzai also had a thoughtful look on his old face. Is that so? He said in a low voice, slowly. The old man understands what you mean. Do the other captains have a different opinion on this? There was silence in the chamber. A long time. Yamamoto Uenliuzai raised his eyes and said, if that's the case, then we can absolve Lu Huo and others of their crimes. As for Chief Abarai Renji, as a victim, he is also acquitted. One problem was solved smoothly. However, what comes next is where the real fun lies. Regarding the mutiny of Eizen and other 3 people, it caused real losses to Siraidii. It even exposed the lax internal supervision of Siraidii and the existence of institutional problems. The incident about Captain Hollow back then was obviously also manipulated by him. The losses of many captains were all on Eizen's head. The vacancy of the 3 captains is not a trivial matter. Yamamoto Uenliuzai described the seriousness of the matter. How to fill the vacancy? Do you have a suitable candidate? Jaishur Yukatake took a step forward, coughed twice before speaking. Ahem, teacher Uenliuzhi. The disciple thinks that Hirako Shinji can be reassigned as the captain of the 5th team. At the same time, Hitsuga Ichigo of the Juban team has also mastered Bankai not long ago, and is also qualified to be the captain. As for the last person, the disciple would like to nominate Sheba Cayen, the vice-captain of the 13th squad. With his words spoken, Moyu understood the real purpose of this meeting. In fact, long before the captain's meeting, these 3 guys had confirmed the post-war arrangements. Right now, it's just a formality. Thinking about it, Yamamoto Genryanagi also knows exactly what kind of virtue his subordinate captains are. Except for a few people, more are still unreliable. Instead of listening to their suggestions, it is better to make arrangements directly. Of course, if there are other suggestions, he will also refer to them. Naturally, Hirako Shinji would not resist Yamamoto Yuan Lianaga's arrangement. The other two people will also be notified smoothly. Thank you, Captain, for your kindness. Hirako Shinji bowed and thanked. I will definitely live up to your wishes. For this Millennium Captain, he still has great respect. It's just that most of the time, Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai can't help himself. Yamamoto Yuan Lianaga nodded slightly, and said in a deep voice. Thank you, Captain Hirako. Everyone can see what Hirako Shinji has done in this incident. If it wasn't for him, Tosen Caname wouldn't be here either. The next thing is the most important thing. Yamamoto turned his attention to Moyu, and he could vaguely see flames dancing in it. Obviously, he was quite annoyed by Bayu's previous behavior. First, Abarai Renji was personally sent to the hill of Skyaku, and then King Yi was chopped down with a single knife. You say this is not a joke? Before that, they did not report the matter about Eizen, which caused serious losses to Siritai. He stared at Moyu, the meaning was already very obvious. I just want to know how your brain circuit grows? In this regard, Moyu is obviously a little guilty. If he doesn't stop Ichigo, it is estimated that Abarai Renji will be taken away directly, and the execution cannot be carried out normally by then. His plan fell through completely. At that time, he will be directly cut off by Eizen, and he will not be able to slash against the king of the hub to improve his strength. After all, no matter how strong Komamura Seijin was, he wouldn't have ended up like this. After a while, Yamamoto Yuan Lianaga said slowly. For your previous behavior, the old man can ignore it. But there is, CDCF, information about Eizen, please Captain Kukaki Moyu to explain. How did you find out, and why didn't you report it? After the words fell, the eyes of the other captains also stayed on you. Complex looks, symbolizing different emotions. In some people's opinion, if Moyu had informed in advance, some losses might have been avoided. Hearing this, Moyu's heart moved, but his expression didn't change at all. He took a step forward and said slowly. Actually, there are intelligence issues, mainly from Urahara Kisuke. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed slightly. As a member of the Kukaki family, I have been friends with the Shihaoran family for generations. Moyu said calmly, the relationship between Shihaoran Yuriuaki and me is very clear to many captains. It's very ingenious that when I was performing a garrison mission in Karakura town in this world, I discovered its traces. Moyu didn't pay attention to the changes in everyone's expressions, but continued to say. Then while searching for its location, we accidentally discovered Urahara Kisuke and Visard ETL. As for why I didn't disclose it, it's entirely because I don't know Eizen's plan. When it comes to lying, he seems to have practiced his expression without changing his face. In order not to startle the snake, I did not disclose it to anyone other than Captain Anohana. Of course, Hirako Shinji, as a former victim, is also a clear part. The above, all my words are true. The voice fell, and the captain's meeting room fell into silence. Everyone fell into deep thought. Looking at the scene in front of him, Daiho was quite satisfied. When lies are mixed with truth, it is most difficult to be distinguished. As for the questioning of Urahara Kisuke, don't worry about it. At that time, with the brain of that guy Urahara, he will naturally help him get back the words. Moyu is very relieved about this. After a while, Yamamoto Yuan Lianaga finished his thinking, and said in a deep voice. The old man understands. As for the specific details, we will make a judgment after meeting Urahara Kisuke. Although this is the case, it is unknown how to distinguish it. And this obviously gave it a suitable step down. So, what do you captains think? Yamamoto Genryanaga left the choice to others. I think Mr. Moyu is innocent. 17. Even in the captain's meeting, Anohana Retsu still maintains a friendly address. With the first-person statement, the rest will be easy to handle. Moyu was found not guilty by all except Komamura Seijin, who left for comment. This matter was overturned. Next, there are some details about the captain appointment ceremony. Since 3 captains take over at the same time, there are many places to pay attention to. So much so that the captain meeting lasted for a long time. After the captain's meeting, everything seemed to be calm again. Ichigo and others were also sent back to the present world after their injuries were recuperated. And under the instruction of Yamamoto Motoyanagi, Ichigo was also given a Shinigami agency certificate. Presented by Moyu himself. Through the gate. Moyu stuffed the Shinigami agency certificate into Ichigo's hand, and explained calmly. Considering that your own strength may play a certain role in the upcoming war, Old Man Shan asked me to give you this thing. Ichigo looked curiously at the Shinigami proxy card in his hand. A board with black skulls and crosses. Moyu looked at him indifferently, and continued. It can remind you that there is a virtual existence nearby, give a warning, and help you transform into a Shinigami state at the fastest speed. Apart from that, it will monitor your whereabouts. Without any scruples at all, he directly revealed the biggest secret about Shinigami's agency certificate. In Moyu's view, the most important thing between people is trust. Chapter 151. Ichigo looked curiously at the Shinigami proxy card in his hand. After hearing Moyu's words, he didn't have much emotional resistance. It is obvious that Ichigo also understands the purpose of this Shinigami proxy certificate. Is it mainly surveillance? Ichigo's voice was somewhat deep. Moyu nodded and explained. I don't need to say much about how much damage the Shinigami of the Bankai can cause to the present world. Actually, I shouldn't have mentioned this matter, but because you are Renji's friend, you won't do such a low-spirited thing. Your whereabouts must be under Siraidi's sight. Ichigo was silent for a moment, raised his eyes and nodded. I understand. He put the Shinigami agency card in his arms, followed the other people, and walked into the gate. Left Soul Society. Moyu looked at the slowly closing door with deep eyes, and said in a voice that only he could hear. Treasure this time well. Soon, the calm will cease. Time flies, and nearly 1 month has passed since Eizen's rebellion. Siraidii regained peace during this time. The nobles simply forgot what happened in the past, and once again lived a leisurely life. And the wandering souls in Rukanga are still running around for their livelihood. Those with a little bit of talent are waiting for the next enrollment of the Spirit Art Academy, and hope that they can live until that time. After all, no one knows, which will come first, the future or the accident. Under the supervision and support of the first team and the 6th team, the new 46th room was also re-established. However, due to Moyu's interference, fully 4 of the 6 judges are from the Kukaki family. The remaining 2 were directly wrapped up by Shihaoran's family. Among the remaining 40 sages, there are many elder members of 2 families. In short, the current 46 rooms are more decadent. Moyu's idea is very simple, since the system cannot be changed for the time being, he might as well directly become the controller of the system. Although he can't directly interfere with the current order of the 40th to 6th room, it is much better than Yamamoto Uenlianaga to make some suggestions. In this regard, Yamamoto Uenliuzai did not have any opinion. On the contrary, he is very supportive of the emergence of this situation. In his opinion, Moyu is a trustworthy existence. Although occasionally do some inconspicuous things. But this does not hinder its position in my heart. Kukaki home. Mr. Moyu. The old man with white beard and hair sat opposite the table, with a fawning smile on his wrinkled face. Look at the matter of setting up the kid enchantment. Moyu drank the sake in the glass and savored the taste. A long time. He replied, go today. 3 layers of kid forbidden technique enchantment, 3 layers of high-level kid enchantment, and 3 layers of inner kid enchantment. At that time, even if Old Man Shan wants to break in by force, it will take a little time. Hearing this, the old man on the opposite side suddenly laughed, his folds squeezed together like a blooming autumn chrysanthemum. Ha, it couldn't be better. Thank you in advance, old man. Moyu waved his hands impatiently, signaling him to leave. The old man was not angry about this, and got up and left Kukaki's house. He is one of the 6 judges in the 46th chamber and is also the elder of the Kukaki house. Perhaps because he has not adapted to his status as a judge, it is inevitable that he will be a little humble when dealing with Moyu. After the Eizen rebellion, Moyu's status in the Kukaki family rose sharply, surpassing Byakuya Kuchiki as the head of the family. But right now, the other party asked him to add a kid enchantment to the underground meeting hall. After all, with the lessons learned from the first 46 rooms, the current guys attach great importance to safety. Considering that the level of the current kid is uneven, they set their sights on Moyu. In their view, the strength Moyu showed was hundreds of times stronger than that of the kid. The two are not in the same dimension at all. 46 rooms. Asking for flowers. Fluctuations from space spread in kid light. Several members of the kid congregation stared wide-eyed, trying to keep every detail in their minds. Kid forbidden technique enchantment, space transfer. They stretched their eyelids to the limit, not wanting to miss anything. For this kind of kid forbidden technique, which no one in the kid has mastered so far, it is so easily implemented in Moyu. For a while, these people directly regarded Moyu as a godlike existence. Moyu's slender fingers danced in the air, like dancing butterflies. A large amount of black Reiatsu gushed out from the fingertips, gradually covering the underground meeting hall in front of him. After a few minutes, the ritual ends. Looking at the enchantment in front of them, the eyes of the members of KID were full of obsession. This is art. The high-level Bakud inverted mountain crystal, splitting void, and 4 beast gates, among which the structure of the spirit has been changed, and they are perfectly integrated. A masterpiece that even Master Tessite Tsukubishi could not complete. After a while, the look in the eyes of these guys has completely turned into fanaticism. By the time they realized it, Moyu had quietly disappeared near the inner court. He has never liked the atmosphere of the underground chamber. The atmosphere returned to calm again. Moyu's life in the Juban team has settled down again. If you don't consider Anohanaretsu who comes here from time to put pressure on the other women, I'm afraid this kind of life has reached a perfect level. Obviously, among the women around Moyu, Anohanaretsu is the most powerful one. Can't help but in terms of character, the same is true for strength. Today, Moyu turned over his official duties in the team and prepared to deal with some accumulated documents. However, at this moment, there were panicked shouts outside the door, and Matsumoto Ranjaku burst into the captain's office. "Captain, something is wrong. There is an urgent message from the first team, and you are asked to jointly issue an urgent message." The Naraki city broke out in the present world, a virtual chaos broke out. Which has Arankar appearing small. Chapter 152. Matsumoto Ranjaku took a few breaths before straightening out his breath. It can be seen that he rushed back from the team building of the first team at almost full speed. According to the test results of the Technology Development Bureau, the 13th Squadron stationed in Naraki City was wiped out, and no one survived. The situation is serious. This situation seems to have endangered the Soul Society and even the Jingling Court. Therefore, the 10th team is obliged to issue the highest level emergency notice to the entire Siridae, and go to the first team's team building to sign a joint statement. Hearing this, Moyu frowned tightly. How could a place like Naraki City suddenly erupt into chaos? It's not a place where the concentration of spiritual particles is particularly strong, and there is nothing worthy of attention. Could it be a new round of illusory chaos erupting? These 507 changes reminded Moyu of the illusory and chaotic scenes in the world before. Arankar, false chaos. Moyu got up immediately, walked outside, and at the same time ordered. Get ready for the present. At the same time, notify the other team captains. The voice fell, and his figure had disappeared at the door of the captain's office. Before Matsumoto Ranjaku's open mouth could close, Moyu's back was gone. After a while, she just came back to her senses and whispered. This guy's strength is getting more and more outrageous. A team house. When he arrived at the captain's office, he found that Kurako Shunsui and Sifeng were already there. Captain Moyu. Moyu, sir. Sifeng tries to change the name he calls Moyu. When Yamamoto Uenlianaga saw him approaching, a majestic look appeared in his slightly closed eyes. You should be clear about the chaos in this world, right? Moyu nodded and said, Ranjaku has already told me briefly. Since that's the case, the old man won't go into details. Yamamoto Uenlianaga's voice became more and more serious. Captain Kukaki Moyu, you are in charge of this matter, and go to the present world immediately. Calm the chaos. In this regard, Moyu did not refuse. I see. Yamamoto Uenlianaga pondered for a moment, and it seemed that another important matter suddenly sounded. Well, remember to restrain your strength. When necessary, restrictions can be imposed. Kurako Shunsui exhorts. Be careful, Moyu. A trace of concern flashed in Sifeng's eyes, and he wanted to follow, but due to his own responsibilities, he couldn't leave Soul Society for the time being. Moyu nodded indifferently, stepped out of the door, and went straight to the crossing gate where Matsumoto Ranjaku was. According to the seriousness of the matter, he should not be the only captain who went to the present world this time. Before the order is issued, he needs to go to the present world to stabilize the situation. At the same time, Moyu is also very curious about the current chaos. With Arrancar present, all problems point to Eizen. Apart from him, there is almost no Minos Grande by himself. Arrancar. More than 99% of Arrancar are its subordinates. But what is his purpose in doing this? In the present world, Naraki City. This is an ordinary city not far from Karakura town, but now it seems like the end of the world. Ordinary Minos Grande is equivalent to a natural disaster for the present world. Let alone Arrancar. 3 bodies with different shapes flew above the sky, releasing their own Reiatsu to their heart's content. Under such oppression, more than 90% of ordinary human beings fainted directly, and many even died on the spot. The souls of human beings in this world. Inferior existence, even an adult's experimental material can't be used. Strange voices came from the mouths of 2 Arrancars who looked like tumblers. Crush! The 2 shouted. However, at this moment, above the sky, the portal of Radao Garden opened directly. The majestic Reiatsu rushes out of it. It's really arrogant. Moyu looked at the scene in front of him with some surprise. Such raging has caused damage to the present world. Have you put your own life and death aside? Matsumoto Ranjaku followed closely behind, and when he saw the scene in front of him, his face was a bit iron. Dead bodies are everywhere. Oh! Arrancar, who looks like a middle-aged man in the middle of the tumbler, sensed Moyu's Reiatsu. Shinigami. Immediately, he excitedly introduced himself. Finally, it's the turn of the gorgeous Duradoni-sama to fight again. Awaken, Shinigami. Arrancar number 103. Master Duradoni, I will completely defeat you. Seeing this person in front of him, Moyu frowned slightly, and recognized the identities of the 3 Arrancars. The former Arrancar Espada was excluded from the list of Espada because of insufficient destructive power. Now Arrancar number 103. Duradoni Alessandro del Socacho, the guy with the super long name. As for the other 2 tumbler-like guys, they are Lumica and Bologna respectively. The work of Say Laporo, who is also its subordinate officer. It was originally a supplementary existence, but looking at the Reiatsu released by it, it seems that a small change has taken place. Matsumoto Ranjaku pulled out the Zanpakutō from his waist and took up a fighting stance, with Reiatsu also surging around it. It seems that as long as Moyu gives an order, she will attack immediately. Scatter, Ranjaku. Moyu looked calm and said indifferently. There is no need to be so nervous at 4.7. The battle can end in just an instant. After the words fell, Duryodhana frowned, with a look of disdain on his face. A mere Shinigami dares to speak wild words. Prepare for your doom. Spin around, Storm Baron. Although his words were full of contempt, as soon as he entered the fighting state, he returned the blade immediately. The majestic Reiatsu was scattered over Naraki city. At the same time, it also made Matsumoto Ranjaku look more serious. Right now Arrancar's Reiatsu has put a lot of pressure on it. However, Moyu's expression didn't change at all. He raised his arm slightly, stretched out his index finger, and said softly. Hadō 63 Fiery Lightning Howl. Chapter 153. The golden thunder that exploded in the sky above Naraki city. The loud voice made Matsumoto Ranjaku cover his ears subconsciously, and stared at the almost crazy scene in front of him with horrified eyes. Although she has estimated Moyu's strength as high as possible. But now it seems that it is still somewhat underestimated. The three Arrancars were directly swallowed by the lightning, and they disappeared into the world without even making a sound. When the thunder light receded, the figure was nowhere to be seen. There is no power to fight back. Matsumoto Ranjaku silently looked at the gradually clearing sky. Is this dead? The three Arrancars, who are comparable to captains, only persisted for a moment. Could the 63 had, who gave up the chant, have such terrifying destructive power? As a Shinigami who uses Kid as one of the main means of combat, Matsumoto Ranjaku is well aware of the power of Kid at all levels. With the strong performance just now, not to mention letting her give up chanting, even if it is double chanting, it is impossible to strengthen her power to ultimate. This is a fundamental gap. It does not exist on one level at all. Ranjaku, you are in charge of the virtual group under 23. There are still a lot of ghosts in the area north of Naraki city. Moyu looked sideways, and said calmly, hurry up, and find out if there are still members of the 13th Division who survived. Hearing this, Matsumoto Ranjaku slightly widened his eyes. Then, what about you, Captain? Could it be that? She, who was already smart, noticed a strange atmosphere in Moyu's words. Moyu looked at the southern sky with deep eyes and said. There are other guests who need to be entertained. After the voice fell, Setsuna had already disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already on the rooftop of a 30-story building. Slap! The sound of steady footsteps fell, and Moyu calmly looked at the person in front of him. To be precise, it should be a mask. I saw him wearing a white-faced black-bottomed high-necked jacket with black edges, a white kimono hakama, and a black wide waistband. There was no emotion in his eyes, and a black figure was reflected. The strong empty breath radiated from his body, which had a certain impact on the surrounding environment. The very distinctive appearance allowed Moyu to distinguish his identity. Arrancar, Ulquiorra, ranked 4th in Espada. Kukaki Moyu. Facing the Shinigami that suddenly appeared in front of him, Ulquiorra maintained a cold expression, not surprised at all. Master Eizen's evaluation of you is very special. Before coming to this world, Lord Eizen told me to take your soul back. Hearing this, Moyu's expression was slightly startled. Are you sure Eizen said it? After getting an affirmative response from the other party, he took a slight breath of cold air. CO author Ulquiorra was sent out to die? Didn't he know his own strength when he was in the first team? With Ulquiorra's level, I'm afraid there is no tie. Let alone beat yourself. If it's true. Moyu looked at the other party with pity, and said, that's really worthy of pity. The voice fell, before Ulquiorra responded. A huge Reiatsu approached with terrifying speed. Boom! The roar resounded on the rooftop, causing a huge gap to crack under his feet. Moyu didn't even have to turn his head to recognize his identity through his manic Reiatsu. Espada 6th, Grimmjow Jaeger Jaquez. Ha, is this one of the strongest beings in Shinigami? Grimmjow let out an arrogant laugh, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and a look of disdain appeared on his rampant face. It's so exciting. Come on, let go and fight. His eyes are full of excitement and fighting spirit, full of desire for the next battle. Next moment, with his fist raised high, he took the lead in attacking Moyu. The strong fist wind blows Moyu's white feathers and makes a hunting sound in the air. However, before his fist touched Moyu in the future, his whole expression changed suddenly, and his fist arm subconsciously retracted to block, and he placed it horizontally in front of him. Boom! Like a cannonball, Grimmjow was instantly sent flying. Scarlet fist marks were deeply engraved on the place where his arms were crossed, and the floor under his feet plowed deep ravines, until his whole body fell from the sky. HR. There was a dull crackling sound in his ears, bringing a look of shock to Grimmjow's face. He couldn't understand it, it was just a simple temptation. His own arms actually broke directly. On the other side, when Ulquiorra saw such a scene, a trace of surprise appeared in Ulquiorra's originally calm eyes. With Shinigami's weakest point, hit Arrancar's fishy place. And use it to gain the absolute upper hand. Is this guy in front of me really a Shinigami? Bang! Grimmjow spun around in the air, barely landing on 2 feet, but also wreaking havoc on the ground. Dust was flying, and deep pits emerged. He swung his arms subconsciously, urging Reiatsu to restore the broken bone. Grimmjow looked solemnly at the top of the floor, his eyes narrowed under the sunlight. Incomprehensible power, unbelievable speed. He thought that even if he could not gain the upper hand in the first trial, he would not lose too badly, but Grimmjow realized that he still ignored Moyu's strength. He didn't even see Yu's movements clearly, and it was Lan Kuang's early warning to probe his nerves. He subconsciously returned to defense with both arms, but was still punched by the opponent from the sky. Is this its true strength? Ignoring the surprised Ulquiorra, Moyu flew down from the roof and came to Grimmjow in an instant. How does it feel? Do you still have the confidence to continue fighting? Faced with his questioning, the anger in Ge Limuqiao's heart was instantly ignited. He looked down on any existence, and at this moment directly ignored the strength Moyu showed just now. Stop looking down on people! Grimmjow roared like an enraged leopard. Grimmjow! Ulquiorra's voice came from the other side, and a hint of vigilance flashed in his indifferent eyes. Don't forget what Master Eizen ordered. Based on our current state alone, we won't be his opponent. Grimmjow stared ferociously at Moyu, but the feeling of rage before was gone. Speaking of this, Ulquiorra looked at Moyu and said coldly. Master Eizen once told us part of your character philosophy. Hearing this, Moyu frowned slightly, a little surprised. Eizen seems to care too much about him. And the original intention of all this, he did not know. Perhaps, like Ichigo in the original book, cultivate a suitable opponent so that he is no longer so lonely. But in Moyu's view, what Eizen thinks of him is not that simple. After a detailed analysis, I have brought the legacy of Sail Aporo into the present. Ulquiorra didn't care about the change in Moyu's expression, and continued. Lumina and Bologna have undergone minor changes during their lifetime. It has become a special spiritual tool specifically for you. Chapter 154. As the voice fell, the concentration of spirit seeds in Naraki City suddenly rose several levels. According to Moyu's perception, the concentration of spirit particles is no less than that of Karakura town. Immediately afterwards, the original blue sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and the light was dim. As if entering black Yuryuaki for an instant. Similarly, Duradinai also made corresponding sacrifices. Ulquiorra's expression didn't change at all, as if everything was under his control. A negation-like substance was added to his body. Enough to take you into another world. Boom! The soaring beam of light fell from the dark clouds, covering the entire range of 100 miles. At the moment when the beam of light formed, Moyu frowned, finally realizing the change. Reiatsu. Ulquiorra responded indifferently. That's right. In your first fight with Sailaporo, he took a little of your Reiatsu. Aiming at this guy immersed himself in related experiments and obtained extremely important research achievements. His subordinate officer is one of them. Hearing this, Moyu finally became interested. Then a little bit of Reiatsu can be researched, something to target. It's truly a mad scientist second only to Urahara and Kuratsuka Mayuri. Ulquiorra continued, the moment Lumina and Bologna are killed, they will release a special drug specifically for you. The dark clouds in the sky are created by this drug. Presumably, you have already noticed it. Moyu's heart moved, and under his reminder, he found some abnormalities in his own Reiatsu. With extremely slight suppression, the activity range is reduced, resulting in inertia. It's a pity that this kind of suppression didn't last for too long, but it completely dissipated. Moyu's Reiatsu has already adapted to its effect, and has generated a special counter-force. Ulquiorra was completely unaware of this. He looked at the beam of light falling in the sky, and explained. When the light falls, the void covered by it will be substantially enhanced. Like Grimjo, he's more than tripled everything. The balance of victory has tilted towards us. After the words fell, Grimjo on the side couldn't hold back the fighting spirit in his heart, and directly pulled out his Zanpakutō. Come and fight! Boom! The powerful impact caused the ground to collapse directly. A blue light flashed in front of him. The next moment, Grimjo appeared above Moyu. A sharp cold light shone on its Zanpakutō, covered with thick Reiatsu, and fell towards Moyu. Before the blade arrives, oppression goes ahead. Even though there are still a few meters away from the attack, Heiya can still feel the sharpness. It was like standing in a cold gust of wind and being hit by a knife-like wind. More than 3 times the increase in strength. Moyu looked indifferent, and said, it's really an earth-shaking change. There was no surprise in his tone. At this moment, Moyu gently pushed the saber at his waist with the thumb of his left hand, and wiped cold from the sheath of the saber to burst out. The arrogant wind has occupied this area at this moment. Grimjo's pupils dilated, sensing the movement of Reiatsu around Moyu. However, at this moment, there is no chance to stop. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes, and his forward momentum became more ferocious. The leopard's teeth are flashing wildly. The blue wild light shone on its Zanpakutō, and a phantom like a cheetah lingered on it, opening its bloody mouth and letting out a deafening roar. Boom! As the rays of light collided with Setsuna, only the sound of tearing eardrums remained within 100 miles. The strong wind of the collision swept away at this moment. The dust all over the sky obscured Ulquiorra's vision, making it impossible to observe the inner scene. Just as he was about to enter the arena, a figure flew out of it. Grimjo was knocked out again. Without even the slightest pause, it crashed into a tall building in the distance. Rumble. The aftermath of the powerful force continued unabated, carrying Li Mujo through dozens of buildings in succession. Dust filled the sky, covering the area covered by the beam of light. Visibility was reduced to a minimum under the dark clouds. Puff! The moment Grimjo stood up, a mouthful of blood spewed out directly, staining his chest cavity red and seeping into the empty hole. At this moment, when he looked at Moyu, there was already a trace of fear that he didn't even notice. Power that is not on the same level at all. As one of the few existences in Espada who is eager to fight, Gumuki hopes to meet a strong opponent, but he never wants to meet an opponent like Moyu who has no hope of victory. Facing such a scene, Ulquiorra's calm expression was no longer calm. Under the ebb and flow of each other, they can still display such a strong power. It's worthy of Master Eizen's attention to you. Ring to turn. Setsuna, whose figure fell after the voice had already disappeared in place. The emerald green Reiatsu covered its Zanpakutō, and the sharp slash fell in the direction of Moyu without warning. The good kings, unlike Grimmjow, Ulquiorra has no fighting spirit at all. Before the battle, he would not foolishly remind his opponent. Everything it does is to win the battle and kill the enemy. He has only one purpose, and that is to complete the tasks assigned to him by Eizen. When, under the interlacing of gold and iron, Ulquiorra felt the powerful force coming from the blade, and his expression became a bit dignified. He stepped back, staggering Moyu's hair. Immediately, a huge crack was torn open on the ground on the left side. Looks like Sail Aporo has failed again. Ulquiorra whispered, "Your strength is not suppressed." Heard the words. The corners of Moyu's mouth raised slightly, and he said with a smile, "When did you have the illusion that I was suppressed?" Chapter 155. From the very beginning, it was impossible for Sail Aporo to succeed. When Moyu's Reiatsu breaks through to ultimate Reiatsu, it is no longer bound by conventional means. In the final analysis, Sail Aporo's eyes still stayed in the void, Shinigami, and did not look towards a farther and wider place. Special drugs and whatnot is already the rest of Kuratsuka Mayuri's play. Ulquiorra recovered from the shock and resumed his indifferent posture. Although there was a slight deviation in the plan. But the increase in the enchantment of the void is indeed not wrong. You can't escape the fate of death after all. Bang 1. Grimmjow rushed out of the ruins of the building, roaring like a wild animal. "Don't be too arrogant, Shinigami. That's it, I'll kill you." Its violent Reiatsu turned into materialized claws, wreaking havoc around it. Blue light, tearing the air, tearing Reiatsu. Moyu frowned slightly, and Grimmjow, who was furious, seemed to have increased a lot of strength again. However, in terms of fighting skills, it has dropped a little compared to before. The tyrannical figure rushed to Moyu in an instant. Zanpakutō used it like a heavy hammer, and slammed it down on Moyu's head. Carrying a strong wind, its white feathers make a hunting sound. I saw that Moyu's figure was slightly low, and he missed the blade with a very small gap, and strong Reiatsu gathered on his arm, and stepped forward. White hits skill Tiger Eater. There seems to be a phantom of a tiger roaring on its fist. While deterring, a powerful impact exploded, hitting Grimmjow's abdomen. "Come to 610 quickly, and go quickly." He turned into an afterimage again and disappeared in front of Moyu. See this scene. Ulquiorra's gaze darkened completely. The terrifying difference in strength between Grimmjow and Moyu is fully seen by him. Espada 6th is so embarrassed, he will not be too strong as Espada 4th. Killing Moyu seems to be a fantasy. Roar. There was a sound like the roar of a leopard, and there was a sound in the direction where Tien Grimmjow was flying. Next moment, Crimson Reiatsu frantically gather in the distance. After going through Ultimates Yasuo and Cohesion, the power contained in it has reached an extremely strong point. 0. Ulquiorra started spinning, away from where Jade was. In this case, he didn't want to be accidentally injured. In order to cope with the possible battles that may occur next, you must ensure that you are in the strongest state. On the other hand, Moyu still stood where he was, unmoved at all. When the so-called special drugs can't suppress it at all, no matter how much it can strengthen Ulquiorra and Grimmjow, it will be useless. Unless they can break through their own limits like Eizen. Otherwise, no matter how much the quantity is, it will not be able to cause qualitative changes. Boom! A crimson beam of Zero shot out from Grimmjow's palm, destroying all the buildings in front of him. Like hot knife butter, there is no hindrance at all. The air was filled with a burning smell, and even the space was distorted because of it. The powerful Zero beam of light is 10 meters wide in diameter alone, enough to swallow Moyu directly in it. The majestic Reiatsu bloomed at this moment, destroying everything around. Bakut S81 splitting void. Facing such a strong attack, Moyu just stretched out his palm and said softly. When Setsuna's voice fell, a transparent defensive barrier across the sky and earth suddenly formed in front of him. The huge zero beam of light hit it without hindrance, dyeing it deep red in an instant. The seemingly evenly matched confrontation caused Grimjo's expression to change slightly. How come? As a zero user, he is very aware of the powerful defense of the kid barrier that runs through the sky and the earth. The moment zero hits it, it's like a trickle of water meets a towering mountain. In contrast, the feeling of insignificance that I had produced exploded in my heart. After sustaining for a few breaths, zero began to dissipate, turning into spirit particles again and dissipating in the air. Grimjo looked in the direction of Moyu with a dazed expression, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Such an opponent! He subconsciously looked at Ulquiorra beside him, but found that the other person's expression was no stronger than his. In the dignified eyes, there is deep fear. So far, the overwhelming strength shown by Moyu has made Ulquiorra no longer have the initial confidence. This mission may be about to fail. Your attack is over. Moyu removed the splitting void in front of him, kept his palm in the original posture, and said slowly. Then it's my turn. Day and day thunder. The tiny white lightning flew out from his palm, crossed the barrier of space, and rushed towards the two errand cars. Before they could defend, the tiny white lightning suddenly swelled to a thickness of tens of meters, turning into a crazy thunderstorm, raging in this area. It seems that a new sun has appeared in the void barrier. Ferocious thunderstorms filled the surroundings of the two of them, releasing their power mercilessly. Wherever one enters the eye, there is a vast expanse of white lightning. Grimjo just finished his own zero and couldn't mobilize his own Reiatsu to form a defense for a short time. Facing the ravages of Lake Wang, a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. Life seems to end here? Just then, Ulquiorra raised his arms, Zanpakutō held high. The dark green Reiatsu condensed on it,